Welcome back to my channel. Today I'll be bringing you the second part of the story. Given a wasteland, he used modern knowledge to build a mighty kingdom and became border king. Before we begin the story, let's briefly review the main plot of the first part of the video. Young Benjamin Blackwood was originally a graduate of modern civil engineering. However, due to an accident, he was transported to a Western fantasy world where swords and fantasy intertwine, and was born in the kingdom of Lifong, becoming the child of a serf family. In this era, life was extremely difficult for ordinary people. The lords exploited them at every level, and the poll tax, mill tax, and church ties weighed heavily on the family, making it hard for them to breathe. The 6 siblings in the family often went hungry. Benjamin, who possesses modern knowledge, is determined to use his advanced insights to change his family's fate. But the endless labor of the serfs left him no room for thought or change, and he saw no hope in his life. But his fate took a turn when he was 14. The town market welcomed an adventurer party led by the noblewoman Celia, who offered a high salary of 2 gold shields per year to recruit a handyman. This sum of money was equivalent to the annual income of an average farmer's family, and Benjamin immediately seized the opportunity to become the team's logistics helper. All 7 members of the team were chosen ones with extraordinary powers, except for Benjamin, who was just an ordinary person. His daily tasks included laying out blankets, arranging food and lodging, repairing equipment, and processing the hunted wild animals. Because the carpet he laid out was so smooth and neat, it was even incorporated into a ballad by a bard, earning him the original title of Hero Who Lays Out Carpets. During his 6-year journey, Benjamin traveled across the continent with the others, encountering elves and dwarves, and learning how to hunt, dissect monsters, maintain armor, and survive in the wild. He secretly memorized practical knowledge about farming, infrastructure, and basic chemical engineering, and even attempted to research gunpowder and electricity. Unfortunately, the rules of this other world restricted these technologies, and all his attempts ultimately ended in failure. During this time, King Rise suddenly passed away, and the princes began vying for the throne. Celia also revealed her true identity. She was actually Princess Celia Windsor. In order to build up her power, she granted territories to her 6 companions, and gave Frosttown, the most barren territory in the western border of the kingdom, to Benjamin. He was also granted the title of Baron and given 2 subordinates, a knight named Walter and a treasurer named Sullivan. From that moment on, Benjamin officially went from being a servant to a baron. When I first arrived in Frosttown, it was dilapidated, the people were apathetic and poor, and the warehouses were empty, with only moldy grain and inferior furs left. Benjamin did not put on airs of nobility. Instead, he visited every household, distributed furs to comfort the children, and learned about the town's population and livelihoods. He also happened to discover Chesvia, a young girl living alone. The girl has long white hair and is a plant-based chosen one who has broken with the church. She can accelerate crop growth and improve plants, but she always keeps her abilities hidden. Benjamin saw through her secret and offered her a job and land to cultivate. The 2 eventually agreed to cooperate, and Chesvia became the agricultural manager of the territory, beginning to cultivate cold-resistant off-season vegetables. However, the initial development of the territory was fraught with difficulties. Firewood was scarce in winter, there were mutated insect-type monsters in the mountains and forests, resources were scarce, and transportation was difficult. Benjamin could only break the deadlock step by step. He first devised a logging team that exchanged labor for food, and then sent the knight Walter to lead the team to resist wild beasts. Later, they independently developed a method for making lime concrete, used it to build warehouses and improve residential houses, thus thoroughly improving the living conditions of the people. He then combined modern knowledge to build a charcoal kiln, began mass production of high-quality charcoal, and found a stable export channel. To address the transportation bottleneck, Benjamin spearheaded a coalition of 5 neighboring lords to establish a regional development commune. Each lord contributed manpower and materials to jointly construct the main roads across their territories, thus opening up trade routes. During this time, giant insected beasts appeared in the Grey Whisper Forest, attacking the residents. Benjamin was no longer just a logistics worker. He skillfully donned leather armor, picked up the longbow he had honed during his adventures, and personally led a team deep into the lair to hunt down the monsters. After defeating the monster, the group found a mysterious green mutation liquid in the lair. This liquid can forcibly induce the birth of life, but it can also create deformed monsters. This moment made Benjamin realize that someone was secretly creating monsters, and that an even greater crisis was lurking behind the territory. While settling things in, Benjamin arranged for his family to move to Frosttown. He also had his eldest brother, a skilled blacksmith, open a blacksmith shop. They used the mined coal to refine coke, and then manufactured standardized weapons and agricultural tools, gradually building up the territory's armed forces. Walter began training a full-time standing militia to enhance the territory's self-defense capabilities. Evelyn, a scout Underhill, came to join him and helped improve the border defenses. In agriculture, thanks to the cold-resistant wheat varieties cultivated by Chesvia, Frosttown finally solved its food and clothing problems completely. However, the situation outside the kingdom was also deteriorating rapidly. After the king's death, the princes fell into infighting. The Grand Duke of the West supported the eldest prince and sent the Mountain Dog mercenary group to harass neutral territories. The Lord of Silver Creek territory was also captured as a result of this trap. After weighing the pros and cons, Benjamin decided to form a 7-man elite raiding squad and, together with Evelyn, infiltrate the enemy camp, launch a night raid, annihilate the mercenary group, and rescue Lord Silverstream. Afterwards, he signed a permanent alliance with Silver Creek territory, obtaining a large amount of funds and stable trade routes, and Frosttown's power finally gained a firm foothold in the Western Territory. Throughout his journey, Benjamin possessed no supernatural powers. All he could rely on was the modern knowledge in his mind. He revitalized this impoverished border town step by step, building roads, renovating concrete houses, developing the coal industry, promoting iron smelting, improving agriculture, forming a guard team, and establishing a Lord Alliance. Once looked down upon by everyone, the serfs and laborers have grown from logistics personnel who could only lay out blankets into lords who can coordinate infrastructure, agriculture, military and political affairs, and diplomacy. He has loyal knights, treasurers, plant-loving gods, professional blacksmiths, and elite militia under his command, and has also established deep ties with Blackrock territory, which holds military power, and Silver Creek territory, which is prosperous in trade. Princess Celia, far away, is deeply embroiled in the power struggles within the royal family, yet she maintains a correspondence with Benjamin, regarding him as her most reliable old friend. Calvin, the noble knight who once looked down on him, sincerely sighed that Benjamin was no longer the same man he once was. Frosttown now possessed stable industries, complete military defenses, and ample food and population. But Benjamin's story is far from over. In the journey to come, Benjamin and his ever-growing force will face even more challenges from unknown enemies. Meanwhile, he will continue to investigate the mastermind behind the mutated liquid, while also planning more infrastructure construction, reclaiming and expanding his territory. In this chaotic world of the kingdom, he will rely on his wisdom to forge a development path for the blanket barren, and make his territory grow stronger. The story officially begins in Chapter 201. Chapter 201 The Lord preparing the dish. The news that the Lord was going to treat guests to dinner. No, to be precise, to hold an important meeting spread like wildfire throughout Frosttown. The messenger who set off overnight, and Finance Minister and Administrator Suleiman standing at the entrance of the administrative center shouting, "Budget is not a problem. Give me a grand spectacle." They made it clear to the townspeople that the visitors were truly important figures, and there would be more than one. The whole town immediately became lively. Instead of feeling worried, people were filled with excitement, and an expectation that, "It's finally our turn to shine," quickly spread. Whether they were the original inhabitants or the residents who later moved to Frosttown, they had long been tired of the stereotypical descriptions of the place as bitterly cold, remote, and a place where all you see is cabbage and coal. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. We must let those outsiders see what Frosttown looks like. The most vehement reactions came from the construction workers. The welcome building, which had just been topped out and hadn't yet undergone interior decoration, was originally planned to be gradually completed. But now, this 3-story building, which uses many new building materials and structural designs, has become the busiest construction site in the whole town. "Give it your all, guys!" the foreman shouted, waving his hat in the cold winter wind, his breath steaming in the air. "We have to show those gentlemen who came in carriages that we can build houses in Frosttown faster than they can count their gold coins." The workers chanted slogans, carried wooden planks, and mixed the improved cement, working with great enthusiasm. During breaks, they wrapped themselves in thick clothes, drank hot soup, and chatted excitedly. "I heard the female Lord of Ironforge is coming too," Is she the heroine who can bend iron bars with her bare hands? That's not all. The Baron of Blackrock territory, and several lords from the royal territory will be there. This is quite a show. We must show those country bumpkins from the royal territory what the spirit of a frontier territory really is. The women in town were also busy. They rummaged through their chests and cupboards to find the best linen, preparing to starch and clean it. They then began to ponder which snacks to serve that would both reflect the characteristics of Frosttown and appear respectable enough. Benjamin stood on the third floor of the administrative center, gazing at the bustling scene outside the window. He truly needed this meeting to unite allies, share intelligence, and jointly address the impending crisis. Suleiman's suggestion struck a chord with him. Sir, this is not just a meeting, but a showcase. It's about demonstrating Frosttown's governance capabilities, development achievements, future potential, and even its military preparedness. If visitors cannot feel comfortable, at ease, or even impressed, subsequent cooperation, intelligence sharing, and crisis coordination will be severely affected. No one wants to share risks with a poor ally who can't even handle basic hospitality. Ultimately, it all comes down to business, but public relations work also needs to be done, Benjamin concluded. So, the budget was approved, manpower was mobilized, and the entire Frosttown was geared up. You can't really let a group of noble lords huddle together in a public heating station, rubbing their hands and stamping their feet while discussing the survival of the kingdom, can you? The first guest to arrive was completely beyond Benjamin's expectations. It was not a messenger or an advance party, but Lord Erwin Hawthorne of Silverbrook himself. The day after receiving the invitation, the other party led a convoy and braved the snowstorm to personally arrive in Frosttown. Benjamin! My good neighbor! Erwin gave Benjamin a big hug as soon as they met. You've finally figured it out. We should have held an exhibition like this a long time ago. Letters and rumors can't compare to seeing the changes here with your own eyes. Let me tell you, there are a few old fogies in the commune who've been gossiping about what you're doing. This is a good opportunity to let them see for themselves and shut them up. He finished speaking in one breath, and the smile on his face faded slightly. Then he lowered his voice and showed some concern like an elder. But tell me the truth, how are the preparations going? What about the banquet schedule? Have you considered the food, drinks, accommodations, and entertainment? You've never hosted such a large event before, have you? Don't worry. I may not be good at much else, but I have a lot of experience in making a banquet both elegant and lively, and ensuring that people feel they're getting their money's worth. Benjamin looked at his ally, who was overly enthusiastic, and whose eyes seemed to be gleaming with a message. Let me handle this, I guarantee it will be a sensation. And instantly understood the other party's true intentions. This isn't just about helping out. They've clearly spotted a golden opportunity for joint investment and brand promotion, and they're afraid that Benjamin, this newbie lord, will mess things up and waste the chance to make a name for himself. He immediately adopted a look of deep gratitude and dependence, tightly grasping Erwin's hand. You're a lifesaver. No, you're a lifesaver. I was just worrying about these trivial matters. I'm so glad you could come and help. Please feel free to give me any suggestions you may have. I'll listen to them all. Erwin's eyes lit up even more, and he gripped the hand tightly, saying, Of course. Why talk about helping each other when we're allies? This is all for the future of the commune, to show everyone the power of our cooperation. But... He rubbed his hands together and gave a knowing smile. When the time comes, could we list Silver Creek territory as one of the organizers in the conference announcement and banquet invitations? Also, during the meeting, could I say a few words? Could I talk about a model of deep cooperation between our two territories and look to the future? Benjamin looked at him and immediately thought to himself, He's got real talent. Erwin was indeed a genius. His awareness of brand exposure and public relations speeches seemed to come naturally. Without needing any instruction, they had already fully grasped the essence of business cooperation and image promotion. Benjamin laughed loudly. Of course, it has to be this way. Lord Hawthorne is an important guide and supporter on the development path of Frosttown, so your name should naturally be placed in the most prominent position, and you must be in the speech session. If you don't come, the level of the entire venue will be lowered. Preparations for the banquet were immediately put on a fast track. Erwin got right to work, making lists and assigning tasks. From menu design and beverage pairings to room arrangement, servant training, and even opening acts, he arranged everything meticulously and in an orderly manner. With Erwin, the master of banquets, taking over, Benjamin's burden was immediately reduced by more than half. The Lord of Silverbrook even decided that he would stay in Frosttown until the meeting officially began, and would not return to Silverbrook. Of course, the price was that Benjamin would have to endure Erwin's endless stream of problems every day. Who designed this administrative center? The lighting and layout are absolutely amazing. Could you lend me your construction team so I can build one in Silver Creek too? Lord Blackwood, could you please give me a copy of the design plans for your public heating system? The heat distribution here is so even. I'll definitely promote it in several of the main warehouses when I get back, and it'll save me a lot of money. Chapter 202 The Conversion Ceremony of the Royal Capital. Just as Frosttown was busy preparing for the upcoming Commune Council, Baron Benjamin Blackwood, as usual, began his daily must-do, long-distance soul wandering, maintaining contact with Bishop Sokka, who was trapped in the purgatory of the royal capital. But as soon as he connected today, before Benjamin's consciousness could even say hello, he was almost scared out of his wits by the scene before him. For long swords came whistling from different angles, heading straight for Sokka's head, neck, and chest. Benjamin yelled in his mind, "Screw it! Has anyone ever told me that the timing of my login is always a disaster?" Sokka's voice remained calm. "There's no such thing as a coincidence, Baron. Everything in this city, whatever it may have been in the past, wants to kill me now." Before he could finish speaking, Sokka crossed his arms and actually used his forearms to block the 4 long swords. The next instant, he spun around and delivered a spinning kick that struck the attacker in the chest. The ashen-skinned person, in the city defense uniform, was sent flying, crashing into half a wall. Benjamin, feeling the recoil from his arm, couldn't help but ask, "Is this your Ninblade? Hardened skin? Invulnerable to blades and spears?" Sokka replied curtly, "No, this is just the most basic protection." More mutated soldiers surged in from both ends of the narrow street. Their steps were stiff, their eyes vacant, and their ashen faces held only malice towards the living. Sokka did not retreat. He spread his fingers and instantly shot out dozens of thin golden threads. These rays were as thin as gossamer threads, yet sharp and swift, wrapping around the soldiers' necks, limbs, and torsos like living creatures. Then, Sokka flicked his fingers slightly. A series of piercing cutting sounds rang out, and the golden threads tightened abruptly. The mutated soldier who was entangled stiffened, and the next second he was a corpse, scattered across the stone path. Although Benjamin knew that these things were no longer normal humans, seeing this scene from a first-person perspective still made him feel nauseous. "Bishop Sokka, you really acted decisively." Sokka's tone carried a hint of pity. "They have lost themselves, their souls are defiled, their bodies are twisted. For some, death is a release." After clearing out those blocking his path, Sokka immediately moved forward. His movements were so agile that they didn't seem like those of someone who hadn't eaten or slept for 4 days and was covered in wounds. The few enemies that managed to rush up didn't even last a second hit. It was only then that Benjamin understood why Sokka dared to venture alone into the capital city, which had completely spiraled out of control. Handsome as he may be, Benjamin still had to remind him. "Your efficiency is indeed like a human harvester, but I must say this disappointingly: you are bleeding, and bleeding very fast." At the edge of his field of vision, Sokka's clothes on his arms, ribs, and thighs were already soaked with bloodstains, and fresh blood was slowly seeping out with each movement. Sokka, however, was unconcerned. Just a superficial wound. He shook off a small group of pursuers, climbed over a low wall, and silently landed in a secluded corner. This appears to be a side road leading to the royal palace area. Sokka held his breath and peered out, and Benjamin also saw the scene on the street. On a wide street that was originally the main thoroughfare of the capital, a long queue had formed. The queue was full of ordinary citizens, men, women, and children. They moved forward slowly, one after another, as if sleepwalking, their eyes vacant and their expressions numb. Flanking the procession stood knights, more deeply mutated and better equipped. They silently maintained order, like sheepdogs tending a flock. And at the very end of the procession stretched the magnificent yet sinister outline of the royal palace. Benjamin's heart sank. "What's going on? A group tour of the palace?" Sokka lowered his voice. "It must be some kind of transformation ritual. Like how they didn't kill me immediately after capturing me, but tortured me repeatedly. It wasn't just for fun, Baron." Benjamin could clearly feel that Sokka's thoughts were beginning to fluctuate violently, as if 2 completely different consciousnesses were colliding deep within his mind. Although Benjamin himself was an outsider in terms of thought, he didn't want to resonate with Sokka. That feeling would definitely be worse than being struck by 4 swords simultaneously. He quickly shouted in his mind, "Sokka, calm down! Control your thoughts. Your body hasn't recovered yet. The blood loss and exhaustion are real. Anger won't solve anything. It will only make you do irrational things." Benjamin even tried to soothe him. You're the most prestigious bishop in the Church of the Spirit Garden, the one who investigates the truth, finds the root cause, and formulates plans, not some fanatical believer who only knows how to kill. The intense conflict deep within his consciousness subsided quickly, as if doused with cold water. A few seconds later, Sokka's voice calmed down. You're right, Baron. I lost my temper. He glanced one last time at the slow-moving, unsettling cube before silently retreating into the shadows. I need to find a safer vantage point to figure out the procedure and purpose of this ritual, and I also need time to recover. Baron, please don't communicate with me too frequently from now on. Maintaining this cross-domain connection is a burden for you as well. Chapter 203 Unexpected Guests. The snow in Frost Town fell more gently, as if welcoming guests from afar. In the afternoon, 2 carriages bearing different insignia rolled along the clean road, heading towards the town entrance one after the other. 2 lords from Great Valley and Windmill Town arrived together. Along the way, they complained about the harsh weather and difficult roads, but as the outline of Frost Town emerged from the snow, their complaints quickly turned into low gasps of amazement. Look at those chimneys, there are so many workshops emitting smoke. Someone couldn't help but remark. Another person also looked towards the street. In this kind of weather, how can there still be so many people on the road? After entering the town, something even more unexpected happened to them. At the town entrance stood a covered post station. Neatly dressed staff greeted them, checked their invitations, and instead of allowing the carriage to proceed into town, politely asked them to transfer to a special mode of transport. The 2 lords alighted from their carriage, puzzled, and followed the staff to the back of the post station. There, 2 parallel wooden tracks stretched out, and on the tracks sat a strangely shaped carriage with glass windows. The receptionist explained. This is a short-distance horse-drawn carriage, pulled by trained horses, ensuring a smooth and fast ride. There's a heater and hot drinks inside, and it can take you directly to the reception building. Since they were already there, the 2 could only board out of curiosity. The carriage was more spacious than they had imagined, with soft leather chairs, a small copper brass heater, and 2 cups of steaming, fruity tea on the table, leaving them speechless for a moment. A soft whistle sounded, and the carriage slowly started moving. There was no bumpy ride as they had expected, nor the screeching sound of wheels grinding against stones. The entire carriage glided as if on ice, incredibly smooth. Outside the window, the street scene of Frost Town slowly passed by. The streets were clean, the pedestrians were busy but orderly, the shops and houses were uniform in style, and icicles hung from the eaves, yet everywhere exuded vitality. The Lord of Great Valley, holding his teacup, forgot to drink and murmured, "This feeling is like sitting on a cloud." The Lord of Windmill Town gently swirled his cup and couldn't help but sigh. "And it's warm. What was that kid Blackwood thinking?" This short-distance rail journey was practically the best showcase of Benjamin's public rail project. When the carriage stopped beside the town square, the 2 lords were still somewhat reluctant to leave. But the scene that unfolded before them the next moment completely erased their disdain for this remote border town. The brand-new Frost Reception building stands on one side of the square, its lines simple and strong. A red carpet stretches down the steps in front of the building, flanked by neatly arranged Frost Town guards. The guards wear winter uniforms, their fur-trimmed stand-up collars making their faces look particularly sharp. Their armor is polished to a gleaming shine, their spears are straight, and their silence exudes a sense of superior weaponry and strict discipline. At the end of the red carpet, a waiter was already waiting. He bowed slightly, his smile impeccable. "Welcome to Frost Town, please follow me." The heavy oak door was pushed open, but the expected chill did not come over them. Instead, a uniform, dry, and just right warmth enveloped the guest. The hall was spacious and bright, with a chandelier made of crystal and brass hanging from the high ceiling, and dark wood floors polished smooth. Most remarkably, there was no giant fireplace, no brazier, and no smoke. The warmth seemed to seep from the walls and floors, pervasive yet not stuffy. The waiter skillfully took the snow-covered fur coats and bags from the 2 lords, and then handed them soft towels soaked in hot water and lightly scented. The Lord of Great Valley wiped his hands and asked his companion in a low voice, "Without a fireplace or a brazier, how can it be warmer than my manor?" The Lord of Windmill Town was equally surprised and remained silent for a long time. From the moment they stepped into Frost Town, the warm hospitality they received left these lords, who loved grand gestures and knew how to enjoy life, with nothing to complain about, only a burning curiosity. As hosts, Benjamin and Erwin of Silverbrook quickly appeared to greet the arriving lords. Erwin, a skilled communicator, enthusiastically introduced the banquet arrangements, while Benjamin smiled and responded to everyone's inquiries about the new things like the carriages. Taking advantage of a lull in the small talk, Benjamin activated his nin blade, his voice directly entering Chesvia's mind as she supervised the kitchen. Customer service Benjamin at your service. How's the kitchen? Chesvia was so startled she almost dropped the seasoning spoon, immediately complaining in her mind. Couldn't you at least give me a ding before you use your mind-blade communication? It pops up out of nowhere. It's terrifying. Benjamin apologized insincerely. Add a ringtone next time. Now let's get down to business. How's the food preparation? The guests are almost all here. We can serve the appetizers in a quarter of an hour. Chesvia said confidently. With a non-stick chef overseeing things, what could possibly go wrong? The fire is steady, the steam venting is normal, you can rest assured and be a barren. Just as the encrypted call ended, a familiar figure rushed towards Benjamin. Upon Elapakaz's appearance, the surrounding lords instinctively took a few steps back. She stared at Benjamin, her finger almost poking his nose. That railcar by the door, is that the transportation innovation you mentioned in your letter? Quick, lend me the craftsman. No, sell me the craftsman, along with the technology. My mining area desperately needs it. Benjamin chuckled and brushed her hand away. Don't rush, I can't forget you. Technology sharing and artisan support are on the agenda. Now relax and try some Frosttown specialties. With that, he took a small glass of clear liquid from the waiter's tray and handed it to her. Spirit Garden Happy Water, the latest product, refreshing and invigorating, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ella glanced at him suspiciously, sniffed the drink, then tilted her head back and gulped it down. The next second, her face flushed crimson, she covered her mouth and coughed violently, nearly dropping the cup. Are you trying to murder me? What the hell is this? Benjamin stepped back, laughing at her disheveled state. Welcome to taste this Baron's passion. How about it, isn't it invigorating? Ella finally caught her breath, glaring at him fiercely, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. But her eyes held no real anger, instead they gleamed with a, you just wait, kind of eager anticipation. Just then, a high-pitched eagle's cry suddenly pierced the warmth of the reception hall from outside the door. In the sky, where the snowstorm had subsided, a dark shadow swooped down rapidly. It was a powerful griffin with an astonishing wingspan. It landed precisely on the open ground in front of the welcoming building, its sharp talons tearing through the snow and kicking up a cloud of snow mist. A figure nimbly leaped down from the griffin's back. Ella immediately leaned close to Benjamin's ear and whispered, You didn't say you'd call this deadpan guy too? Benjamin watched Calvin ignore the surprised looks around him and walk steadily toward him, equally surprised. He whispered back to Ella, as if to himself, To be honest, I didn't expect him to actually come either. Chapter 204 Awkwardness. Calvin's arrival was like a sudden gust of cold wind, instantly cooling the previously enthusiastic excitement and admiration at the entrance of the reception building. This was somewhat unexpected for Benjamin. He had indeed sent Calvin an invitation, but it was more for the purpose of maintaining the integrity of the Allied network. After all, Stonecliff Pass is situated between the north and the capital, and if anything happens in the capital, Calvin will inevitably be the first to be affected. As for whether his former teammate would actually attend, Benjamin hadn't held out much hope. But now, standing at the end of the red carpet like an ice sculpture exuding chill, he attracted all eyes, both overt and covert. Benjamin took a deep breath, put on a polite smile, and stepped forward to meet him. The two stopped in the center of the red carpet, the distance just right, neither impolite nor overly intimate. Then silence fell. Benjamin smiled at Calvin, and Calvin looked back at him, but Calvin's blue eyes seemed unfocused, as if he were looking at the light and shadow reflected in the glass window behind Benjamin. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, with only the faint crackling of the distant fire and the hushed conversations of the guests. The two men who once adventured side by side are now worlds apart. One is the Baron of Frosttown, the other the Lord of Stonecliff. Benjamin's mind raced. How should he begin? Say, long time no see. Too frivolous. Ask about Stonecliff? That would be like rubbing salt in a wound. He knew Calvin all too well. This former member of the Heroes Party, born into a noble family and known as the Light of Knights, had a personality like metal that had been repeatedly forged and then suddenly cooled, hard, sharp, and full of internal stress, quite twisted. He was different from Ella. Ella was easy to talk to if you were gentle with her, but would get angry if you were unreasonable. She was straightforward and direct. Calvin, on the other hand, was a contradiction. If you were too submissive in front of him, he would think you were weak and obsequious, and would look down on you. He subscribes to a certain ideal of equality within the Heroes Party. Even if you're just a menial worker spreading out blankets, as long as you're accepted by the team, you should have the dignity of a fellow member. But if you try to get close to him by using your status as a fellow member, as if the two of you were born equals, he'll feel offended. In his heart, he was the son of Earl Ironrock, a knight-errant, a warrior forged in blood and fire. Benjamin, on the other hand, was merely the son of a serf, a menial laborer in the ranks. If joining the same party meant equal status, what did his birth, honor, and efforts matter? Therefore, when dealing with Calvin, one must be neither arrogant nor servile. One must show respect without belittling oneself. One must gain his recognition of one's abilities and achievements without appearing to flaunt or challenge his class consciousness. These experiences, so complex they could be written into a social studies paper, are all lessons Benjamin learned through blood, sweat, and tears during his 6 years in the Brave Squad. But now, he is the Baron of Frosttown, a lord he earned step by step through his own hard work. Why should he still have to carefully try to guess the knight's mood, walking a tightrope on a fragile line of balance, as before? Moreover, Benjamin knew perfectly well how incompetent Calvin was at governing Stonecliff. News of those troubles had already reached Frosttown. In terms of territorial development, the two were simply not on the same level. Benjamin harbored pride, and Calvin remained silent as well. His gaze seemed to fall on the building's sharp lines, bright windows, and warm light emanating from within, but his eyes darted around, revealing no true focus. Just as the silence was about to slide from meaningful to utterly awkward, a crisp yet impatient voice suddenly broke in. "Hey! You two! Are you putting on a mime show for everyone here? I'm getting goosebumps." Ella walked over with her arms crossed, her face clearly showing her exasperation. Her appearance immediately drew everyone's attention, and like a hammer blow shattering a layer of ice, she broke the suffocating standoff between the two. Benjamin almost wanted to praise Ella. Being with her was always the simplest. Her emotions were always written on her face, and there was no need to rack your brains trying to guess what she was thinking. Taking advantage of Ella's breakthrough, Benjamin immediately adjusted his expression, his smile becoming much more natural. He turned to Calvin, his voice clear and steady. "Welcome to Frosttown. Thank you for coming from afar. You must be tired from your journey. I have always looked forward to the opportunity to meet with you again to discuss important matters concerning the future of the kingdom." Calvin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, breaking the tense silence. He nodded slightly and replied in a somewhat cold tone. "Yes, Baron Benjamin. I also thank you for your invitation." He paused, his gaze finally settling on Benjamin, then quickly scanning the surroundings, as if trying to find a topic to ease the awkward silence. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a dry, "You did a great job with the renovations here." The words, coming from his mouth with his expressionless face, hardly sounded like a compliment. Benjamin seemed to see again the scene at the victory celebration years ago, when his teammates egged Calvin on to tell a joke, and after struggling for a while, he could only manage to say, "The moon is very round tonight." "Haha, that's great." Benjamin nodded in agreement, deciding not to argue with his friend whose social skills seemed to be all about awkward silences. "It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. It's cold outside, let's go inside, it's warm inside." As he spoke, he turned to the side and gestured an invitation, then looked at Ella. "Don't just stand there, come in with me, I'll have someone get you some less stimulating drinks." In this way, Benjamin drew the attention of his two old friends to the warm and inviting hall inside the reception building, where the banquet was about to begin. Chapter 205 The sense of security Benjamin provided. The banquet hall was filled with the aroma of roasting meat, and also with a subtle scent of aristocratic socializing. Chesvia temporarily withdrew from her role as the head chef and changed into a dark blue dress. As the waiters brought out the extravagantly presented dishes to the long table, she quietly moved to Benjamin's side, her gaze sweeping across the hall, lingering for a moment on Calvin and Ella. She nudged Benjamin with her elbow, lowered her voice, and her eyes were full of excitement. "Do you think if Calvin and Ella combined their forces, they could run over all the lords in the commune like speed bumps?" Benjamin was holding a glass of low-alcohol fruit wine and almost choked. He composed himself and replied in a low voice. "It's not that exaggerated. If I join forces with Baron guys of Blackrock territory, we can at least act as a sturdy safety barrier." Joking aside, Benjamin was seriously calculating in his mind. He took a sip of his drink, then raised his glass to cover his lips. "After Ella purged the guilds and old nobles, Ironforge's cohesion has indeed reached its peak, and its combat strength is very strong. But Ella is too straightforward, preferring direct confrontation, and her tactics rely on morale. As long as we don't give her the opportunity to set up a formation and slowly overwhelm us, it's not the most troublesome thing." His gaze then fell on Calvin. The man sat alone at the small round table, slowly slicing roast goose, nodding slightly to those around him who tried to strike up a conversation, speaking sparingly. "The real problem in Stonecliff territory isn't the regular army, but that Griffin Knights." Benjamin's voice was even lower. "Nowadays, communication relies on horses and vision relies on flags. A team that can control the air, conduct reconnaissance, move at high speed, and launch attacks from the sky is basically cheating. To fight them, we need to figure out how to deal with those big birds overhead first. Chesvia nodded thoughtfully. Understood. 1 heavy ground tank, 1 strategic bomber. It seems the United Commune's defenses mainly rely on the friendship barrier between you and that reckless baron of Blackrock territory. Benjamin smiled, his gaze sweeping across the room again. That's pretty much the gist of it. The entire process and arrangement of tonight's banquet was handled by Erwin Hawthorne of Silverbrook. It proved that this merchant lord's self-proclaimed title of Master of Kingdom Banquets was not entirely empty boasting. From guest arrival and seating arrangements to waiter training and music selection, every step proceeded smoothly, luxurious yet not at all restrictive. The most captivating items on the long table were the main courses, so elaborate they bordered on ostentatious. A whole roasted goose was presented as if about to sing, its feathers perfectly arranged. Calves were roasted to a golden brown crisp. An enormous fish aspic was sculpted into a sailboat riding the waves. In Owen's words, at aristocratic banquets, taste was secondary, presentation was the essence. The person who brought these works of art from blueprints to reality was Chesvia. Her understanding of the impractical is truly masterful. The visual appeal is absolutely perfect, and as for the taste, Benjamin took a bite of the song goose. The seasoning was alright, but for the sake of presentation, some of the meat was a bit dry. But that didn't matter. Just as Owen had predicted, the guests were more interested in admiring the presentation and speculating about the cooking methods. Few actually focused on eating. Benjamin, on the other hand, flitted among the lords like an elegant yet busy social butterfly. He would sometimes chat with the Lord of Grape Valley about the impact of this year's frost on the grapes, sometimes listen to the Lord of Windmill Town complain about the cost of transporting flour, and sometimes whisper with several anxious minor lords from the royal territory. He didn't say much, but he listened very attentively, and his responses always hit the nail on the head. He was observing, analyzing, and adjusting his attitude according to each person's needs. A sense of security. This word, like an undercurrent, was hidden beneath the seemingly harmonious atmosphere of the banquet. Some lords didn't say it outright out of politeness, but Benjamin could tell their real concerns from the occasional glances they gave out the window, the hushed voices they spoke in, and their excessive attention to the fortifications and equipment of Frosttown's guards. They were afraid. Afraid that their strength was too weak to protect themselves, afraid that they would be easily crushed in the impending chaos. They came here not only in response to Benjamin's call, but also to find a strong, wise, and willing leader to share their power. They needed him. That was good. Benjamin felt a weight lifted from his heart. At least it meant that most of the people he had invited were not pseudo-nobles whose minds had been clouded by wine, women, and money, and who were oblivious to danger. This might be related to the special nature of the royal domain, where many lords did not inherit their positions solely through bloodline, but were newly appointed nobles bestowed by successive kings to counterbalance the powerful nobles and promote capable individuals. They may lack the heritage and arrogance of ancient families, but their political acumen and survival instincts are far more acute. Benjamin finished a round of pleasantries and had just found a corner to catch his breath when Erwin, like a nimble fish, slipped away from the lords discussing wool prices and silently approached. He maintained his polite smile, but his eyes held a questioning look. "Blackwood, how are your preparations going? You seem to be having a good chat with everyone," Erwin asked in a low voice. "Generally, everything's fine." Benjamin relaxed his shoulders. "The atmosphere is about right. They've seen what they needed to see, and they've figured out their concerns and expectations. As for you, have you prepared your opening remarks and how you'll guide the discussion? Don't mess things up at the crucial moment." Erwin raised an eyebrow smugly, leaned closer, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "A mental outline? I've rehearsed it in my head countless times. I guarantee it will elevate you, include me, and get everyone's emotions in check." After saying that, he added, "You wouldn't believe it, Baron Guys kept pestering me for ages about why you're collaborating with me on this big event, but not including him. His tone was so sour it could pickle vegetables." Benjamin smiled absent-mindedly. Who told him not to take the initiative? But what he was really thinking was something else entirely. Would he be a good actor? Chapter 206 Outsider. The banquet was nearing its end, and most of the dishes on the plates, which resembled works of art, had only been touched a few times. But their exquisite presentation had already fulfilled their mission as topics of conversation and displays of wealth. The air was filled with the aroma of wine and the lingering scent of food, along with a profound sense of satisfaction. Several business collaborations had just been finalized, and preliminary agreements for resource exchanges had been reached. Everyone wore a relaxed, slightly tipsy expression. Lord Elwyn Hawthorne of Silverbrook rose at the opportune moment, and lightly tapped a crystal glass with a silver spoon. The crisp sound quieted the hall, and with that smile that could make people willingly part with their money, he began his prepared transition speech. He first thanked everyone for coming, then steered the conversation to the miracles of Frosttown, horse-drawn carriages, central heating, modern buildings, and efficient workshops. He then naturally emphasized the role of Silver Creek Territory as an ally, and also took the opportunity to promote his own cloth and processed products. Finally, Rowan gracefully gestured for them to proceed, turning all his attention to Benjamin Blackwood beside him. The beginning and core of all this are inseparable from the Lord of Frosttown, Baron Benjamin Blackwood. I believe he has something more important to share with you all. Everyone looked at Benjamin. He didn't use flowery language or engage in unnecessary pleasantries. He simply stood ramrod straight, and his first words were like an icicle piercing the warm banquet hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the kingdom of Lingfeng is on the verge of collapse. The hall fell silent instantly. The lingering sounds of conversation and clinking glasses vanished completely. Calvin, in the corner, raised his blue eyes and stared intently at Benjamin, as if trying to see through his face to understand his true thoughts. Benjamin calmly accepted all the gazes and met Calvin's cold scrutiny, asking indifferently, "Isn't that so?" Without waiting for anyone's answer, he continued, "Of the four borders of the kingdom, the Grand Duke of the West has openly raised his banner, the rebellion in the north is not yet quelled, the foreign tribes occupy the south, and the east seems peaceful, but who can say what is going on beneath the surface?" His gaze swept over the minor lords from the royal domain, his tone calm, yet every word grating. The king's heirs, whether it's the eldest Prince Alkaya, the enigmatic Conrad in the capital, or even the second Princess Celia, don't they have their eyes on your territories? Many people's faces began to turn pale. Benjamin then pointed out the truth they least wanted to face. Many of those present were not born nobles. It was the old king's appreciation and promotion that gave them everything they had today. To the old king, they were pawns for extending royal power and balancing ancient families, and also his own people. But what are they to the king's sons, and to those powerful dukes? Benjamin paused for a moment, letting the question fester in silence, before giving his answer. The remnants of the past. Destabilizing factors. The legacy of our father that desperately needs to be cleared away. They have no reason to respect you, nor any reason to preserve your territory. He spread his hands, his posture almost resigned. And you are too weak. You don't have a family army that has been passed down for centuries, a deep-rooted network of marriage alliances, or the prestige to command a large following. You are vulnerable to encroachment, suppression, and even a legitimate restructuring of power. Benjamin knew he was exaggerating. He didn't know what those princes and grand dukes were truly thinking, of course. But that didn't matter. What he needed was to strike at the deepest fears in these lords' hearts, the fear of losing everything, the fear of being powerless to protect themselves, the fear of one day becoming a sacrifice. Fear is far more likely to unite people than lofty ideals. And next, he would ignite desire upon that fear. So, I have an idea. Benjamin's tone became more inflammatory. An idea that might allow the remnants to survive, or even thrive. He urged everyone to set aside the divisions and competition between territories and stop treating the United Commune merely as a loose commercial cooperative. We must transform it into a truly unbreakable alliance. Militarily, we will defend each other. Politically, we will speak with one voice. And economically, we will be deeply integrated. Any external force that wants to harm one of our members must first consider whether it can withstand a retaliation. What need is there for a united royal family to fear threats from any direction? Benjamin then outlined his blueprint: expand the commune's membership, strengthen internal ties, establish permanent deliberative and executive bodies, share some military and intelligence resources, and gradually converge on trade and law. This organization, nominally still belonging to the kingdom, would in reality be highly autonomous and closely united, ultimately possessing the ability to protect itself and even influence the entire kingdom as, a term referring to the overall structure or pattern of the kingdom. In fact, he had been pushing in this direction. Rescuing Erwin, winning over Ella, allying with guys, promoting technology, and building trade networks, every step he took contributed to this alliance. Now, he believed the time was ripe. This goal should be formally put on the table and require the shared commitment of everyone. Standing to the side, Erwin listened to these words, feeling his calves and fingers tremble slightly. He quickly tensed his muscles, forcibly suppressing this damned reaction. He couldn't tell if he was excited or terrified. Perhaps both. He had long suspected Benjamin's ambitions, but when the idea of a state within a state was presented so clearly, his heart still pounded. After Benjamin finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the hall. broken only by the jarring crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace. At that moment, Owen took a deep breath and stepped forward. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by seriousness and determination. What Baron Blackwood said is exactly what I wanted to say, and it is the direction that Silver Creek territory firmly supports. He began to elaborate on the advantages and disadvantages, explaining to everyone from economic complementarity to military cooperation, from external threats to internal stability. The waiters had already quietly left, leaving only the key figures who could decide fate in the hall. Owen clearly saw that some people had faces full of fear, their fingers tightly gripping their wine glasses or the hem of their clothes. He understood this fear. They weren't born nobles. They had climbed to where they were today through hard work, opportunity, or loyalty. Now, to preserve everything, they had to make a near-treasonous alliance to protect themselves, and the inner struggle they faced was unimaginable. But this hesitation didn't last long. "That's absolutely right." A gruff voice broke the silence. Gus of Blackrock territory stood up abruptly, his massive frame causing a chair to overturn without a care. He strode over to Benjamin and stood there like a wall. He surveyed the crowd, his voice booming like a pre-battle declaration. "My territory is mine! I earned it with my blood, I fought for it with my fists. The king gave it to me, I acknowledge that. But now the king is gone, and his brats want to take it? Not a chance." Guys grew increasingly aggressive. "Whether it's a prince or a duke, whoever dares to lay a finger on me, I'll chop them up. Even if the king crawls out of his grave to take them back, it's the same." After saying that, he glared defiantly at Calvin, who had remained silent, as if he had suddenly gained some inexplicable confidence. Gus's standing up was like toppling the first domino. Then, to Benjamin's surprise, Ira Pacas, after a brief moment of contemplation, also stood up. Her eyes were clear, showing no trace of confusion. The atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted when the three influential lords of Silverstream, Blackrock, and Ironforge made their stance clear. The previously fearful and hesitant lesser lords seemed to have found their anchor. Soon, people began to stand up and walk towards the area where Benjamin, Owen, Guys, and Ella were. They expressed their willingness to join with nods or brief words. Almost instantly, the long banquet area, once packed with people, became empty. Everyone stood on the sides symbolizing the alliance. Except for one person. Calvin remained alone at the small round table in the corner, slowly finishing the last drop of wine in his glass. He put down his glass, raised his eyes, and his blue eyes were calm and unwavering. He looked at Benjamin, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center, and at the lords around him, some excited, some resolute. At this moment, Calvin became the only outsider still seated in the entire hall. All eyes were now focused on him. Chapter 207 I have no objections. Deep within the guest house, in a private room, the fireplace flames flickered, casting three shadows of varying lengths onto the dark tapestry. Benjamin slumped unceremoniously in a high-backed chair, holding an exquisite wine jug. The jug contained crystal clear, yet dangerously potent Ling Yuan pleasure water. He filled 3 empty glasses on the table, picked up one himself, and downed it in one gulp. The strong liquor went down his throat, and he exhaled a long breath, a flush of excitement spreading across his face. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Did you see that? The expressions on those lords' faces when Calvin stood up." Benjamin slapped his thigh with laughter. "They all thought you were going to pull the rug out from under them, but you just said you had no objections and that you'd be keeping an eye on things. My God, their jaws dropped." He laughed even harder as he thought about it. "They were definitely waiting for you to flip the table, but you actually joined the agree but not join club." Calvin sat opposite him, his back still straight, but his face was flushed an unnatural red. Half of it came from the fire, and the other half from the wine in his glass. He glanced expressionlessly at the liquid in the glass, then tilted his head back and drank it all down as if obeying a command. The fiery liquor rolled down his throat, and his body visibly stiffened for a moment, the veins in his neck bulging slightly, yet he didn't cough once. Only after setting down the glass did his face turn even redder, and his eyes darted around. "Does my attitude please those rabble so much?" Calvin's voice was lower than usual, tinged with impatience fueled by alcohol. "A bunch of opportunists who only care about their own territory." "Another one!" Ella snatched the wine jug and refilled Calvin's empty glass, grinning like she'd pulled off a prank. "You were so cool at the banquet, now drink some more, Knight." Calvin stared at the new challenge, his cheek twitching slightly, but he maintained his cold, hard expression. Rewind to that moment in the banquet hall when everyone was watching. Everyone thought that Calvin would severely rebuke Benjamin in the name of royal legitimacy and knightly honor, and might even draw his sword. However, he simply rose slowly, straightened his cuffs, and calmly said, "Lord Blackwood's concerns are not without merit. Although Stonecliff territory has not joined the commune, ensuring the stability of the royal territory and preventing the spread of chaos is in Stonecliff territory's interest. Therefore, I have no objection to the Lord's efforts to seek self-preservation and alliances." As he spoke, his blue eyes swept across the room, finally settling on Benjamin. "But I will keep a close eye on things. Make sure this new alliance doesn't become a new source of unrest." He nodded slightly and then sat down. The banquet hall was first deathly silent, then erupted in utter chaos. Shock, elation, and relief, a multitude of emotions exploded on the faces of the lords. In their eyes, Benjamin not only possessed the power and means to achieve this, but he had even managed to get the usually stubborn and loyal Calvin to express no objection. This was practically tantamount to an endorsement of immense weight. This means that Benjamin's alliance not only makes sense, but may even have the tacit approval of the second Princess Celia's forces. In this way, by siding with Benjamin, they can both preserve their territory and not completely betray the kingdom's orthodoxy. The doubts vanished instantly, and their sense of security soared. The alliance's weight and legitimacy in their hearts were also infinitely elevated. But the truth was, before the banquet began, Benjamin, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, secretly sent Calvin a short message using his newly awakened Ninblade ability. "We'll cooperate in a performance later. This is for Princess Celia. We'll discuss the details privately." In Calvin's view, although Benjamin's speech about the kingdom's impending doom and the remnant's self-preservation was intense and his methods were almost insubordinate, his core purpose was clearly to secure an important third-party force for the second Princess Celia, who was at a disadvantage in the right of succession. This force could restrain the eldest prince, Alkaya, deter other ambitious individuals, and might even become a significant asset to Celia in the future. Therefore, even though he disliked Benjamin's threatening rhetoric and was disgusted by the notion that the kingdom was a collapsing chessboard, Calvin was willing to temporarily disregard these differences for the sake of the greater good, as long as the ultimate goal remained loyalty to Celia. But Ella's feelings were far more complicated at this moment. Benjamin hadn't explained the entire plan to her beforehand. She had been thrust into the position of founding elder of the alliance, without her knowledge, and even had to publicly express her stance. This was absolutely perverse. Ella glared at Benjamin, who was pouring himself another drink and laughing heartlessly. Although she didn't know all the details, she could guess that Benjamin's true intentions were far more complex than simply gaining power for Celia. A state within a state, an inviolable whole. His ambition was practically written all over his face. Fooling someone as stubborn as Calvin might work, but fooling her wouldn't be so easy. For the first time, Ella so strongly wished her mind-reading blade could read minds. That way, she could immediately know what kind of blueprint this fox-like man was constructing in his mind, and where he placed her. "All right, stop laughing, let's get down to business." Benjamin finally stopped laughing, his eyes regaining some clarity. "After tonight those our esteemed allies, won't just be eyeing their own territory anymore." He softened his tone. "Fear and self-interest will force them to actively drag more people down with them, and they will also try to bind the core of the alliance even tighter. Because they will realize that only when the alliance is strong enough will they be safe." Then, he looked at Calvin, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were slightly unfocused, and said seriously, "Calvin, what you need to do is play the role of an external force. Maintain a sense of pressure, question and warn appropriately, but don't really break off relations. This way, you can continuously create cohesion pressure within the alliance, and also make outsiders misjudge the relationship between us." Calvin struggled to concentrate, and gave a mumbled reply. More concerned than Benjamin's complex schemes was the Ninblade that Benjamin had awakened without his knowledge. Benjamin then glanced at Ella, who was about to pour Calvin more wine, and quickly stopped her, saying, all right, stop. We still have important business to discuss." He pointed to the nearly empty wine jar, then looked at Calvin, whose eyes were starting to lose focus, and said helplessly, "We'll have to wait until this important representative of the external forces is more lucid before we can have a proper discussion about the situation in the capital and our next move." Chapter 208 All I Want is Happiness. The liquor in Frosttown is really strong. After listening to Benjamin's long narration about the dire situation in the capital, the establishment of the alliance, and external pressure, Calvin had only this thought in his mind. Those serious and troublesome matters seemed to be blocked by a warm cotton ball, leaving only a light and pleasant feeling. Benjamin asked him with some concern, "Did you listen to what I said?" Calvin waved his hand impatiently. He listened, of course he listened. The capital had become a slaughterhouse, Conrad seemed to have gone mad, yet he still warned the eldest prince and the second princess, ultimately forming an alliance to protect themselves, using him as the villain to intimidate others. Ugh, all of it. He was in an exceptionally good mood right now, and didn't want to be bothered by this nonsense. Why did people have to talk about these things? Why couldn't they just think about happy things? He wanted to tell Benjamin to shut up, but his tongue felt heavy, and although his lips moved, not a single word came out. Ella lowered her voice and said with a smile, "I think he's drunk." Drunk? Nonsense. Calvin retorted inwardly, trying to prove that he was perfectly sober, but that lazy, warm current bound him like chains, preventing him from even opening his mouth. All he wanted was happiness. Politics, war, responsibility, get lost. And he'd better have another glass of that. Happy water. Benjamin looked at Ella again. "I think he's completely drunk. Honestly, aren't you drunk too? Your face is flushed red, you're not much better off than him." These words inexplicably angered Calvin. Who said he couldn't? He decided to prove himself. He strained his will, which felt like it was soaking in syrup, and slowly controlled his right arm. Watch closely, he could raise his hand. So his hand wobbled upward, pointing upward. At least in his own eyes, it pointed to the ceiling. Benjamin, however, didn't understand at all, only staring in confusion at the slightly trembling hand suspended in midair. Calvin inwardly scoffed. Isn't Benjamin usually quite sharp? How come he can't even understand this? Not only could he raise his hand, he could also stand up, startling them. Thinking this, he grabbed the armrest of the chair and struggled to his feet. His body swayed as he rose from his seat, but he placed almost all his weight on the poor chair. The chair groaned under the strain, then crashed backward. Calvin lost his footing and, like a felled pine tree, crashed straight onto the carpeted floor with a dull thud. Ella burst into laughter without restraint, her laughter instantly filling the entire room. Calvin lay on the carpet, not feeling much pain. The carpet was soft, and the fire was warm. He was a little angry, but mostly he felt his earlier feat was utterly absurd. Humans make mistakes, after all. Besides, lying on the floor seemed quite comfortable. Warmth seeped up from the carpet, enveloping him. Since it was so comfortable, why bother getting up? The thought immediately put him at ease, and he even shifted to an even more comfortable position, completely abandoning his plan to get up right away. Ella's drunken voice reached his ears. "Handmaid, my handmaid, don't you think life has been too boring lately? Lacking excitement." Benjamin's voice was also a little shaky. "Is that so?" Calvin caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that Ella grabbed the wine jug and poured wine into Benjamin's almost empty glass without saying a word, not caring about the spilled wine. Well done. Calvin rarely praised Ella in his mind. If he could get Benjamin drunk too, and let him experience what it's like to have his brain turn to mush, that would be Ella's greatest achievement over the years. Benjamin vaguely declined. "I'm a little drunk, I really can't drink anymore." "Why are we starting a drinking contest? Aren't we supposed to be talking about serious matters? We're supposed to be discussing important national and international issues, doing important things." Ella's voice suddenly rose. "Forget about anything important. Making me happy is the most important thing. Or do you want to make Celia happy more? Unfortunately, the person here now is me, Ella Packus. It's over, all over." Calvin could almost feel Benjamin's inner collapse. Calvin listened to the melody and felt it sounded familiar. It seemed to be something Benjamin had taught him before, something about melting in the furnace. He lay on the ground, his thoughts slowly turning, recalling how the heroes' party used to fool around like this when they were drunk around the campfire. So he raised his hand again, this time awkwardly waving it in Benjamin's direction, meaning, "You do one too, don't just tap the glass." Surprisingly, perhaps the alcohol lowered the barrier to understanding, or perhaps their past tacit understanding remained. Benjamin and Ella actually understood his abstract gesture. Ella stopped wailing, and Benjamin put down his spoon, cleared his throat, and began to sing in a similarly off-key yet strangely familiar melody. Ella paused for a moment, then hummed along. The song echoed in the warm room, the fireplace crackling. After singing a verse, Benjamin seemed to be reminded of something and sighed softly. There were definitely a lot of memorable things from that time. Ella's voice also lowered, with a hint of melancholy. It's a pity that everyone is so far apart now, each with their own territory and their own troubles. Those days of adventuring together are probably gone forever. Benjamin was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly seemed to be inspired by alcohol and blurted out. "Wait. Who said there's no chance? There's one right now, and it's very close." Ella immediately asked. "What chance?" Calvin on the ground also perked up his ears. Benjamin gestured wildly. "An ancient civilization's ruins have been discovered in the mountains behind my house. The gate has been dug open, and it's pitch black inside. Nobody knows what treasures or troubles are hidden there. The first exploration team hasn't even been organized yet. It's definitely fraught with danger inside, traps, monsters, and maybe even an ancient curse. Before he could finish speaking, Calvin, who had been lying peacefully on the carpet as if he were one with it, was suddenly pulled up by an invisible rope and sprang straight up from the floor. He stood ramrod straight, his face still flushed, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness as he stared intently at Benjamin. His voice trembled with excitement and alcohol. "Why not go? Why not take the risk?" His tone was not that of a lord bearing the heavy responsibility of the border, but rather like that of a kid who had been locked up for too long and had finally heard that he could go camping. He seemed to sink into some kind of memory and imagination, those wonderful and magical trips resurfacing before his eyes. He was indeed reminiscing. Chapter 209 The Hangover Instinct. Headache, like a team of miners digging a tunnel in his brain. Nausea, like a wildly spinning windmill stuffed into his stomach. The nauseating, sour smell kept rising into his throat, and Calvin struggled to wake up from the dizzying sensation. This was a rare mortal pain in his long life. He opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, and the soft bed beneath him seemed to be shaking. Almost instinctively, he threw off the blanket and stumbled toward a wooden barrel in the corner. The next moment, the roast goose, roast beef, and roast chicken from last night's banquet all came spitting out of his throat in the most undignified way, splashing into the barrel. Ugh! The violent vomiting brought a tearing pain, followed by a feeling of utter emptiness. Calvin tried to sit down and catch his breath, but his stomach clenched again, and he could only collapse back to the barrel and continue emptying himself without any chivalry, until only bitter bile and dry heaving remained. Just as he felt his soul was about to spill out, a calm female voice sounded behind him. "Lord Calvin, the Baron has asked me to inform you that breakfast is ready." Calvin turned around with difficulty, his bloodshot eyes meeting her gaze. It was a young woman dressed in sleek, dark clothing, with sharp eyes and an upright posture, unlike any ordinary maid. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "I'm the Baron's secretary, Evelyn," the other person replied succinctly. The word secretary automatically made Calvin's confused mind interpret it as a high-class maid, but he no longer had the strength to investigate. He rubbed his forehead, trying to recall last night. His memory was shrouded in a thick fog, leaving only Benjamin's irritating smile and one word, ruins. Aside from that, he had no recollection of how he left the banquet hall or how he ended up on this bed. Evelyn remained expressionless. "It was the Baron who placed you here." Calvin felt a pang of shame, but his physical discomfort prevailed. He forced himself to his feet, feeling his bones protesting, and could only whisper, "Take me there." He followed Evelyn a few steps out of the room when an even more deafening sound of vomiting came from across the way, mixed with indistinct curses. The door was ajar, and Calvin glanced inside instinctively. Ella was kneeling on the ground, vomiting violently onto the blanket, her hair sticking messily to her sweaty forehead. Beside her, a white-haired woman frowned, her face pale, and held a cup of suspicious, steaming liquid in her hand. Seeing that Ella was even more disheveled than himself, Calvin's sense of shame strangely dissipated, replaced by a subtle sense of superiority and undisguised disdain. He quickly looked away and continued walking towards the restaurant. In the dining room, breakfast was already laid out on the long table. Benjamin sat at the head of the table, slowly sipping his drink. The lords who had stayed overnight were also seated, conversing in hushed tones, and cast respectful glances at Calvin as he entered. Breakfast was simple: hard-boiled eggs, soft slices of bread, and cut fruit. Each person also had a small glass of pale ale in front of them. Calvin's mouth was parched, but the mere sight of alcohol sent shivers down his spine. He'd rather drink murky stream water than touch anything with the word alcohol on it. Fortunately, Benjamin seemed to have anticipated this. Beside Calvin sat a large jar of steaming goat's milk, along with honey. Drinking goat's milk at the breakfast table of the nobility was somewhat uncouth. It was usually a drink for farmers or children. But Calvin didn't care about propriety anymore. He glanced at Benjamin and found that the other was also drinking goat's milk and even holding up a jar to him. Whatever. Calvin immediately sat down, poured himself a large glass of warm goat's milk, and gulped it down. The warm liquid slid down his burning throat and soothed his churning stomach. He drank 2 more glasses, and the nausea and dizziness that had almost emptied him out finally subsided, and his reason and strength gradually returned. Breakfast ended in a somewhat silent atmosphere. Some lords chose to take their leave to digest the alliance news from the previous night and begin preparations. Others stayed behind to continue discussing the details of the cooperation with Benjamin and Owen. Calvin felt he had recovered about 70 to 80%. Although his head was still heavy, he was already able to think. The hazy memories of last night gradually pieced together, especially the last word Benjamin mentioned, ruins. He immediately stopped Benjamin, who was about to get up, his blue eyes regaining their sharpness. Benjamin, about those ruins you mentioned yesterday, when are we leaving? Benjamin, seeing his eagerness, looked troubled. Now? Too soon. Exploring unknown ruins isn't a picnic, it requires careful preparation. I still need to arrange the Alliance's follow-up affairs, so it won't be until tomorrow at the earliest. He patted Calvin on the shoulder. Don't rush. You can use this time to wander around Frosttown and get to know the people here. The ruins are in the back mountains, they can't be hidden. Calvin frowned. He had no interest in making friends, and in his eyes the people of Frosttown were no different from the border soldiers and civilians of Stonecliff territory. But he also understood that Benjamin was right. In the face of unknown ancient ruins, recklessness was tantamount to suicide. But what exactly were those ruins? An elegant palace of elves? A deep mine of dwarves? Or the ruins of the legendary lizard men who liked to build temples deep in the mountains? Various guesses swirled in his mind, rekindling his curiosity as a former member of the hero's party. Evelyn was still the one showing him around. Calvin still didn't quite understand what a secretary position actually was, but Evelyn's aloof and calm demeanor vaguely reminded him of Hill. Led by Evelyn, Calvin walked out of the reception building and began to truly observe this rumored rapidly rising border town. The streets were clean, the houses were tidy, and the pedestrians were busy but showed no signs of hunger. Then they arrived at the so-called corporate park. The scene before them stunned even Calvin, who was accustomed to battlefields and fortresses. A vast expanse of brick and stone factory buildings stretched out, their towering chimneys belching white smoke. Rhythmic roars emanated from within the buildings, the clanging of metal, the turning of gears, and a constant hissing and whooshing sound all mingled together. Through the open windows, he saw enormous, complex metal machines at work, with workers moving about like busy ants among them. Calvin stopped, trying to understand what was happening before him. These are, Evelyn calmly explained. Part of it is a forging workshop, part is a new textile workshop, and there is also a parts processing area. The main power comes from steam engines. Steam engine. Calvin had never heard of that word before. To his even greater surprise, he saw a familiar face at the entrance of a factory. Ira Packas was intently talking to a man. The man wore stained work clothes, had disheveled hair, and bore a resemblance to Benjamin in his features. Both of them were holding blueprints and parts, gesturing and comparing them. Calvin looked at Ella, who was radiant and showed no signs of a hangover, and couldn't help but ask in surprise. She is... Evelyn interjected at the right moment. Lord Pascal is exchanging technical information with Mr. Gene Blackwood. Mr. Gene is the factory owner in Frosttown and also the Baron's brother. Brother? Benjamin's brother is a factory owner? Calvin raised an eyebrow and moved closer. He heard him ask eagerly. Lord Pascal, in your last letter you said that the improved steam engines in Iron Forge are smaller in size but have higher output power. Is that true? Do you have specific data? Ella said confidently. Would I lie? If it weren't for needing Benjamin's ideas and suggestions, I would have already completely replaced the equipment in the mining area. This time I specially brought a few of the latest model prototypes, which are definitely better than your Unit 1 and Unit 2 here. Calvin's brow furrowed deeper. When had Ella started this kind of in-depth technical collaboration with Benjamin? Improving the steam engine? A prototype. He had no idea. In his memory, Ella was still that spoiled young lady whose only redeeming qualities were her psychic blades and swordsmanship. But now, she was actually discussing machine efficiency with engineers. Calvin suddenly felt like he was being left behind by the times. He was still guarding the ice and snow of Stonecliff and the rebels, using traditional tactics and equipment, while Benjamin and Ella seemed to be racing down a different path that he didn't understand. Evelyn noticed his confusion, and after a moment's thought, she casually remarked, By the way, Lord Calvin, the Baron has been troubled by a small matter concerning the territory lately. Calvin snapped out of his reverie. Oh? Evelyn continued. Frosttown has undergone agricultural improvements, resulting in a surplus of hay, which has accumulated quite a bit. However, the main breeds of livestock to be raised have yet to be decided. The Baron feels that while common livestock are stable, they are not ideal, and hopes to find breeds that are better suited to the local climate, grow faster, or have greater economic value. Unfortunately, information and channels in this regard are rather limited. Chapter 210 Mathematician Walter. Evelyn casually brought up the troubles of raising livestock, her tone like a casual chat. Calvin suddenly chimed in. Cows? His gaze remained fixed on the roaring factory, but his thoughts seemed to drift away. Northern long-haired cattle have thick hides and are tough, cold-resistant, and produce good milk. Most importantly, they are among the griffin's favorite prey, making them ideal for training the cub's hunting instincts. He said this with a slight upturn of his lips, displaying the arrogance characteristic of a griffin knight commander. He then looked at Evelyn, the bloodshot from her hangover having faded considerably, her eyes regaining their coldness. Once this snow stops completely, the climate and open spaces here will be ideal for the initial acclimatization training of griffin cubs. Of course, that is, provided you dare to raise them and have enough food. Evelyn's eyes flickered slightly, but her face remained calm. She simply nodded and said, I will pass on your suggestion to the Baron. Next, Evelyn continued to dutifully act as a guide. She first led Calvin to see Administrator Sullivan. The administrator was surrounded by several lords, discussing the details of the cooperation, and his face showed heavy fatigue, with clearly visible dark circles under his eyes. Archiver of Baron Blackwood, Lord Sullivan, Evelyn introduced briefly. Sullivan gave Calvin a polite nod when he had a moment, but was then pulled back into the debate about the new formula for calculating wool transport loss rate. Calvin had no interest in any of this and quickly looked away. Upon arriving at the training grounds, they encountered Diana again, who was leading his soldiers in drills. This energetic guard immediately recognized Lord Stonecliffe and, far from being intimidated, eagerly issued a challenge. My lord! I've heard your swordsmanship is superb. Would you like to offer some pointers? Calvin wanted to refuse, as he was still hungover and his head was a little heavy. But Dio's eager gaze and those unusual dual pistols still piqued his interest. He casually picked up a training blunt sword from the weapon rack and nodded in agreement. The duel started quickly and ended even faster. Even in poor condition, Calvin, relying on his years of honed skills, concise and effective swordsmanship, and precise distance control, steadily suppressed Dio's flashy dual pistol attacks. After a few rounds, he parried Dio's left-handed thrust with his sword, then stepped forward, the tip of his sword already resting under Dio's armpit. Calvin sheathed his sword, his breathing barely changing. Diana wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, she laughed and said, Truly worthy of a kingdom knight's answer. My rudimentary skills are still far from enough. Calvin put his blunt sword back on the shelf, a rare hint of curiosity in his eyes. Your use of dual pistols is quite unusual. Your footwork, rhythm, and hand coordination are unlike traditional spear techniques. Did you learn it on your own, or was someone teaching you? Diana scratched his head. It's something I worked on and improved together with Lord Finn. I grew up in the south, where most of our enemies are hordes of orcs and elves, so agile weapons are more advantageous. Finn? Calvin's eyes flashed with surprise. That wandering poet had actually sent someone too. But thinking about it carefully, Finn and Benjamin had a good relationship back in the Heroes' Party days, and Benjamin has always been studious, so it's not surprising that he could attract Finn. Sending a capable subordinate to help is quite reasonable. Thinking of Finn, a complex emotion swept through Calvin's heart. Princess Celia's personal journey to the Southern Territory to consolidate power is a risky move, but the potential rewards are immense. Having someone like Finn, familiar with the Southern Territory and reliable, assist her is indeed the most suitable option. He somewhat envied Finn for being able to serve the princess more directly, but he also understood that guarding the Northern Territory's gateway was equally crucial to the princess's strategy. When Calvin met Chesvia, the scene was completely unexpected. She was in a kitchen filled with the aroma of baking, wearing an apron, taking a tray of golden cookies out of the oven. Evelyn greeted her expertly, and took a few cookies with her. Calvin's gaze, however, was fixed on Chesvia's long, silvery white hair, which shone brightly in the firelight, and his brows furrowed instantly. Why are the chosen ones of the Pale Church here? His voice turned cold, his vigilance undisguised. Chesvia blinked, looking completely innocent. I'm not from the Pale Church. I'm the Minister of Agriculture and temporary cook in Frost Town, and occasionally I also work as a doctor and psychiatrist. Lying, Calvin interrupted directly. This head of white hair is proof. Apart from those favored by the goddess in the Pale Church, no one on the continent has such pure, dazzling silver hair. No matter how Chesvia explained that it was natural, too much stress that turned her hair white overnight, or a staining accident during an experiment. Calvin stared at her with a cold look that said, I saw right through you. Clearly not believing a single word she said. Finally, Chesvia seemed to give up, sighed, and said half-jokingly, Fine, you win. Actually, I am a saintly candidate secretly trained by the Pale Church, codenamed Nonstick Pan. I infiltrated Frost Town to investigate this land that the goddess is subtly watching, to see if it is worth investing in and protecting. This answer was even more outrageous than before, but coupled with her nonchalant, indifferent expression, it left Calvin unsure. He glanced at her suspiciously a few more times, but ultimately just snorted and didn't press further, though his guard remained. As Evelyn left the kitchen, she slipped Calvin 2 warm biscuits. He was about to refuse, but the aroma and the thought of how much energy he'd expended in the competition made him accept them. He took a bite. The biscuits were crisp, perfectly sweet, rich in buttery flavor, and had a subtle, invigorating hint of spice. The food was indeed delicious. Calvin thought to himself in surprise. Could it be that her nin blade isn't for fighting or healing, but rather for making food taste better? The thought was so absurd that he almost laughed at himself. He realized that he had been amused far too many times since arriving in Frost Town. Finally, at Calvin's request, Evelyn took him to see Walter. As the military commander of Frost Town, Calvin had expected to see a knight strategizing on a sand table or training soldiers in the drill ground. But the scene before him gave him a slight pause. Walter sat by the window of the small library, his back straight and his expression focused. Open on the table wasn't a military map or a martial arts manual, but a thick book, Arithmetic and its Applications. He held a quill pen, scribbling and drawing on a piece of scrap paper, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently, completely unaware that someone had entered. "Minister Walter," Evelyn whispered. Walter snapped back to reality, looked up and saw Calvin and Evelyn. He was startled at first, then immediately stood up, clenched his right fist against his chest, and gave a standard knightly salute. "Lord Calvin." His movements were meticulous, but Calvin could still see that his muscles were slightly tense. Calvin thought to himself, "That's normal. After all, Walter is nominally still a member of the Griffin Knights, someone he sent to assist Benjamin, and is considered his subordinate. It's reasonable for him to be nervous in front of his old superior." He waved his hand, signaling Walter to relax, then his gaze fell on the arithmetic book and the draft paper covered in formulas on the table, and he raised an eyebrow. "Walter, aren't you the commander of the Frosttown army now? Why aren't you training your troops instead of holed up here?" Walter followed his gaze to the book and draft paper, his face showing no embarrassment, but rather an almost fanatical solemnity. He picked up the book, Arithmetic and its Applications, as if displaying a sacred relic. "Lord Calvin, it wasn't until I followed Lord Blackwood that I truly understood one thing." He took a deep breath, his voice firm and clear. "A great military strategist is inevitably a great mathematician." Calvin paused for a moment. "Walter, back in the Griffin Knights, why have I never seen you this diligent?" Chapter 211 Heroes Squad DLC. "Barren! You can't go!" In the administrative center, Suleiman's wailing nearly lifted the roof off. Ever since he learned that Benjamin was going to follow Calvin and Ella into the dangerous ancient ruins in the back mountains, he had been relentlessly trying to dissuade him. In Suleiman's eyes, Benjamin was no longer the rug-spreading adventurer he once was, but the Lord of Frost Town. The livelihoods of tens of thousands of people, the future of the Alliance, and the nascent development all rested on his shoulders. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Benjamin, however, was trying on a well-maintained old leather armor in front of the mirror, stretching his stiff wrists, and saying without turning his head, "I understand the logic, but Calvin and Ella are also lords. If they dare to go down, but I'm hiding behind, what will the people in the Alliance think of me?" He even deliberately mimicked Suleiman's tone, calling Calvin the Knight's answer, and Ella the melting rose, implying that their strength was nothing to fear. Then, with a smile, he changed his perspective. Since these two were so strong, it would be safest for him to stay by their side. He could only offer a few words of encouragement, and use his new ability to arrange support. If the sky were to fall, there would be taller figures to hold it up. If monsters pounced, there would be formidable figures to shield them. Chesvia finally couldn't take it anymore and called him out. Responsibility, face, these were all excuses. Benjamin's excitement was more obvious than closing a major trade deal. He was clearly bored with being a lord and wanted to rediscover the thrill of adventure. Once he was called out, Benjamin dropped the pretense. He frankly admitted that he was indeed looking forward to it. While lordly life had its challenges, it was also time to occasionally rediscover one's roots. More importantly, only by going down there in person could they get first-hand information and assess the threat and value of the ruins. Sullivan wanted to persuade him further, but Benjamin patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him that he valued his life highly. He promised that if danger arose, he would be the first to turn and run, faster than anyone else, and would never be reckless. Chesvia rolled her eyes, reminding him to maintain contact with the Mind Blade. If anything happened down there, notify her immediately. Walter's team was on standby, bringing enough dust crystal gifts to raise the ruins. Unexpectedly, Benjamin turned and pointed at her, telling her to come down too. Bishop Aphrodite could stay at the entrance to handle communications. Chesvia hesitated, feeling it was more appropriate for her to provide support from up here. Benjamin, however, said that her psychic blades were very useful, whether for healing, analyzing structures, or encountering anything that needed interpretation, and it was best to have them on site. He added that he had already discussed it with Calvin and Ella, and they had no objection to bringing a nanny along. Seeing his resolute expression, Chesvia could only sigh and resign herself to her fate, demanding that if there was any real danger, they must be the ones to take the brunt. At the entrance to the crevice in the back mountain, in a makeshift shelter, Bishop Aphrodite, wrapped in a thick blanket and clutching a small hand warmer, looked resentfully at the four approaching figures. His expression seemed to say, "You've finally arrived. He's freezing." He offered a brief prayer for the goddess's protection and instructed Benjamin to keep communications open and contact him immediately if anything seemed amiss. Calvin, already dressed in light chainmail suitable for underground operations, greeted Benjamin casually, saying he thought the Lord's pampered life had long since eroded his remaining courage. Benjamin straightened his leather collar and calmly returned the composure. Whether courage is worn down by comfort or inflated by responsibility, no one can say for sure. Ella glanced at Benjamin and noticed his back was empty, so she asked why he hadn't brought the longbow, which had been blessed by the elves and was his prized possession. The underground space might not be cramped, and long-range support could be crucial. Benjamin explained that the environment below was complex, and the longbow might not be effective. As he spoke, he drew a finely crafted crossbow from his waist, its metal gleaming coldly. The mechanism and quiver had been improved, allowing it to fire 3 shots in quick succession. Its power at close range was considerable, and it reloaded quickly. He then patted the long sword at his waist, saying it was forged by his elder brother himself, the best sword in town. Calvin glanced at it, offering no comment, and instead focused his gaze on the dark cave entrance, asking if this was the entrance, as it looked unremarkable. Benjamin walked to the cave entrance, closed his eyes to sense the surroundings for a moment, then opened them again, saying that he had scanned the cave with his mind blade before going down, and that the structure inside was more complex and the space was much larger than he had imagined. Calvin, unusually, praised the mind blade, saying it was very convenient, and casually asked if it had a name. Benjamin hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and said he was still thinking about it, and currently only had a few candidates. The 2 men were still talking at the cave entrance when Ella grew impatient. She checked her equipment, took out a glowstone for illumination, and walked to the edge first. Turning back, she urged the 2 respected gentlemen to be more proactive and stop dawdling. She added that if they were any slower, she would keep the good stuff for herself. Then, holding the glowstone in one hand and the cave wall for support, she turned swiftly and disappeared into the darkness below. Benjamin and Calvin exchanged a glance. Benjamin smiled and hung his windproof lantern at his waist. "Looks like someone's even more anxious than we are. Let's go," Calvin said succinctly, lighting his own lamps as well. Chapter 2:12 The Silent Cave. Before them lay a cave, roughly and irregularly carved out. The passage was narrow, the rock walls covered with fresh scratches and pry marks, as if it had been forcibly excavated not long ago. A faint breeze blew through the cave. Chesvia lowered her voice and whispered in Benjamin's ear, "At least I don't have to worry about suffocating. The greatest adventure of my life was taking a 2-day train ride alone to a big city to go to school back then. I thought that passing through the entrance to the admissions office was the limit of my courage." She followed closely behind Benjamin, her hand instinctively gripping the strap of his leather armor at the back, as if it were the only rope that could pull her back to safety. Benjamin, dodging the sharp stone edges overhead, whispered words of comfort. "Going to study in a big city alone isn't easy either. If you had just a 10th, no, a 20th of the courage you had back then, your heart wouldn't be racing now." Chesvia chuckled dryly. "Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about courage? Facing strangers and walking through a cave that could collapse at any moment and spew out monsters are completely different things, okay?" The 2 continued to whisper among themselves until Ella, who was in front, finally couldn't take it anymore. She stopped abruptly, turned around and frowned. "You 2 in the back, is there something you can't say out loud? Or is there some secret you're afraid we outsiders will hear?" Chesvia immediately released her grip, feigning composure. "There's no secret, Miss Pacas. I'm just a little nervous about the underground environment. After all, it's very different from my work environment, and I suspect I'll have nightmares for days after I get back tonight." Benjamin chimed in. "She's timid, Ella, understand. Not everyone is like you, taking adventures for granted." Ella scoffed without hesitation. "Coward. Seriously, you should have stayed up there with that bishop who's practically frozen into an ice sculpture." Chesvia immediately retorted. "If it weren't for a certain baron's very earnest request for me to come down, saying that my professional skills were indispensable, I would be sitting in the administrative center right now, warming myself by the fireplace, drinking herbal tea, and laughing at your sloppy exploration notes." Ella was momentarily speechless, then could only snort coldly, turn around and continue walking forward, muttering. Quite the talker. The passage became increasingly lower and more winding. In some places, the four of them had to bend over, or even crawl, to pass. The cold rocks clung to their clothes, and dust fell in constant rustling, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. Perhaps not wanting to remain silent, Ella spoke up first. Benjamin, when I received your letters about the capital, I thought you were going to rally everyone and form a capital rescue team to go straight back. Benjamin, carefully avoiding loose stones at the back of the line, smiled wryly. Form an allied army to attack the capital? That's not my place, nor is it something the commune can do right now. The minor lords of the royal territory are now struggling to survive themselves. Even if they believe the capital has become a living hell, they won't spare troops to leave their territories and rescue a distant capital that may have already fallen. He paused, then said, So all I can do is write to all sides what I know and can say. Whether they believe me, how much they believe me, or whether they will take action, is not something I can decide. At this point, a hint of cunning crept into his voice. However, at the end of each letter, I casually mentioned that the Pale Church was also concerned about this matter. Of course, I was very careful with my wording. Ella paused, then chuckled briefly. Ha! Then it'll be hard for them to pretend they didn't see it. Once you're associated with those church lunatics, no one dares to act like nothing happened. Just then, Calvin, who was walking at the front, suddenly raised his left hand and made a fist. Everyone stopped instantly and held their breath. Calvin whispered, Quiet. This is the end. They took another dozen steps forward, and the narrow passage suddenly opened up. But what they saw was not the interior of the ruins, but the edge of an underground cavern. Beneath his feet was a solid rock platform, but ahead lay a chillingly dark void. Calvin picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it down. The stone was quickly swallowed by the darkness. A few seconds later, a barely audible thud came from far below. Calvin squinted slightly in the light of his miner's lamp, estimating the height. Chesvia peered out. With the help of Ella and Calvin's light, she could only barely make out the blurry rock face opposite her, while the bottom seemed impenetrable. A wave of intense dizziness washed over her, and she immediately took a half-step back, her voice hoarse. You're not planning to jump from here, are you? She looked at Calvin, Ella, and then at Benjamin, desperately hoping for a negative answer. Calvin merely glanced at her calmly, then looked at Benjamin, and said succinctly, Since you insisted on bringing her down, you're responsible for her safety. Without even checking his equipment, he adjusted his breathing and center of gravity, and before Chesvia could even react in disbelief, he took a step forward and leaped into the darkness, his figure vanishing instantly. Ella raised an eyebrow, cracked her knuckles, and gave Chesvia a knowing smile. See you down there, don't dawdle. Without hesitation, she jumped down, her leap like a flame across the abyss before being swallowed by darkness. Soon, only Benjamin and a deathly pale Chesvia remained on the platform. Chesvia gripped the protruding rock beside her tightly, her knuckles white, her voice trembling. Safety measures, you must have prepared something, right? Ropes? Zip lines? Don't tell me you really relied entirely on leaps of faith. Benjamin grinned, seeing her on the verge of tears. That smile, in Chesvia's eyes, was like that of a demon. What do you think? As he spoke, he pulled a bundle of climbing rope with steel barbs and a quick winding device from the side pocket of his backpack. Instead of letting the rope hang down, he quickly secured the barbs to the hard rock ridge above the cave entrance, then tugged at it to make sure it was secure. Before Chesvia could react, Benjamin had already wrapped the rope twice around his waist and tied a slip knot. The next moment, he reached out and grabbed her waist, holding her tightly to his side. Wait! What are you doing? Let go of me! I can! Hold on tight! Benjamin hissed, giving her no chance to struggle. The next second, instead of slowing down, he held Chesvia and pushed off the edge of the rock wall, leaping directly into the endless darkness below. Ah dash! Chesvia's scream ripped through the silence of the underground, so piercing it seemed to awaken ancient, slumbering spirits. The weightlessness made her heart leap into her throat, then slam back down into her stomach. She squeezed her eyes shut, her hands instinctively clutching Benjamin's neck, wishing she could embed herself into his leather armor. I'm afraid of heights dash. Chapter 213 The Heavy Blade of Thought. Lady Ella has landed safely. Ella's voice echoed in the empty underground space, her tone filled with the pride of completing a difficult maneuver. Unfortunately, there was no applause from above, only Chesvia's hesitant mutterings and Benjamin's perfunctory response. This slight disappointment was quickly replaced by a piercing scream. Ah! Benjamin, clutching the screaming white-haired accessory, fell from the cave entrance, and landed steadily a short distance away. The sound reverberated through the cave, its effect even more astonishing than applause. As soon as he landed, he released Chesvia, who was clinging tightly to his neck. The white-haired girl stumbled to her feet, her face deathly pale. She glared at him fiercely and gritted her teeth, saying, "Next time, let me prepare myself mentally." Okay, I promise next time," Benjamin replied insincerely, casually patting the rope on the rock wall without retracting it, as he would need it to get back. Chesvia was about to continue complaining when Calvin, who was observing the surroundings with a miner's lamp, suddenly spoke up, his voice low and deep. "Something's been attracted by the sound. Get ready." Chesvia immediately shut her mouth, nervously looking around at the darkness. "Do I need to apologize for my scream just now?" Ella had already drawn the rapier that gleamed with a strange crystalline luster, the blade gleaming dangerously cold in the fluorescent light. Far from being flustered, she became excited. "I'd like to hear a few more screams. That sound is more invigorating than a horn." Chesvia immediately retorted, saying that Ella was holding a grudge against him for seeing her disheveled state yesterday. Benjamin, hearing the key phrase, couldn't help but press for details. Ella's face flushed instantly, but Chesvia feigned innocence, changing the subject to a dirty blanket in the administration center that needed washing. Benjamin was completely bewildered, but Calvin's perpetually cold face seemed to twitch slightly. Yesterday morning, he had indeed personally witnessed Ella looking utterly disheveled in front of the blanket. However, this internal amusement was quickly interrupted by reality. Calvin looked at Benjamin, his gaze falling on the new long sword at his waist. "How long has it been since you seriously practiced swordsmanship?" Benjamin was checking his crossbow casket when he heard this. He looked up and replied, half seriously and half jokingly, "Have you ever seen Frosttown at 4 in the morning? While the whole town is still asleep, with only patrols and mining activity, I'm at the training ground. Of course, the frequency is definitely not as high as when you dragged me to practice every day back then." The words had barely left her lips when a subtle tremor rippled through the ground, as if countless tiny footsteps were converging from all directions. Ella reacted swiftly, rubbing together several spare glowstones and tossing them into the darkness like flares. A pale white light pierced the cave, and at the edge of the light, dozens of cold, inhuman eyes suddenly appeared. Scythe-like limbs scraped against the rock, producing a sickeningly sharp, crunching sound, accompanied by a low, malicious hiss. The hybrid insectoids surged from the shadows, rock crevices, and pits in the ground, their withered, twisted bodies appearing particularly grotesque against the glowstone. Benjamin closed his eyes, his invisible spiritual blades spreading outwards. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "Quite a few, initially 64, surrounding us from 8 directions, and still increasing." Calvin remained expressionless, flicking his wrist to produce a soft hum from his half-sword. A flash of light, and a hybrid insectoid attempting to approach from the side or rear was instantly decapitated, its dark liquid splattering onto the rocks. "Then take care of them all before moving forward," Calvin said coldly. "I don't want these pieces of trash repeatedly appearing behind me while I explore, wasting my time." Benjamin immediately pulled the still somewhat dazed Chesvia behind him. "Okay, whatever you say. Chesvia, stay within my sight and don't wander off." Chesvia shrank behind him, muttering softly, "I know, but maybe I'm pretty good at fighting too." Calvin ignored her. He walked forward to an open area and lightly traced a long mark on the gravel ground with the tip of his sword. The movements appeared casual, but as the last stroke landed, an invisible force field, heavy as a mountain, suddenly descended. Several of the fastest-charging hybrid insect monsters, attempting to cross the line, froze abruptly, as if they had crashed into an invisible steel wall. The next instant, the sounds of bones and shells being crushed and shattered rang out one after another. They seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, mercilessly crushed. This was the blade of mercy bestowed upon Calvin. Heavens collapse! After countless life-or-death battles, Calvin understood that swift and complete death was itself the greatest mercy. Thus, he gained the power to manipulate pressure and gravity within his range, bestowing upon his enemies an equal and irresistible end. Ella watched the near massacre unfold, her fighting spirit intensifying. "I can't let you steal the spotlight all by yourself!" She gripped her crystal rapier tightly, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. The metal parts on her body and nearby rapidly melted, turning into drops of scorching red liquid, but instead of falling to the ground, they slowly swirled around her. The molten metal gradually solidified into delicate yet dangerous rose petals, their edges gleaming with a scorching light, silently blooming around Isla. Any hybrid insectoid that approached, whether pouncing or spitting acid, would be instantly sliced and melted through upon touching the fluttering metal petals, leaving no time even for a scream. Benjamin and Chesvia were positioned further back, where the pressure was less, but sporadic monsters still managed to bypass the front and approach from the sides and rear. Benjamin acted swiftly, firing his crossbow in rapid succession, accurately piercing the eye sockets of several hybrid insect monsters that lunged at Chesvia. At the same time, he used his sword in his left hand to deflect a cunning sideclaw attack, and then stab another monster in the vulnerable spot of its chest and abdomen. His fighting style wasn't as effortless as Calvin's, nor as dazzling as Ella's, but it was practical and efficient. Using a crossbow in conjunction with a longsword, he steadily maintained his position. Chesvia, hiding behind him, watched as the two gods in front of her, one using a gravity field to crush monsters into mincemeat, the other incinerating enemies with molten metal. The visual effects were simply phenomenal. Looking at her own Baron, although he was also fighting, his style was noticeably more unassuming. She couldn't help but nudge Benjamin in the back with her elbow and whispered, "Hey, look at him! And look at you! Hurry up and use some cool, impressive moves with amazing special effects. Where's your nin blade? Where's your god-chosen power? Stop holding back!" Benjamin had just taken down a hybrid insectoid monster that swooped down from the rock wall above with his crossbow when he heard this, and almost dropped it. He turned back helplessly to look at Chesvia, whose face was full of expectation. "Girl! I want it too! Who doesn't want to make their entrance with their own background music and cool special effects? But the problem is, my role is support." Chapter 2:14 Efficient Search and Strike. When the last hybrid insect monster was felled by Benjamin's sword, twitching and motionless, the cave finally fell silent again, leaving only the mingled smells of blood and burnt flesh. Benjamin closed his eyes, concentrated, and spread his mental perception outwards. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and nodded. "Temporarily safe. No new creatures are approaching within the sensing range." Chesvia covered her nose, her face turning pale, struggling to suppress her nausea. "Warriors, does anyone need treatment? Aside from the psychological trauma caused by this smell." Ella flicked her crystal rapier, the dark liquid quickly evaporating in the high temperature. She tried to appear relaxed, but her steps faltered slightly, her face paling. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy. I probably overexerted myself just now." She had unleashed Blade of Thought, with almost no restraint, pushing its power far too high. Now, the mental strain was backfiring. Her temples felt like they were being chiseled, the pain almost making her unsteady. Chesvia walked over and grabbed her sword-wielding hand without a word. There was a bleeding scratch on the back of Ella's hand, likely from being grazed by the edge while parrying the hybrid insect's scythe claws. Under Chesvia's control, the translucent thread stitched up the wound without leaving a scar. To Ella's surprise, the sharp pain in her head also lessened considerably. Although the pain hadn't completely disappeared, it had gone from unbearable to negligible, and even her depleted mental energy seemed to have recovered slightly, enough to maintain the most basic use of her nin blade. Ella looked at her in surprise. "You..." Chesvia herself was stunned. She had only intended to treat her external injuries, but unexpectedly, she had also relieved her mental burden. But seeing Ella's eyes and Calvin's probing gaze, Chesvia immediately straightened her back, adopting a mysterious expression, as if everything was under control. Calvin didn't say much, but his gaze held a hint of approval. The ability to alleviate the side effects of the nin blade was invaluable in any team. After a brief rest, the four continued onward. They passed through a cave filled with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, entering a relatively orderly corridor. The walls, made of some kind of artificial material, though covered in dust, still revealed their former precision. A special panel was embedded in one side of the corridor. Benjamin wiped away the dust, revealing a meticulously drawn floor plan, covered with lines, symbols, and ancient script. "Look at this, it looks like the layout of this place." Benjamin beckoned everyone closer, then looked at Chesvia. "Translator, it's your turn." Chesvia leaned closer and examined the map for a moment, then moved her finger along the map. "We're roughly in the entrance passage now. This is the dormitory area, and over there is the basic nutrient solution preparation room, as well as the preliminary waste treatment room." She quickly pointed to several more prominent large areas. "These are the important ones: the standard incubation room, the combat unit cultivation room, and the main control room." After listening, Calvin walked straight to the nearest door. There was a faint number on it. He didn't check the mechanism or unlock it, but instead kicked it hard. A dull thud echoed down the corridor, the metal of the lock warped, and the door sprang open a crack. Benjamin was about to warn, "There's something inside." But before he could finish, a scythe-like forelimb shot out from the crack, aiming straight for Calvin's face. Calvin seemed to have anticipated this, dodging to the side while his long sword precisely pierced the crack in the door. A sickening screech of steel echoed. He twisted his wrist, drew his sword, and kicked the door open. Inside, a hybrid insected, its vital organs pierced, lay convulsing on the floor. Benjamin swallowed the rest of his sentence, shrugging. Pretty quick. The room resembled a single-person dwelling, with a metal bed, rotten, ashen fabric, built-in storage cabinets, a small table, and chairs. The subsequent exploration became extremely straightforward. Without careful probing, without patiently dismantling traps, and without cracking the locks, the four-person team became a highly efficient demolition and cleanup crew. Ella walked ahead, like a human-shaped cutting tool. When she encountered a sturdy metal door or a suspected mechanism, she would press it against it, activating her psychic blade to melt the locks and hinges, even softening the entire door before kicking it open. Benjamin followed closely behind, responsible for sensory scanning. He constantly used his psychic blade to probe ahead and around, reporting life signs and suspicious structures in advance. The third fork in the road to the left, two behind the wall. Calvin was in charge of clearing the area. Whenever Benjamin marked a target, he would move, draw his sword, and slash, a clean and efficient sequence of movements. Combined with the area suppression from Skyfall, the hybrid insectids had virtually no chance to struggle. Chesvia brought up the rear, responsible for looting and explaining. She examined the broken-down rooms, searching for valuable items, while simultaneously deciphering markings, fragments of documents, and layout-like information on the walls. As Chesvia left the dormitory area, she carried two relatively well-preserved notebooks. She flipped through them as she walked. The hall consists of 2 work logs, or rather, diaries. Ella turned back and asked, "What's written in them? Does it mention the facility's purpose or weaknesses?" She was clearly very interested in this kind of ancient information. Chesvia's expression grew increasingly strange as she read, finally rolling her eyes. "Come on, who keeps a diary?" She casually opened a page and began to read. The diary was full of stories about Alice, Carlos, gigolos, the incubation room, jealousy and revenge, and the dark thoughts of someone tampering with the gene stabilizer. She flipped through a few more pages and read about someone who had successfully bribed someone to get a transfer to the relatively easier waste disposal monitoring post, no longer having to face disgusting fleshy vesicles all day, and even praising the greedy supervisor. Ella couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chesvia closed the diary and said disdainfully, "It's all about love triangles, workplace infighting, bribery and corruption. These people have such low moral standards." Ella urged her to continue reading, finding it even more interesting than the Bard's Tale. Benjamin tacitly allowed her to liven things up, and Chesvia picked out a few of the most melodramatic passages to read. So, along the way, they dismantled doors and slayed monsters while listening to the chaotic gossip of the ancient staff. Ella laughed incessantly, and even Benjamin couldn't help but smile slightly. And so the group pressed on, finally arriving at the end of the long passage. Before them stood a gigantic metal door, completely different from the ones before them. It was heavy and dark, without handles or any obvious markings. In the center of the door was a single, complex recessed structure, like a keyhole or some kind of mechanism. The door frame fit perfectly into the wall, as if it had always been one with it. Benjamin stood before the door, activating his psychic blade again. The space behind the door is vast, and there's life activity. Not just one, but quite a few, and their reactions are stronger than the previous hybrid insect monsters. Ella cracked her knuckles, a fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. She walked to the massive door, her palm touching the cold metal. "Who cares what's inside? Let's open it and see." The next moment, her palm turned crimson, the intense heat distorting the air. The heavy metal door rapidly reddened and softened around her palm, melting and flowing like butter under high temperature. Chapter 2:15 Discomfort like a blown scale. When Ella used the fuse command to burn a charred hole in the heavy metal door, big enough for 4 people to pass through, an indescribably strong odor wafted out first. The smell was a mixture of the pungent odor of chemical reagents and the sour stench of rotting organic matter, making one almost instinctively frown. The 4 stepped through the door one by one. Even though they had seen many strange scenes along the way, the sight before them still made them slightly startled. Behind the door was an extremely spacious area, the floor of which was divided into neat grids, each containing a sunken rectangular pool. The pools were filled with green liquid, with bubbles rising to the surface from time to time. The pungent smell released when the bubbles burst was the same one that had come from earlier. There were at least 20 such pools, neatly arranged, stretching to the horizon. In the center of the space stood 3 enormous, flesh-red, sac-like structures, resembling magnified animal ovaries, their surfaces covered with thick, pulsating veins. Occasionally, newborn, twisted creatures would slip from the ends of these sacs and fall into the corresponding green pools below. Ella sneered, the light of her crystal rapier reflecting on her profile. "Looks like we've found the mother of these monsters. So they're born from these disgusting ovaries, like eggs. Benjamin's pupils contracted as he looked at the familiar green liquid. He immediately used his psychic blade to create a private channel just for him and Chesvia. He asked Chesvia if the liquid looked familiar. Chesvia was covering her nose, but her eyes gradually brightened. She quickly responded that this stuff had the same composition as the liquid Benjamin had brought back from the mountains. She had experimented on mice and frost-covered cabbages with small samples, and the effect was similar to forcibly inducing gene mutations, but the sample size was too small to study the stabilization mechanism. Now, however, there was so much of it here. Chesvia's gaze swept over the pools of green water, her excitement evident. She wanted to get everything out of there. With her current and blade abilities and enough samples, she might be able to attempt to separate, neutralize, or even convert it into a controllable growth promoter. Benjamin also realized the value of this substance. If they could turn this dangerous liquid into a usable resource, the gains would be immeasurable. He only managed a mental reply, assuming they could leave safely and find a way to get the items out. Then, he turned his attention back to reality. This pool area was clearly not safe. The monsters, newly born from their ovaries and still soaking in the pool, had already spotted the intruders and were struggling to climb out, emitting hostile hisses as they surrounded them from all directions. However, these newly emerged monsters were far from enough to stop them. The four of them were completely overwhelmed in combat, and the pressure was even less than when they first entered the facility. The real trouble came when they had cleared most of the area and were preparing to approach the three giant ovaries. At the bottom of the largest pool, a colossal creature lurked. Completely awakened by the battle, a monster the size of an earth dragon rose up amidst the violent churning of the pool water. Its entire body was covered in thick, mottled armor. Most disturbingly, the armor plates did not conform to its body. Instead, they were like those of a fish suffering from exploding scales, with sharp edges and yellowish-green pus flowing from the gaps. Its head resembled a distorted insect magnified countless times, its compound eyes flashing with a crazed light, and the saliva dripping from its mouth corroded the ground with a sizzling sound. Regardless of its actual strength, its appearance alone was enough to provoke a mental attack. Ella and Chesvia experienced intense physical discomfort almost simultaneously. Benjamin quickly noticed that the arthropod-like legs supporting its body had relatively thin armor plates at the joints, and lacked the disgusting, everted scales that protected them. While harassing the monster's compound eyes with his crossbow, he signaled Calvin to attack its left foreleg and right hind leg. Calvin immediately understood, and his sword flashed repeatedly. Crack! Crack! Two sickening cracking sounds rang out as the monster's left foreleg and right hind leg joints were completely severed. Losing its support, its massive body lurched violently to the side, crashing to the ground. But in that instant of collapse, the razor-sharp armor plates, compressed by its muscles, suddenly gushed forth. Broken armor plates, pus, and foul-smelling liquid mingled together, exploding like a biological bomb. Benjamin, being positioned near the front, nearly got drenched in the feast of thick water. Terrified, he rolled backward with almost the fastest reflex he'd ever had, narrowly avoiding a full drenching of the spray. Only his boots and trouser legs were splashed. Even so, the smell still made his stomach churn. Seeing the bubbling, yellowish-green slime on the ground, his face turned pale, and he almost vomited on the spot. He and Calvin exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes, to get rid of this disgusting thing as soon as possible. The two held back. Calvin unleashed his full power with his psychic blade, pinning the fallen monster firmly to the ground. Benjamin, suppressing his nausea, rushed forward and repeatedly stabbed at the monster's neck with his long sword. Only when the monster completely stopped convulsing and spitting out nothing did the two finally stop and breathe a long sigh of relief. After this battle, the four of them slowed down considerably and became much more cautious. No one knew if this horrible place would produce even more disgusting surprises. Fortunately, they seemed to have cleared out most of the monsters in the facility, and the rest of the journey was much smoother. Along the way, they passed through an area that resembled a staff canteen. Neatly arranged metal tables and chairs were arranged inside, and against the wall stood a row of peculiar cabinet-like devices. Benjamin was drawn to one of them. It was square and had a transparent door, an internal rotating tray, and simple knobs and indicator lights on its exterior. It looked remarkably like an old-fashioned microwave oven. Benjamin leaned closer to examine it, trying to understand how it worked. In this world, electricity wasn't non-existent, but it was difficult to control reliably and safely. How exactly did it operate this device that clearly required a convenient energy source? Unfortunately, time was limited, and the device had already malfunctioned. He could only suppress his curiosity and continue onward. Finally, the four arrived at their core objective, the main control room. The space was relatively small, but the layout was very compact. The walls were embedded with many huge glass panels, now completely black. Below them was a row of dusty and rusty control consoles, covered with numerous oddly shaped buttons, knobs, and interfaces. Scattered on the floor were numerous paper or special material documents, long since decayed and crumbling at the slightest touch. Most striking were the large slogans and warnings written in bright paint on the walls. The font was flamboyant, exuding a sense of fanaticism. As soon as Chesvia entered, her gaze was drawn to the slogans, console inscriptions, and relatively well-preserved fragments of documents. She pounced on it like she'd discovered treasure, quickly and intently identifying and deciphering the records. She whispered that the records here were far more complete than the fragmented diaries and markings she'd found along the way. Calvin and Ella also entered, but after looking around, they showed little interest in the dark screens and complex control panels. To them, they were nothing more than a pile of scrap metal and black glass. So, both of their gazes fell on Chesvia's retreating figure. If nothing unexpected happened, the information this translator was about to unearth from the dusty records would be the greatest reward of their adventure. Chapter 216 Fortune Turns Around. The control room was deathly silent, save for the rustling sound of Chesvia's fingers tracing the dusty control panel, and the occasional strange syllables she murmured. After a long while, Chesvia finally straightened up, let out a long breath, her face showing both realization and a hint of absurdity. She spoke, saying that the true core objective of this so-called seventh revival facility of the Wizard Empire was not to manufacture biological weapons. She turned to Calvin, Ella, and Benjamin, who was observing the wall device from a distance, and continued to explain. What they want to do is resurrect. To be precise, to bring back to the world those wizards who perished with the concept of magic. Ella frowned. She had heard the history of magic and the disappearance of wizards, but Chesvia didn't stop. According to the records in the distant past, there was a being known as the goddess of magic, whose sanity gradually crumbled, and who was closely connected to magic, the source of wizards' power. With the goddess's transformation, the concept of magic became unstable, even fading from the world. Most wizards' bodies crumbled due to magic, their souls dissipating along with them. For that era, this was almost tantamount to the end of the entire wizarding civilization. But the Imperial researchers did not completely despair. They believed that magic did not vanish into thin air, but rather transformed into another form, like ice melting into water and water turning into vapor. The fall of the goddess was not the destruction of the world, but the end of an old era and the birth of something new. Chesvia pointed to a slogan on the wall and a relatively well-preserved summary document. The researchers believed that magic and the dissipated souls of wizards eventually transformed into some kind of special crystal. Chesvia speculated that it was probably dust crystal. They wanted to analyze the essence of the dust crystals, find the residual information or codes within them, and then reverse the transformation. If successful, magic and their deceased fellow wizards might be able to reappear. Ella was stunned for a moment, subconsciously recalling the hybrid insectoid and green liquid she had seen before. Chesvia told her that those things were just byproducts, or rather, experimental results produced during research on resurrection technologies such as life reconstruction and consciousness loading. What truly matters is the green liquid in the pool and their research into the nature of dust crystals and souls. The wizards are attempting to create suitable containers and find a way to reinfuse souls or consciousness. The hybrid insectoids are merely defensive and testing units born from this grand scheme. Ella couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. She had never seen this kind of content in any official history book or family record, not even a single word. Calvin, who had been on guard, spoke up at this moment. The official history of the Kingdom of Lingfeng was mostly written by the victors, that is, compiled by the founding kings and the historians they appointed. The ambiguity and gaps in this history were not an absolute secret among the kingdom's upper nobility and some ancient knightly families. He glanced at Ella as he spoke, but not everyone was interested in the long-buried past. The organization and guidance of this history were inextricably linked to the Pale Church. In a sense, the Kingdom of Windwind was established under the Church's influence. The Pale Church seems to possess more of the truth about the lost era and selectively decides what should be remembered and what should be forgotten. Ella looked at Calvin with some surprise, teasing him for knowing so much. She had thought he only cared about swords and war. Calvin didn't reply, remaining silent. Just then, Ella suddenly noticed that Benjamin had retreated 4 or 5 steps away. He was facing away from everyone, his head slightly tilted, as if he were listening intently to something, and his body appeared unusually stiff. Ella called out to him, asking what he was standing there in a daze, and waited to hear his opinion on these mad wizards who resurrected the dead. Benjamin didn't turn around immediately. His voice came through, unusually tense and hesitant. I feel like something's not right. Chesvia assumed he was overusing his nin blade or was affected by the monster he had encountered earlier. Benjamin, however, slowly turned around. In the glow of the fluorescent stone, his face was pale, and his brow was furrowed. He said the problem lay with his nin blade. More precisely, because of the nin blade, he felt as if something was watching him. Ella looked around. Besides the four of them, the control room was filled only with cold metal and dust. There was no other living thing. But Benjamin shook his head. It wasn't a visual spying. It was more like a gaze falling directly into consciousness, illusory yet clear, chilling to the bone. Calvin's expression immediately darkened. He didn't question Benjamin's intuition, drew his long sword, and scanned every shadow, screen, and console gap in the control room. He ordered Benjamin in a deep voice not to move or try to look for anything, but to slowly back away and approach him. But Benjamin seemed not to hear at all, remaining frozen in place, his eyes gazing blankly into the darkness deep within the control room, his lips moving slightly as if he were silently communicating with some unseen entity. Calvin raised his voice and called to him again. Chesvia's ominous premonition intensified, and she immediately shouted, "If you can hear me, put your hands above your head! Quickly!" This is a prearranged confirmation action. If the communication between the mind blades is interfered with, or if the person is unconscious, this simple instruction is used to determine whether the other party is conscious. However, Benjamin did not react. He did not respond in his mind, nor did he raise his hand. He simply stood there, his gaze growing increasingly unfocused. At the same time, his body, in an extremely unnatural and stiff posture, slowly turned towards Calvin and Ella. The next second, Benjamin's right hand, hanging by his side, suddenly moved. With astonishing speed he gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, the blade reflecting the cold light of the fluorite, drawing a chilling arc, and without warning, slashed horizontally at the waist of the nearest Calvin. Chapter 217 My Beautiful Desk Mate. Benjamin was woken up by his desk mate. He felt a careful touch on his arm, and heard a clear, worried voice in his ear, pulling him out of his chaotic and deep dream. "You slept through the entire math class." Benjamin looked up blankly, his vision clearing. Before him was a profile so exquisite it seemed unreal, with long, flowing dark blue hair, skin so white it was almost translucent, and eyes like a tranquil lake. This was his desk mate, an outrageously beautiful girl. Benjamin felt like he'd hit the jackpot to be assigned such a desk mate in high school. Her voice was as clear as she was, as if it flowed out of a two-dimensional screen. Benjamin's head felt heavy, and he muttered in a low voice, "I had a really long dream, ridiculously long, so real that when I was woken up I wanted to curse. What a piece of trash ending." His desk mate tilted his head to look at him, his expression earnest and adorable. "Do you need me to apologize?" "No need." Benjamin quickly waved his hand, but the next second, as if he suddenly remembered something, he abruptly stood up. The chair was knocked over with a clatter, and the teacher and classmates all looked over. He didn't care at all, didn't hold onto the chair, and didn't pack his textbooks and school bag, but went straight to the back door of the classroom. His deskmate froze, then chased after him, asking, "Where are you going?" "Go home." Benjamin walked towards the stairwell without looking back. She gently reminded him, "But you still have physics class and self-study later." "Going to class is no big deal." Benjamin paused, then added, "By the way, do you want to come back with me to take a look?" He didn't wait for a reply, nor did he turn around to confirm, because he knew she would definitely follow. Sure enough, the almost inaudible footsteps remained a few steps behind him. Stepping out of the school gate, the familiar streets came into view. Green belts, bicycle bells, food stalls, everything seemed abnormally normal. Benjamin flagged down a slightly old blue taxi and gave the address he remembered from home. My deskmate quietly sat down next to him. The driver was a kind middle-aged man who started talking as soon as he got in the car, from gas prices to bubble tea shops, and then complaining about his son's addiction to games. Benjamin played along, making small talk and even arguing about which instant noodle flavor was the most classic. The familiar street scene outside the window rushed past, and the last number displayed on the meter was exactly the same as what he remembered from his high school days. Arriving at the entrance of the old residential area, Benjamin's heart inexplicably raced as he looked at the mottled walls and the vine-covered unit doors. He took a deep breath, and with his tail following behind, he climbed the stairs he had traversed countless times. He stopped in front of room 402, took out his key and inserted it into the lock, his fingers trembling slightly. With a click, the door opened. The sizzling sound of a spatula stirring in the kitchen filled the air, and a familiar voice asked with surprise, "Why are you back so early today?" Benjamin looked over. His mother, wearing a floral apron, peeked out from the kitchen doorway. He had remembered that face countless times in the dead of night, but many details had long since faded with time. And now, she stands before me with unparalleled clarity and vividness. You only have 2 classes this afternoon. Benjamin walked over and gently hugged his mother from behind. This gesture made his blue-haired deskmate's eyes widen slightly. My mother still smelled of cooking oil. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? I'm cooking. His mother patted his head, then looked at the blue-haired girl and immediately laughed. Oh dear, you brought your classmate home? The house is a bit messy, don't mind. She warmly invited the girl into the house, then rushed back to the kitchen. Perfect timing. Mom bought a fresh fish today. I was going to cook it tonight, but it's ready now. Take your classmate to the living room. There's watermelon in the fridge. A pang of regret crossed Benjamin's mind as his father didn't get off work until late at night. Because he brought a friend home, his mother prepared a more lavish meal than usual. While his mother got up to go to the kitchen to get soup, only Benjamin and the blue-haired man remained at the table. Benjamin's smile vanished instantly. He didn't look at her, but instead poked at the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks, his voice so low that only the 2 of them could hear. Since you let me relive this past experience, I won't hold it against you for suddenly invading my mind and forcing me into an immersive nostalgic experience. He paused, then added, By the way, it's good that I didn't have to relive my university internship and the days of getting sunburned on the construction site. The blue-haired classmate, or rather the unknown entity controlling this illusory form, paused slightly. She put down her chopsticks, looked at Benjamin, and showed no sign of panic at being exposed. Benjamin began to speak on his own. You want to ask me when I realized it? From the first moment I saw you. He looked up and stared directly into her eyes. It wasn't because having a beautiful female classmate in high school was so absurd it was like a meteorite hitting my balcony, but because of your hair. He raised his hand and gestured towards the dull blue hair. You should turn it black. In my memory, in an ordinary high school and an ordinary class, if you had hair this color, the homeroom teacher would call your parents the next day. This is too out of place, my friend. You're only concerned with aesthetics when creating your fantasy world, ignoring its plausibility. I suggest you go back and take some further studies. The being looked down at her blue hair, picked up a strand, and examined it carefully. After a moment, she nodded gently. I've remembered the color of your hair. She looked at Benjamin again. You went through all of this with a calm demeanor. There was no crying, no excitement, no ecstatic joy of something lost and then regained. This must be the scene you most want to immerse yourself in deep down, right? Benjamin looked at her firmly. There's nothing wrong with a world of illusion, but I want more, and you can't give me that. The unknown entity gazed at him silently for a few seconds, then whispered. We will meet again. Soon. As soon as she finished speaking, everything around her began to stagnate. The figure of her mother, carrying a bowl of soup, emerged from the kitchen, becoming blurry and elongated, like a television screen with a poor signal. The cracks on the wall continued to spread and disappear, the aroma of the food faded, and the warmth quickly vanished, leaving only a cold sense of detachment. This illusory world is rapidly collapsing because the other person has left. You're leaving so soon? Your father will be back soon, aren't you going to wait for him? My mother's voice echoed in my ears, filled with regret and concern, yet it felt hollow and distant. Benjamin knew that this was just his last lingering attachment and fantasy in his subconscious. Chapter 218 The Goddess's 9 Roots. When Benjamin opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Calvin's face, inches away. Calvin had one hand on his shoulder, the pressure like an iron clamp. On the other side, Ella was also pressing down on his arm. Though the crystal dagger was sheathed, the wariness in her eyes hadn't dissipated. Chesia squatted down in front of him, holding a small bottle of pungent-smelling stimulant. She looked at him with a smile and teased. Going crazy is fun, Baron. Did you bring back any local specialties? Ella was still uneasy. Staring at Benjamin's somewhat unfocused eyes, she asked Chesia suspiciously if she was sure he was really awake. That sword strike at Calvin just now didn't seem like sleepwalking at all. Chesia rolled her eyes, indicating that one shouldn't question the judgment of a seasoned madwoman. She also casually mentioned that during her last madness, she almost demolished the entire administrative center, leaving it as a bare shell. Benjamin finally spoke, saying that she was right. Calvin and Ella exchanged a glance before slowly releasing their grip. He stretched his numb shoulders, got up from the ground, and brushed the dust off his leather armor. Calvin took a half-step back and glanced down at his chainmail. There was a clear sword mark there, the one Benjamin had just made. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he commented. Your swordsmanship has improved a lot, The angle, force, and speed are all different. If I had retreated any slower, it would have been troublesome. Benjamin chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying that perhaps this was what it meant to be 3 times stronger by turning evil. His body being controlled by something unknown had forced out his potential. He then looked at the scratch and apologized to Calvin. Calvin simply said it was nothing, his gaze remaining fixed on Benjamin's face, confirming that he had truly returned to normal. He then inquired about what had just happened. Benjamin's sudden loss of consciousness, hallucinations, and attacking his companions were all very strange. Benjamin glanced around the cold control room and smiled wryly. It's weird, that's for sure. He wanted to figure it out too. 1 second he was listening to Chesvia translate ancient gossip, and the next he was in another place, with a blue-haired girl beside him, showing concern for him. Chesvia immediately chimed in, saying it was most likely related to his nin blade. A nin blade is like a radio tuned to the wrong frequency. In places like this, it's easy to pick up signals it shouldn't. In the future, when using a nin blade to explore unknown areas, it's best to set up a firewall for yourself first. As she spoke, she pointed to the stack of organized documents on the control panel, her tone suddenly becoming serious. She told the group that, if she wasn't mistaken, the person Benjamin had just seen in his hallucination might be the wizard's goddess. Goddess? Benjamin and Ella were both taken aback. Chesvia stated that during Benjamin's period of madness, she wasn't idle. Instead, she continued reviewing the core documents. She discovered that the ultimate goal of the 7th Resurrection Facility wasn't merely to resurrect those unfortunate wizards. She looked at the crowd and said, word by word, that these people were still researching how to resurrect the goddess of magic. Ella immediately recalled her previous interpretation and couldn't help but interrupt her. Chesvia had clearly stated that the goddess of magic had simply gone mad, her sanity had collapsed, and her concept of magic had dissipated. She hadn't said that she was dead. Chesvia smiled, suggesting Ella consider it from a different perspective. To a group of wizards who consider magic the foundation of their lives, what difference is there between a goddess who is completely insane, uncommunicative, and capable of causing their power to crumble, and a dead goddess? Benjamin instantly understood her meaning, a chill running down his spine. He whispered, "These wizards don't want to heal or awaken the mad goddess. They find it easier to directly resurrect a new, rational, and controllable goddess." Chesvia nodded, saying that they didn't just think that way, they actually took action. She turned to a page in the document, pointing to the complex charts and records explaining that after the goddess's mutation, the Wizarding Empire's top, and most fanatical, researchers had literally divided the goddess of magic into 9 parts. They sent these 9 samples to 9 top-level research facilities for analysis and reconstruction, attempting to ultimately create a completely new and controllable goddess. Ella gasped in shock, and Calvin frowned deeply. His reverence for the gods stemmed more from his understanding of their immense power, but this act of dividing and studying the gods and then attempting to reassemble them was still utterly terrifying. Ella struggled to process this information and asked, "Was the one who made Benjamin lose control just now the resurrected goddess of magic?" Chesvia corrected her, saying that whatever came to life could never be the original goddess of magic. More importantly, that wasn't even the most exciting part. She put down the documents, her expression unusually grave. While reviewing the coordinates of other facilities and comparing research findings, she had discovered something even more troublesome. If this was the 7th Resurrection Facility, weren't they curious about where the other 8 were? Benjamin's ominous premonition grew stronger as he looked at Chesvia's expression, which seemed poised to unleash a powerful attack. He composed himself and told her to speak frankly, assuring her that everyone present could handle it. Chesvia coughed to make sure everyone's attention was on her before speaking. If her memory of the map of the Kingdom of Rinfeng was correct, then based on the coordinates, the first revival facility, the one with the most successful results in the goddess's resurrection research. Its core location is directly beneath the present-day capital of the Kingdom of Linfeng. Chapter 219 Benjamin in Your Eyes. One by one, the group climbed back to the surface from the bottomless pit using the sturdy rope. As the icy, fresh air filled his lungs, even Calvin couldn't help but take a deep breath. The green slime, the charred monsters, the musty metallic smell of the ruins, and the oppressive feeling brought by that insane history all seemed to be washed away by the cold wind. In the tent nestled in the crevice of the mountain behind, Bishop Aphrodite curled up almost into a ball, clutching a small hand warmer tightly. Inside the tiny tent, 5 people sat around the stove, a kettle simmering with the herbal tea that Chesvia had brought to ward off the cold. Chesvia, holding a cup of hot tea, suddenly said smugly, "I think I'm really amazing. I just witnessed so much ancient dark history down there, and even had indirect contact with that goddess, yet I didn't go crazy even once. That proves I have a very strong will." Benjamin glanced at her. Maybe that goddess is too busy watching me to pay attention to you. Chesvia immediately retorted. That's because my aura is stable, and it finds it difficult to attack. As Aphrodite listened to their recounting of their underground experiences, from the violent explorations to the visual pollution of the exploding earth dragon, and then to the information about the resurrected goddess, in the control room, he was completely stunned. He clutched the hand warmer, his voice trembling. Divide the goddess into 9 parts? And want to resurrect an even more obedient one? What blasphemy! What madness! For a member of the Orthodox Lingyuan Church, deities are supposed to be sublime and untouchable. The shock of the goddess being dismembered and studied was even greater than the impact of the capital being overrun by monsters. Ella concluded solemnly. This is a disaster related to the gods and the previous Mad Empire. She looked at Benjamin. I will use the Pascal family's channels to get this information to everyone who needs to know as soon as possible. That shouldn't affect your alliance plans, will it? Benjamin poked at the fire, sparks crackling and popping. He looked at the still swirling snow outside the shed and slowly shook his head. No. On the contrary, if this matter can truly make the royal family, nobles, and various forces tense, and stop their internal strife, that would be the best outcome. He pointed to the snow outside and said, It's already spring, but the snow is falling heavier and heavier. Both the Lingyuan and Pale churches believe that this unusual celestial phenomenon may be related to the capital. If the snow doesn't stop, we will face more than just the division of the kingdom or civil war. Benjamin's tone turned somber. In a while, reduced food production, road closures, and panic and unrest caused by hunger and cold will spread from the capital to the entire kingdom. Then, he looked at Calvin, who had remained silent. I will also find a way to get these messages to Prince Arkia. I don't expect him to believe them immediately, but at least I need to remind him. If he has any sense of responsibility, he might be willing to temporarily set aside hostilities and deal with this mess in the capital. Benjamin paused for a moment, then said seriously, Calvin, I know you are loyal to Princess Celia. But if Alkai truly chooses to do the right thing and prevent the entire kingdom from becoming a monster-infested, frozen wasteland, I hope you will not act on emotion. Calvin raised his head, his blue eyes clear and calm in the firelight, showing no sign of anger or offense. He said, I understand what you mean. Benjamin, I am not a reckless swordsman. The changes in the capital have gone beyond the struggle for the throne. If it really becomes the source of pollution, it will threaten the entire kingdom, including the territory that your highness may rule in the future. Calvin continued, I will keep a close eye on the capital and use the Griffin Knight's air superiority to conduct long-range reconnaissance. At the same time, I will send people to the outskirts of the capital to rescue any survivors and prevent the contamination from spreading. I will share the intelligence with you. Ella raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and couldn't help but tease. Wow, Calvin, when did you become so understanding? You even know about intelligence sharing and refugee relief. This is unlike you. Calvin glanced at her, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. Because standing up and maintaining order in the face of disaster is more interesting and something I'm better at than suppressing rebellions, calculating taxes and food rations in my territory. There was a moment of silence in the tent. Benjamin looked at him, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Calvin put down the firewood he was holding and stood up. He was tall, and in the low tent, he had to bow his head slightly. The firelight cast a long shadow on the tent wall. He walked up to Benjamin and said in a low voice, Benjamin. Calvin said slowly, You've governed Frosttown very well. The things you've implemented are quite interesting. More interesting than anything any lord I've ever seen do. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Benjamin's face, and the corner of his mouth twitched very slightly. That expression, which could almost be called a smile, almost made Ella, who was drinking tea next to him, choke. Calvin's voice remained steady, but with a hint of relief. These are words I thought I would never say. But... He looked into Benjamin's eyes and said, word by word, You've really caught up with me, Benjamin Blackwood. Inside the tent, only the crackling of the stove fire and the howling of the wind and snow outside could be heard. Benjamin looked up at Calvin. Those usually cold blue eyes, now reflected clearly in the firelight, mirrored his figure. There was no looking down, no scrutiny, only eye to eye. Benjamin was about to speak when he said, Calvin. Calvin interrupted him. I will no longer be trapped in the past, unable to move forward. I will continue to move forward. Whether it is monsters, conspiracies, or a new order ahead, I will not miss any of them. After saying that, he lifted the heavy curtain and strode into the snowstorm. Soon, his figure was swallowed up by the white snow curtain. He had achieved his goal in Frosttown. He had confirmed the nature of the threat from the capital and the key intelligence. Now, it was his turn to act. The tent remained quiet for a while. Benjamin sat back down by the fireplace, poking at the embers, his tone somewhat complicated. I never imagined that one day Calvin would take me seriously. Ella sat down and pouted. Were you two really that bad off before? I noticed that even though he was quiet and had a stern face in the team, he didn't seem to look down on you much. Benjamin shook his head, but the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. That's different. Before, he might have seen Benjamin as the handyman of the hero's party, or Benjamin as the barren who was lucky enough to be promoted. But those identities were all attached to something else. He gazed at the fire, his eyes reflecting a bright light. But now, the Benjamin in his eyes is just Benjamin, nothing more. Chapter 220 Complete Sense of Direction. After seeing Calvin off, Ella stayed in Frosttown for another day. Not to rest, but because there were some things she needed to finalize with Benjamin privately. The two were friends and allies, and when necessary, Benjamin could even act as her advisor. In a private room, Ella pushed a thick document in front of Benjamin with a deft movement and a hint of pride in her eyes. Here you go. The result of the blacksmith workshops in Hearthstone working tirelessly for the past 2 months. Design drawings and parameter specifications for the core components of an improved steam engine. Benjamin opened the document and saw it was filled with mechanical diagrams, data, and annotations. He quickly scanned the key points, and his expression soon became excited. The volume has been reduced by 1/3, and fuel efficiency has been optimized. All the key processes have been modified. He looked up at Ella. Great stuff. If it could be installed in a factory, efficiency would definitely increase significantly. How did you manage to do that? Especially the miniaturization. Ella snorted and said that this was the result of the best craftsmen in Hearth City hammering and testing day and night, plus her personal use of the mind blade to assist in the forging and polishing of high-precision parts, which was the result of little by little. Benjamin closed the blueprints and said earnestly, I will remember this friendship and technology sharing. After saying that, he pulled out another stack of drawings from the filing cabinet behind him and spread them on the table. As a return gift, and also the focus of the next step of cooperation, take a look at this. Ella leaned closer to take a look and saw that the picture showed a vehicle with a peculiar structure. The metal frame was sturdy, the wheels were clearly designed for use with tracks, and it was available in both passenger and cargo versions, complete with a simple driver's seat and braking system. Benjamin explained that this was a preliminary plan for a human-powered railcar that could run on existing wooden tracks or reinforced tracks in the future. It would provide both rapid transportation and cargo transport, making it particularly suitable for travel between mines, smelters, and warehouses. He looked at Ella. Ironclad territory has many mines and complex terrain, and animal-powered transportation is expensive. This thing can at least improve logistics in the mining area and save time and manpower. However, he also pointed out that the connecting parts, steering mechanism, and braking device of the railcar all require high machining precision. Without the machine tools that Ella provided last time, Frosttown would not be able to maintain stable production by relying solely on blacksmith's manual crafting. So the fact that this thing was able to be put into use deserves at least half the credit to the iron cast collar. Ella nodded, her gaze shifting from the blueprints to Benjamin's face. She suddenly noticed that whenever these plans and collaborations were discussed, Benjamin's eyes would light up exceptionally, and he would seem to be on fire. She said carefully, You seem very energetic. Should I say you're eager to try, or full of fighting spirit? Benjamin touched his face and laughed. Really? I can't tell myself. But if that's what you think, then it probably is. Ella leaned back in her chair, looked out at the gray sky, and said in a lower voice, Being able to clearly see the direction ahead and know what to do next is truly enviable. Benjamin put down the drawings. You sound a little frustrated? Ella did not deny it. She said that after purging the guilds and remnants of the old nobility in Hearthheart, and truly taking control of Ironforge, she thought she would breathe a sigh of relief and gain an unprecedented sense of control and freedom. But the reality was quite the opposite. She suddenly didn't know what to do next. It was like climbing a high mountain, standing on the summit, only to find herself surrounded by clouds and mist, unable to see which way to descend or which higher mountain to climb. Everything was jumbled together, making her uneasy. It was as if every major decision could go wrong or come at a heavy price. Sometimes she even felt that the days when they went on adventures together were easier. Benjamin listened quietly before saying, Everyone feels lost sometimes. The heavier the responsibility, the higher you stand, and the more complex the choices, the easier it is to feel this way. It's normal. Ella forced herself to cheer up and teased. You're confused too? I've never seen that before. From a janitor spreading blankets to Baron of Frosttown, you've taken every step steadily, with a very clear goal. Benjamin stroked his chin dramatically, pondered for a moment, and then said in a serious tone, I often feel lost, like what to eat for dinner. I've been eating cabbage stew with meat for 3 days now, and while lentil puree is filling, it's never quite right. I want to try something new, but I'm afraid of wasting food. These kinds of important matters concerning people's livelihoods often keep me up at night. Ella was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, which greatly eased the previous somber atmosphere. That is indeed significant. It seems that even the great Baron of Frosttown has the troubles of mortals. After laughing, she became serious again, looking at Benjamin. If you can find a way forward, if you firmly believe that you are heading in the right direction. She took a deep breath, as if finally making a decision. Then I'll go with you and see. Although saying this is a bit disrespectful to Celia, who has always supported me. Ella shrugged, giving a helpless yet honest smile. But to be honest, Her Highness's sense of direction has never been her strong suit. Benjamin didn't make any grand pronouncements, he just nodded. Then let's move forward together and see. At least this road shouldn't be too boring until we lay tracks to the doorstep of your mine and install steam engines all over our workshops. After seeing Ella off, Frosttown quickly shifted its focus to the 7th Resurrection facility in the back mountains, which had just been violently explored. Benjamin ordered Walter to select a group of shrewd, capable, and psychologically sound soldiers, dividing them into several small teams to begin clearing the facility's interior. Their mission was clear: eliminate any remaining hybrid insectids, and mark dangerous areas and unidentified devices. Chesvia also joined in, and with great enthusiasm. When she re-entered the facility, she was no longer a forced adventurer like before, but rather someone who had discovered a treasure trove. Holding a bright lantern, she walked through the cleared security area, pointing at Walter and the soldiers in a tone like a real estate agent introducing a promising unfinished villa. Look at this place. The structure is sturdy, the space is enormous, and the functional areas are clearly defined. Dormitory area, research area, cultivation area, and even these pipelines, the design concept is very clear. In her eyes, with proper renovation, this place could become a treasure trove. Of course, for her personally, the most valuable things were the research data, experimental logs, and technical documents that had not yet been deciphered and organized. Chesvia turned around and shouted to the curious yet nervous soldiers behind her. Guys, get your act together! We're exploring the legacy of an ancient civilization. Every brick you step on might hold a little secret that could change the world. At this point, she added, of course, the premise is not to touch any unidentified luminous objects. In short, safety first. Chapter 221 One Heart, Two Families. Although Benjamin has a bedroom in the administrative center that is his own, he still occasionally returns to the house prepared for his parents to spend some time with his family. Tonight, he chose to go home. Perhaps because he had been dragged into an overly realistic hallucination by the seemingly resurrected goddess in the 7th Resurrection facility not long ago, Benjamin had recently become unusually sensitive to the word family. Emotions belonging to Benjamin, rather than Baron Blackwood, would always surge up unexpectedly. He knew this emotion would affect his state of mind. Returning here might be a form of escapism. He tried to convince himself that thinking more was pointless. It would only add to his troubles and change nothing. He tried to comfort himself with an AQ mentality. 2 worlds, both parents alive, family safe and sound, harmonious relationships. He was already a rare lucky one. But he was also someone who clearly distinguished between his emotions. The longing for one's parents in a past life is real, and the responsibility for one's family in this life is equally profound. These 2 attachments are like 2 parallel rivers, either of which can replace the other, nor can they cancel each other out. Busy sounds came from the kitchen. 4th Sister Sarah and Mother Anna were preparing dinner. Benjamin wanted to go in and help, but he was forced to stay at the table, where he and his younger sister Marie could only stare at each other as they waited for the food to be served. To pass the time, he started giving Marielle math problems. From simple addition and subtraction to the chicken and rabbit problem, and then to geometric division. The little girl was initially enthusiastic, but by the 5th problem she was scratching her head, and by the 6th problem, she was completely bewildered. Just then, Sarah came out carrying a large bowl of steaming stew and placed it steadily in the center of the table. Benjamin glanced at it, and thought to himself, it seems that stew is always a staple on the tables of ordinary people in this world. Fortunately, tonight's stew was freshly made, not a reheated version of the eternal stew, left over from a few days ago. Sarah had just put down the stew when her mother ushered her out of the kitchen. She sat down next to Benjamin, her posture upright, her hands on her knees, looking unusually reserved. Seeing this, Benjamin took the initiative to ask her in a casual tone. "Fourth sister, how's it going working under Sullivan lately? Are you settling in well?" Sarah immediately sat up straighter, as if giving a work report. "The tasks assigned by Mr. Sullivan have all been selected, and they are all things I can handle at the moment, such as organizing copies of meeting minutes, checking the supply list, and transcribing less urgent letters. So far, there have been no mistakes." Benjamin couldn't help but laugh, reminding her that this wasn't a work report, and to tell her to relax and talk about anything interesting or memorable that had happened recently. Sarah thought for a moment, and mentioned that a few days ago, Chesvia had come to Sullivan to discuss the list of supplies requested. While Sullivan was reviewing the documents, she probably got bored and suddenly asked him what ability he would most want if he could awaken the blade of thought. Benjamin became interested and asked Sullivan how he would answer. Sarah's expression was somewhat subtle. She said that Sullivan was thinking about something else and didn't have time to deal with the question, so he asked her to answer it for him. Sullivan had clearly not been sleeping well those days and was in poor spirits, so she said she hoped he could have the ability to never need rest and always be full of energy. Chesvia seemed quite surprised after hearing this, and even asked Sullivan again if he was sure it was this one, and if he didn't want to think about it again, such as making the quill pen write automatically or something. But Sullivan's mind was entirely on the documents, and he didn't hear a word. He just gave a vague reply, which was taken as agreement. Sarah, standing next to him, could tell that his response was completely reflexive. Benjamin nodded and commented seriously. "It suits him perfectly. It's like a godsend tailor-made for him." Just then, there was a noise outside the door. The eldest brother and old Blackwood walked in one after the other. Old Blackwood was shivering with cold air and was carrying a frozen fish strung on a straw rope. Clearly, he knew Benjamin would be back tonight, so he went out of the ice hole to get a fish to add to the meal. Dinner soon began. Steaming stew, freshly baked bread, fresh fish soup, and a small dish of pickled turnips that Anna had made herself filled the small wooden table. At the dinner table, old Blackwood took a sip of the soda Benjamin had brought back and started talking. He reminisced about the old days, saying that before Benjamin went out to make his way in the world with the princess, life was really tough. The vegetables in the fields were withered, and the harvest was barely enough to pay the rent and make ends meet. After taking a big bite of bread, he mumbled an answer, saying that after the old lord passed away, the young master who had studied at the church inherited the title, and the family's life improved slightly. The new lord reduced some miscellaneous taxes, proving himself to be an educated and sensible person. At this point, Rang looked at Benjamin again, thinking that Percival's desire to work for the church was probably because he felt that the people there were more knowledgeable. Benjamin still had some recollection of that period. However, for him, a time traveler, even though life was supposedly a little better, it was still incredibly difficult, and there was really nothing to reminisce about. However, Rang's words reminded him of something. If nothing unexpected happened, that young Master Lord would most likely join the Commune Alliance. Thinking about the possibility of meeting him in the future, Benjamin felt a surge of anticipation, even though he couldn't remember what the man looked like at all. At the dinner table, Anna brought up her married second and fifth sisters again, her tone full of longing. However, they both now have their own families, and if they don't want to move in, the family can't force them. Chapter 222 No Ifs. Western Border. Alkaya sat behind a large wooden table, several letters from different factions spread out in front of her. The senders were different, but the wording was similar, with only one core message, a temporary truce, to wait for the snowstorm to pass, and then jointly deal with the unusual events in the capital. He read the words from the letter in a low voice, his tone cold. "You make it sound so easy to say you've dealt with comrades' affairs." He pushed aside the vaguely worded letters and picked up the last one. It wasn't from a traditional noble family, but from Baron Frosttown, Benjamin Blackwood. Compared to letters filled with diplomatic rhetoric and probing warnings, this letter was far more direct. It explicitly emphasized that the situation in the capital was extremely dangerous, and that if not controlled in time, the disaster could spill over and even shake the very foundations of the kingdom. Although the letter didn't specify the source of the information, its assessment of the nature of the event was far more concrete than those from the powerful families. Alkaya put down the letter and said calmly, "A letter from a border baron seems more credible than those from the great nobles." He looked up at Charles, the Grand Duke of the West. The other was his staunchest supporter, and the true ruler of the West's army. Alkaya pushed the letter over. "The Pascal family, the Earl of Ironrock, and this Blackwood all want me to stop. Charles, what do you think I'll decide?" Charles pondered for a moment, knowing that the prince already had an answer in mind, and then followed his train of thought, saying, "His Highness will agree to a truce, and may even offer to send troops to deal with the troubles caused by His Highness Conrad. Al-Kaya leaned back, clasping his hands together. What's the reason? Charles replied. First, there is the external threat. The kingdom has been embroiled in civil war for too long and is on the verge of collapse. The northern rebels and orcs are stirring, the situation in the south is complicated, and beyond the west, there are several factions of elves, orcs, and dwarves entrenched on the border. They are like hyenas that have smelled blood and could pounce at any moment. He continued, since the external enemy will have to be eliminated sooner or later, we might as well take advantage of the truce to turn our attention to the border. This way, we can eliminate future troubles and also gain the moral and strategic initiative. Secondly, there is the support of the people and her reputation. Princess Celia enjoys extremely high prestige among the people due to her past deeds and good deeds. Even in the areas we control, there are still people who support her. But reputation can be eroded, and now that the capital has undergone a dramatic change, it is Her Highness's opportunity to win back the hearts of the people. Charles said calmly. If Your Highness can send troops before Celia to quell the rebellion in the capital and save the suffering people, it will surely change the public's opinion of you and weaken Princess Celia's advantage. Al-Kaya listened quietly, his face expressionless. After a moment, he nodded slightly. You're right, most of it. I will call a truce, and I will indeed consider sending troops to clean up the mess left by that idiot Conrad. At this point, he changed the subject. But the problem is, do those opportunists in the royal court, and those newly promoted nobles who now have their own agendas, dare to let my army in? Al-Kaya turned to look at the map, a cold smile playing on his lips. If they dare not, if they fear my army as much as they fear the plague, then I can rightfully tell the entire kingdom, the lords of the royal domain disregard the lives of the people of the capital for the sake of power and territory. He pointed to the wealthy areas surrounding the capital, his smile deepening. But if they really dared to open the gates, what difference would it make if my army stepped into the royal territory, or if the territory were simply handed over to me? Once an army has entered, it's not so easy to get rid of it. At that time, whether it's clearing out monsters or taking care of a few disobedient lords, it will all be a matter of course. By the time Celia has integrated the scattered people in the southern territory and reacts, the royal domain will have already changed hands. Charles understood that this was precisely Al-Kaya's style. Any unexpected event could be turned into a bargaining chip in his eyes. He could attack or defend, and regardless of the outcome, he wouldn't suffer a loss. Charles bowed and said, Your Highness is very insightful. Al-Kaya waved his hand. I'll leave the specifics to you. Issue a formal truce declaration to all parties, using compassionate language that prioritizes the overall interests of the kingdom. As for the appropriate level of communication with the lords of the royal domain, that's up to you. Yes, sir. Charles accepted the order and left. The room fell silent again, save for the crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace. Al-Kaya didn't immediately attend to official business. Instead, his thoughts drifted back to many years ago. His quick agreement to a truce wasn't solely due to the benefits Charles mentioned. There was a deeper, more hidden reason. A dangerous secret was lurking within the capital. Years ago, when he was still a promising young prince, he was captivated by the dusty ancient scrolls in the royal library. Those scrolls recorded the history of a glorious previous civilization, the Empire of the Wizards. It was an era where magic flourished, and the system of power was completely different from what it was today. The knowledge and technology described in those fragmented texts once captivated Al-Kaya. He even believed at one point that it was the true path to power and eternal glory, far surpassing the chivalric code and church faith of today. He yearned to uncover more, even beginning to search for ruins and artifacts related to the lost empire. But just as he was about to touch upon its core secrets, a senior bishop of the Pale Church personally approached him. The other party made no threats or reprimands, but simply showed him some things. Those things were enough to bring him back to his senses from his fanaticism. The bishop told him that knowledge and power never exist in isolation. They are often accompanied by equal danger and madness. Some doors, once opened, release not glory, but nightmares capable of devouring the entire kingdom. One of the Pale Church's duties is to guard these doors, keeping them forever closed. That meeting was like a bucket of ice water, completely sobering Al-Kaya up. He realized that his thirst for power might be leading him into an uncontrollable abyss. So he withdrew his exploring hand and sealed those dangerous documents back in, at least outwardly. Now, based on intelligence from various sources, he is almost certain that Conrad, his foolish and arrogant brother, has touched that taboo. He opened a door he shouldn't have. The Pale Church had already demonstrated the dangers of those things to the royal family, Al-Kaya whispered. But Conrad clearly didn't heed the warnings. His tone held disdain, but also a hint of lingering fear. Conrad had broken a taboo, unleashing something. The unusual blizzard outside the window, so intense it seemed to threaten to freeze the world, was the clearest harbinger. As Alkai gazed at the wind and snow, a rare sense of regret welled up within him, in addition to his calculations. I wasn't ruthless enough. He closed his eyes. Because of those ridiculous blood ties and royal dignity, I didn't eliminate the hidden danger in the simplest and most thorough way from the very beginning. That was after the death of the king, when the struggle for the throne had just begun and the situation had not yet deteriorated completely. At that time, we might not be able to deal with Celia. He thought of his sister, who didn't have many other skills but could throw a cow with one hand, and shook his head slightly. But killing Conrad would be more than enough. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 223 Lack of Sense of Direction. It's snowing in the south. Celia gazed at the pale, fine snowflakes falling unfamiliarly from the sky, a sense of unreality rising within her. When was the last time it snowed in the southern reach? The answer is none. It never snows here. She couldn't help but wonder what this snow would bring: famine, death, and a series of calamities. Ever since arriving in the Southern Territory, her thoughts had uncontrollably veered towards the worst possible outcome. At first, everything seemed hopeful. The Grand Duke of the South was courteous and sincere, telling her about the harassment of the border by the lizardmen tribes and the constant friction with the Southern Elves, and earnestly requesting Princess Celia's assistance in consolidating the garrison forces to resist the external threats. With the ambition to unite forces, accumulate strength, and ultimately contend with her brother for the kingdom, Celia accepted this mission. She led the small force allocated to her by the Grand Duke, traversing the sweltering rainforests and rugged mountains. She did indeed win many battles, defeating lizardmen raiding villages and repelling elven rangers who dared to cross the border. But the reports of victory, sent back to the castle, only brought more and more troublesome problems. What followed was more frequent retaliation. The enemy became cunning, and the harassment intensified. Her victories seemed to have only stirred up a hornet's nest. She went to war time and time again, repelled the enemy time and time again, only to be met with even fiercer counterattacks each time. She was trapped, stuck in this damp, muddy, hostile border quagmire. Her initially clear strategic direction gradually faded, leaving only exhaustion and confusion. She kept asking herself, hadn't she come here to consolidate power, and then point her sword at the kingdom? She had long understood the Grand Duke's intentions. Promised support was always delayed or reduced. When she requested more power and troops, she only received polite evasions. She was merely a useful sword, used to deal with the Grand Duke's minor troubles for which he was unwilling to pay the price. But she was not content to be just a tool. Even so, she tried to do some practical things, improving patrol routes and training soldiers to work together, making the southern border a little safer and more orderly. But a sense of frustration lingered. She felt like she was battling a vast swamp, all her efforts splashing up only to be quickly swallowed up again. The lizardmen still roamed the land, the elves remained wary of humans, and the nobles continued their hedonistic pursuits and territorial disputes. She seemed unchanged. Perhaps it was because he saw through this that Finn abandoned cooperation with the Grand Duke of the South and chose to fight against him instead. In solitude, silence amplifies everything. All the suppressed self-doubt surges back. She sheds the adventurous aura of Cecilia, and removes the mask of Princess Celia. Confronting her true inner questions, is she truly fit to be queen? Is she truly capable of ruling that complex and perilous kingdom? In the past, she thought she could. Just as she once believed that with sword and courage, all problems could be solved. But governing a kingdom is different. It requires more than just martial prowess and goodwill. Those specific, trivial, yet crucial administrative tasks felt foreign to her, even frightening. She had once believed that with lofty goals, the path would naturally appear. Now she realized that the path was full of forks, and she was simply directionally challenged. What terrified her even more was that when her companions were around, she seemed invincible. But when she was alone, she realized she was far less powerful than she had imagined. Without them, she felt like she could do nothing. Benjamin wrote again. The letter, sealed with frostbite sealing wax, lay quietly on the table, next to several old letters she hadn't replied to, their edges curled up. Celia looked at them, a sense of almost cowardly resistance rising within her. She knew what the letter would say. Benjamin was always gentle and rational, analyzing situations, offering practical advice, and perhaps mentioning the new developments in Frosttown, writing encouraging words like, "The road to kingship is bound to be bumpy." He was always so clear-headed and so stable. But she hasn't replied in a long time. Every time she picked up her quill, dipped it in ink, and faced the blank letter paper, her mind would go completely blank. What could she write? Write about her endless, almost futile bandit hunting in the south? Write about her weariness of the Grand Duke's hypocritical tactics? Or admit that she was trapped here, further away from the throne than closer? No, those words were too weak and too pathetic. She couldn't present herself to him like that. Sometimes, in her light sleep, she would dream of her old friends, Calvin, Ella, Finn, and Benjamin. They didn't speak, but looked at her with disappointed and confused eyes, as if asking, "Why did you stop here?" Two voices tore at her mind. One was Cecilia, brave and decisive, a believer in justice and action. The other was Celia, trapped in the quagmire of politics, self-doubting and lonely. They were originally one, but now they seemed to be tearing her soul apart. "Your Highness," a guard's voice broke the silence from outside the door. "The Grand Duke has sent someone to request your presence at the castle. There's a new situation that requires your attention." "I will go." Celia stood up, her eyes filled with a frenzy that seemed to overflow reality. Benjamin sat in the administrative center, several priceless contracts laid out before him. He knew perfectly well that the increasing number of lords choosing to join the commune didn't mean those powers truly belonged to him, but that didn't stop his appetite from growing ever larger. Frostdown is becoming more and more like a magnet, with resources from other territories gradually converging here. He is considering whether he should sell some of the improved seeds from Chesia for planting in the surrounding territories. Those seeds that can only be planted stably for 1 or 2 generations. Chapter 224 The Scenery of the Royal Capital 3. Frosttown, Lord's Bedroom. "Benjamin, I have to put pressure on you." Benjamin awoke, with a start, feeling suffocated. The voice was hoarse and low, completely unlike Chesia's usual tone. Cold fingers gripped his throat, the pressure not fatal, but enough to shatter his sleep. In the darkness, the only light was the pair of crimson eyes hanging above him. A chill ran down his spine, and Benjamin tensed instantly. But he quickly calmed down, because although the hand was gripping his vitals, it wasn't actually compressing his trachea. He didn't struggle, but simply stared at the person in front of him and calmly asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Benjamin never mistook Chesia's unusual simplicity for madness. What was pressing down on him at that moment might not be her, but some other being that had manifested through her body. The thing hissed in suppressed rage. "Stop dawdling! Fuck that woman who came back from the dead right now! I'll give you that power immediately!" A woman who came back from the dead. Benjamin's thoughts immediately turned to the information he had learned at the 7th Resurrection Facility, the dismembered goddess of magic. The voice roared with disdain. "Don't expect Pale to teach me anything, and don't even think about those disobedient idiots." The next second, the pressure on his neck suddenly increased. Benjamin finally felt his breathing become obstructed, and discomfort shot through his throat. He frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Chesia did not answer. As Benjamin was considering whether to resort to extreme measures, those crimson eyes, so close to his own, suddenly dimmed like embers after a fire had burned out, and finally disappeared completely into the darkness. Immediately afterwards, Chesia's own bewildered and weak voice rang out. "Should I scream?" Benjamin let out a long breath, feeling the hand on his neck loosen, though it was still loosely attached. He said helplessly, "Girl, I think I should be the one calling." He raised his hand and brushed away the cold palm, continuing, "Now get off my bed. Or do you want to sleep with me?" A flurry of rustling sounds suddenly broke the silence in the darkness. Chesia, as if finally realizing her predicament, jerked away, stumbling and rolling off the edge of the bed with a thud and a muffled cry of pain. The blizzard briefly paused over the capital, and the grayish-white sky hung extremely low. 2 griffin riders obeyed Calvin's orders and sped over the capital. Mouths nestled against the griffin's warm neck and back, the cold wind seeping in through the gaps in his helmet and scraping his cheeks like knives. Below, the once prosperous and glorious capital city has now become a terrifying scene that chills the blood. Beck, riding another griffin, shouted to him through the wind, "What's happening down there?" All mouths saw was chaos. This was not a battlefield where armies clashed, but some kind of far more bizarre disaster. The streets were littered with wreckage and scorch marks, and large numbers of figures moved about in them, their movements stiff and grotesque, pushing and shoving each other, even biting, completely unresponsive to the flames and collapsed buildings around them. Those people didn't seem like living people. They were more like puppets being manipulated by strings. Further away, the palace area was shrouded in flowing gray-white mist, within which huge shadows could be vaguely seen writhing. The banners of the Pale Church fluttered on several barricades and towers. White-robed monks and church knights were fending off the surging crowds, and some things that could not even be called human. Mouths saw a giant dog, as if skinned and reassembled, smash through a low wall, and he also saw black tentacles emerge from the gaps in a guard knight's armor, shredding a church knight's prayer along with his voice. Beck's voice was hesitant. Lord Calvin ordered us to observe. But what can we possibly observe? Mouth's heart pounded. He had experienced border conflicts and fought off hordes of beasts, but what he was seeing was beyond his comprehension. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Get closer! I'll go to the East Bell Tower and see if I can get in touch with the church. Beck immediately warned, Mouths, this is too dangerous. Just skim over quickly and maintain altitude. The griffin let out a low cry, adjusted its wings, and cautiously glided towards the eastern district where the fighting was most intense. At first, the chaotic forces below seemed unaware of them. But when the altitude reached a certain limit, a sudden change occurred. From the depths of the gray-white mist surrounding the royal palace, several enormous black shadows tore through the fog and soared into the sky. They were 3 giant birds, with wingspans far exceeding those of griffins, their jet-black feathers ablaze with eerie black and white flames. They had no eyes, their heads merely burning cavities. Baker yelled in terror. We've been spotted! Rise! Quickly! Mouths yanked the reins hard, and the griffin flapped its wings with all its might, trying to soar back into the sky. In the wind and snow, an aerial battle instantly broke out. The griffin's roar and talons met the black giant bird and the cold flames. Beck took advantage of a swoop to throw a short spear, and together with the griffin, tore off the wing of one of the giant birds, letting it tumble and fall into the street. Mouths, with his agile maneuver, precisely pierced the burning eye socket of another giant bird with his lance. The monster let out a piercing wail and exploded into a spreading cloud of black and white ash. But the victory lasted only a moment. Just as Mouths relaxed slightly, a third giant bird suddenly swooped out from his blind spot, its sharp claws slashing fiercely across the left wing of the griffin beneath him. The balance crumbled instantly. The powerful griffin, along with the knight on its back, tumbled and plummeted towards the capital in the snowstorm like a fallen rock. Malts! Baker's shouts came from above. He desperately urged the griffins to swoop down to rescue them, but the remaining giant birds held him back. He could only watch helplessly as his companions were swallowed up by the gray mist that filled the air below amidst the howling snowstorm. Chapter 225 Shelter. A violent impact, the roar of wood shattering, the crash of bricks collapsing, followed by a brief silence. Mouths struggled to regain consciousness amidst the pain and dizziness. He first felt the rough wood chips and cold gravel beneath him, then a tearing pain shot through his left leg, making his vision go black. But he is still alive. He coughed out the dust from his mouth and struggled to turn his head to look for his companions. The next moment, his heart sank, heavier than when he was falling. His griffin lay fallen not far away, its massive body crushing half a house, its brown feathers stained with dust and blood. Its once bright amber eyes were half closed, and its chest rose and fell almost imperceptibly. In the final moments, it was this proud king of the skies who adjusted its posture, using its back and body to absorb most of the impact from Mouths, thus ensuring his survival. The price, however, is that it is now only exhaling, not inhaling. Mouths felt a burning sensation before his eyes. They had trained, patrolled, and soared through the blue sky and clouds together. These weren't just mounts, but family members he couldn't sever ties with. He tried to crawl over, but the moment he moved his left leg, the excruciating pain nearly made him faint. Just then, a series of slow and disordered footsteps approached from outside the ruins, coming from the street and through the broken doors and windows. The grief was immediately overwhelmed by the instinct for survival. Mouths gritted his teeth, grabbed the cavalry's short sword at his feet, leaned against the crumbling wall, and held the sword horizontally in front of him. He could die in battle, but he would never die like a lamb to the slaughter. Several faces emerged from the gap. They were dressed in civilian clothes, their eyes vacant, their expressions stiff, their movements like rusty puppets. Upon seeing Mouths, they pounced on him without warning, making muffled gurgling sounds in their throats. Mouths gripped his short sword, assessed the approaching enemy, and prepared to deliver the final blow. The anticipated shock did not materialize. Several extremely thin golden streaks, like spider silk in the sunlight, flashed through the air. There was no sound of air being cut, nor any dazzling light, only the extreme speed of the cutting. With a few soft thuds, the 3 enemies at the front suddenly froze, their bodies seemingly sliced open by invisible sharp lines, smoothly breaking into several pieces until the fragments hit the ground with a dull thud. Mouths stood frozen in place, his short sword still raised. A man's voice came from above. "Are you still conscious?" He looked up abruptly and saw a figure leap down from the edge of a less damaged 2-story building next to him, landing a few steps in front of him with almost no sound. The newcomer looked tired, but his eyes were sharp. Maltz immediately became alert. It wasn't unusual to encounter a madman from the Pale Church in a place like this, but this person didn't seem to be a believer. He seemed too normal. You are. Maltz did not lower his sword. The man replied briefly. Sokka. My reason for coming here is similar to yours. Sokka didn't explain much. He quickly scanned his surroundings and then squatted down beside him, his gaze falling on the twisted, deformed, and gruesome left leg. Only then did Maltz notice that several almost transparent golden threads extended from his fingertips, floating gently like living things. The Chosen One, Maltz whispered. Sokka focused intently. The fine golden threads, like the most skillful needle and thread, probed into the wound, stitching up the surface and forcibly stopping the bleeding. A few dozen seconds later he withdrew the threads. Maltz's leg was still horribly injured, but at least the blood was no longer gushing out. Maltz, panting, asked, What are you planning to do next? This isn't the place to talk. Sokka stood up. Let's leave. Maltz nodded and tried to stand up on one leg against the wall, but failed. Seeing this, Sokka immediately turned around. Get on, I'll carry you, hurry up. Wait a moment. Maltz's gaze fell once more on the griffin, its breathing faint. He took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and laboriously crawled to the griffin's head. The griffin seemed to sense his approach, its eyelids twitching very slightly. It'll be over soon, my friend. Maltz's voice choked with emotion as he drew his short sword, his hands trembling violently, yet his eyes remained resolute. He stroked the warm fur on the griffin's neck, found the right spot, closed his eyes, and with all his might thrust the blade in, then swiftly pulled it back horizontally. Its massive body convulsed slightly one last time before completely relaxing. On Sokka's back, Maltz felt like a piece of cargo. Sokka knew the capital's terrain like the back of his hand, always finding hidden routes to avoid wandering enemies and something even more sinister. The wound on his left leg throbbed with pain from the jolting, and cold sweat streamed down Maltz's forehead. To distract himself from the pain and to clear his mind of his doubts, he asked, With your abilities, why don't you just leave the capital? The city walls shouldn't be able to stop you. Sokka continued at full speed. Many people have tried. Knights, chosen ones, thieves, all have failed. Climbing over walls doesn't work, digging tunnels doesn't work either. This place has become a walled city where you can only get in and not out. Maltz's heart sank again. An inescapable living hell? He could only pray that Beck could safely bring the intelligence back to Stone Cliff territory. About 20 minutes later, Sokka stopped in front of an inconspicuous stone slab. He looked around to make sure it was safe, signaled Maltz to hold on tight, and then pressed down on the edge of the slab with one hand, tensing his arm muscles, and actually managed to move the heavy slab open a crack. Inside was a dark staircase leading downwards. Sokka carried Maltz sideways as they crawled inside, then carefully moved the stone slab back to its original position from the inside. In the darkness, only the sound of his footsteps and Maltz's suppressed breathing could be heard. After descending 2 flights of stairs, a dim, flickering light appeared ahead. It was a relatively spacious underground space, converted from a wealthy person's cellar or small warehouse. The air was murky, a mixture of earthy, sweaty, bloody, and burnt cheap grease. A few oil lamps barely illuminated the people inside. Sokka placed Maltz on the leather-covered ground. Maltz scanned his surroundings in the dim light and found about 20 or 30 people, most of them wounded, looking exhausted, terrified, or numb. He quickly spotted the Pascal family crest, the Earl of Ironrock's coat of arms, and even the simplified insignia of the Grand Duke's Guard of the East. What startled him even more was the sight of 4 people in the corner, dressed in tattered white robes and bearing fragmented silver moon emblems around their necks. Those were members of the Pale Church. These people, who originally held different views, are now gathered in the same shelter. Maltz asked in a low voice, Mr. Sokka, who are they? The one who answered him wasn't Sokka, but an Iron Rock knight standing by the opposite wall. The man was quite old, with a stubble-covered face pale from blood loss, and his right arm severed at the shoulder, bound only with a crude bandage. He gripped a chipped longsword in his left hand, his eyes filled with defeat. He tilted his head toward Sokka and said self-deprecatingly, Just like you, I'm a piece of trash he dragged back from that damned corner. A piece of trash that can still breathe. Maltz ignored the barbs in the conversation. His attention returned to his leg. Sokka's stitches had only stopped the bleeding, the injury itself hadn't improved. Instead, the pain, aggravated by the jolting, had transformed into a deep, bone-chilling swelling and burning sensation. He had received basic battlefield first aid training and knew that if the wound wasn't cleaned and treated quickly, he might not only lose his leg, but also his life. Despite the pain, Mouts looked at Sokka and the Iron Rock Knight with his last glimmer of hope. Is there a doctor here? Or someone who knows medicine? The Iron Rock Knight gave a nasty smirk and pointed with his remaining left hand to the corner of the cellar. There, a pale church follower was kneeling on the ground, praying urgently towards the corner. You'd better pray that he chants faster and more devoutly. Maybe the one he believes in will suddenly perform a miracle and heal your leg, and heal all of us. Chapter 226 Goddess's Life Takes a Turn. In Frosttown, in Benjamin's office, as he was racking his brains over a bunch of Lord's outrageous demands and complaining that honeycomb briquettes could never be made into rose shapes, a faint light suddenly appeared on the topographical map in his mind. That was Bishop Sokka, far away in the capital. After 3 days of being out of contact, the almost severed link was finally re-established. Sokka's voice came through the communicator, faint and muffled, as if through a thick curtain. Baron, it's always a good thing to hear your voice. Benjamin, while trying to stabilize the connection, said irritably. Don't be so polite, your signal is terribly bad. If we keep losing contact, I'm already thinking of telling Aphrodite to make your funeral arrangements. He had indeed been worried. The light representing Sokka had previously dimmed like a dying candle, leading him to suspect that the bishop of the mortuary was about to meet his god. Sokka replied in a low voice. I'm still alive for now. But the capital has become a complete prison, a place where you can only go in and not out. Whatever Conrad wants to do, he's almost there. Benjamin immediately chimed in, saying he hadn't been idle these past few days either. Combining intelligence from various sources with the discovery of the 7th recovery facility in the back mountains, he had roughly guessed Conrad's purpose. He succinctly explained the secrets of the Empire of Wizards, and the horrifying plan they had devised. They had attempted to divide, study, and even resurrect or create a controllable goddess of magic. Upon hearing the words, the dead goddess, Sokka's consciousness visibly jolted. Even though he tried to suppress it, Benjamin could still feel the shock. Benjamin continued to deduce that directly beneath the capital city was likely the first resurrection facility, the one with the greatest recorded success, where the most crucial part of the goddess's remains was hidden. Conrad was either controlled by the goddess's lingering, mad will, or that thing was using him to complete the resurrection ritual. Benjamin even suspected that the goddess had partially resurrected. Otherwise, the strange events in the capital and the unusually cold winter that swept through the entire kingdom would be difficult to explain. After a moment of silence on the other end of the communication line, Sokka chuckled as if sighing. A very surprising guess. Compared to Aphrodite, who needed 3 cups of living garden pleasure water to calm his nerves, Sokka was clearly much more accepting. He quickly admitted that Benjamin's deductions and what he had witnessed in the capital connected many anomalies. In the past few days, Benjamin's warning has spread. Various factions have been trying to infiltrate the capital, especially members of the Pale Church, who are rushing in like moths to a flame, hoping to purify the court or carry out their own interpretations of divine pronouncements. Even now, sporadic sounds of fighting can still be heard outside, indicating that someone is still trying to storm the palace. Through Sokka's vision, Benjamin saw the dark and cramped underground shelter. Wounded soldiers huddled on the ground, their faces numb, their weapons broken, and pale cultists prayed softly in a corner. The whole place was filled with an atmosphere of despair. Benjamin managed a weak attempt at a joke. Expanded business scope? Starting to open underground shelters? Sokka said in a low voice. I just can't stand watching them turn into monsters or get torn apart outside. He also tried contacting the pale cultists who had entered the capital, hoping to push forward Benjamin's so-called United Survivors plan. But the results were terrible. When they saw him, they either ignored him as if he were a hallucination or attacked him directly as if he were a ghost, and no one was willing to listen to a word of his explanation. Benjamin sensed his unusual frustration. Asking a religious bishop to reason with another group of fanatics was indeed asking the impossible. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, the shared field of vision swept across the corner, and a figure made him perk up. Wait, shift your gaze to the left. That guy on the ground dressed like a silver Ken, that's Calvin's Griffin Knight. Sokka followed his reminder and looked up, his gaze falling on Maltz, who was still convulsing in pain while unconscious. Sokka said that the man had recently crashed into the city along with the Griffin. The Griffin died, and he lost a leg, which, although treated, was worsening. Benjamin immediately sent Sokka to question him. The Griffin rider had the best view in the air and likely saw crucial information that was invisible on the ground before he fell. Without hesitation, Sokka walked over to Maltz and gently patted his uninjured shoulder. Knight, can you hear me? It's me, Sokka. Maltz struggled to open his eyes from his semi-conscious state, recognized him, and called out in a hoarse voice. "Mr. Sokka." Sokka asked directly, "Did you see anything unusual in the air before you fell?" Mouth struggled to recall. Fragmented images flashed through his mind, the twisted, writhing crowd below, the palace shrouded in grey mist, the swooping giant bird, and the direction of the city walls he had glimpsed as he tried to pull himself up to escape. He gasped for breath and said, "Before the city wall was attacked, I was trying to find a way to break through. I saw that there were a lot of those inhuman and ghostly things gathered near the city wall." He swallowed hard, his cracked lips bleeding slightly. "If I'm not hallucinating, they must have already gone outside the city walls." This memory was unclear. Even Mouths himself doubted it was a hallucination from his near-death experience. But it was precisely the information he wanted to pass on to Calvin after his fall, despite the excruciating pain and the loss of his companions. Sokka's voice tightened instantly. "They broke through the city walls and got outside?" He quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. "They are leaving the capital. The barons and the commoners in the outlying towns are completely unprepared." Benjamin was also shocked by the news and his heart tightened. He could only force himself to remain calm. "I know, I will handle it. Go and call for help right away." But before worrying about the monsters outside the walls, he reminded Sokka that the interior of the shelter must also be protected first. There were too many wounded there, and without clean bandages and hot water, infection and gangrene would quickly take their lives. Sokka fell silent. Benjamin quickly added that they probably wouldn't even be able to find a decent pot there. Anyway, he would try to find a way, first to see if they could airdrop some medical supplies to them. Chapter 227. It turns out to be a man's name? Benjamin leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Maintaining the connection with Sokka's mental blade was like grabbing a slippery rope in a downpour, not to mention he also had to deal with the situation at hand. He immediately ordered his servants to summon Chesvia and Evelyn. Moments later, the two arrived in a hurry. Benjamin didn't explain much, only saying that time was of the essence. He put Chesvia in charge of providing remote medical guidance and Evelyn in charge of recording the contents of the letters, which were then sent to Calvin and all the nearby lords, in the form of being the most urgent. Benjamin then began a two-pronged approach. While dictating the warning letter, he also painstakingly transmitted his thoughts to Sokka. He told Sokka that he had found someone truly knowledgeable in medicine and asked Sokka to immediately describe the condition of the most seriously wounded. Chesvia couldn't see the scene directly. She could only rely on Benjamin to relay the instructions, who would then pass them on to Sokka. This kind of remote, communication-based treatment put immense pressure on her. She quickly pressed for details about the wound's location, size, depth, color, whether it was oozing pus, the degree of swelling, and whether the patient had a fever. Benjamin listened to Sokka's report while trying to repeat it as accurately as possible. The most serious injury was an open fracture with a laceration. The wound was about the length of a palm, deep enough to expose the bone, dark red or black in color, with yellow or green edges, thick pus mixed with blood, and very swollen. After listening, Chesvia immediately asked Sokka how precise his nin blades could be, whether they could clean necrotic tissue like an extremely thin scalpel, or remove foreign objects from deep within like tweezers. Benjamin relayed the message and quickly received a response. Sokka said it was possible. And so a surgery that spanned a great distance began. Sokka's learning ability and the precision of his nin blades were indeed astonishing, but with Benjamin repeatedly relaying his instructions, even the slightest deviation could lead to disaster. Chesvia couldn't help but facepalm several times, but she could only force herself to remain calm. After the most critically wounded were barely treated, Chesvia frankly admitted that this was only a temporary measure. Given the conditions in Izaka, probably no one could survive more than a few days. Benjamin said coldly, "Their deaths aren't their fault. Those people's lives were never a top priority." He would try to contact Calvin to have the Griffin drop supplies, but that was just a side effect. The real problem is that he and Calvin don't have a dedicated connection, like Sokka. He can't even explain whether his ability to connect to Sokka is due to the special nature of his nin blade, the coincidence of the changes in the capital, or other unknown factors. Chesvia immediately reminded him that since there was no such connection, they should look for other ones. For example, the Spirit Garden Church, which always held tea parties in his dreams, didn't they claim to be able to communicate over long distances? Benjamin immediately decided to comply, sending Evelyn to fetch Bishop Aphrodite. If Masu was still in town, he was to be summoned as well, the sooner the better. When the two from Lingyuan Church arrived, Benjamin didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point, explaining the crisis in the capital, Sokka's predicament, the urgent need for medicine for the wounded, and the need for the Griffin Knights to carry out a precise airdrop. Masker reacted quickly, immediately indicating that he understood. This was an urgent military intelligence and medical supplies transfer, and coincidentally, they had brothers operating near Stone Cliff territory, so they could contact them immediately and send the message and supplies over. However, he also cautioned that Benjamin must provide evidence that would convince the Lord of Stonecliff. Otherwise, Calvin might not believe a mere verbal message from the Church of the Sacred Heart. Benjamin tore off a piece of paper and wrote down his past experiences, known only to him and Calvin, as well as the information that needed to be conveyed, and made Masker memorize it. If Calvin heard these things, he would have no choice but to believe them. Masker readily agreed, promising to be faster than a messenger hawk. Aphrodite then took the opportunity to tell Benjamin that the church was also in an uproar over the strange events in the capital, and several bishops were contacting other sects to prepare to organize a joint holy war army, but progress was too slow. On the other side, Calvin stood on the highest terrace of the castle, letting the cold mountain wind whip his face, yet unable to dispel the gloom between his brows. In his hand he held a newly delivered letter, bearing the joint seal of the Grand Duke of the North and Prince Alkaya. The letter was politely worded, every sentence claiming it was for the sake of the kingdom's greater good, but the core meaning was clear. The Northern Army was about to march south to quell the unrest in the capital and save the kingdom. Stone Cliff territory, as the kingdom's bulwark, had to open its passage and provide supplies. Calvin almost sneered. Let the Northern Army into the royal domain. Did Archaea and the Grand Duke of the North really think of him as a peasant who had just donned armor? Once that ferocious army crosses the Stone Cliff Pass, the heart of the royal territory will be left defenseless. Whether they go to save the capital or conveniently take over the royal territory will then depend entirely on their whims. Even if Benjamin himself came to persuade him, he would never agree to such a foolish suggestion, like inviting a wolf into the house. Besides, that kid probably wouldn't even make such a stupid suggestion in the first place. The real challenge is how to refuse. If the tone is too strong, it might immediately provoke a conflict. If it's too soft, it might make the other party think that Shia territory is weak and easily bullied. Just as Calvin was carefully considering the wording of his reply, the captain of the guard rushed over with a strange expression. He said that a man claiming to be the bishop of the Church of the Spirit Garden had come to the castle with an urgent message from the Baron of Frosttown, which he had to deliver in person. Calvin frowned. He'd mainly heard the name, Spirit Garden Church, from the cold-sensitive bishop of Benjamin's territory, and the rumors about Spirit Garden Happy Water. A church bishop suddenly delivering a message from Benjamin. The combination seemed strange no matter how you looked at it. He hesitated for a moment, then instructed the head guard to lead the man to a side hall. Soon after, a travel-worn young man was brought in. Though tired, his eyes were bright, and his movements were more efficient than those of ordinary priests. The man bowed to Calvin and spoke calmly. Greetings, Lord of Stonecliff, Lord Calvin of the Griffin Knights. I am Camus, Bishop of the Church of the Spirit Garden. I have come to deliver a message at the behest of the goddess and the request of Baron Frosttown. Upon hearing the name, Calvin had a strange thought that flashed through his mind. Before he could think further, he muttered to himself. Camus is a man's name? Chapter 228 The Corrupted Dragon. The cold wind high in the sky cut like countless ice blades onto Calvin's bare skin. He lay on the griffin's broad, warm back, his lips pressed tightly together, yet his body still trembled slightly uncontrollably. It wasn't entirely because of the cold. The griffin rider's cloak and leather lining were more than enough to protect him from the high-altitude blizzards. What truly made him shiver was the mental exhaustion and an uncontrollable surge of anger. His thoughts returned to the castle fortress. After the bishop of the mortuary named Camus finished handing over the intelligence and confirming the details of the operation, Calvin subconsciously muttered, So Camus really is a man's name. With just that one sentence, Camus, who had been calm and focused just a moment ago, instantly had a look in his eyes that seemed to freeze over a storm on the Arctic ice plains. The temperature in the room plummeted, and Calvin even saw fine frost forming on the edges of his armor. Camus squeezed out each word clearly. You, kind of, person, need to be corrected. The next moment, the bishop of the Church of the Spirit Garden suddenly rushed forward without warning, his movements so agile they were completely unlike those of a clergyman. A pale, chilling aura condensed in his palm as he lunged straight at Calvin's face. Calvin, a veteran of countless battles, was still nearly caught off guard. He narrowly dodged the icy blast, a few strands of hair whipped up by the airflow instantly freezing stiff and brittle. Counterattacking became almost instinctive. He struck Camus' wrist with a hand chop imbued with a psychic blade, interrupting the pursuit, while his other hand gripped the hilt of his sword. But the sword was never drawn. Are you insane? Calvin roared. Camus was knocked back 2 steps, The icy storm in his eyes subsided slightly, and he seemed somewhat bewildered by his loss of control. But the anger at having his principles violated had not disappeared. He snorted heavily, turned and left, leaving only a chilling room and a bewildered Calvin. Even now, Calvin still finds the incident absurd and frightening. He almost got frozen into an ice sculpture and given to Benjamin as decoration. He silently resolved to be more wary of people with soft-sounding names in the future. Ahead, Vice Commander Letso suddenly gestured, interrupting his reverie. Letso pointed to a small fortress built along the mountain ridge below. Calvin immediately composed himself, suppressing the shadow left by Camus' corrective punch, and quickly made a judgment. He returned the gesture, approving the division of forces. Letho took 10 knights with him to clear the area around the fortress, especially the snow-covered ravines and forests. Those areas likely harbored the Deadborn, the code name for the monsters in the capital, mentioned in Benjamin's letter. The Griffin Knights then split into two, with the main force continuing to fly rapidly toward the increasingly clear outline on the horizon. After a while, the capital city finally appeared before Calvin without any concealment. Even though he had already heard the description from the scout Beck, he was still deeply shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. A thick grayish-white fog, constantly writhing and expanding, enveloped most of the city. Especially in the palace district, the fog was as thick as clumps of dirty cotton. Through the gaps in the fog, distorted silhouettes of buildings could be seen, along with countless black dots moving slowly like ants. There was no smoke from cooking fires, no flags, no lights. The entire capital was eerily silent, yet beneath that silence seemed to simmer with some kind of frenzied turmoil. Calvin immediately ordered, "Maintain altitude and conduct a reconnaissance circumnavigation of the city. Watch for any unusual movements at the edge of the fog and outside the city walls. Once confirmed, prepare for the airdrop." 20 griffins circled at a safe altitude around the outskirts of the capital. But after only half a circle, the anomaly suddenly erupted. The gray-white mist within the city surged violently, and then dozens of black dots tore through the mist and shot into the sky. They moved with astonishing speed, and their figures quickly grew larger. They were the giant birds with eerie black and white flames mentioned in Baker's report. "Enemy attack! Those carrying supplies, retreat and climb!" Calvin's calm and powerful voice pierced the wind. "First and second squads, follow me to engage!" As the order was given, the griffins carrying supplies under the cover of their companions quickly rose into the air and retreated to a more distant area. Calvin himself led 10 of his most elite griffins, forming a sharp charging formation with their wingtips almost touching, like a sword drawn from its sheath in the sky, charging headlong into the black flock of birds. Calvin's eyes swept quickly across the enemy figures, instantly calculating their numbers, speed, and direction of attack. 22, more than expected. The distance between them closed rapidly in the blink of an eye. Just as they were about to collide, Calvin suddenly shouted, "Scatter!" The 10 griffins, which had been tightly packed together, suddenly scattered in all directions like exploding fireworks. The black flock's determined attack missed its mark, and their massive bodies were thrown into brief disarray by inertia. The knights, who had already prepared their short spears, seized the moment and attacked simultaneously. The short spears, imbued with all their strength, shot through the air at extremely close range with astonishing accuracy. Not one missed its target. A piercing shriek, unlike any bird song, tore through the sky. More than a dozen giant black birds, their cores or wings pierced by short spears, suddenly lost their black and white flames, turning into heavy chunks of flesh that tumbled and plummeted toward the city and its walls. Calvin immediately ordered, "Surround them and eliminate them one by one." The remaining black giant birds attempted to regroup or pursue the scattered griffins. However, Calvin's knights, with their superior mobility, quickly formed a loose encirclement, attacking relentlessly from the flanks and rear, eliminating them one by one with minimal losses using their long swords and claws. The sky briefly cleared, leaving only black feathers fluttering down. But Calvin did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he became even more alert. The fog deep within the capital seemed to be enraged by the carnage and began to boil violently. Then, a shadow far larger and more terrifying than the black giant birds slowly tore through the thick fog and rose into the sky. Even Calvin, a man of great experience and unwavering will, was momentarily stunned, and his pupils contracted sharply when he saw the thing in its entirety. That was a dragon. Not the large subspecies of winged dragons in the Southern Territory, but a true dragon existing in legends and epics. A long neck, broad, sail-like wings, and a torso covered with massive bony plates, or rather, once covered by them. The dragon now looks nauseating. Cold black and white flames coil around its body, Large patches of its scales have long since rotted away, revealing black, festering muscles and massive, white bones like pillars. One of its fleshy wings was torn open with several large holes, the edges of which were covered with rotting skin. Its eye sockets had no pupils, only two eerie, lifeless black and white flames burning. Calvin murmured, "From the dead and back to life." He finally understood why Benjamin called these things the dead. The dead dragon, its tattered wings seemingly clumsy, moved with astonishing speed. It swooped down on the griffin riders, carrying a suffocating aura of death. It was enormous and felt no pain. The griffin's claws and the knight's lances had almost no effect on its rotting body and exposed bones. On the contrary, its casually swung claws and tail sweeps could drive the knight to his death at any moment. What's more troublesome is that the aura it emits and the black and white flames it exudes have a natural suppressive effect on the griffins, which are full of vitality. The knights can clearly feel that their mounts are filled with fear and their stamina is being rapidly depleted. Calvin made a quick judgment. Morale was dropping, the griffin wouldn't last much longer, while this dead dragon seemed to possess inexhaustible power. A bold plan took shape in his mind. He patted the griffin's neck and pointed to the relatively intact wing root of the dead dragon. "Take me up, to the highest point!" The griffin let out a long cry, suddenly accelerated, and charged at an almost vertical angle towards the foul-smelling wind whipped up by the dead dragon, heading diagonally above it. The other knights desperately held it back, constantly attacking the dead dragon to buy Calvin an opportunity. Just as he was passing over the top of the griffin's head and nearing the base of its wing, Calvin took a deep breath and leaped off the griffin's back. He unleashed the full power of his spiritual energy, channeling a continuous stream of gravity into the heavy knight's sword he gripped tightly in his hands. The sword hummed, as if imbued with the power to cleave mountains. Falling, accelerating. Man and sword transformed into a silvery meteor, carrying terrifying momentum and the weight bestowed by the blade of thought, precisely slashing towards the root of the dead dragon's fleshy wings. The next instant, the enormous fleshy wings, along with part of the shoulder blade, were cleanly severed by the sword. The detached wings fell askew, spraying out viscous black liquid and residual flames. The dragon's massive body lurched violently in midair, convulsing due to loss of balance. Calvin, having delivered the fatal blow, was plummeting rapidly from the sky. He remained calm and decisively reversed the mental blades applied to him. Light! The mental blade, which had originally increased gravity, suddenly transformed, becoming light and ethereal, greatly reducing his weight and downward inertia. At the same time, the griffin, perfectly in sync with him, had already calculated the trajectory, precisely swooping down and gliding, extending its powerful forepaws to firmly grasp Calvin's outstretched arm. Walk! Calvin used the momentum to swing back up, gracefully flipping back onto the griffin's saddle, the movement so fluid it seemed he had practiced it 1,000 times. He looked down at the capital city and immediately ordered, "Drop the airdrops down, onto the rooftops." Chapter 229 Six-Stock Route. Eastward, Ironrock Earl's Castle. Earl Ironrock sat in a high-backed chair covered with thick bearskin. His body was still robust, but his face was etched with the marks of time and battle. After reading the letter bearing the seal of Stone Cliff territory, he casually tossed it onto the oak table. He scoffed, glancing at the servants before looking at the young man at the table. "A dragon? That Calvin brat, trying to drag this old man down with him, has gone so far as to make up stories for 3-year-olds? The young man standing to the side bore a resemblance to Calvin, but lacked his wild edge and possessed instead a calm and composed demeanor. Dressed in neat aristocratic attire, he stood tall and straight. He was none other than Calvin's elder brother, Galileo. Galileo calmly advised, "Father, Calvin is on the front lines, and the pressure he's under is beyond our imagination. Princess Celia, the second princess, is making little progress in the south and has failed to contain the west. If we continue to remain inactive, the private armies of the nobles in the royal domain may not be able to withstand the combined forces of Prince Alkaya and the Grand Duke of the North." Earl Ironrock's sarcasm softened slightly, his fingers tapping the table, his smile still insincere. "It sounds as if the kingdom is doomed if I don't intervene." He never took sides in the struggle for the throne among the 3 heirs. For such powerful nobles who held considerable military power and deep-rooted influence, life went on regardless of who sat on the throne, as long as the fiefdoms remained unchanged and the iron mines and trade route taxes were not affected. What truly displeased him was that Alkaya had joined forces with the northern and western territories. If those two behemoths seized the opportunity to expand, extending their reach into the royal domain and even further east, Ironrock territory's future would inevitably be threatened. Once the balance was broken, surrounded by powerful neighbors, no one could sleep soundly. Despite his displeasure, the old count still didn't want to don his armor and go into battle. He had fought his entire life, experiencing border conflicts and internal rebellions. Now that his territory was stable and his heir, Galio, was capable enough, he only wanted to stay in the castle, drinking, listening to music, and enjoying his later years. As for those strange rumors in the capital, he did send people to investigate, but the reports were slow to arrive, which annoyed him. Just as he was pondering how to use tactful words to dismiss his youngest son, the heavy door was suddenly pushed open, and a cold wind rushed into the hall. An officer in iron rock collar standard armor strode in, not even having time for a proper salute. His face was serious, and fear still lingered in his eyes. "My lord! Lord Galio! Urgent military intelligence!" The sergeant's voice was urgent. "An unidentified army has appeared in the direction of the capital. They have breached the border outposts and entered the southeastern part of our territory. They have destroyed at least 3 villages along the way." The hall fell silent instantly, with only the crackling of the fireplace flames remaining. Meanwhile, inside the fortress closest to the capital, Calvin stood before the table covered with a sheepskin map, his brow furrowed. His deputy, Letso, had just returned from scouting. His leather armor was still covered in snowflakes, and carried a faint smell of burning. Calvin, without looking up, asked, "What's the situation outside the capital?" Letso replied in a deep voice, "It's terrible, young master. After those death-born ones left the capital, they didn't just run around aimlessly. They split into at least 6 groups, moving in different directions. Their routes were somewhat circuitous, but their goals were very clear, as if there really was something directing them from behind. We have limited manpower and only managed to wipe out the largest group. We couldn't stop the others." Calvin took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation. His finger landed on a pass on the map, and he said decisively, "Then concentrate our forces and block this force heading towards Stone Cliff territory. We can't let them penetrate deep into the heartland and attack the towns behind. Set up an ambush line here and take advantage of the terrain." Leiter immediately picked up his charcoal pencil and marked the Deathborn's route and estimated location on the map. "In addition, I have sent copies of the movements and characteristics I have scouted to all the royal nobles and fortress commanders I can contact. I hope they don't collapse at the first sign of trouble and become reinforcements for those monsters." Calvin nodded. "Well done." Then he remembered someone else. "Where is Camus of the Spirit Garden Church now?" Leiter's expression became somewhat subtle. After learning that a large number of the Deadborn might have penetrated deep into the royal territory, the bishop did not leave. He stayed in Stone Cliff territory and gathered a group of followers and local believers, saying that he would use the fire of the goddess to cleanse the evil spirits. He is now preaching in the nearby villages and building simple fortifications. Preaching? Building fortifications? Calvin recalled the corrective punch that almost froze his nose off, and his feelings were complicated. After a moment, he said, "Since they want to help, don't let them die in vain. Allocate some timber and fodder from the reserves, and also give them some swords and spears. Send 2 squads of veterans over and teach them how to set up roadblocks and use the terrain for defense, instead of making useless prayer formations." Letso immediately wrote it down. At this moment, the officer in charge of logistics and supplies walked in with an account book, his face filled with worry. "Sir, Deputy Commander, there's a problem with supplies. The Stone Cliff territory's grain reserves have always relied on trade with the royal territory. Now, with the continuous blizzards and difficult roads, grain merchants and nobles with grain reserves within the royal territory have begun to raise prices, and the increases are quite significant. If this continues, the pressure on military spending will be immense." Calvin was furious, but quickly calmed down. Anger wouldn't solve the problem of supplies. He turned to Letso and asked, "Has my father replied?" Letso replied, "Lord Galio sent a private letter, but the Count's formal reply has not yet arrived. However, Lord Galio hinted that, for overall strategic reasons, the Count may not immediately send his main force to provide support, but supplies, especially food and ironware, should be provided." Calvin nodded. This was not unexpected. "My father's support can alleviate some of the pressure, but it probably won't be enough." His gaze fell on the eastern part of the map, where Frosttown was marked. His eyes held a newfound certainty, and a hint of relief at having gotten rid of the trouble. The remaining shortfall also involves the troublesome issues of coordinating with other lords to sell grain at affordable prices and stabilizing logistics. He paused for a moment, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Let Benjamin have his headache. He's good at it. And I bet he won't refuse." Chapter 230 Hero Squad Logistics Team. Iron Cast Collar, Furnace Heart City. A travel-worn figure, led by guards, strode into the castle. It was the Griffin Knight sent by Calvin. Without further ado, he delivered a warning from Stonecliff. The army of the Deadborn had split off from the capital, one force heading towards Ironforge. Meanwhile, Calvin had slain a corrupted dragon in the skies above the capital. Ella sat up abruptly, her eyes widening slightly. "Wait, what did you just say? What do you mean Calvin killed a dragon?" The old butler, Clement, stood not far away and coughed lightly to remind her. "Young miss, the important thing is that the threat is approaching, and we need to prepare for defense immediately." The Griffin Knight quickly added that after the monsters left the capital, they split into multiple groups. Calvin would do his best to intercept the two groups heading north and crossing the heart of the Stone Cliff territory, but he was unable to deal with all the enemies in other directions, so he could only ask each territory to be on guard in advance. Ella understood the urgency of the situation, but she still wouldn't let it slide. She frowned and waved her hand. "I know what he's trying to say. But to throw in a mention of slaying a dragon in the middle of something important, isn't that just showing off? I can picture him pretending to be indifferent, but actually looking like he's practically strutting around with his tail between his legs." She then looked at the Griffin rider, narrowed her eyes, and asked, "I guess he also wants you to mention the Dragon Slayer when you deliver the message to Frosttown? Preferably in front of a lot of people, and in a nonchalant tone." The knight's embarrassed expression said it all. Ella snorted. "I knew it. All right, the warning has been received from Ironforge. We'll get ready. Go to the next place." Just as the Griffin Knight was about to bow and leave, Ella called him back. She raised her chin, her tone deliberately casual, but her eyes were very serious. "When you return to Stonecliff territory to report, tell Calvin that perhaps his Stonecliff territory is too large and powerful to care about Ironforge territory's little bit of support. And I, too, have no intention of helping that guy who always has a deadpan expression." She quickened her pace. "But considering he's currently at the forefront, taking the hits for everyone, I'll have someone send a batch of the latest improved equipment from Ironforge over there. Don't even think about refusing. Even if I don't ask, Benjamin will write to me sooner or later to beg me. So that's it." The Griffin Knight bowed solemnly, assuring the rider that he would deliver the message accurately. Once everyone had left, Ella's feigned impatience vanished instantly. She turned and called out, "Butler!" Clement responded immediately. Ella ordered that people be immediately dispatched to the border near the capital to organize the evacuation of all villagers to Hearthheart City, and officially declared that area a military zone. Any young people unwilling to evacuate and wishing to join the army should be processed according to standard recruitment procedures. Clement nodded, then asked if they should formally inform Lady Pascal. After all, Ella's mother's family territory was within the royal domain, and was deeply connected to this crisis. When her mother was mentioned, Ella's expression flashed with a hint of complexity, but she quickly became decisive again. "Of course I have to tell her. Not only should I tell her that it's time to make use of the Pascal family's assets and influence in the royal territory, but I should also tell her that if she keeps dawdling, she should give up her position as head of the family and hand it over to a younger person." Clement said he would convey the message tactfully but clearly. He was aware of the mother and daughter's relationship and style of doing things, but his loyalty lay with Lord Ella. After the old butler left, Ella was left alone in the corridor. She walked to the narrow window, looked at the rolling hills and workshop chimneys under the grey sky, and muttered to herself, "How am I supposed to write to Benjamin now? Just say that Calvin slew the dragon, monsters are coming, I need to evacuate the people, and I need to send equipment? That's too boring." She sighed softly, then thought of Benjamin's troublesome psychic blade ability. "When will I be able to reliably connect to a longer range? Ironforge and Frosttown aren't even that far apart." Golden Ear Valley, Lauren's reception room. If the iron-walled castle exudes a sense of power, then Lauren's drawing room is filled with the scents of paper, ink, and spices. He summoned the territory officials and Chamber of Commerce representatives, but they paid him little attention, arguing about the export quotas for the next season's luxury wines, the cultivation costs of new ornamental flowers, and how much new southern silk a certain viscountess would purchase for her ball. The hall was noisy and filled with trivialities, all the kind of extravagant worries that only exist in times of peace and prosperity. Sometimes, Loren wondered if he hadn't left behind a sufficiently prominent legend during his time with the hero squad, which might have contributed to their lack of awe. Normally, they would only quiet down briefly and adopt a serious, obedient demeanor when it came to making money or negotiating with external forces. Not long ago, Loren received a warning from the Stone Cliff territory. An army of unknown size was setting off from the direction of the capital, heading directly toward Golden Ear Valley. The letter contained neither a request for help nor any advice. It simply stated the facts. If this message had come from someone else, Lauren would probably have dismissed it as a joke or a rumor. But it was signed Calvin. That proud, stubborn Calvin, who had looked down on him somewhat in the group in the past, might have had many flaws, but he would never speak carelessly about something like this. So, Lauren decided to trust him this once. He stood up, placed his hands on the smooth tabletop, and spoke in a low voice, which quickly silenced the argument in the room. "Gentlemen, let's put aside these important daily matters for now." A mysterious and excited smile appeared on Lauren's face. "I've just received some very interesting news, which may contain an unprecedented business opportunity." Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. The business opportunities Lord Loren discovered often meant huge profits. Loren extended his finger and lightly tapped a spot on the kingdom map, near the southeast of the capital. That wasn't a traditional trade route's key point. His smile widened. "That's right, a very special and time-sensitive opportunity. It's in the region near the capital. We need to adjust our plans and resource allocation immediately. Believe me, this is something everyone should focus on." Chapter 231 War in Blackrock Territory. Frost Town. When the griffin from Stonecliff Territory carried the weary knight Caesar to land on the cleared ground in Frost Town, the welcoming scene before him momentarily stunned him. He had assumed that the person coming to hand over the letter would be at most the steward or the captain of the guard, but to his surprise, the legendary Baron Benjamin of Frosttown personally greeted him with a smile. Benjamin grasped Caesar's hand, which was still not fully removed from the saddle, and said warmly, "You must be tired from the journey. Thank you for braving the wind, snow, and danger to bring us this important news." Caesar had never been treated this way before. He quickly straightened his aching back and nervously replied that it was just his duty. Benjamin, however, said that people who do their jobs well deserve respect, and then invited him inside for a meal and rest. As Caesar followed Benjamin toward the reception room, he suddenly noticed a silent officer behind him. The man was wearing a Frosttown uniform, with a well-maintained longsword at his waist. Caesar almost cried out the moment he looked up. "What?" Wout nodded, his expression gentle. "Long time no see, Caesar. Your companion will be well taken care of, go and rest." Caesar then realized what was happening. 2 years ago, Walter left the Griffin Knights and followed Benjamin to this harsh land. Now it seemed that he hadn't just settled in, he had clearly become a trusted confidant of the Baron. Benjamin's description of a simple dinner made Caesar realize the difference once again. The long table did not have the extravagant gold and silver utensils of southern nobles, but it was filled with steaming lamb, roast poultry, thick soup, fruits rarely seen in winter, and a pot of wine of decent quality. This meal was better than anything in the Stone Cliffs military camp, and even some minor nobles' daily meals might not have been as good. Caesar gradually relaxed amidst the warmth and delicious food, and recounted in detail the intelligence Calvin had given him. When he mentioned Calvin slaying a rotting dragon rising from the misty sea above the capital, Benjamin paused slightly as he cut meat. He looked up to confirm. "You mean Calvin killed the dragon?" Caesar nodded solemnly, saying that Calvin had personally led the attack and even severed the monster's wings. This news was clearly more shocking than the army of the dead-born themselves. Benjamin was silent for a moment. The emergence of beings like dragons meant that the situation was no longer just an ordinary war, but a nightmarish catastrophe was approaching. He quickly composed himself and turned to the most pressing issue. Benjamin did not hesitate for a moment regarding Calvin's offer of material assistance. He instructed Caesar to inform Calvin that Frosttown and the United Commune were fully committed to ensuring the front lines at Stonecliff. The first supply convoy would depart as soon as possible, and relay stations would be established in allied territories along the route, such as Silverstream, Windmill, and Great Valley, to ensure the supply lines remained uninterrupted. Caesar nodded quickly and added that he had warned Ella of Ironforge before coming to Frosttown, and she had also said that she would send a batch of the latest improved equipment. Upon hearing Ella's decision, Benjamin commented calmly, "She will never back down verbally, but she won't shirk any of her duties. Calvin will definitely like those new weapons." At this point, Benjamin's smile faded. He admitted that if he could, he would like to send troops directly to support Stone Cliff territory, but a sudden change had occurred in the western border, which had already tied down the power of Frosttown. Walter, who was standing nearby, took over the conversation and explained to Caesar that just 2 days ago, Baron Guise, an ally of Blackrock territory in the west, had a fierce conflict with an allied army composed of dwarves and elves. Western Frontier, Blackrock Territory Battlefield. At this moment, Guise was like a raging bear, wielding a two-handed greatsword almost as tall as himself. The blade whistled through the air, cleaving 3 dwarf warriors, armor and all, in two. Almost simultaneously, a dark green elven arrow shot out from the dense forest behind him, heading straight for Guy's neck. Clang! A heavy, finely crafted steel spear swept across, accurately deflecting the arrows. The young man wielding the spear, Diana, with blood on his forehead and rapid breathing, loudly reminded Guys that they had been fighting continuously for 2 days and needed to retreat and rest. Gus glared at him, but unusually he didn't curse. The continuous fighting had made every muscle in his body ache, and his sword-wielding arm felt as heavy as lead. Diana was originally just an observer sent by Frosttown to deliver supplies and understand the situation in the west, but she unexpectedly ran into this great battle and was temporarily pulled into the front line by Gus, which actually stabilized the defense for a period of time. Guy spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, cursed, "Madman," and finally retreated a few steps under the cover of his guards, exposing Diana to the front. But he did not truly retreat. Instead, he leaned on his great sword, staring intently at the battlefield. Diana quickly took command, ordering the archers to suppress the elven arrows from afar, the spearmen to form a defensive line to block the dwarven charge, and himself to lead a mobile squad to fill the gaps and hunt down enemies who broke through the lines. His commands were decisive and effective, clearly demonstrating solid training and indicating that this wasn't his first time facing an alien race. Yet, the more familiar he became with them, the deeper the chill ran through him. Diana had followed Finn in the southern territory and had met many forest elves. These elves were proud, agile, and close to nature. Although they often clashed with humans, there was always a reason for it. But these elves were different. They were still agile and their archery was precise, but the natural elegance that belonged to elves seemed to have been replaced by something stiff. What chilled him to the bone was that the elves were actually fighting alongside the dwarves. The sight of dwarves and elves working together was even more absurd than goblins dancing in princess dresses. Diana suppressed his unease and shouted, "Hold the line! Don't advance rashly!" Chapter 232 The Creator. Western Frontier, Blackrock Territory Battlefield. The final sharp clang of weapons clashing dissipated in the cold twilight wind. The shouts of battle gradually faded, leaving only the groans of the wounded, the heavy breathing of soldiers, and the dull thud of footsteps on the battlefield. The Blackrock soldiers began clearing the blood-stained ground. They carefully collected the bodies of their comrades, dragged the corpses of their enemies aside, and prepared to dig pits to bury them. Even if the enemy was of a different race, this was to prevent the spread of plague and to observe battlefield etiquette. Baron Guys leaned on his great sword, stained with dark red blood, and breathed in the cold, foul air. He walked over to Diana and patted him hard on the shoulder with his free hand, almost making the young man stumble. Gus chuckled hoarsely. "Good lad! I didn't expect Benjamin to have someone as capable as you in his ranks, besides the guys who know how to do accounting and construction. This time, it's all thanks to you for holding the flank." Diana bowed her head and replied, "You flatter me, Lord Guys. I simply did what I was supposed to do, and I was also lucky." He was telling the truth. The combined forces of dwarves and elves that attacked were not many in number, but their sudden and cunning attack caught the border guards off guard. Otherwise, Guys wouldn't have temporarily put him, who was only there to observe, into the command position. By this time, the main force of Blackrock territory had gradually arrived around the battlefield, and camps and perimeter lines were being established. The remaining enemy forces had long since scattered and fled into the depths of the rocks and withered forests of the Grey Whisper Mountains, and for the time being, they could not cause any trouble. Diana gazed at the undulating mountain silhouettes in the twilight and asked, "What are you planning to do next?" Gus followed his gaze, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, like a wounded beast preparing to pounce. He snorted coldly and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "What else can we do? Fight back, of course. I don't have the habit of smiling and waiting for the next time after being beaten. This time it's harassment, next time it might be a massive army pressing in. That elf and dwarf tribe in the Grey Whisper Mountains that dared to extend their claws, I will uproot them completely." Diana understood this strategy of using offense as a form of defense. It had always been this way on the borderlands. A single step of weakness would allow the enemy to advance 10 steps. Although elves and dwarves are collectively referred to as different races by humans, they are vastly different from one another. The proud elves of the Silver Kingdom do not consider forest elves or gray elves as their own kind, and the Grey Mountain dwarves are often in conflict with mountain clans such as the Bronzebeard dwarves. Meanwhile, the Grey Whisper Mountains, which stretch across the western border of the kingdom, are home to many small elven settlements and dwarven clans. Blackrock territory did not come away empty-handed. During the battle, they captured several elves and dwarves, some of whom appeared to be of high status. Gus grinned, his expression anything but friendly. "We'll go ask them later which ravine they're hiding in." Diana still had doubts and spoke up. My lord, if you don't mind, I'd like to participate in the interrogation. These elves seem different from the ones I've seen in the Southern Territory. I'm worried they might have other schemes behind them, or even threaten Frost Town. Gus waved his hand. Come if you want. More mouths, more ideas. In the makeshift interrogation tent, the brazier provided only limited light and heat, but could not dispel the oppressive smell of blood and sweat mixed together. 2 prisoners were forced to kneel on the ground. One was a tall, slender male elf with pointed ears and bone ornaments. The other was a dwarf warrior with a braided beard and bulging muscles. Both were wounded, with ropes digging deep into their wrists and arms, and their faces bore not only pain but also an indescribable numbness and gloom. Gus walked around them once, then kicked the wound on the elf's leg, causing the elf to shudder. He frowned and said, Should we get the army medic to do something to stop the bleeding? We don't want them to die before we can even ask them a question. Diana stood by and observed, then shook her head and said, No need. In my experience in the south, elves are much more resilient than humans. This kind of injury won't be fatal. Dwarves, needless to say, are as tenacious as insects. Gus raised an eyebrow at him, somewhat surprised. Oh, an expert. Looks like you didn't waste your time in the Southern Territory. Diana remained modest. I wouldn't call myself an expert, I've just seen a lot. Without further ado, Guys walked up to the elven prisoners and, looking down at them, demanded, Speak! Where are you from? Why did you attack Blackrock Territory? Where is your stronghold? How many of you are there? The elf lowered his head, his pointed ears twitching slightly, but he remained silent. The dwarf beside him spat out a mouthful of blood and mumbled curses in his dwarven language. Gus waited a few seconds, his face twitching slightly, then turned to the clerk and guards and asked, Which of you understands this gibberish? The group exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads. The soldiers here were skilled in battle, but none of them were fluent in Elvish or Dwarven languages. Gus cursed under his breath. Besides his wife, he couldn't think of anyone in the team who spoke the foreign language. But with war raging, he couldn't very well bring his wife to the battlefield. At this moment, Diana stepped forward. My lord, if you trust me, I can give it a try. I'm not very good at writing, but I can manage oral communication. Having been in the Southern Territory for a long time, I need to be able to understand some of the enemy's languages, especially Elvish. Gus's eyes lit up. That's great, ask quickly. Diana knelt down in front of the elven captive and said in a low voice in slightly broken but grammatically correct Elvish, Stranger, answer my question. The kneeling elf abruptly raised his head, a clear emotion appearing in his gray-green eyes for the first time. It was surprise. He clearly hadn't expected this human officer to speak Elvish, albeit with a somewhat strange accent. Diana didn't give him a chance to think, and continued to ask, Why did you launch the attack? What do you want? The elf pursed her lips, her eyes regaining their stubborn and gloomy expression, and turned her head away, resisting with silence. Diana sighed softly, his voice devoid of warmth. In the southern rainforest he had learned far more than just languages. He said calmly in Elvish, Speak up obediently, or you will regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the elf in the stomach without warning. Caught off guard, the elf curled up in pain and gagged. Diana grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up at her, her eyes chillingly cold. I've dealt with bastards like you a lot in the south. I have plenty of ways to get you to talk, don't test my patience. His Elvish wasn't elegant, but it carried a real chill, more effective than any persuasion. The Elvish captive's eyes began to flicker, as if struggling between pain and a deeper fear. Finally, he uttered a few words in a hoarse, weak Elvish language. It's a sound. Diana immediately pressed. What was that sound? A voice whispered in our ears, commanding us to take it back. The elf's eyes gradually became unfocused. Diana's heart tightened, and she leaned forward slightly. Take back what? Just then, the dwarf prisoner, who had been weak and silent all along, suddenly made a strange gurgling sound in his throat, like an old bellows leaking air. At the same time, the elf kneeling on the ground suddenly contracted and then dilated. The whites of his eyes instantly became covered with dense, writhing black blood vessels. Gus had been watching the scene closely, and his fighting instincts kicked in instantly. His expression changed, and he rushed forward, grabbing Diana by the back of his collar and forcefully pulling him back. Almost at the same moment that Diana was pulled away. Puff dash! The elf suddenly raised its head, and what spewed from its open mouth was not words, but a large stream of viscous, scorching fluid burning with pale white flames. The flames were extremely hot, instantly sizzling and sending acrid smoke billowing up. Had Diana remained in the same spot, he would likely have been transformed into a human torch by now. With his last breath, the elf roared in a distorted elvish language. Our creator! He is returning! Before he could finish speaking, both he and the dwarf beside him, whose throat had been making a strange noise, underwent a horrific mutation. Countless worms seemed to writhe beneath their skin, and the thick hemp rope binding them was snapped by an unnatural, brute force. The two staggered to their feet, their eyes burning with the same color as the pale flames. Outside the tents, chaotic shouts of alarm erupted throughout the makeshift camp. Corpses! The corpses of those dwarves and elves have risen up! Watch out! They bite! Cut off his head! Chop off his head now! Gus shielded the still shaking Diana behind him, his face ashen as he stared at the two monsters before him. Hearing the commotion outside, he spat out a curse. This is absolutely bizarre! Chapter 233 is not that simple. Frosttown, Lord's office. After arranging for the Griffin Rider Caesar to rest, Benjamin returned to his office and sat behind the oak table piled high with ledgers and official documents. One task after another was on the table. The bulk purchase order for honeycomb briquettes from Inchi was awaiting confirmation, the budget application for the extension of the rail cart line in Feng Chait Town needed approval, and the eldest brother had delivered another steam engine improvement plan. Benjamin stared at the familiar words and numbers, but he couldn't concentrate. His pen hovered over the paper for a long time, unable to fall. His thoughts had already flown to the distant capital, to the rotting dragon beneath Calvin's sword. Light footsteps approached, accompanied by the faint aroma of honey gingerbread. Evelyn, the private secretary and head of intelligence, gently placed a steaming cup of herbal tea on the corner of the table. She glanced at Benjamin's face. His brow was slightly furrowed, and his eyes were unfocused, clearly indicating his unease. So she whispered a reminder. Sir, you don't seem to be feeling well. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Benjamin snapped out of his reverie, put down his pen, and let out a long sigh. It's not a matter of rest. I've only been up for a short time. It's just that I'm having a little trouble concentrating. Evelyn didn't ask any questions, but simply stood quietly to the side. She knew that listening was more appropriate than questioning at times like this. Benjamin picked up his teacup, took a sip of the slightly bitter herbal tea, and his tense nerves eased a little. He said in a deep voice, Perhaps he's worried about the situation in the entire kingdom. One bad news after another, it's really worrying. Evelyn continued, The current situation in the kingdom is indeed somewhat ambiguous. Hidden? Benjamin smirked. In a way, it's quite clear. That eldest prince in the north, Alkaya, has already won over the dukes of the north and west, and holds one of the kingdom's strongest forces. So why hasn't he made a move? He's just issuing notices and requesting passage? Benjamin's tone was cold. In the end, it's because he can't let go of the future king's face and doesn't dare to really turn the royal territory upside down. He's afraid of taking over a mess in the future, and he's also afraid of provoking a more intense backlash from other great nobles. If he doesn't speak up, those two in the north and west will naturally not easily overstep their bounds and snatch chestnuts from the fire for others. He ran his fingertips along the warm rim of the cup and continued. So, although the threat from the north is looming overhead, things are relatively stable for the time being. The real trouble is the strange mess in the capital, and this snow that just won't stop falling outside. Evelyn replied softly. You previously deduced that this unusually cold winter is likely related to the changes in the capital. Yes, Benjamin sighed. At first, it was just an explanation from the church based on some kind of omen theory, which sounded mystical, but now the connection is becoming more and more obvious. The more abnormal the capital is, the more eerie the snowfall becomes. The office fell silent, with only the crackling of the stove fire and the faint howling of wind and snow outside the window. After a moment, Benjamin suddenly spoke, his voice lowered. Evelyn, I think I've figured it out. Evelyn immediately leaned forward slightly. Please speak. Benjamin sat up straight, clasped his hands together on the table, his fingertips slightly touching. My concern is whether this is all too simple. Evelyn was slightly taken aback. The fall of the capital, the rampage of monsters, the appearance of dragons, and the distress of allies, these things seem to have nothing to do with simplicity. Benjamin explained. I'm not saying the disaster itself is simple, but that the solutions we, or all those who are aware of the crisis, come up with are too simplistic. He said slowly. Gather strength, prepare the army, unite with other threatened forces, and then, like a hunt, breach the capital and destroy the source. Then the kingdom will return to order, the snow will stop, and spring will come. Sounds reasonable, right? But taking down the capital is by no means easy. He changed the subject. Right now, apart from Stone Cliff territory which has to act because it was directly impacted, Which of the major powers that truly hold significant military power, the Northern Territory, the Western Territory, and even the Southern Territory, has actually made a move? They are all observing and calculating. Without their participation, attacking the capital will only be a tough battle, and it might even be a bottomless pit that can never be filled. At this point, Benjamin's gaze darkened. What disturbs me even more is that if the source of this disaster is indeed a person, or at least a being capable of thought, such as Prince Conrad. He looked at Evelyn. What would a normally thinking enemy do? Someone who can create this kind of chaos, resurrect dragons, and even affect the celestial phenomena. Would he, like the foolish demon king in the story, obediently stay in his lair, build walls, train an army, and then wait for heroes from all directions to slowly gather before attacking? Evelyn was speechless for a moment. Because Benjamin was right. No, Benjamin answered for her. A sober enemy will never sit idly by and wait to be killed. Silence fell over the office once again. After a long pause, Evelyn said softly, My lord, I'm afraid I can't offer much advice on these strategic maneuvers. However, Miss Chesvia might be able to. She's been deciphering the documents brought back from the ruins in the back mountains these past few days, and perhaps she'll make some new discoveries. Benjamin nodded, stood up, and stretched his stiff neck. You're right. I'm just wasting time sitting here staring at the documents, and I might even make the wrong judgment. I'd rather go see what Chesvia dug out of those piles of papers. He walked around the desk to leave, but his gaze fell on the mountain of unprocessed documents on the desk, and he suddenly stopped. Then Benjamin turned around, a smile on his face that was a mixture of trust, encouragement, and an undeniable authority. He raised his hand and solemnly patted Evelyn on the shoulder. Evelyn, he said meaningfully, you know, of all the officials and staff in Frosttown, you're the closest to me. And I've always had a very, very high opinion of your abilities. Evelyn saw his familiar expression, and alarm bells rang in her mind. A bad feeling immediately arose. She tried to take a step back, but Benjamin was still holding her shoulder. My lord, I don't think this is right, she struggled softly. There's nothing wrong with that. Benjamin's smile remained unchanged as he pointed to the pile of documents. I'm confident that with your meticulousness and intelligence, you'll have no problem handling these routine matters. Mark the ones you're unsure about, and I'll review them when I get back. That's settled. After saying that, he didn't give Evelyn a chance to appeal. He quickly grabbed his coat from the hanger, put it on, and left the office almost as if fleeing the scene. Evelyn was left only to sigh helplessly at the pile of documents on the table, resignedly rolling up her sleeves. She muttered to herself, Miss Chesvia should still have some honey gingerbread in stock, right? I hope the Lord will remember to bring some back. Chapter 234 Intelligence on the Resuscitation Facility. Chesvia, my dear, diligent, all-powerful Chesvia. Before she even stepped inside, Benjamin's deliberately drawn-out aria drifted into the room. The room was piled high with documents and scrawled notes. Chesvia was engrossed in her work when she heard the sound. She stopped what she was doing, her hair disheveled, and slowly looked up. Benjamin pushed open the door and entered, closing it behind him. He glanced around the dimly lit room. On the table were only an oil lamp and a few nearly burned-out candles. He frowned and said, The light is so dim, my lord, aren't you afraid of ruining your eyes? As he spoke, he walked to the table and lit the spare candles one by one. The warm yellow light dispelled the shadows and also revealed Chesvia's tired face, with a few ink stains on her cheeks. Chesvia pointed around listlessly. I'm more worried about fire than nearsightedness, boss. There's paper all over here, so please be careful. Benjamin pulled up a chair and sat opposite her, his hands clasped on the edge of the table, his expression expectant. Very well. So, my brilliant translator and archaeologist, after so many days of sifting through piles of papers, have you unearthed any important discoveries that must be reported to the Lord immediately? Chesvia rubbed her sore eyes, her tone flat. Overall conclusion, those wizards didn't leave behind anything useful like an instruction manual. Most of it was scattered research logs, full of nonsense. There was also some ancient literature, filled with twisted metaphors and mannequins. Want me to translate a couple of passages right now so you can experience the man's writing style? Benjamin immediately shook his head. Then forget it. Chesvia's laziness and mockery quickly faded. She stood up, walked around the cluttered table, and came to a map of the Kingdom of Rising Wind and its surrounding area against the wall. Let's get down to business. There are a few findings that you'll find interesting. She picked up a charcoal pencil and began marking areas on the map. First, the distribution of recovery facilities. Her pen emphasized the location of the capital city. Besides the already confirmed first underground resurrection facility in the capital city, There is also this 7th resurrection facility beneath our feet. She moved the charcoal pencil eastward toward a mountain range in the heart of the kingdom, and marked a point. I've roughly located the other 3. She circled one of the markers several times. Upon seeing the place name, Benjamin's pupils constricted slightly. The Chapel of Skinning. He murmured the name, immediately recalling the concerns Aphrodite and Massoud had expressed. The mysterious pope of the Church of the Spirit Garden was said to have lost contact after traveling to this place. Chesvia looked at him, her expression serious. Do you know why this place is called the Skinning Chapel? A sense of foreboding crept into Benjamin's heart. Connecting the dots between the resuscitation facilities and the goddess's remains, his voice grew somber. Could it be? That's right, Chesvia affirmed. The 2nd resurrection facility is located in the Skinning Chapel. It's very likely that the skin of the goddess of magic is stored there. Moreover, the documents mention that the importance and research priority of this facility are no less than that of the first facility. Benjamin felt a chill creep up his spine. The word, skin, was more horrifying than mere body parts. Chesvia's charcoal pencil continued to move, pointing towards the northern border of the kingdom, to Pearl City, a bustling town by a great lake. The 6th revival facility, Pearl City. Documents suggest that the goddess's eyes are sealed there. Benjamin immediately realized the territory where Hill is located. Finally, the charcoal pencil slid to the southernmost point of the kingdom, between the forests and hills, and marked a location with a temple symbol. The 5th revival facility, the Temple of the Earth Mother, Chesvia said. You should have heard of the Earth Mother faith. It is the 2nd most widespread faith in the kingdom after the Pale faith, and it has influence on the continent and among many alien races. Of course, it is also regarded as heresy by the Pale Church. Its core holy site is in the southern border. She paused for a moment before continuing. And there, the goddess's womb is stored. Currently, she can only piece together these 3 specific locations from the fragmented documents. As for other facilities, the records are deliberately obscured, suggesting they are either located outside the kingdom or hidden even deeper. Benjamin's expression turned serious. This is very important, Chesvia, absolutely crucial. The image described by Calvin's messenger flashed through his mind, the army of the dead spreading in different directions. Those routes quickly overlapped with the markings on the map. It matches, he murmured, then picked up a charcoal pencil and quickly sketched several possible marching routes on the map based on the terrain, roads, and known marching reports. The lines point towards the area of the Peeling Chapel, Pearl City, and even the Earth Mother Temple in the south. Benjamin stared at the map, his voice low. They're not wandering around randomly. They're following orders. They're consciously heading towards these revival facilities that house the remains of the goddess. They want those things. What would happen if the Deadborn, or rather, the beings who control the Deadborn, collected more fragments of the goddess? Chesvia looked at the route he had drawn and nodded. It makes sense logically. These facilities are key nodes for resurrection or utilizing the goddess project. Benjamin put down his charcoal pencil, looked at the map, now a mess of markings and lines, and let out a long sigh. The situation had become clearer thanks to Chesvia's discovery, but the sense of crisis weighing on his heart had only intensified. He turned to Chesvia, who was exhausted but had accomplished an amazing task, and tried to keep his tone light. Theoretically, you've provided such crucial intelligence. I should reward you handsomely. Tell me, my dear minister, what do you want? As long as Frosttown and this barren are within our power. Chesvia spoke almost without hesitation, her words flowing as if she had planned it all out. I want a set of sheets, blankets, and pillows made of the softest velvet, thick enough to bury me in. Then, let me get a good beauty sleep. Don't call me even if the sky falls. Chapter 235 The Roaring Spear. I grant your request. Benjamin waved his hand with the magnanimity of someone signing a groundbreaking trade agreement. I will personally write to Erwin and have him order the softest, fluffiest, and most luxurious velvet bedding and pillows from the kingdom, thick enough for you to dig a hole and live in. Chesvia immediately offered a weary compliment. Your Majesty is wise. After saying that, she let out an exaggerated yawn and prepared to take her leave to catch up on her sleep. But Benjamin stopped her. Wait. Before you embrace the kingdom's ultimate luxury sleep, I have a few last questions that require the wise minister's answers. Chesvia's shoulders slumped visibly. Benjamin pointed to the capital city in Frosttown in the back mountains on the map, asking what part of the goddess was stored in the first resuscitation facility and the 7th resuscitation facility at his feet, according to her organ allocation theory. Chesvia didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. The first facility in the capital repeatedly mentions supreme thought, undying aura, and shattered crown in its records, which most likely points to the goddess's brain or soul. The seventh facility in the back mountain is simpler. It's a part of the internal organs, possibly including the heart, liver, and large and small intestines. Benjamin's lips twitched. Internal organs don't sound very clean. He quickly asked his second question. If these things were in Facility 7, why didn't they find them when they went down there? A thorough search later only found the green liquid. There was nothing resembling the internal organs of a god. Chesvia didn't answer immediately. A few seconds of silence filled the room, broken only by the occasional crackling of the candlelight. Then, she slowly looked up at Benjamin. At that very moment, Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. He then realized that Chesvia's eyes had somehow turned into a pure, dazzling gold, like liquid gold flowing in her pupils. This change may have already occurred when he entered the room, but he was so engrossed in the information that he didn't notice it. Chesvia said, "Who knows? Maybe it's because mortal eyes aren't meant to look directly at these things. They exist there, yet not here." Her golden eyes were fixed on Benjamin, and her voice seemed to be guiding him. "If you really want to see it, to find it, you need to look at it in a different way." Benjamin understood her hint. Chesvia was reminding him to use his mind blade to observe and search. He scrutinized her closely. Apart from those overly dazzling golden eyes, her demeanor, tone of voice, and even that impatient, "Hurry up and finish asking so I can go to sleep," they were all the same as usual. There was no madness, nor aloofness. Benjamin suppressed his unease and nodded, saying, "I understand. Forget about the last question, you should go and rest. I will keep the promise of velvet." Thank God. Chesvia felt as if she had been granted a pardon, and the golden light in her eyes seemed to soften a little. She waved her hand, walked around the table, opened the door, and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Black Rock Territory Border Camp. Bang dash! The interrogation tent, constructed of sturdy canvas and wooden poles, was suddenly ripped open from the inside by tremendous force. Baron Guise was sent flying like a catapult projectile, crashing heavily into the cold mud and carving a deep furrow before coming to a stop. The next second, Diana also tumbled out of the breach in a disheveled state. Compared to Gus, he looked more like he had been casually thrown out. Gus spat out the mud and blood from his mouth, rolled over and jumped up, his face full of shock and anger, staring intently at the tent that was being torn apart. "Damn it, what kind of monstrous strength is this?" The tents collapsed with a crash. In the dust and smoke, the former elf and dwarf captives staggered to their feet. They were no longer captives. Their limbs were contorted, ominous bulges rose beneath their skin, and ghastly white flames burned in their eyes. The entire camp was in chaos. Not only the two monsters, but also the dwarf and elf corpses that had not yet been buried on the battlefield rose up in bizarre ways, silently and fiercely attacking the Black Rock Territory soldiers. Fortunately, although the soldiers of Black Rock Territory were terrified, they did not completely collapse. Some fought individually, while others formed ranks to resist. "Sword, come!" Guise roared, snatching a blood-stained longsword from a soldier beside him. He locked onto the dwarf monster that had just kicked him away and charged forward with another roar. The sword flashed like lightning, precisely slicing across the dwarf's neck. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding snapping sound, the monster's head lolled to one side, held together only by a sliver of flesh. But losing its head didn't stop it. The dwarf monster's fist still carried terrifying power, slamming hard into Guise's chest and abdomen. Gus groaned, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted, his vision went black, and he flew backward in an even more disheveled manner than before, crashing into half of the temporary fence. On the other side, Diana wasn't faring much better. He'd barely gotten up from the mud when the elven monster set its sights on him. It seemed to remember the punches it had taken during the interrogation, and with a speed that left afterimages, it pounced. Diana inwardly groaned, but dared not slow down even a fraction. With no weapon at hand, he could only fight with his bare hands. The monster's attacks were chaotic yet incredibly fast, each strike carrying the force to break bones. Dio, having honed his close-quarters combat skills in the Southern Territory to perfection, dodged and countered, exchanging over 20 blows in the blink of an eye. The more he fought, the colder he felt. His punches and kicks landed on his opponent like striking the bark of a tough old tree, at most causing it to pause, but not causing any real harm. On the contrary, his opponent possessed superhuman strength, shaking his arms until they went numb and his blood surged. What's even more deadly is that these monsters feel no pain and never get tired. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking ribs rang out, and the excruciating pain made Diana's vision go black, his movements instantly distorted. The elven monster seized the opening and punched him in the face. A powerful will to survive roared within him. He needed a weapon. Where was his gun? In that life-or-death moment, a strange voice suddenly rang in his mind. Don't be nervous, open your hands. Diana didn't have time to think about where the sound came from. He instinctively opened his arms. The next second, his palm felt heavy, a familiar grip returning. He was delighted. His right hand indeed held his fine steel spear. But in his left hand, there was a strangely shaped, slightly curved, golden hand and a half-sword. Before he could figure it out, something even more terrifying happened. On the tip of his spear, a round eye wriggled and opened. Then, a crack appeared on the shaft, turning into a crooked mouth. That mouth sputtered like a machine gun. Holy crap, finally found someone useful. What are you waiting for? Now aim at that white-eyed bastard's head and shove it with all your might. Smash his brains out. Diana stood frozen in place, gripping the suddenly talking spear and the mysterious golden longsword, watching the approaching elven monster, with only one thought in his mind. He must have had a broken rib pierce his lung, causing him to hallucinate due to excessive blood loss. Or perhaps he was already dead, and this was all a replay of his deathbed visions. Chapter 236: A Knight's Telepathic Connection. Hey! You idiot! What are you doing, striking that frozen pose? That pointy-eared bastard is charging at us. The mouth on the gun barrel let out a strange cry, like a splash of cold water, instantly pulling Diana back to reality from the shock of the weapon coming to life. He didn't have time to think. His body had already moved according to his years of combat instincts. The elven monster's claws lunged at him, and Diana twisted his waist and thrust out with his spear. But the attack was too hasty, and his movements were distorted. The monster merely dodged to the side, and its 5 claws went straight for his heart. Just as the claw tip was about to touch the leather armor, the mouth near the gauntlet on the spear shaft slid to the tip of the spear as if it were alive, suddenly stretched out and opened, revealing teeth, and bit the monster's wrist. Crack! The monster's attack faltered. At the same time, Diana's strangely shaped half-sword in his left hand seemed to have a mind of its own, slashing upwards and precisely piercing the monster's weak point under its armpit. Now! Stab it! Aim for the eye socket! Yes! Push it in! Harder! Deeper! Oh, that feels so good! The spear howled with excitement, and Diana did as it almost instinctively instructed. He exerted force with both arms, channeling his power into the spear shaft. The steel spear transformed into a red line, piercing through the monster's wide-open mouth as it stiffened, the spear tip penetrating the back of its head without any resistance. The monster convulsed violently, the flames in its eyes flickered and went out like a dying candle, and then it collapsed to the ground with a thud, never to move again. Nice! Pull it out! Quickly! Don't let it stick! The spear urged. Diana, panting heavily, withdrew his spear, leaving a trace of dark, sticky fluid. He smacked his lips on the spear shaft a couple of times, as if he wasn't quite done. Just then, a furious roar came from behind. Diana turned around sharply and saw that Baron Guise had already taken back his signature two-handed greatsword and was swinging it down like a berserk war bear, cleaving the headless dwarf monster, who had just gotten up, in two from shoulder to hip with a diagonal slash. Diana, carrying a blood-dripping spear and sword, was about to go and join them, but the spear spoke first. Wow! That was really powerful! It exclaimed, then its tone turned sour. I really envy the swordsman who gets stroked by your rough hands, able to cut so satisfyingly. Dior was speechless for a moment. Gas, leaning on his great sword and panting, was about to offer a compliment, but his gaze fell upon the talking spear in Diana's hand. His eyes widened, and he pointed with trembling, blood-stained fingers at the rotating eyes and smacking lips on the spear shaft. That thing in your hand is talking? Gus had slain goblins, fought ogres, and risked his life against monsters, but talking weapons were completely beyond his comprehension. Diana himself was confused and could only awkwardly speak. But the battle in the camp was far from over. More and more dwarf and elf corpses staggered to their feet and were drawn back into the melee. No time to stand around! Deal with these bastards first! Gus swung his great sword and charged back into the battlefield. Diana took a deep breath and gripped his gun and sword tightly. As the battle resumed, a strange feeling welled up inside him. The noisy spear and the silent, agile one-handed sword felt completely familiar in his hands. Their weight, length, and even the slightest tremor seemed to be connected to his neuromuscular system. Swinging, blocking, and thrusting were all so smooth and without delay, as if they were an extension of his body. A word flashed through my mind like lightning: Yenren. Legend has it that only a very few people can obtain this extraordinary power. So, this is what the Nin blade feels like. Diana suddenly understood. He tried to throw the half-sword in his hand with all his might. The blade spun and cut through the air, accurately piercing the head of an elf's corpse that was lunging at the wounded soldier. Then, with a thought, he made a grasping motion with his 5 fingers. The sword pinned to the monster's head trembled slightly, then flew back with a whoosh, and landed steadily in the palm of the hand. "Hey! That was a cool move, bro! Do it again!" Long's spear immediately shouted in support. Amidst the carnage of the battlefield, Diana's thoughts drifted for a moment. He remembered Walter, the knight who prayed to the goddess of the sanctuary every morning without fail. What would Walter's expression be if he knew he had inexplicably acquired this thing? Frosttown, at the scene of material distribution. With his hands behind his back and his back straight, Walter meticulously supervised the soldiers as they loaded food, medicine, and winter supplies onto reinforced carts. Suddenly, he felt a sudden unease for no apparent reason. The feeling was subtle, as if something was amiss, or as if he had been inexplicably outdone. "Sir?" Sergeant Geoffrey, sensing something amiss, asked in a low voice. "Has someone upset you, or is there a problem with the inventory of supplies?" Walter quickly composed himself, glanced at him, and said, "Just do your job and don't say anything unnecessary." After saying that, he turned to look at the convoy that had already taken shape and called out by name. "Geoffrey Pietro!" "Yes, sir!" The 2 sergeants, who were among the first to be promoted from ordinary soldiers, immediately stepped forward and stood at attention. Walter's voice was cold. "The 2 of you are in charge of leading the escort team to Stone Cliff territory. There is only one mission, to escort the convoy safely. The route has been planned. Along the way, Silver Creek Territory, Windmill Town, Great Valley, and other places are all members of the United Commune. They will receive the convoy at designated locations, replenish supplies and escort personnel, and ensure that the relay continues uninterrupted." As he finished speaking, his gaze swept over the 2 men and the surrounding soldiers, and his tone became more serious. "But just because the road is theoretically open doesn't mean it's absolutely safe. You must remain on high alert. There may be wild animals in the snowstorm, or there may be people with ulterior motives. Whether they are refugees, defeated soldiers, bandits, or anything else, as long as they approach the warning area, they shall be alerted and driven away. If there is any unusual activity, or if you feel threatened, you are authorized to take all necessary measures." Walter added coldly, "Remember, it's better to misjudge than to be negligent. This batch of supplies cannot be lost, understand?" "Understood, sir," Geoffrey and Pietro replied, chests puffed out. Watt nodded and waved for them to do a final check. Soon, the convoy slowly drove out of the distribution yard and embarked on the snowy road leading east. But the inexplicable displeasure and anxiety did not disappear after the order was given. Instead, it lingered in his heart. Chapter 237 for the Order of the Southern Territory. Recently, Celia's sleep has become very restless. It wasn't that she was plagued by nightmares, but rather that whenever her consciousness blurred, a blue figure, as if seen through a thin veil, would whisper in her ear, "There's no need to try anymore. The kingdom of your dreams never existed. Let go to sleep, it's safe here." Each time she woke up with a start, Celia would be drenched in cold sweat, a chill deeper than exhaustion rising in her heart. She knew that it was perhaps the wavering within her own heart, manifesting as a voice in her most vulnerable moment, trying to drag her into the abyss of giving up. "No, this absolutely cannot be done." She would always clutch the blankets tightly, and remind herself in a low voice. She is no longer the Cecilia who embarked on her adventures on mere impulse. She is Celia Windsor, the second princess with royal blood. She has received an urgent warning from the royal domain, knowing that unimaginable changes are taking place in the capital, and that the entire kingdom is sliding into an unknown abyss. That is why she must possess power, and must command an army that she can truly lead and respond to crises. So, during a routine audience, Celia stopped probing and directly asked Grand Duke Upton of the South for an independent force to deal with the upheaval in the kingdom. She was prepared to face those high-sounding refusals. This time, however, Grand Duke Upton did not immediately refuse. He sat in his magnificent mahogany high-backed chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, and after a long pause he spoke. "Your Highness's concern for the kingdom is truly moving. The situation in the capital is indeed alarming, and as a vassal of the kingdom, the Southern Territory should do its part." Celia's heart tightened, awaiting his turn of events. Sure enough, Upton changed his tone. "However, as your Highness has also seen, the Southern Territory is not at peace. Border tribes are constantly harassing us, and there are some ungrateful parasites within the kingdom that are gnawing at its foundations." He leaned forward, his voice heavy with sorrow, and said that in recent months, several territories in the southern border had taken advantage of the kingdom's internal strife and the instability of the monarchy to launch rebellions. In his view, those mobs attacking lords' castles and slaughtering loyal nobles were more unforgivable than raids by foreign tribes, because they were overturning the order upon which the kingdom depended. After he finished speaking, the attendant immediately brought over a map of the southern territory, and spread it out in front of Celia. Upton pointed to several areas marked in dark red and said slowly, "If your highness can, in the name of the royal family, eradicate these scourges from the southern territory, quell the rebellion, and restore order, the entire southern territory will remember your kindness." He looked at Celia with a meaningful gaze. "I can immediately allocate 5,000 garrison troops to your highness's command. The only requirement is that the source of the rebellion be completely and thoroughly eliminated. Whether it is the ringleader or an accomplice, everyone must understand the consequences of betraying the kingdom and trampling on order." 5,000 men. This number far exceeded Celia's expectations. While the southern garrison wasn't as elite as the northern or royal garrisons, it was still a regular army, its equipment and discipline far superior to that of the militia. By controlling this force, she could not only fulfill Upton's conditions but also, for the first time, truly possess her own military capital. Celia rose almost without hesitation to meet Upton's gaze. "I accept this condition. Your Excellency, I will personally lead the army to quell the rebellion as quickly as possible. In the name of the royal family, I will restore order and peace to the southern territory." Upton smiled genuinely, as if finally relieved of a heavy burden. "Then, your highness, I entrust this to you. I await news of your triumphant return." After leaving the Grand Duke's castle, Celia immediately returned to her temporary post and devoted all her energy to military preparations. She studied maps, marked the rebellious territories, and calculated marching routes and supply points. Command of the 5,000 garrison troops was also quickly transferred. However, the head maid who had always been with her, responsible for taking care of her daily life and handling her affairs, remained constantly worried. This middle-aged woman was a confidant that Celia had brought from the capital. She was used to the ups and downs of the court, and had a deeper understanding of things than others. As Celia stood before the map again, refining her route, the head maid finally dismissed everyone else and stepped forward to whisper, "Your Highness, the area you are heading to, according to the scattered information we have received, seems to be the area of operation of Lord Finn's guerrilla forces." Celia paused her charcoal pencil, then a hint of anticipation appeared on her face. "Wouldn't that be even better? If we can get in touch with Finn, with his cooperation and the guerrillas who are familiar with the terrain, the suppression of the rebellion will be much smoother. After dealing with the troubles here, we can join forces, prepare, and then head north to the capital to deal with the real threat." The head maid, seeing the renewed fighting spirit and the remnant of old affection in her eyes, felt her unease deepen. She bit her lip and lowered her voice, saying, "Your Highness, please forgive my bluntness. We came to the southern territory to consolidate the forces there and accumulate strength so that we could protect ourselves in the future turmoil of the kingdom, and even have the right to speak out." She paused, then finally voiced her deepest concern. "But right now, aren't we constantly dealing with the most troublesome and unwanted problems for Grand Duke Upton? Like his most useful broom, we're sent to clean up wherever things get dirty or messy." The head maid looked up and stared directly at Celia. "Your Highness, do you really think that once these troubles are cleared up, this garrison that is temporarily under your command will truly belong to you?" Celia fell silent. The head maid's words, like fine needles, pierced the fervor that had risen within her from the prospect of gaining military power. She wasn't without doubt, of course. Upton's quick agreement was suspicious in itself. But now, she had no better choice. After a moment, Celia regained her composure, her tone even carrying a deliberate ease. "Rest assured, suppressing the rebellion is part of the integration of the Southern Territory. Only by eliminating destabilizing factors can we truly achieve integration. As for this force..." She looked out the window at the troops gathering, sunlight falling on her resolute profile. "Once it's done, I'll naturally find a way to make them truly obey me. At least for now, we have the power to act, and that's enough." After saying that, she turned around and patted the head maid on the shoulder, indicating that the topic should be put to rest. Then she turned her attention back to the map and began to issue specific marching orders. Looking at the princess's straight yet slender back, the head maid could only swallow back the rest of her advice and deeper worries. She silently bowed and stepped aside, her heart feeling as if a stone was pressing on it. "Your Highness, did you truly not understand what she meant, or were you simply unwilling to think about it carefully?" Chapter 238, Running Wild on the Wrong Path. Southern Territory, Warm Water Bay Territory, late at night. The rapid hoofbeats tore through the night, and Finn almost tumbled off his horse, rushing through the dew-covered mud into the vine estate that once belonged to the local lord. The next moment, he froze on the spot. Before them was a blazing inferno. The magnificent two-story stone and wood mansion had been reduced to a giant torch, flames engulfing the roof, the wood crackling and popping, and the collapsed beams and pillars emitting a muffled rumble in the night. Even more glaring than the fire was the makeshift gallows erected in the center of the courtyard. Several thick logs were tied together, from which hung a row of corpses. At the front was the Lord of Warmwater Bay, still wearing his nightgown, his obese face contorted purple with suffocation. Behind him were his wife, 2 children, his butler, and servants. Their toes dangled limply, casting long, swaying shadows in the firelight. Around the gallows, a crowd of ragged people had gathered. They were emaciated and sallow-faced, carrying torches, pitchforks, rusty sickles, and even dismantled table and chair legs. Soot and sweat clung to their faces, but their eyes burned with a light more frenzied than flames. It was hatred that had been suppressed for too long, the exhilaration of revenge, and the fervor of seeing a savior. When Finn appeared at the edge of the fire, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Lord Finn! We are free! These blood-sucking maggots can no longer exploit us! Following Lord Finn, we have no chance of survival!" The chorus of voices surged forth like a tide, their reverence and trust so genuine they could not be faked. They regarded Finn as a banner for breaking free from shackles, as the only fire in the darkness. Finn stood there, feeling his blood run cold in an instant. He supports these people who cannot survive in their fight against injustice, giving them organization and hope so that they can fight for their right to live, and so that they can gather strength in the future to do what he believes is truly right. But he never imagined things would turn out this way. No, a colder voice echoed in his heart, cutting through his self-deception like a knife. "Isn't it hypocritical to say now that I never thought about it? If it weren't for that time in Yuga territory, when he tacitly allowed his subordinates to take thorough measures against the Lord's family who colluded with foreign tribes and repeatedly framed him, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't severely punish, reprimand, or even give them a proper reprimand afterward, only saying, 'This will not happen again,' how could these serfs and servants possibly follow suit? But how could he bring himself to severely punish those subordinates who had shed blood alongside him on the Green Shade River? How could he bear to reprimand these emaciated people who only picked up pitchforks to survive? He had heard about the situation in Warmwater Bay. The taxes were outrageously heavy, the forced labor was endless, and the lords even secretly continued the slave trade. They were just driven to the edge of the abyss and grasped at the straw of resistance. "Lord Finn!" A familiar voice pulled him back to reality. Theolon rushed over, his face equally pale. He glanced at the burning manor and the gallows, then lowered his voice, saying, "My lord, this is the third one. All of them are doing it in the name of responding to your call and following your path." After he finished speaking, he knelt on one knee and lowered his head. "Please punish us. It was our failure to control our subordinates that caused the situation to completely spiral out of control." Finn didn't look at him. His gaze remained fixed on the swaying corpse in the firelight, and the crowd that worshipped him like a god. "This is not the time to judge." His voice was hoarse. "If we're really going to judge, am I not at fault for merely giving you verbal warnings without ever establishing any ironclad rules to stop you?" A feeling of dizziness washed over me. Things had completely deviated from his initial plan. Violence is like wildfire. Once ignited, it spreads according to its own will, burning away the cloak of justice and leaving only bloodshed and revenge. Grand Duke Upton of the South could not tolerate this. The army will surely come, and it will no longer be the perfunctory border guards of the past, but the true elite of the South. At that time, how can these rebels, composed of serfs, bankrupt artisans, and commoners, armed with pitchforks and a few stolen broken swords, possibly withstand the iron hooves and crossbow bolts of the regular army? They just wanted to survive. They simply could no longer tolerate the tyranny disguised as aristocracy. Finn gave them hope, and the courage and means to rebel. Now, should he turn around and leave, telling those who see him as their hope, "You've gone too far, I'm going to cut ties with you"? He can't do it. Responsibility, guilt, and a sense of powerlessness over the spiraling situation surged within him. Finn slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling Theolon and then over the gradually quieting crowd, their eyes filled with both expectation and unease. The flames were still crackling, illuminating the complex shadows on his face. "Pass down the order," Finn finally spoke. "Contact all the rebel leaders you can reach as quickly as possible. Abandon the scattered outposts, and regroup at the old camp on the edge of the river swamp. Inventory all usable weapons and food, even a sharpened stick or a piece of moldy rations. Chapter 239 Rookie Wing Station. Rookie Wing Station is one of the busiest places in Frosttown these days. The name on the wooden plaque, written by Lord Benjamin himself and carved by craftsmen, hangs in front of this reinforced and expanded mail receiving and sending center. This place was originally just an open-air training ground for Hawks, but now it has become the hub for Frosttown's external communications. Business orders, routine documents, and correspondence between members of the United Commune all flow here, where they are sorted and transferred out. Evelyn wrapped her fur cloak tighter around herself and stepped into the wing station through the fresh snow. It was warmer inside than outside, but filled with the mingled smells of feathers, leather, ink, and sweat. Several staff members were busy handling the newly arrived carrier falcons and the packages brought by weary messengers. Upon seeing her, the supervisor immediately looked up from behind a pile of labels and pointed to a locked oak box beside her. "Minister Evelyn, the important letters that just arrived have been sorted as you instructed." Evelyn nodded, took out a key, opened the wooden box, placed the small number of heavy letters inside into her personal document bag, and locked it again. The remaining large quantity of ordinary letters and trade documents were handled by staff according to established procedures. After leaving the wing station, she went straight to the administration center. In the corridor, she ran into Administrator Sullivan and Walter coming out of a small conference room. The two had clearly just finished a discussion. Sullivan stopped her, his gaze sweeping over the file folder in her hand. "Have you sorted out all the important ones?" Evelyn replied. "Yes, Lord Sullivan. All the documents that require the Baron's personal review are here. The rest of the secondary documents have been sent to your outer office." Sullivan nodded in satisfaction, then, as if remembering something, gestured for Walter to wait a moment, and lowered his voice to say, "Minister Walter is here too. There's something you should hear as well. It's about those stubborn neighbors within the royal territory who haven't been persuaded to join the commune yet." Evelyn stopped in her tracks. She knew about it. After Frosttown offered winter protection packages, trade facilitation, and security guarantees, coupled with the overt and covert efforts of existing members to win them over, more than half of the minor lords in the royal territory had joined the United Commune, a remarkable achievement. But there are always some tough nuts to crack. Sullivan stroked his chin and said that those people weren't the diehards who openly pledged allegiance to Prince Alkaya, and there was no need to deal with them for the time being. The real trouble was with another group. They remained silent and unbiased, turning a blind eye to the changes in the royal territory and giving vague responses to the eldest prince's announcements. These people are like the most cunning weather vanes, actually only wanting to protect their own little territory. They are unwilling to assume the obligations of the alliance, yet they covet the briquette quotas, preferential trade routes, and technology sharing, wishing they could take all the benefits without bearing any responsibility. Sullivan looked at Water half-jokingly. "I mentioned to Minister Water before that once the mess in the capital involves more people, shouldn't we help these neighbors make a decision? Let Minister Water take some people to persuade them. Anyway, their territory isn't big, and their armed forces aren't that great." Walter crossed his arms and bluntly dismissed the criticism. "The excuses you came up with when you were discussing the military contingency plan weren't a joke. They were very detailed." Evelyn glanced at the two of them and added, "I don't think you're entirely joking now, sir." Sullivan usually appears to be a businessman, but he has always been radical in his policies. Compared to him, everyone else in the administrative center is considered a conservative. He coughed lightly and waved his hand. "Don't be so serious, it's just a precaution. Force is of course a last resort, and it's easy to leave room for criticism. So I'm thinking of a more economical way." He turned to Evelyn. "You mentioned before that you know some people in the hidden church? They're happy to provide communication services for a reasonable consultation or operational fee. For example, they can wake up some lords in the middle of the night to find some unexpected little gifts on their pillows." Evelyn remained composed. "We can contact them through reliable intermediaries. The price depends on the target's identity, defenses, and the intensity of communication. It's usually settled in gold shields." Sullivan nodded. "The idea is good, but I don't know what the Baron thinks. However, I talked to Sarah about this yesterday, and she casually suggested an idea that I think is more elegant." Evelyn asked. "What did Miss Sarah say?" Sullivan explained that with the current freezing weather, lords are facing shortages of supplies, especially life-saving briquettes for warmth and a stable food supply. This is a key reason why many lords are willing to join the commune, as joining grants them preferential prices and a stable quota. The territories of those who remained neutral were in very delicate positions. Some were surrounded by members of the commune, while others were blocked on important trade routes. Sarah's point was that since they only wanted to take advantage and not put in any effort, Frosttown could unite with the lords who had already joined and temporarily adjust its trade policies. For example, they could raise, security taxes, on goods from specific territories, or adjust regional quotas for key materials such as honeycomb briquettes, cold-resistant vegetable seeds, and centralized heating technology consulting. Suleiman laughed. No need for weapons, the effect might be even better than a threatening letter. He looked at Evelyn and Walter. I plan to find an opportunity to organize this idea along with other plans and report it to the Baron to see which persuasive approach he prefers. Evelyn then went to Benjamin's study and laid out the letters from the file folder one by one on the large desk. Benjamin quickly flipped through the documents: Calvin's battle report from Stonecliff, Ella's notification from Ironforge, Irwin's reply from Silverbrook, and several routine documents from within the commune concerning defense coordination and resource allocation. His eyes searched through the pile of letters, his brows gradually furrowing. He picked up a letter from Pearl City in the north. It was from Livia. The letter was short, just greetings and thanks for the winter warmer she had sent. Benjamin said softly, The situation in Holy Spring territory is special. I understand she can't write more. But he flipped through it again, prying open the letters, his face growing even darker. But what about Finn and Celia? Benjamin looked up at Evelyn, his tone full of confusion. The southern territory was indeed far away, and the roads were not safe. It was understandable that messengers would be delayed, but to have no news for several months was too unusual. Even if it was just a routine greeting, 1 or 2 letters should have been sent back. Especially now that news of the upheaval in the capital should have spread, it's impossible that the southern territory wouldn't react at all. Finn and Celia should at least send some message and let Frosttown know. Benjamin leaned back in his chair. The southern reach was like an information black hole, swallowing up 2 of his important old comrades. What had become of Finn's guerrillas? Had their stance changed? What was Celia's situation with the Grand Duke of the Southern Reach? Had she encountered any trouble? None of these questions had answers. He scratched his head in frustration, finally suppressing his worries for the time being, and looked at Evelyn. Take care of the present matter first. How's Chesvia doing this month? Did I neglect any of the observation records I asked you to keep? Chapter 240 Mystery of My Origins. Evelyn took out her notebook and continued reporting to Benjamin. Over the past month, based on her observations and other people's accounts, Minister Chesvia's eyes had turned a peculiar golden color 51 times. More than 2/3 of these incidents occurred in the last 2 weeks, showing a significant increase in frequency. The duration of each incident varied, ranging from just a few minutes, and mostly occurred when she was focused on interpreting literature or conducting sophisticated experiments. The longest one lasted nearly an hour, taking place late at night in the laboratory. At the time, only Chesvia was in the laboratory, with Evelyn observing from outside the window, of course. It's worth noting that in her golden-eyed state, Chesvia's behavior, language, and thinking were no different from usual. She could communicate normally about work, discuss issues, and even complain about the lighting being too dim or the cafeteria stew having too much salt. Evelyn didn't detect any abnormalities such as aggression, illogical thinking, or memory gaps. It's just that after the golden eye state ends, Chesvia will be more tired than usual and need longer rest. She turned to the latest page, her tone becoming subtle. 2 days ago, Chesvia, in her golden-eyed state, suddenly asked her what kind of nin blade she wanted. Moreover, according to incomplete statistics, she seems to have asked many people in the administrative center, workshops, and even the kitchen in the same casual tone. Benjamin's tense brows relaxed slightly, revealing a hint of interest, and he asked Evelyn how she had answered. Evelyn closed the booklet and said seriously that she hoped to obtain a nin blade that could split her in 2. This would have her workload and double her efficiency. She paused for a moment, then added that whether it's enjoying freshly baked pastries or basking in the winter afternoon sun, all happiness can be doubled. Benjamin paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Evelyn's reasoning was more interesting than the nin blade ability itself. Evelyn nodded, saying that Chesvia had given the same assessment. The smile quickly vanished from Benjamin's face. He leaned forward slightly and asked if any other colors besides gold had appeared, such as red. Evelyn immediately shook her head. Neither her observations nor other reliable records ever mentioned red eyes, only gold ones. Benjamin leaned back in his chair, his fingers resting on his chin, lost in thought for a moment. After a while, Evelyn lowered her voice, her tone less businesslike and more filled with the concern of a friend. She stepped aside from her role as secretary and asked Chesvia what was going on. Benjamin didn't evade the question, only admitting that he was also searching for answers. For now, they could only observe together and pay close attention to her changes. Strangely, the one who seemed least concerned about it was Chesvia herself. Evelyn thought about it and agreed. She seemed completely unaffected, and had even been cooking new desserts more often lately. But this made Evelyn uneasy. She worried that at some point, Chesvia would suddenly become someone else, someone they didn't recognize. Benjamin's expression darkened, and he slowly nodded. This worry also weighed on his heart. The atmosphere in the room became heavy. Evelyn knew she had said everything she needed to report, so she put away her notebook and prepared to leave. Just as she grasped the doorknob, Benjamin's voice came from behind her. He said that if he had free time, he should spend more time with Chesvia. He didn't need to do anything special, just try her new snacks as usual and listen to her complain a bit. After all, it's a happy thing to have someone eagerly be the first to taste what you've made, even if it tastes terrible. Evelyn paused, not turning around, but simply giving a soft reply. Then she opened the door and disappeared out of the office. After the door closed, Benjamin was left alone in the room. The thought of divinity once again uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. What kind of beings are the gods of this world? Are they the embodiment of rules, a higher life form, or a condensation of some incomprehensible concept? The changes in Chesvia could no longer be explained by the after-effects of time travel or mental stress. Benjamin vaguely felt that all of this was inextricably linked to the pale goddess and the goddess of the spirit garden. And then there's that so-called insane state. Especially when her eyes turn a terrifying crimson, she becomes a completely different person, irritable, full of destructive desires, and capable of saying things like, "A woman who has come back from the dead," and "The pale church is stupid," which are highly pointed statements. Chesvia's identity has been shrouded in mystery from the very beginning. She claims to be from Earth, yet she can easily decipher the sorcerer's script that even native scholars find baffling, and her body is undergoing these strange changes. Benjamin muttered to himself that he needed to know more, for the sake of both sides. He then got up and walked to the window, looking at the snow-covered outline of the town. Further away, twilight shrouded the mountain shadows, where the Seventh Resurrection facility lay hidden. It was time for another visit. But this time, he needed to bring a professional with him. Deep within the Seventh Recovery Facility on the back mountain of Frosttown, the light from a handheld lamp flickered, illuminating the mold spots on the wall, while a hollow echo reverberated from the metal grill passageway beneath one's feet. Aphrodite, the bishop who now spends most of his time with a fireplace, is now carrying a steady, bright lamp and walking steadily beside Benjamin. He spoke with some surprise, saying he hadn't expected Benjamin to invite him here. He had thought this kind of archaeological activity was more suited to Miss Chesvia. Benjamin stepped forward and replied that Chesvia had already unearthed enough horrifying historical details from here, and that he didn't need any more historical materials now. He turned to look at Aphrodite and continued, "In Frosttown, and even within my knowledge, no one is more qualified than Aphrodite when it comes to understanding deities, the nature of faith, and the supernatural." Aphrodite seemed to pause slightly in the hand holding the lantern, then said with a wry smile, "You saying that puts a lot of pressure on me, Baron." Chapter 241 Pale and Spirit Garden. The passageway to the Seventh Recovery Facility was much busier than Benjamin had anticipated. Since Frosttown decided to transform this place into a base that serves as both a research and refuge area, engineering teams and guards have been moving in to clear, reinforce, and set up the facilities. Temporary torches can be seen along the way, and distant knocking sounds and hushed conversations can be heard. Benjamin and Aphrodite walked side by side. After walking for a while, Benjamin spoke up casually. "Speaking of which, Aphrodite, from your perspective as a bishop, what kind of being is your goddess of the spirit garden?" Aphrodite didn't stop, only glancing at him sideways with an expression that seemed to say, "How dare you ask such a question?" Then he slowly said, "For the Baron to inquire about how much the clergy know about his god in front of them, this question doesn't sound like a simple chat. It sounds more like he's evaluating some kind of product." Benjamin shrugged, stating matter-of-factly that the two were friends after all, and there was nothing wrong with discussing the depths of faith in private. Besides, wasn't it a good thing for them that a powerful baron with a rapidly expanding territory was actively seeking to understand the Spirit Garden Church? Aphrodite, carrying the lantern, sighed heavily, saying that if the Pope knew he was discussing faith with the Lord in such a secular way in a place like this, he would probably punish him by making him copy the Tranquility chapter 1,000 times, or even send him to the northernmost outpost to preach to the snowfield. Benjamin patted him on the shoulder, saying he wouldn't tell anyone. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he tapped his palm. "Oh right, speaking of the Pope, I do have some information that might be related to his whereabouts, which Chesvia deciphered from documents. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot to tell you." Aphrodite stopped abruptly. He turned to stare at Benjamin, the slight relaxation on his face vanishing instantly, replaced by obvious reproach, as if asking why he hadn't said so sooner. Seeing that he was unusually agitated, Benjamin laughed and reassured him that wasn't he just about to tell him anyway. Besides, they might find more clues in the place they were going to next. Aphrodite suppressed his emotions and indicated that he had no objections. However, before discussing the Pope, he should first answer Benjamin's initial question. Since he had asked, as a friend and the only bishop in Frosttown at present, he felt it necessary to help Benjamin understand the goddess of the spirit garden more clearly, lest Benjamin always look at them with eyes of mystical worship. Benjamin gestured for them to proceed, his attitude becoming more serious. The two continued walking, Aphrodite's voice ringing out steadily in the corridor. He didn't preach, it was more like he was stating facts. He said that Benjamin must have seen the pamphlets of Lingyuan Church. Those doctrines are actually quite casual. They don't mandate worship, don't require penance, and have no complicated precepts. They even encourage believers to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Benjamin nodded and said that compared to the Pale Church, the Spirit Garden Church was as free as if it were on vacation. Aphrodite bluntly stated that the root cause lay with the Pale Church. Simply put, many of the Church of the Spirit Garden's codes of conduct were the opposite of those of the Pale Church. The Pale Church advocated asceticism and believed that moderate enjoyment was acceptable. The Pale Church was hierarchical and ritualistic, while Aphrodite's structure was loose and focused more on inner feelings. The Pale Church frequently resorted to judgment and purification, while Aphrodite's approach leaned more towards guidance and comfort. However, this was not out of provocation, but because they found that as long as they did this, the goddess seemed to be pleased, and believers were more likely to receive clear responses when they prayed. Benjamin raised an eyebrow and said it sounded like he was deliberately trying to undermine his boss. Aphrodite acknowledged that some theologians had indeed suggested that the goddesses of the Garden of Eden and the Pale Goddess might be some kind of opposite, or even mirror image. However, this claim was too simplistic and too easily refuted, because on many fundamental points, the two goddesses were not contradictory, but rather aligned. For example, the Pale Goddess abhorred slavery, considering the enslavement of others a grave sin, a sentiment shared by the goddess of the garden. The Pale doctrine emphasized that nobles must not indiscriminately kill commoners, lest they incur divine retribution. The goddess of the garden also disliked this practice. Therefore, on the core issue of good and evil, the Lingyuan Church did not oppose the Pale Church. What they opposed was the Pale Church's rigid, harsh, and oppressive methods of implementation, as well as its tendency to try to extremize and weaponize God's will. Aphrodite added subtly that the Church of the Spirit Garden and the Church of the Pale didn't actually harbor any deep hatred for each other. It was just that the Church of the Pale disliked them intensely, believing them to be blasphemous and misleading. Probably because they seemed too unserious. As for the birth, origin, and specific form of the goddess of the garden, the Church has no authoritative record. They only know that at some point, some people felt her presence and received her grace. That grace might be a small comfort in despair, a sudden relief from illness, or simply a peaceful dream in the dead of night. It is because of these real and beautiful experiences that people voluntarily gather to serve him and spread the peace he may bring. There is no coercion, no intimidation, everything is very simple. After listening, Benjamin stroked his chin and commented that it sounded exactly like a good God and a good religion. However, it seems that devout believers in every religion describe their faith in much the same way, benevolent, loving, and unique. Aphrodite glared at him irritably, telling him to stop being sarcastic. Then he stopped, and his expression became serious. He said his words weren't just rote memorization of dogma, but stemmed from real experience. He didn't choose faith because he could receive blessings, but because he had genuinely received them, felt something that didn't come from power or miracles, yet sustained him from the depths of his heart. That's why he chose this path. The difference between the two is significant. Seeing Aphrodite's unusual seriousness, Benjamin stopped joking and nodded in understanding. For Aphrodite to trust and describe her in this way, the goddess of the garden must indeed be a benevolent being. After all, he himself had inexplicably received the goddess's favor and become what they call the chosen one of the gods, a point he couldn't refute. At the mention of the chosen ones, Aphrodite's eyes lit up, his previous seriousness instantly transforming into mischievous interest. He remarked that Benjamin clearly knew little about the goddess, yet his connection to the Nin blade was so peculiar. If Benjamin were interested in a priestly career, he could wholeheartedly recommend him for bishop. Frost bishop, that sounded quite appealing. Benjamin immediately shook his head vigorously, refusing repeatedly. According to the rules of the Lingyuan Church, wouldn't a bishop be prohibited from engaging in politics? Would he still be a lord then, and who would govern his territory? Aphrodite, as if finding amusement, approached him with a lantern and, in a salesman's tone, urged him not to rush to refuse, saying that being a bishop had many benefits: peace of mind, high-quality sleep, and the occasional chance to hear all sorts of interesting gossip through dreams of the sanctuary, which should, of course, be called divine revelation, and that the pressure was much less than being a lord. Benjamin laughed, and pushed him away, telling him to stop trying to seduce him. The two joked along the way and soon passed through the last section of the corridor, arriving at the core area of the facility, which was the main control room with observation windows and control panels. The area had already been partially cleared, leaving a large open space in the center. Aphrodite stopped joking, walked to a relatively clean protrusion by the wall, casually brushed it off with his sleeve, and sat down. Then, he pulled a bright red rose from somewhere on his person. Deep underground, the rose looked exceptionally beautiful, and even emitted a very faint fragrance. Aphrodite casually held the rose in his hand, looked at Benjamin standing in the center of the room, and his voice returned to its reassuring tone. He said that the small talk was over, and whatever Benjamin wanted to perceive or search for here, he was free to do so, and he would sit here and watch. He gently shook the rose in his hand, a smile playing on his lips, assuring Benjamin that no one would disturb him. Of course, if Benjamin made too much noise and knocked himself out, he would be responsible for dragging him back. Benjamin felt much more at ease seeing Aphrodite already in position. He didn't say anything more, only nodded to Aphrodite. Then Benjamin walked to the open space in the center of the control room and slowly closed his eyes. He cleared his mind of all distractions, focused his attention, and fully activated the mental blade. This time, the Nen blade was not used to connect with distant partners, nor for precise control, but to extend that unique perception like invisible tentacles in all directions, probing into the most hidden depths of this ancient facility. He wants to see things that are invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 242 My Super Cute Childhood Friend. The scene before me was so warm and inviting that it seemed almost unreal. Benjamin's mother took his hand and led him into the neighbor's house. Sunlight filled the living room, and the adults sat around drinking tea. His mother ruffled his hair and smiled, telling him to go play in the open space by the door for a while. Benjamin nodded blankly and ran outside on his short legs. The neighbor's little girl was squatting on the ground, playing with some colorful wooden toys. Sunlight fell on her dark hair, making it look fluffy. She lifted her face. Her chubby cheeks were excessively cute, and her eyes sparkled. Logically speaking, this should have been his closest playmate in childhood, a childhood sweetheart in the truest sense. But the next second, the consciousness of adult Benjamin coldly intervened, directly taking over the expression control of this young body. In the illusion, he wore an extremely incongruous adult expression, as if saying, "That's enough." Benjamin thought to himself, "Why are these non-existent memories starting to load like crazy again? This time, not only are the character models detailed, but the scene rendering is also so meticulous. The budget must be quite generous." The childhood sweetheart, who had been squatting on the ground, stopped and looked at him again. But her once innocent eyes were now empty. Her voice changed too, becoming ethereal and clear, yet devoid of any childlike emotion. "How did you find out this time?" "This time, my hair is black." Benjamin, too lazy to cooperate with the reasoning, directly exposed the truth. "You forgot to erase my memory. How am I supposed to act like this?" "You've given yourself away, director." The little girl tilted her head, as if trying to understand, then calmly said, "Then, let's try again." "Stop, hold on." Benjamin immediately raised his hand. "Once is enough for a nostalgic childhood memory. Any more and it'll get tiresome. Can we skip the backstory and get straight to the point?" A faint ripple appeared on the little girl's face, and her voice seemed to hold something else. "I'm glad you've come to see me again." She still retained the appearance of a little girl, but the feeling she gave off was completely different. Benjamin was on edge, even though he was prepared. Being pulled back into the illusion controlled by the other party still made him extremely uncomfortable with the feeling of powerlessness and being watched. He tried to regain some control. "Can you answer a few questions for me?" "Can." Benjamin asked the most crucial question. "Who are you?" The little girl didn't answer immediately. She lowered her eyelashes, thinking seriously, and remained silent for so long that Benjamin began to wonder if the illusion had gotten stuck. He couldn't help but ask, "Does it really take this long to think about?" The little girl looked up, her tone as if discussing a fair trade. "To answer this question, you need to pay me an equivalent reward. You also need to answer one of my questions, that's fair." Benjamin reacted quickly. "Then my question is null and void. I don't need your answer, because I roughly know who you are." The little girl blinked. "Oh? Then who am I?" Benjamin looked directly at her and said, word by word, "The goddess of magic. Or rather, she used to be." After a brief silence, the little girl's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. In your eyes, I am the goddess of magic, she repeated slowly. So am I, or am I not? She casually tossed the question back, as if playing a riddle. Benjamin didn't respond, only glancing at the distorted sunlight and the outlines of houses around him, realizing that the safe time for this conversation was running out. He immediately said, "We'll discuss this later. Now it's your turn to answer me, according to your principle of fairness." The little girl paused for a moment, then let out a soft, "Ah," and patted her forehead. "Oh, I already asked you a question earlier." Benjamin was speechless for a moment, and could only awkwardly say that he was trying to lighten the mood. Playing word games with someone who seemed like a goddess made him feel like he was under too much pressure. The little girl nodded seriously. "Your way of livening up the atmosphere is very unique. But go ahead and ask." Benjamin seized the opportunity and asked the most pressing question. "Did you do what happened in the capital?" This time she answered quickly, but the answer was still vague. "Is it me or Conrad?" "There are many ways to answer that question." Benjamin mimicked her tone and retorted. "Your answer was quite unique too." The little girl seemed amused, and the corners of her mouth curved into a wider smile. She looked at Benjamin, her empty gaze seeming to pierce through a dream, reaching the depths of his consciousness. Then she asked the seemingly casual yet weighty question. "To what extent would you go for someone you care about?" Benjamin was taken aback. "What kind of question is this? There's no context, no specific situation. How am I supposed to answer it?" The little girl shook her head. "This question doesn't need an answer. I'm just curious." Her figure began to become transparent, and the surrounding sunlight, houses, and open space quickly blurred like a faded oil painting. Looking forward to the next time. Benjamin suddenly opened his eyes. The icy air filled his lungs, replacing the sunlight that was absent in the illusion. He gasped for breath, his back soaked with cold sweat, and his forehead covered in beads of perspiration. He remained standing in the center of the main control room of Facility 7, his feet firmly planted on the cold ground. Refocusing his gaze, he first saw Aphrodite not far away. The bishop maintained his guardian-like posture, still holding the red rose in his hand, but his gaze was fixed on Benjamin, with obvious scrutiny. 30 breaths. Aphrodite counted precisely. "From your complete stillness until you suddenly snapped back to reality, what did you see? Or sense?" Benjamin wiped his brow and said with a wry smile, "I met someone I didn't really want to see. Or rather, a goddess, I guess." "Goddess?" Aphrodite's bishop-like demeanor instantly crumbled, and he almost dropped the rose. "Baron, it's best not to make jokes like that, especially in a place like this." He subconsciously glanced around the gloomy control room, as if worried that something unseen might be disturbed. Benjamin waved his hand. "I do like to joke around sometimes, but not this time. Not a single word." He recalled the feeling of having no privacy in the illusion and couldn't help but shudder. In the presence of that being, every subtle thought, emotion, and even subconscious association in one's mind was like a blank sheet of paper spread out in the sunlight, with nowhere to hide. Aphrodite realized he wasn't faking it, and his shock gradually turned into disbelief. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Benjamin raised his hand, signaling him to hold off. Benjamin closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths to calm his mind and the lingering dizziness from the perception of the mind blade. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at the empty space in the center of the control room, his voice low and resolute. "A part of him is right here. Right in front of us." Aphrodite immediately followed his gaze. The lantern's light illuminated the area, revealing only a cold, textured floor and several long-defunct control panels. Apart from that, there was nothing there. "I saw nothing but glass and metal." Aphrodite frowned, but his tone was no longer one of doubt, but rather confusion. Benjamin said slowly, "It's hard to explain. My mind blade clearly tells me that something is here. We can't see it or touch it. Those wizards must have used some method to hide it here." He stood quietly, extending all his mental blades outwards, carefully touching that invisible existence. It was a coldness, not a chill in temperature, but an absolute stillness in essence, as if all life and warmth had been lost. Lifeless, devoid of vitality. Benjamin could sense its outline. Vast and complex, it had once borne incredible power and rules, but now it was nothing more than a solidified, dysfunctional mass of organs. Organs that once belonged to the gods. It hovers silently in the invisible center of this control room. Chapter 243 Rose Gunsword. Having witnessed the goddess's organs, Benjamin and Aphrodite began their return journey. As soon as they reached the stone path in front of the administrative center, they saw a small group of people gathered at the entrance, discussing something in hushed tones. Those people were all familiar faces: Sullivan, Walter, and several young sergeants. Surrounded in the middle was Diana, who looked travel-worn but was beaming with excitement. Benjamin approached and asked them with a smile what they were talking about. The crowd immediately dispersed, and Diana's eyes lit up when she saw him. She almost jumped and turned around, clutching two weapons in her hands, a straight spear and a hand-and-a-half sword. He rushed forward excitedly, the tips of his gun and the edge of his sword twitching. Benjamin quickly took a half-step back, smiling as he reminded him to be careful and not turn his good news into an accident report. Diana then realized what was happening and quickly moved the gun and sword away, but the excitement on his face was not diminished at all, and his voice even rose a few decibels. "My lord, I have become a chosen one of the gods!" Benjamin was taken aback, and even the usually composed Aphrodite showed surprise. After all, Frosttown openly worshipped the goddess of the spirit garden, and the source of Dio's awakened in blade was truly intriguing. However, Benjamin quickly accepted the news, and his interest only grew stronger. He urged Diana to demonstrate it quickly, to see what type of ninblade it was. Diana took a deep breath, raised the spear, and said in a tone that was both like giving a coded message and like coaxing a child, "Hey, hurry up, say something." As soon as he finished speaking, the texture of the gun barrel near the handguard suddenly began to writhe, and an eye opened. Immediately afterwards, a crack appeared next to it, turning into a crooked but capable of opening mouth. The mouth emitted a baritone voice completely different from Dio's, with a tone carrying a touch of classical drama. "Greetings to you, your excellency, Lord of Frosttown, the Baron." Benjamin chuckled, leaning closer to examine the talking spear and marveling that it could not only fight but also chat, making travel less boring. With pride in his voice, Chanchiang indicated that he was not only good at speaking, but also had some knowledge of music and could offer up travel tunes or rousing battle songs when necessary. A soft hum suddenly came from the side. Walter stood there with his arms crossed, his face more tense than usual, his eyes looking at the noisy spear and the excited Diana with a complicated expression. He seemed to be trying hard to maintain a knightly seriousness, but the slight twitching at the corner of his mouth betrayed his emotions. He probably thought it was nothing special, yet couldn't help feeling a little envious. Aphrodite then stepped forward, resuming the solemnity befitting a bishop. On behalf of the Church of the Sacred Garden, he formally bestowed upon Diana the title of Goddess Warrior, wishing the goddess's tranquility to accompany him and protect him in his military prowess. Diana immediately placed one hand on her chest, sincerely thanking the goddess for her blessing, her attitude completely different from before. After all, having received such a great benefit, believing in it wouldn't be a loss. Benjamin then looked at the brass-colored half-sword in his left hand and asked if the sword could talk, and if it could sing a duet. Diana was somewhat embarrassed, saying that the sword had never spoken since it appeared, perhaps because it was rather introverted. He tried to swing it, and the blade sliced through the air, producing only a clear, melodious sound, and then nothing more. Just then, Evelyn, who was leaning against the door frame, suddenly spoke calmly. "I guess it will make soup." Everyone turned to look at her instantly, their faces full of confusion. A sword capable of making soup? Evelyn simply shrugged indifferently, as if casually remarking that the weather was nice, and then fell silent without offering any further explanation. Benjamin blinked, deciding to put aside her nonsensical judgment for the time being. He looked at the spear again, thinking that since it had its own personality and could speak, it couldn't just be called that spear forever, it needed a name. Loneland's eyes lit up instantly, and he eagerly begged the Baron to bestow a name upon him, his tone full of anticipation. Diana couldn't help but mutter to himself that he should have been the one to say that. Aphrodite also came closer, examining the blood-red spear closely, then looking at the brass-colored half-sword. He thought the red spear was like a rose under the moonlight, while the mysterious and passionate yellow sword was like a golden rose under the midday sun, noble yet understated. Benjamin interrupted him with a laugh, knowing he was still thinking about the image of Rose, so he went along with it, and decided to name it after Rose. But since it was a warrior's weapon, the name also needed to be powerful. After a moment's thought, he named the spear Red Rose of Exorcism, and the half-sword Yellow Rose of Inevitable Destruction. The spearman immediately praised the name loudly, saying it was concise, powerful, and had a lofty artistic conception. The shaft of the spear even seemed to tremble slightly with excitement. Having enjoyed the spectacle for a while, Benjamin put away his smile and invited everyone inside for a more detailed discussion. After the onlookers dispersed, only he, Aphrodite, Walter, Evelyn, and Diana remained in the small conference room. The door closed, and the fire in the fireplace dispelled the chill. Diana began to give a detailed account of what he had seen in Blackrock territory, the bizarre alliance of dwarves and elves, the corpses that had died in battle but then rose again, and the eerie white flames burning in the eyes of those corpses. Benjamin's brow furrowed as he listened. The resurrected corpses, the strangely colored flames, these characteristics were strikingly similar to the dead-born that had appeared in the capital. But the capital was too far from the Grey Whisper Mountains. Unless those monsters could fly, they couldn't possibly be the same group. He pressed on, and according to Diana, those people seemed to be able to communicate to some extent before they completely mutated, and she mentioned voices and a creator. Diana nodded firmly, indicating that the elven captive did indeed seem to be driven by something. The clues were too few, like several different puzzle pieces that seemed related but never quite fit together. Benjamin dared not draw any conclusions, only recalling the incomplete data in the 7th resuscitation facility. Chesvia was right, there was very little useful there. The wizards had taken almost everything when they left, leaving only fragments of unresolved information. But Benjamin knew in his heart that what happened in Blackrock territory was probably not an isolated case. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "We cannot place our hopes on this being just an isolated incident. The Black Rock territory incident is probably just the tip of the iceberg. We must be prepared to deal with more unexpected events." Chapter 244 The Defense Line of Mousegrass Village. Frosttown, Lord's Office. The flickering firelight from the fireplace cast intermittent shadows on Benjamin's face. He had just told Aphrodite about Chesvia's discovery. Beneath the skinning chapel lay most likely the second revival facility of the Wizard Empire, perhaps still containing the skin of the goddess of magic. The room fell silent, save for the crackling of burning firewood. Aphrodite murmured, "Is that so?" His usual languid expression vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow and an unusually somber look. Benjamin sensed something was wrong and asked him if he had thought of something. Aphrodite seemed to be startled awake, forced a smile, and only said that the Eastern Territory was the Pale Church's stronghold that had been cultivated for many years, with deep roots, and that the Church of the Spirit Garden had limited influence there. He paused, then added, "At this point, we probably don't have the resources to interfere in matters in the Eastern Territory anymore." Benjamin stared at him for a few seconds, then didn't press further, instead asking a more practical question. "Where is the Holy War Army you've assembled with other sects now?" Aphrodite took a deep breath, got up, walked to the window, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. A cold wind, carrying snowflakes, rushed into the room, rustling the paper and causing the fireplace flames to flicker violently. He let the wind and snow lash his face and slowly said, "There are 3 main routes. One route goes south from the northern border, another goes north from the southern border, and the third gathers within the royal territory, recruiting people along the way to respond to the call, and advances towards the capital. According to the latest news we received, the fastest one, the one heading south from the north, has already reached the territory of Stone Cliff, the border of Shieling, the defense line of Shilikeo village. Located on the southeastern edge of Stone Cliff territory, bordering the wasteland, this place is also one of the possible routes taken by the army of the Deadborn from the direction of the capital. The villagers who were willing to listen to advice had already been evacuated to the rear by the soldiers, and now only empty stone houses remain in the village, with their doors and windows tightly closed, like silent tombstones. The cold wind howled through the village, whipping up snowflakes that lashed the earth, making even the northerners shiver. But the village entrance was not deathly silent. People hastily erected a rough and winding defensive line using overturned carts, rough timbers, heavy furniture, and frozen earth and stones. But standing behind the defensive line were not the regular troops of the Stone Cliff territory. They wore robes of various colors, representing churches such as the Spirit Garden Church, the Earth Mother Church, the Furnace Church, and even the Hidden Church. Some were young and inexperienced, while others had gray hair and beards, their eyes filled with a sense of weariness. These people were monks, believers, and wandering knights who had come in response to the call for holy war, and who saw this action as a means of atonement and redemption. Most of them had not received formal training, their sword-wielding posture was stiff, and their ranks were far from orderly. They were less an army and more a group of armed men temporarily united by a shared belief. Yet they still gripped their long swords, maces, spears, sickles, and logging axes, staring intently at the snow-blurred wasteland. The bitter cold turned their faces blue and made their bodies shiver slightly, but few retreated. Even more surprisingly, amidst this tense atmosphere, the sounds of a harpsichord and bagpipes began to play. The music wasn't in sync, and occasionally it was out of tune, but in the icy snow, it brought a faint warmth to these anxious waiters. They were waiting for their fellow holy warriors to arrive from other directions, and also waiting for the enemy who was destined to appear. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry rang out from high above. Everyone looked up and saw a giant, gray eagle with an astonishing wingspan swooping down almost vertically from the dark sky, creating a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Just as the giant eagle was about to crash into the ground, its body twisted and contracted rapidly, its feathers transformed, its bones deformed, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a man, landing steadily on the snow. Lord Ferdinand! Someone called out his name. He was a well-known chosen one of the Earth Mother Church, blessed with the ability to establish a connection with certain animals and complete a brief but complete transformation. Ferdinand, dressed in hunting attire and draped in a short cloak from the Church of the Earth Mother, his face weathered by the long flight and filled with eagerness, immediately shouted to the crowd behind the defensive line as soon as he landed. "They're here! Those filthy things that desecrate life and pollute the earth are approaching. They are fast and tireless, and the wind and snow cannot stop them. In at most 2 more prayers, the vanguard will be in sight." These words were like a block of ice thrown into the crowd, and the suppressed commotion immediately spread. Many monks turned pale, their knuckles gripping their weapons so tightly they turned blue. Some began to pray quietly, while others frantically checked their equipment. At that moment, a calm voice rang out. Bishop Camus of the Church of the Spirit Garden walked through the crowd, still impeccably dressed, though his eyes held the same solemnity. He nodded to Ferdinand, wishing the goddess's protection in the battle to come. Ferdinand looked at Camus and whispered in response, "The same goes for you. May the tranquility of the mortuary soothe all restless souls, including our own. Monks! Warriors! Now is not the time to exchange doctrines." A sergeant wearing the leather armor of a Stone Cliff commander pushed forward. His name was Lindsay, and he was the liaison officer sent by Calvin to coordinate this special team. Looking at the undisciplined and disorganized holy warriors before him, Lindsay felt a headache coming on. He waved his arms and shouted, "Those who know how to use bows and arrows, those who have received crossbows, go to the front and find cover. Don't huddle together. Long-armed units, back row. Those with shields, move to the front. Damn it, you guys are usually so good at preaching, but now you're all getting moving." His shouts were quickly swallowed up by the wind, snow, and commotion. This group was a volunteer alliance hastily cobbled together by marginalized sects ostracized by the Pale Church, and there was no question of any tacit cooperation between them. For many, the biggest battle they've ever experienced in their lives might simply be arguing in the street with fanatics of the Pale Church, or driving away goblins from the fields. But the enemy closed in much faster than expected. Those undead beings needed no rest, were impervious to the cold, and were unaffected by terrain or snowstorms. Like pre-programmed puppets, they relentlessly advanced toward their target. The main border defense force of Shia Commandery is currently tied down in key locations by several other, even larger torrents of the dead. Reinforcements will take time to arrive. Unfortunately, what they lack most is time. Linsett looked out at the snow-covered wasteland, where monsters seemed ready to emerge at any moment. He then looked back at the group of people behind him who were tense and panicked but still chose to stay. He secretly groaned, but also felt a complex sense of respect. In any case, battle was inevitable. They had to hold this position, using this makeshift fortification and this mixed force to buy even the slightest bit of time for the rear. The wind and snow intensified. The sounds of the harp and bagpipes had ceased some time earlier. Between heaven and earth, only the mournful howl of the cold wind and the ever-growing heartbeats of everyone remained. Chapter 245 The March of the Dead. The March of the Dead. For the seasoned Sergeant Linsell, the scene before him shattered almost all the experience he had accumulated in more than 20 battles. It didn't resemble an army at all. It was more like a moving natural disaster. They surged forth from the edge of the snowstorm and the gray horizon, initially just a dense mass of black dots, quickly merging into a tidal wave, then transforming into a rolling tide of corpses. Walking, running, staggering, their postures differed, yet they all pressed in the same direction. Even more terrifying, many of the undead were engulfed in cold, black and white flames. From a distance, the horde of corpses resembled a silent, spreading, eerie river of fire, sweeping across the wasteland toward Mousegrass Village. By the goddess above, Linsell managed to squeeze out half a prayer, then swallowed it back down. He even wished he believed in the goddess of the garden, at least that would calm his heart, which was pounding in his chest. The number was beyond visual comprehension. There were too many, too densely packed, as if the entire capital's dead had been driven here. He could only curse and pray in his heart, reinforcements. Reinforcements from Stone Cliff territory. Come quickly! As if in response to his silent roar, the operator beside him swung the wooden mallet down with a bang. The hastily assembled light catapult hurled a piece of frozen earth and rock, which crashed into the surging river of fire. The falling earth and rocks did indeed crush a few unfortunate victims, splashing a small, murky wave in the black tide. But that small gap was instantly filled by the surging masses of their kind from behind, without even the slightest delay. Without Lince's order, the archers behind the fortifications had already fired the first volley of arrows. The sparse rain of arrows fell on the ranks of the deadborn, with an effect even less than that of the catapults. Many arrows clearly hit their mark, yet they continued to advance silently. Not far away, a young monk dressed in the robes of the Earth Mother Church was praying in a trembling voice, asking Mother Earth to grant him courage and the strength to protect life. The next moment, the prayer abruptly stopped. The young cultivator drew his long sword and let out a shout that sounded inhuman. He and several of his bloodshot companions scaled the simple breastwork and charged toward the foremost, fragile defensive line that seemed to collapse at the slightest push. The moment they made contact, the battle entered its most brutal phase. Lince's senses felt like they were being torn apart. On one side, there was a silent wave of death surging in, and on the other, the twisted roars, prayers, and clashing sounds of monks and soldiers. The two sounds couldn't blend together. Instead, they made his head buzz. He couldn't tell if it was too noisy or too quiet. Lin's eye subconsciously touched his ear, feeling a warm, sticky sensation on his fingertips. In the dim light, he saw blood. Perhaps it was the extreme tension, or perhaps some invisible shock from the horde of the dead ruptured his eardrums. Just then, a scream that was inches away pulled him back to reality. Lince looked up abruptly and saw a giant bird with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters, its body completely black, and its eye sockets burning with pale flames, swooping down from the low sky. Its sharp claws dug deep into the shoulder of a young soldier from the Stone Cliff territory, trying to drag him into the air. That was a young man Lincet had brought out from the recruit camp. He was usually quick-witted and diligent. Lincet's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and all tactical commands were thrown to the back of his mind. Like a furious wild boar, he scrambled onto the roof of the nearby building, and just as the strange bird flew by, he threw his spear with all his might. With a soft thud, the spear pierced the strange bird's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. It released its grip, and the soldier screamed as he plummeted to the ground, only to be caught by those below. The strange bird, meanwhile, crashed sideways into the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Well done, boss!" someone shouted from a short distance away. Just as Lindsay was about to catch his breath, a roar, deeper and louder than any previous sound, seemed to come from the depths of the earth and slammed into his chest like a tangible sound wave. With a deafening roar, the left side of the hastily constructed frontal barrier, made of wagons, logs, and earth and stones, suddenly exploded. Splinters of wood, frozen earth, and snow flew everywhere, and a huge, ferocious figure squeezed through the breach. It was an earth dragon, not a true dragon, but a large lizard-like magical beast that lived deep in caves, skilled in digging and charging. At this moment, its eyes were bloodshot, and sticky liquid dripped from the corners of its mouth. Every time its giant claws landed, the ground trembled. Lindsay was horrified. Where did it come from? Had it been hiding under the snow all along? The breach was not far from him, and several cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were swept away by the earth dragon, their fates unknown. A surge of adrenaline rushed to Lince's head. He picked up a long-handled battle axe from the ground and let out a blood-curdling roar. "For Stonecliff territory! Stop it!" He believed in the lessons he had learned on the battlefield. The more afraid of death, and the more one tries to escape, the faster one tends to die. Just as Lin's sight charged toward the colossal creature with bloodshot eyes, two figures swept past him from the side and behind, rushing to meet the earth dragon first. On the left, a figure dressed in the robes of the Spirit Garden Church pushed forward with both hands, unleashing a large burst of blazing white mist from their palms, instantly enveloping the earth dragon's raised forelimbs and part of its head. Thick layers of ice condensed and spread at a visible speed. The man on the right let out a ferocious battle roar that rivaled that of an earth dragon. He was burly, his bald head gleaming in the wind and snow, his bare upper body bulging with muscles, wearing only leather pants and combat boots, and wielding an exaggerated double-bladed giant axe. Like a human battering ram, he took advantage of the earth dragon's sluggishness caused by the cold air and leaped up with a powerful stomp. The giant axe flashed with a blinding light and struck the earth dragon's forehead. The sound of bones cracking and the dull thud of a blade piercing flesh exploded simultaneously as the giant axe was deeply embedded in the dragon's head, almost splitting off half of its skull. Lincel stopped halfway, gripping his battle axe and panting heavily, staring at the two figures who resembled war gods. They were Bishop Camus of the Church of the Spirit Garden, and a bald, giant man of unknown allegiance, who looked like a berserker. But this was only a corner of a vast battlefield. Lindsay looked back and saw that the entire village of Mousegrass was engulfed in flames. The rudimentary fortifications had been breached in many places, and monks in various robes were fighting against the silent, burning death-born and twisted demonic beasts. The harpsichord and bagpipes have long since fallen silent, replaced by the clanging of metal, roars, and wails. Stone Cliff, Calvin's fortress. In Lord Calvin's private armor maintenance room, a middle-aged servant with an old scar on his forehead was wiping the emblem on his breastplate one last time with the softest suede. His movements were gentle and steady, leaving no fingerprints, water stains, or dust untouched. 2 years ago, he had carelessly misadjusted the inner lining straps, causing Calvin to move slightly sluggishly during combat. Although no serious consequences resulted, he was still severely punished and temporarily disqualified from serving closely. Several people were replaced, but he was eventually transferred back because no one was more familiar with the armor maintenance and wearing procedures than him. "This suit of armor must be flawless," he muttered to himself, as if performing some kind of ritual. Just as he was about to conduct the final checks, the door to the maintenance room was pushed open. Calvin strode in, not even glancing at his servants, and went straight to the armor rack. The attendant immediately bowed and stepped back, showing no displeasure, only tense reverence. Calvin extended his hand, and the attendants began to assist him in putting on his armor. Paved chain mail, leg armor, arm armor, and breastplate, each component fit his lean, muscular body perfectly. At the same time, he seemed to hear the reminder from his deputy commander, Letso. In the direction of Shilakeo village, the volunteers who responded to the church's call have already engaged in battle with the dead ones. It was half a day earlier than expected. The 3rd Infantry Battalion, which was originally scheduled to provide support, was still struggling to advance through the wind and snow 20 miles away. The last piece of shoulder armor snapped shut with a crisp click. A servant immediately brought over the heavy, broad-bladed two-handed knight's longsword. Calvin gripped the hilt, the familiar weight settling into his palm. He didn't say another word, turned around and walked towards the door. On the training ground in front of the fortress castle, more than 20 griffin riders had already assembled. They were fully armored, and the griffins beside them nervously scratched at their talons, spewing white mist from their mouths. Calvin walked to the front of the group, flipped himself onto his companion's saddle, and swept his gaze across the faces of each knight. His voice was not loud, but it pierced clearly through the wind and snow. "Shilakeo village. The battle has begun. Those bleeding are not soldiers from Shia territory." He let those words sink into everyone's hearts. "They come from all over, with different faiths, and could have stayed in the safety of churches or homes to pray. But now, they stand on the land of our Stone Cliff territory, at the forefront of the enemy's invasion of the kingdom." Calvin's voice suddenly rose, like a sharp sword cutting through the wind and snow. "This is our territory. This is our defense line. Defending it is our inescapable responsibility. The Griffin Knights." He drew his long sword, pointing it diagonally at the sky, the cold light of the sword tip seemingly piercing through the leaden clouds. "Take off!" His response was met with the deafening roar of the griffin and the battle cries of the knights. The massive wings flapped violently, whipping up raging air currents and snow dust. More than 20 griffins, carrying their master, soared into the sky like arrows released from a bow, tearing through the swirling snow and wind, and sped toward the border village that had been ignited by the flames of death. Chapter 246 Multiple Crisis Situations. A border outpost in the western border region. Harris, a young soldier on guard duty, strained his eyes, which were stinging from the cold wind, to look at the snow-covered mountains and wilderness in the distance. At first he thought it was just snow dust whipped up by the wind, or that he was seeing things. But in the gray-white world, the black dots not only didn't disappear, but multiplied and moved slowly. They seeped out from the edge of the woodland at the foot of the mountain, gradually merging together and spreading towards the watchtower like stains. Harris rubbed his eyes and pressed himself against the edge of the wooden crest, straining to see into the distance. Though far away, he could still make out figures. Many figures silently advancing towards them. Foreign race? Defeated soldiers? Or something else? An ominous premonition gripped his heart instantly. He dared not delay, turning to rush down the stairs to ring the alarm bell and wake his comrades in the barracks below. But in that instant when he turned his back to the wasteland, "Call out dash!" A faint whooshing sound, almost swallowed by the wind, swept past. Harris felt as if he had been struck in the chest by an invisible hammer, and he staggered backward, crashing into a stone wall. He looked down and saw a rough arrow shaft embedded in his heart. Before the excruciating pain could spread, coldness and numbness engulfed him first. He tried to scream, but could only manage hoarse, breathy sounds. My vision gradually blurred, and the last thing I saw was the still closed wooden door of the barracks and the dark shadows that were getting closer and closer in the distance. He failed to raise any alarms. This battle on the western border began suddenly and ended without any suspense. The western border, the temporary castle where Prince Alkaya resides. Chaos reigned within the castle. The corridors were crammed with solemn-faced civil officials, scribes, and messengers from all over. The anxious voices and hurried footsteps nearly lifted the roof off. The council chamber doors were tightly shut, but the suppressed roars inside still penetrated the oak door panels. Bang crash! A loud crash rang out, and everyone outside the door shuddered. Judging from the noise, the expensive table inside was completely destroyed. Inside the hall, Grand Duke Charles of the West stood beside a shattered wooden table, his chest heaving violently, his face flushed red like that of an enraged lion. In his hand he gripped a roll of exquisite, gleaming silver letter paper, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Those pointy-eared bastards! How dare they try to fob me off with such nonsense? A few minutes earlier, a letter from the Silver Kingdom had been delivered to him. It was a forest kingdom ruled by ancient silver elves. The letter was elegantly but coldly worded, essentially stating that the recent attacks in the western border were the individual actions of certain remote elven tribes not bound by the laws of the kingdom, and had nothing to do with the Silver Kingdom. They expressed regret over this and advised the Kingdom of Windwind to properly handle its relations with neighboring ethnic minorities. In Charles's view, the letter was a resounding slap in the face. What is unrestrained? Without the tacit approval of the Silver Kingdom, would those scattered elves dare to attack human territories simultaneously? Calm down, Charles, Prince Alkaya said, his voice much calmer and colder than Charles's. He glanced at the wreckage of the table on the floor and continued. Since the Silver Kingdom is still willing to send an envoy to explain, it at least shows that they don't want a full-scale war for the time being. Whether it's true or not, the superficial channels are not yet blocked. Alkaya analyzed that the main reason for the losses was that the attacks were too sudden and too scattered. The simultaneous attacks in multiple locations, from the Grey Whisper Mountains to the hills, caught the local lords off guard. However, once the nobles realize this and hold their ground by relying on castles and fortifications, it will be no easy task for those foreign tribes, who lack heavy siege equipment, to conquer their main territories. The most important thing right now is to immediately issue a mandatory order in the name of the kingdom. All lords must enter a state of high alert, fortify city defenses, clear the fields and stockpile grain, and conscript soldiers. Charles then dispatched his second army to swiftly recapture key territories, reopen vital routes, and stabilize morale. The aim was to deliver a clean and decisive victory to demonstrate to everyone that the western frontier remained impregnable. Charles suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice that he had already arranged for reliable people to do these things. The emergency mobilization order was issued before dawn, and the vanguard of the Second Army Corps had already set off. Even if the main force of the Silver Elves appears at the border tomorrow, he will personally lead his men to drive them back to the forest. But he couldn't help but sneer. The capital city was just in complete chaos, and now the western border has suddenly exploded like this. It's all too coincidental. Alkaya's gaze darkened slightly. Coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences. Especially not coincidences that could shake the very foundations of the kingdom. He believed there must be a reason for all of this. It's just that they may have overlooked it before, or they may have been involved in other things, or they may never have thought that some beings could extend their reach so far, even in ways that defy common sense. After a moment of silence, Alkaya suddenly asked, "Any news from the Eastern Territory recently?" Charles paused, then frowned. "The East? It's very quiet. Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "It's just too quiet, that's what's wrong," Alkaya said slowly. Given the drastic changes that occurred in the capital, people in the Eastern Territory, especially the Pale Church, should have jumped out to interfere and take the opportunity to expand their influence. His tone carried a hint of suppressed dissatisfaction. Sometimes he even doubted whether the Eastern Territory still belonged to the kingdom, or whether it had long since become the private property of the Pale Church. Archaea's patience was nearing its limit as the state religion continued to expand and even repeatedly supersede royal power. Chapter 247 The Mistress of Pearl City. The Northern Frontier, Pearl City. Hill stood on the highest terrace of the manor, wearing a goose-down cloak trimmed with fox fur, overlooking the bustling city below. Lately, she noticed that the gazes from all sides in the north seemed to have loosened considerably, no longer making her feel like she was being watched like a thorn in their side. This usually meant only two things: either those people had finally lost interest in her, or something more significant had happened in the north, or even the entire kingdom, that warranted their attention. This was perfect for Hill. She preferred to handle her affairs in a quiet environment. Over the past 2 years, her purge of Pearl City has been remarkably effective. Those forces that dared to openly oppose her have been significantly weakened. Stubborn old-school nobles have either suffered sudden losses in their mines and trade routes, been betrayed by their partners, or been found dead in their heavily guarded bedrooms one morning. Hill doesn't need any destabilizing factors that threaten her position or affect her control over Pearl City. Mercy is too much of a luxury. She prefers the power she holds in her hands. Lately, her correspondence with Baron Benjamin Blackwood of Frosttown has become more frequent. This young man, who once handled logistics in the army and was quick and efficient at spreading out blankets, is now displaying a level of skill on the chessboard of politics and interests that far surpasses what he once possessed. Hill had to admit that Benjamin was indeed capable. Amidst the turmoil in the kingdom's central government and the conflicting intentions of various factions, he managed to instigate the royal lords to form a loose community alliance. Even if it was merely a temporary union driven by self-interest, it was enough to demonstrate his skill in manipulating people's hearts. What Hill found even more intriguing was that the reports from her informants, whom she had sent to Frosttown to study and gather intelligence, gradually began to show admiration for Benjamin, even hinting that she could learn from Frosttown's methods. It was rare to find someone so capable of getting their informants to speak on his behalf. Benjamin's previous letters mostly revolved around business collaborations, the sale of scarce resources in the north, the distribution channels for luxury goods and art from Pearl City to the south, and the possibility of improving central heating technology in the north. After all, the distance was too great for him to provide truly exclusive intelligence concerning the survival of the north. But today's letter is different. The letter mentioned that the army of the Deadborn was attempting to break through Stonecliff territory and could potentially threaten the north. Hill had heard this news before, but Benjamin's mention of the ultimate goal made her raise an eyebrow. Pearl City. The reason is that an ancient ruin is hidden beneath Pearl City, and that something that the dead ones are looking for is buried there. Interesting, Hill murmured to herself. She was more concerned with where Benjamin had obtained this information. Compared to the monsters in the capital or the disturbances in the west, this matter directly concerned her foundation. She also wanted to know how Benjamin could prove this wasn't alarmist rhetoric, or a misleading statement with ulterior motives. Clearly, Benjamin had anticipated her suspicions. In his letter, he stipulated that if Hill decided to search for and explore the ruins, she should share with him what she saw and heard. In return, he thoughtfully reminded her that the documents within the ruins could probably only be deciphered by his one and only translator. As for the proof, Benjamin attached a simple map to the letter. The map showed the possible marching route that the Deadborn might choose if they broke through Stone Cliff territory, and that route clearly pointed to Pearl City, marking several key territories along the way. Hill chuckled. He's quite frank, knowing it can't be confirmed right now, so he's just making empty promises. But the next sentence made her gaze sharpen. Benjamin wrote, I will not stand idly by and watch Calvin struggle alone in Stonecliff. Wouldn't it be too unfair for Stonecliff to bear the brunt of the potential troubles in the north? You really dare to say that? Hill's smile turned dangerous. She closed her eyes and quickly assessed the situation. The direct military threat posed by the Deadborn to Pearl City was not high at the moment. Stone Cliff territory was too far away, and more importantly, the hypothetical route would inevitably pass through at least 2 heavily fortified territories directly under the northern Grand Duke. The ambitious Grand Duke would never allow a clearly hostile army to cross his territory. That would be tantamount to attacking both his power and his reputation. Therefore, Benjamin had calculated this point, which is why he dared to speak so clearly. Hill opened his eyes, a hint of appreciation in them. A friend who is willing to put his calculations out in the open and can provide valuable information is always more lovable than those who hide their schemes and stab you in the back. Of course, she unabashedly categorized herself as the latter. As for the so-called underground ruins of Pearl City, consider it just something to keep the Grey Eagles occupied. Staying cooped up in the city for too long will dull their claws. She quickly began drafting 2 letters. One was a reply to Benjamin, written in an elegant, slightly teasing tone, and in which she readily accepted the suggestion to share her observations of the ruins, while also inquiring more about the characteristics of the Deadborn and the details of the translator. The other letter was a secret order to her Grey Eagle Mercenary Group. While nominally a mercenary group, it was in reality her private armed force and intelligence network. Whether Benjamin's information is true or false, knowing the secrets of the land beneath our feet is never a mistake. Moreover, if something even the Deadborn truly desire is hidden there, then perhaps it should be carefully guarded by the mistress of Pearl City. Chapter 248 Pathological Curse. Inside the Blackrock Castle, guys practically slammed open the gates and rushed in, the torches on either side of the porch swaying violently in the strong wind. He didn't even have time to take off his mud and snow-covered cloak, or remove his armor, and he clattered his way up the main staircase to the master bedroom. He had just received urgent news on the front lines of the campaign to wipe out the remaining alien races. His wife, Alina, had suddenly fallen into a coma. Elves, dwarves, revenge plans, all were thrown to the back of his mind at that moment. With a loud bang, the bedroom door was kicked open. Gus's heavy breathing broke the silence of the room, and his eyes immediately fell on the magnificent four-poster bed in the center. Alina lay nestled among layers of down comforters and silk cushions, her usually rosy face now deathly pale. Her eyes were tightly shut, her breathing shallow, and her chest barely rose and fell. Gus felt as if his heart were being gripped tightly by an icy hand, his throat tightened, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. Just then, a familiar yet impatient voice rang out. "Your door opening is too loud. I've told you so many times." Gus jolted, his eyes widening. Alina, lying on the bed, had opened her eyes some time earlier and was looking at him with tired but still clear eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly displeased with how he had opened the door. "Alina! You're not dead!" Gus rushed to the bedside, knelt down on one knee, and reached out his armored hand to grasp her, but stopped in midair, afraid of hurting her. When Alina heard this, she almost fainted from anger. "Can't you speak properly?" Gus's face was a mixture of surprise, joy, and worry. He kept guessing whether he had caught a cold or a common illness, and even considered bringing the old doctor from the city. Alina, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted him. "Stop. It's not a cold, nor is it an ordinary illness." She tilted her head slightly, as if listening to something that didn't exist, and slowly said, "It's a voice. There's always a voice whispering in my ear, indistinct yet impossible to ignore. It's calling to me, commanding me to respond, to reclaim something. It keeps going day and night, and it's getting clearer and clearer." Gus's anxious expression froze instantly, a chill running down his spine. Summoning, reclaiming, whispering in his ear, these were almost identical words Diana had translated when he interrogated the elven prisoners. Weren't those alien races also driven by some voice, to reclaim something? Anxiety quickly spread through his heart. "Don't be afraid." Gus suppressed his turmoil, and tried to make his voice sound reliable. "I'm here. I swear I will find you the best doctor in the entire kingdom, no, the entire land. The herbalists of the south, the priests of the Pale Church in the east, I'll even ask that kid Alkaya, I'm willing to do it." Alina looked at his anxious face, shook her head gently, and touched his cheek with her cool fingertips. "Darling, this is not an illness." Her voice was soft, but it struck Gus's heart like a hammer blow. "Do you remember when we met? In the small market in the west, the little girl who was ostracized and treated as a freak." Gus certainly remembered. Back then, Alina was stubborn and lonely, and didn't fit in with anyone around her. Alina withdrew her hand and looked out the window at the distant sky. "People like me are born with some kind of curse. Or rather, some kind of inescapable connection." She looked at Gus again, her eyes serious, even pleading. "Listen to me, Gus. From now on, you need to control your temper, think more before you act, and stop being so reckless. You have ambition and want to strengthen Blackrock territory, which is not a bad thing, but you need to know how to assess the situation and know when to advance and when to stop." At this point, she mentioned a name that surprised Gus. "Baron Blackwood of Frosttown is a smart man, and more importantly, he has principles. In the future, if you encounter any important matters that you are unsure about, you might as well listen to his opinion." "Why should I take that kid's opinion into account?" Gus immediately frowned and retorted. "I'll just listen to you. Alina, you're smarter than 100 Benjamins combined." Meanwhile, in the Frosttown Lord's office, Benjamin had just put down the secret letter when he looked up at Chesvia, who had been summoned. "Baron Guise of Blackrock Territory is offering a large reward for a doctor." Chesvia, unusually, wasn't bundled up like a snowman today, but instead wore a dark blue coat, though her expression was clearly displeased. "I heard. I don't know who passed my name on, but now they specifically request that doctor in Frosttown who can bring the dead back to life to treat them." "Bring the dead back to life? Who do they think I am, a mortician?" Benjamin laughed. "You can't blame anyone else for this. The fact that you pulled Walter back from the brink of death has already spread throughout Frosttown. Besides, you're the nominal director of the first clinic, so you're quite famous." Chesvia snorted, accepting the flattery without any modesty, even with a hint of pride. "Although I don't have the equipment, when it comes to understanding diseases and injuries in this era, I dare say I'm second to none. If conventional medicine can't solve the problem, we use unconventional methods. If science can't explain it, we use theology to gloss over it. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of her lips. If all else fails, a single psychic strike will make even the most dead corpse jump up, finish its last words, and then lie back down. Benjamin then asked. So, you'd like to go? But I haven't formally asked you. It's entirely voluntary. Go, why not? Chesvia answered decisively. Blackrock territory is, after all, one of the most important allies in the commune, with the loudest voice and the strongest fist. Making that Baron owe you a big favor is a worthwhile deal. However, she quickly changed the subject, revealing a knowledgeable expression. But just in case, to prevent medical disputes, you'll have to provide me with bodyguards. What if I'm diagnosed with a terminal illness and he flips the table on the spot? Don't worry, it's all arranged. Benjamin waved his hand. A highly skilled escort team will accompany you the whole way. Diana and Evelyn will be your personal bodyguards, plus 40 regular elite soldiers. They'll go in the latest improved manned railcar. It'll be fast and safe. He pointed to his temple again. There's also full online technical support. I'll connect using my Nin blade. At this distance in Black Rock territory, stable communication shouldn't be a problem. If we encounter any tricky situations, we can call anytime. Finally, Benjamin unleashed his real trump card. If you return safely, all expenses will be reimbursed, you'll receive an extra field expert allowance, and your year-end bonus will be increased. Chesvia's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up straight, casually waving her right hand in front of her forehead, her tone instantly becoming incredibly loyal. I'll go through fire and water for you. Chapter 249 Outpatient Consultation. 4 modified manned railcars sped along the straight tracks. Windproof canopies and simple seats had been added to the cars, and the wheels made a rhythmic click as they rolled over the seams, mingling with the howling wind like a peculiar marching melody. Each vehicle had 4 strong soldiers who took turns operating the lever-driven mechanism, their movements synchronized, like rowing a boat on land. Diana sat under the eaves of the second vehicle, thoroughly enjoying this mode of transportation. When he left Frosttown for the Westerlands, this track leading to Blackrock territory was still undergoing testing. Now, not long after, it's already capable of carrying people on long journeys. He couldn't help but marvel. Lord Suleiman had said back then that everyone should bear the risks themselves, but now it's come in handy. Evelyn, while checking her belongings, explained that Blackrock territory had contributed significantly to this side quest, not only providing materials but also allocating a large amount of manpower. Baron Gass valued the rapid connection between the 2 locations, so the progress was even faster than the main quest to Silverstream territory. Across from her, Chesvia, wrapped in a thick blanket, took 2 warm little cakes from a wicker basket covered with cotton cloth. The golden round cakes emitted a sweet aroma. She gave one directly to Evelyn and then handed it to Diana, telling him not to just stare at the railway tracks. Diana took a bite, and the soft, creamy texture and milky aroma immediately dispelled the chill. His eyes lit up, and he genuinely praised how delicious it was. No wonder Evelyn's mood always improved after returning from Chesvia's place. She had this secret weapon. Chesvia ignored his praise and pointed to the hillside to the right of the track. Although it was mostly covered in snow, one could see terraced fields with people working in them. She told the 2 that those were recently reclaimed terraced fields planted with improved winter turnips, which are much more cold-resistant and faster-growing than ordinary varieties. Evelyn ate her cake, gazing at the figures working in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh softly. No matter how many times she saw it, she felt these seeds and methods were a monumental undertaking. If they could be spread throughout the kingdom, or even further afield, perhaps no one in the world would ever go hungry again. In her tone, there was the most instinctive longing for a bountiful harvest from someone who had experienced scarcity. Chesvia's fingers paused slightly. She wanted to say that reality might not be like that, but she swallowed the words back. She didn't want to shatter the light in Evelyn's eyes. More importantly, these improved crops are not simple at all. In addition to crop rotation and cold-resistant varieties, they also use a special fertilizer, a pale green liquid extracted from the culture tanks of the 7th Recovery Facility, which she repeatedly diluted and processed. Chesvia used increasingly refined mental blades to peel away the components that could cause biological mutations, leaving only the parts that stimulated growth. Even so, the essence of that thing still originated from the forbidden medium used by wizards to create and edit life. Therefore, this was a dangerous experiment. This crop wouldn't end up on the tables of Frosttown residents, but would be sent to the newly established livestock area. She needed to observe the livestock's reactions after consuming it, changes in meat quality, and even the condition of their offspring to assess the risks. Benjamin knew the general direction, but only she knew the details. Just then, Chesvia suddenly noticed 2 burning gazes. She came to her senses and found that Evelyn and Diana had finished their cake and were staring at her and the wicker basket beside her. Those eyes were clear and innocent, as if they were asking, "Is there more?" Chesvia's lips twitched, and she inexplicably thought of a certain kind of dog that would beg for food with wet eyes. She grumbled irritably, telling them not to act like Marie waiting to be fed, but she still lifted the cloth. Inside the wicker basket were several snacks, small cookies with dried fruit and donuts sprinkled with powdered sugar. "Take it yourself, don't fight over it. You have a long way to go." After the rail cart arrived at the Blackrock Territory border station, the group transferred to carriages sent by Guys and continued their journey to the castle. When they arrived, Baron Guys was already waiting at the gate with several retainers. For a boorish border nobleman, this was already an extremely high honor. Gus tried to make his expression amiable, even forcing a smile, though it looked more like he had a toothache. He strode forward to greet her, personally leading the way for Chesvia as she alighted from the carriage. He welcomed her loudly, saying it was an honor for Blackrock Territory to have the divine healer from Frosttown come. These words were clearly prepared in advance by his staff, and sounded somewhat awkward, but the sincerity was undeniable. He did a lot of research before hiring her. Chesvia was well known in Frosttown and Silverbrook, especially for treating difficult injuries and extracting teeth. Lord Elwyn of Silverbrook was said to have had his rotten tooth, which had been aching for years, easily removed by her, and he recovered extremely quickly. In this era, tooth extraction was no trivial matter. Many nobles died from infections caused by improper procedures by incompetent doctors. This skill alone was enough to make any lord treat her as an honored guest. But Chesvia ignored the formalities and went straight to asking where the patient was. Her gaze swept over Gus and the various-looking retainers, and she said crisply, "The hospitality can wait. We need to see Lady Alina first. Her condition can't wait." Gus was taken aback, then seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his deliberate politeness instantly replaced by genuine anxiety. He repeatedly said yes, and took the lead himself ahead of the butler, hurrying towards the main building of the castle. Chesvia followed behind, watching his unpretentious back, thinking to herself, Benjamin was right after all. With someone like Gus, getting straight to the point, especially about his wife, was far more effective at dispelling his guard than any polite formalities. Chapter 250 The Right to Anger. Chesvia had seen Lady Alina at several lordly social events. In her memory, she was a petite and elegant noblewoman. But now, lying on the heavily curtained bed, she looked so frail that a gust of wind could blow her away. Chesvia began with her usual examination. She observed Alina's complexion and tongue coating, listened to her weak, disordered breathing, extracted information from Gus's incoherent description, and finally placed her fingers on Alina's cold wrist. "Low-grade fever, irregular and weak heart rate, and intermittent palpitations," she murmured, quickly ruling out a common cold and common internal medicine ailments. In the past, without specialized equipment, she might have been truly helpless. But things are different now. She grasped Alina's drooping hand and slowly closed her eyes. Her mind settled, and the increasingly powerful psychic blade was quietly activated. Threads of perception, finer than a hair, extended from her fingertips, like tiny probes, carefully seeping into Alina's body. This was not a rough examination, but a precise internal inspection. Countless sensory nodes spread along blood vessels and nerves, feeding back information about the body's internal state to her. She saw exhausted organs, disordered bioelectric currents, and also saw abnormalities deeper within. Within Alina's body, Chesvia saw it. It wasn't a physical entity, yet it was more terrifying than any physical one. The cold black and white flames had no temperature, but they were slowly and resolutely burning her body, eroding her will. Transformation. The word suddenly flashed into Chesvia's mind. She didn't know where the conclusion came from, but she was absolutely certain. Alina was being forcibly transformed into a deadborn, or a similar inhuman being by some force. Immediately afterwards, an unnamed rage erupted from the depths of her heart. The anger was terrifyingly pure, like the fury she felt when she first encountered the wizard's script in the 7th Resurrection Facility, yet it was more clear-headed, even carrying a cold sense of entitlement. She felt she should be angry, and she had to be angry. Call. The room moved automatically, even though there was no wind. Chesvia's hair, which hung over her shoulders, defied gravity and floated, creating a subtle swirling sound in the air, as if an invisible aura was gathering around her. The candlelight began to flicker erratically, and the shadows became uneasy. What's going on?" Baron Guys, who had been watching over his wife, was the first to notice something was wrong. He looked at Chesvia in astonishment, then at Diana and Evelyn, his face full of confusion and panic. Diana's heart pounded. He was all too familiar with this scene. It was almost the same prelude when Chesvia suddenly lost control while deciphering documents back in the Frosttown Administrative Center. His first instinct was to shout, "The minister is about to have another intermittent bout of madness!" Before he could even utter a word, Evelyn glared at him with a look so stern it was almost murderous. The meaning was clear. "You dare utter a single careless word?" Evelyn took a deep breath, quickly adopting a calm yet awe-inspiring expression, and explained to Gus, "Please do not panic. The minister is using the blade of thought with all his might. This is an extremely rare divine power, and one must concentrate intensely and resonate with the goddess in order to investigate the root cause of the lady's illness." She deliberately emphasized divine favor and goddess. Faced with inexplicable phenomena, the best approach is to gloss over them with even more mystical explanations. As for what to do if Chesvia went berserk like last time, Evelyn didn't know. Right now, she just wanted to stabilize the situation and get Chesvia safely away from Blackrock territory afterward. As for stopping her, the thought of that inhuman pressure from last time made her immediately abandon the idea. At this moment, deep within Chesvia's consciousness, that anger was about to break through her reason, preparing to purify that black and white flame in a more direct and violent way, regardless of the consequences. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop." It was Benjamin. His mind intervened directly through a telepathic connection that spanned distances. "Whatever you're thinking of doing right now, stop immediately." "Don't stop me," Chesvia responded in her mind, her voice overlapping, filled with strong resistance. "That thing must be eliminated. This is her body." Benjamin's mind firmly suppressed his surging anger. "No matter who you are, you must first respect her own wishes." The voice scoffed at the ridiculous statement, clearly disregarding individual will. But this destructive will seems to be inherently restrained by Benjamin's Nimblade. In a sense, the appearance of Benjamin's Nimblade was to prevent Chesvia from suddenly going mad. Chesvia blinked, her gaze clearing again. She glanced around, taking in the tense Gus, the prepared Diana and Evelyn, before looking at Alina, who was still unconscious on the bed but with a slight frown in her brow. "Hey, Mr. Ben, I'm fine now, really." She tried to convey a relaxed mood, but couldn't help being curious. "How did you know there was a problem on my end?" "I don't know." Benjamin's thoughts were tinged with lingering fear. "I was just estimating the time, thinking you were about to start your checks, so I tried connecting. Who knew that as soon as I logged on, I'd find you were up to something big." Chesvia chuckled dryly to herself, trying to get away with it. "Be serious, I'm blaming you," Benjamin said irritably. Chesvia didn't respond further, but instead brought her attention back to reality. She released Alina's hand, turned to Gus, whose face was filled with tension and anticipation, and her expression became serious again. "Baron guys, are there any records of hereditary mental illnesses among the lady's direct blood relatives?" Gus was taken aback and subconsciously replied, What? A genetic disease? I don't think Alina's family has any, right? I've never heard of it." "Is that so?" Chesvia nodded, speaking in a tone as if announcing a diagnosis. "Well, now she's pregnant." "Very dash." Gus hadn't understood the sentence yet, let alone had time to ask further questions. The next second, an astonishing change occurred. Alina, who was unconscious on the bed, suddenly convulsed violently, her eyes snapping open. In those beautiful eyes burned the exact same black and white flames that Chesvia had seen. Immediately afterwards, puff dash! What spewed out was not blood, but a torrent of black and white flames. Flames suddenly burst from her mouth, nose, and even eyes, rising nearly half a meter high, making her pale face look eerily red, as if her whole body was on fire. This scene was truly spectacular. Baron Guy's scream, the metallic scraping sound of Diana pulling out the red rose, Evelyn's short gasp, and the commotion outside the castle were all completely suppressed at this moment by the silent, burning black and white flames. Chapter 251 The Spread of a Million Dead. Chapter 251 Diffusion of the Consciousness of a Million Dead Beings, Connecting. Benjamin, so you think it's interesting that Baron Guys almost drew his sword and cleaved you in two, cheese, and via? Chesvia, oh dear, I just wanted to lighten the mood with a little diagnostic joke. Who knew that powder keg would react so strongly, with absolutely no sense of humor? Besides, isn't the good result enough? Look how harmonious it is now. Through Chesvia's perspective, Benjamin could see the somewhat comical scene in the Blackrock Lord's bedroom. Lady Alina, who had just experienced the terrifying fire-breathing scene, was still weak, but she was forcing herself to sit up and scolding Gus, who was slumped over by the bed like a bear that had done something wrong, in a slightly hoarse but unquestionable tone. "How dare you draw your sword against my savior?" Gus, have you lost all your manners and common sense? If it weren't for these two guards reacting quickly. Gus blushed, wanting to explain. I thought she was trying to harm you. But under his wife's stern gaze, he swallowed his words, only muttering softly. I was just in a hurry. In the end, the couple sincerely apologized to Chesvia for Gus's out-of-control behavior. Gus's apology was awkward yet sincere, clearly showing both lingering fear and genuine gratitude to Chesvia for waking Alina. Chesvia graciously accepted the apology and said she understood the family's distress. She was warmly invited to stay for dinner, a hastily prepared but very lavish meal. After the meal, Chesvia took the opportunity to speak with Alina alone. Madam, how are you feeling now? Also, how much do you know about what happened to you? Chesvia asked directly. Alina didn't answer immediately. She first stared intently at Chesvia's long, snow-white hair, which stood out strikingly under the light, as if making some kind of confirmation. Then, she sighed softly, her posture elegant but unable to conceal her weariness. Miss Chesvia, you are our benefactor. Logically and morally, I shouldn't hide anything from you or deceive you. But, she paused, lowering her voice further, with a hint of cautious probing. Please forgive my intrusion, but what exactly is the relationship between you, the Frosttown you represent, and the Pale Church? It's unrelated. Chesvia answered decisively, her expression utterly sincere. Absolutely not. We in Frosttown enjoy religious freedom, and currently we have a pleasant working relationship with the Church of the Spirit Garden. The Pale Church? We're not familiar with them. In his mind, Benjamin thought to himself, I think the relationship is very close. At least your relationship with that goddess is complicated and messy. Upon hearing this answer, Alina seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. What she needed might not have been absolute truth, but rather a clear statement from the other party distancing themselves from the Pale Church. In that case, I will tell you what I know about the cause. Alina's voice returned to calm as she began to speak. What happened to me was not a disease, but a curse left over from a previous civilization. From as far back as I can remember, I was on the run with my parents, constantly on the run from the Pale Church's judges. My parents told me that the Pale Goddess would not let go of anyone who carried this curse. At that time, I did not understand what it meant. Her gaze became somewhat distant. But as I get older, I often hear whispers in my dreams, see blurry figures, and feel a cold call that doesn't belong to me. I think the essence of this curse is closer to a bloodline inheritance. After meeting Guise and gaining his protection, finally escaping her life of wandering, Alina began secretly consulting ancient texts and exploring ruins, trying to unravel the mysteries surrounding her. She gradually pieced together information. This so-called curse was related to certain experiments conducted by a long-vanished civilization, the Wizard Empire. In his mind, Benjamin whistled. Hey, a fugitive heiress and a border brute, is this a pure love story? Chesvia, what's wrong with pure love? I only watch pure love movies. Chesvia added in her consciousness. What she said sounds mystical, but according to my inner vision, what caused her abnormal reaction was a special gene that can be stably inherited by offspring. It's like a piece of targeted code, harmless under normal circumstances, but activated under specific conditions, producing the erosion and transformation phenomena you see. Chesvia asked Alina. Madam, do you know of anyone else who is being hunted down because of this curse, just like you? Alina's eyes dimmed for a moment, her voice tinged with sadness. In the past, yes. My parents used to stick together with everyone for warmth. But as far as I know, under the Pale Church's relentless pursuit and purification over the past 100 years, everyone lost contact. At least, that's how it appears on the surface. In consciousness. Chesvia, Mr. Ben, do I need to remind you what this means? Benjamin paused for a few seconds, then spoke again, his tone incredibly grave. Genes are inherited and spread through reproduction. If this cursed gene can be stably inherited, how many people might it have quietly integrated into their bloodlines over the past few centuries? Those with a dominant gene like Alina might be extremely rare, but how many carry a recessive gene, never showing any abnormalities, and are even completely unaware of it themselves? Eastern Territory, outside the Skinning Chapel, Pale Church control area. The air here is filled with a scent that blends the aroma of incense and herbs. A man of unusually tall stature, dressed in a heavy, distinctive silver-gray robe unlike that of ordinary pale monks, stood at the edge of a newly excavated pit, its edges compacted by rammed earth. His face was mostly obscured by the shadow of his hood, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. His robe was embroidered with intricate shackles, signifying his identity as an executioner in the Pale Crusade. He lowered his head slightly, looking down at the bottom of the pit. Inside the pit, dozens of figures huddled together. They were ragged, emaciated, some groaning weakly for help, some sobbing in despair, and others already fading into unconsciousness. Without exception, tiny, tear-like black and white sparks, uncontrollably seeping from the corners of their eyes, mouths, and noses, drifted away and quickly went out. These are the initial external signs that the curse is beginning to manifest. A regular Crusader soldier approached him, bowed, and reported, "Mr. Civil, as per your orders, the entire batch of people who have recently shown initial signs of filth is here." The man called Sylvie remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the struggling, fear-swallowed faces in the pit as if he were examining a pile of inferior firewood that needed to be disposed of. A few seconds later he spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Bury it." Two simple words determined the fate of those trapped in the pit. The soldier beside him seemed used to it, and simply bowed slightly. "Yes, Your Excellency. They are not worthy of salvation." Sylvie did not respond to this comment, but instead asked, "Is the Pope of the Church of the Spirit Gardens still holding on?" Another believer in charge of surveillance immediately replied, "Yes, Your Excellency. Pope Lingyuan remains steadfastly in the chapel of skinning. He claims that we have no right to forcibly remove anyone until these people show clear, irreversible signs of conversion. He is very stubborn." "Ignorance." Sylvie uttered two words lightly, as if stating a self-evident fact. In his view, the Church of the Spirit Gardens' attempts to appease and guide away the pollution were not only futile but also dangerous, an obstacle to a weak will. "Lord Civil," the soldier who had reported earlier inquired, "should we continue to wait?" "He's determined to stall for time." Sylvie didn't answer immediately. He slowly raised his head, the shadow beneath his hood seeming to deepen. He twisted his neck, which was covered by heavy armor, making a soft click. He gazed at the spire of the skinning chapel, shrouded in twilight, in the distance, his face still expressionless. "It won't be long." His tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. "Once the firewood in the pit has completely burned out, and once the strange noises from the chapel can no longer be ignored, the protective umbrella of the cemetery will naturally fail." His gaze returned to the deep pit, as if he could already foresee the inevitable end. Chapter 252 Preventing Epidemics in Winter. Chapter 252 Preventing Epidemics from the Cold Winter. "You mean not to disclose it?" Chesvia, who had just returned from Black Rock territory, hadn't even completely taken off her snow-covered coat when she heard Benjamin's unexpected decision. She raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise on her face. "Let me state up front." She raised her hands, making a "none of my business" gesture, her tone instantly switching to standard workplace indifference. "I have no objection to any of the CEO's brilliant decisions, and absolutely support them. The CEO is far-sighted and strategic, and his profound meaning is far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like us. I am just a humble doctor and technician. I will do whatever you tell me to do, and I will not say a word." Benjamin, who was leaning back in his chair reading a letter, interrupted her impatiently. All right, stop your magic now. Your armor is folded up like a tortoise shell. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was going to sacrifice you to the heavens." Chesvia lowered her hand, reverting to her usual slightly nonchalant expression, and shrugged. "All right, let me put it another way. I was just expressing my surprise. Based on my limited understanding of you, my lord, who if not has the world in your heart, is at least has allies in your heart, I thought you would immediately convene an alliance meeting, bang on the table, and publicly announce the genetic curse and potential transformers, then call on everyone to put aside past grievances, share resources, work together, unite as one, and overcome these difficult times together." She used several big words in one breath, and the sarcasm in her tone was almost overflowing. "Get through this together?" Benjamin scoffed, putting his hand down. "I think if we really do that, the alliance will only be considered to have successfully maintained a facade of unity if it doesn't turn on each other internally. Chesvia, let's make the most optimistic assumption. Perhaps the total number of people in the entire kingdom who actually carry this recessive gene and have the potential risk of transformation is less than 1,000. And that number might be conservative." He turned around and looked at her sharply. "But if we make this news public, in less than a month, fueled by panic, rumors, and those with ulterior motives, this 1,000 will become 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000. Everyone will look at their neighbors with suspicion, husbands will doubt their wives, lords will doubt their vassals, and allies will doubt their allies." He made a lighting gesture. "It's like setting a fire in a dry wheat field and naively expecting it to only burn a few weeds. Trust will collapse, and everyone will feel insecure. What will happen next? Vigilante justice and riots against anyone who behaves suspiciously, looks strange, or is simply a loner. Territories will distrust each other and close their borders. The fragile trade and economic ties will break down before the army of the dead even arrives. Our own internal social order will collapse first. Benjamin's tone turned grave. And when that time comes, the first thing to be pushed forward to stabilize public sentiment will not be the monster far away in the capital, nor the high and mighty church or nobles. It will be the very source of the earliest panic, that is, us, Frosttown. The church and those old nobles will be more than happy to use our heads and territories to re-establish their crumbling rule. How long do you think our communal alliance can hold out under such widespread panic and external pressure? Chesia listened quietly, the mockery on her face long gone. She had to admit that even if Benjamin's conjecture had only a 1 in 10 chance of happening, it was still a terrifying number. So, she began slowly, we're just going to leave it to its own devices? No, it's not about letting things slide. Benjamin shook his head. It's about taking care of ourselves, in ways we can control. You said you could detect problems and, like you solved the problem with Alina, you could also remove curses from others. How efficient are you? If, and I mean if, we need to screen and process a certain number of people, can you handle it? Is there any way to streamline the process? Chesvia tilted her head, a strange smile suddenly appearing on her face. You might not believe it, but sometimes I'm afraid of my own talent. On the way back from Blackrock, looking at the white snow outside, I already came up with several convenient processing methods in my mind. If the equipment and assistants are in place, and I have some time to optimize them, the speed of processing individual units can be quite fast. Very good. Then, Frosttown will conduct a unified physical examination covering the entire territory under the pretext of preventing epidemics caused by an unusually cold winter. No rush. Process a portion of people each day, in batches by neighborhood, workshop, and village, but make sure to ensure that no one is missed. Chesvia immediately understood his meaning. Perfect timing! Our preliminary household registration and residence registration system that we implemented earlier comes in handy now, ensuring everyone is in place. So, what about after the medical examination? What about those who test abnormal? Handle it in secret, with absolute confidentiality. Establish a separate file, and you will be directly responsible for the follow-up observation and treatment. Benjamin stated. Frosttown must be a safe haven, at least within our control. It must be so. He added. However, completely blocking information is unrealistic and detrimental to early warning. We need to give allies and other territories a warning that won't directly trigger panic. Chesia immediately chimed in. Let me guess if you're planning to use an internal commune announcement to educate other territories about this strange cold disaster. If someone's pupils are found to be abnormally pale or white, or if a luminous liquid resembling oil or tear stains is found to be oozing from the corners of their eyes, mouth, or nose, it could be a precursor to some infectious disease and requires immediate isolation. That would provide a warning signal and be visually striking enough to raise awareness. Benjamin nodded approvingly, but then frowned. The description of leaking glowing liquid is visually striking, but it can also easily trigger excessive associations. Are there any earlier, more subtle, and less horrifying foreshadowing elements? Let me think about it, Chesvia said, resting her chin on her hand as if deep in thought, her eyes glancing at Benjamin as she drawled out the words. For problems that require a high level of expertise and creative thinking, if at this time, there were a wise and compassionate lord who would be willing to give his hardworking and mentally exhausted chief physician a small, symbolic raise, perhaps her blood circulation would be smoother, her mind would work faster, her inspiration would flow freely, and her thoughts would be as abundant as a spring. Benjamin, seeing her shameless, I'll crash if I don't get a raise, attitude, laughed in exasperation. He casually pulled a pen from the pen holder and pretended to throw it at her. Give it to me! I'll give you an extra $2.25 a month. Now, right now, immediately, think of something. Hurry up! $2.25? The boss is generous. Chesvia immediately sat up straight, her expression changing as quickly as flipping through a book. She pretended to pull out a small notebook to take notes. Received a raise as an incentive, brain engine in full speed. I've got it. An earlier sign could be atypical mood swings, such as a calm person becoming irritable, a cheerful person suddenly becoming silent, accompanied by occasional, aimless, brief stares or daydreaming. How about that? Is it early enough? Is it relatable enough? You can make the decision on this. I'm a layman, so I won't interfere with your thinking. Understood, boss. Chesvia closed the non-existent notebook. Then my $2.25. It will be deducted from the hours you skip afternoon tea next month. Blackrock territory inside the castle. Gas looked at his wife, Alina, sitting by the warm fireplace. Although she was still a little pale, she was clearly in much better spirits. She was leaning over the table, her quill pen flying across the letter paper, with several letters already written and unsealed by wax piled up beside her. Alina, who are you writing so many letters to? Gus leaned closer, a little curious but also worried that his wife was overworking herself after just recovering. Are they to thank the doctor in Frosttown? I can handle this. Alina put down her pen, looked up at him, and smiled gently. Not entirely, darling. I'm trying to reconnect with some old connections. She gently stroked the edge of the letter and whispered. Since Lady Chesia of Frosttown can resolve, or at least significantly alleviate the curse on us, perhaps I shouldn't just be content with my own salvation. I want to try to contact and find those who, like me, are silently enduring this pain, living in fear and hiding. She grasped Gus's somewhat rough hand. If I can help them, even if it's just guiding them on a possible path to rescue, I think that would be a small consolation to those of our kind who did not survive in the past. Chapter 253 Our Side's Artillery Strike. Chapter 253 Our Side shells the Blackwood Brothers Joint Industrial Park. Since the success of the railcars and the central heating system, the industrial area managed by Gene Blackwood has been expanding and is now quite large. Blast furnaces, forging workshops, carpentry workshops, assembly areas, and the newly established Steam Power Research and Development Center work day and night to produce various metal components, machine parts, and even finished weapons and armor. Recently, a young apprentice named Beecher joined the workshop. The boy didn't talk much, but he was exceptionally quick with his hands and feet. Whether it was wielding a hammer against a scorching anvil or operating an increasingly complex gear lathe, he learned at an astonishing speed. What amazed the veteran craftsman even more was his ability to offer ingenious improvements on the smallest details. A design for a latch, the angle of a transmission gear, or even just the order in which tools were placed. These could often lead to a slight increase in efficiency. Especially when standing next to those steam engines that he cherished and were constantly being tested and improved. The light in Beecher's eyes was brighter than the furnace fire. He often squatted down beside them during his breaks to watch, his fingers drawing lines and symbols that only he understood on the cold, dust-covered ground. This extraordinary talent and focus quickly caught the attention of the manager, Rang. At first, there was admiration, but soon, the manager's vigilance arose. He picked it up too quickly, has too many ideas, and is particularly focused on steam engines. Rin stroked his newly sprouted stubble and paced around the simple office. Could it be that one of the neighbors sent him to steal my skills? This matter cannot be taken lightly. Technology, especially steam power, a core technology with the potential to change the future, is one of Frosttown's most important assets. No one will be allowed to cause trouble on their territory. So one evening, as Beecher finished his work for the day and prepared to leave the workshop area, Gene, along with several burly, older men who looked like proper workers, blocked the young man's path. Gene's face was as gloomy as if it were about to rain, and his hands, clasped behind his back, seemed to be hiding something. Little Beecher, well done. Gene's voice was unreadable. Beecher was clearly a little nervous, but still bowed respectfully. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I still have a lot to learn. Just being able to learn isn't enough. Rang interrupted him, suddenly pulling something out from behind him, not a stick, nor an account book, but 5 glass bottles tied together with hemp rope, filled with a clear liquid, with simple labels on the bottles. Special supply to Lingyuan. Happy water. Come on, young man. Gene slammed 5 bottles of liquor onto the workbench beside him, flashing a bright white smile that sent chills down Beecher's spine. It's our workshop's rule that when a newcomer performs well, we have to celebrate. I'm a straightforward guy, no fluff. Here, 5 bottles of soda, pretty generous, right? I heard even the bishop of the cemetery in our town can't down 3 in one go. If you get to know them all today, you'll be one of my brothers, under my protection, Gene Blackwood. Beecher stared at the 5 bottles of strong liquor swaying in the dim light, a liquor said to make dwarves tap dance after just one sip, and his face paled. Sir, he said, I'm not very good at drinking this. You should learn if you don't know how to drink. We're all men, so be straightforward. Without further ado, he opened the bottle himself, and several veterans stepped forward in unison, half persuading and half fighting, and managed to force Beecher to drink all 5 bottles of happy water. The effect was immediate. Beecher's face turned as red as a boiled lobster, then his eyes began to glaze over, his tongue became tied in knots, and finally he hugged the table leg and began to tearfully recount his ancestors for 8 generations. My family used to live in the western regions. They worked for the Lord in the military industry, repairing armor for the knights and modifying ballistae. My father was in charge of that. Later, a batch of important military equipment went missing from the Lord's warehouse. Unable to catch the real thief, The higher-ups made my father take the blame, accusing us of embezzlement, and threatening to behead our whole family. We ran here overnight, heading east. We heard that people here don't care about background, and if you have a skill, you can make a living, so we came. My dad, my mom, my younger brother, and my younger sister all live in the southern part of the town. They are all registered in the household registration. I'm telling the truth, sob, sob, sob. Hearing this confession, thick with the smell of alcohol and choked with sobs, instantly dispelled any remaining doubts. What kind of spy would bring their entire family and even their household registration? This was clearly a destitute artisan descendant seeking a living. Western military technology? This wasn't stealing. This was talent delivered right to their doorstep. Oh dear! Little Beecher! Look at the mess this has made! Jean immediately put on a warm and enthusiastic face, as if to say, "It's all a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding," and patted the still dazed young man's shoulder forcefully. You've suffered! Now that you're in Frost Town, you're home. Work hard from now on. Don't go to the workshop tomorrow, come straight to my office. Let's have a good talk about the Westerlands, let's plan your career development properly. The next day, Beecher, his head practically splitting open, nervously approached Jean's office. Jean had already prepared drinks and detailed blueprints for the Frost Town steam engine. After a thorough discussion, Jean's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Beecher wasn't just a skilled craftsman, he possessed a complete military-industrial mindset based on practical combat needs. When he saw a steam engine, his first thought wasn't, "How many hammers can this power?" but rather, "What if this continuous and stable immense force were used to power ballistae or catapults?" He had even drawn several extremely rough but clearly conceptual diagrams in charcoal, a steam-powered repeating crossbow and a steam-powered battering ram. "Good lad! You're a real talent!" He was so excited he almost slammed the table down. A long-dormant flame within him was finally ignited. Once upon a time, his greatest dream was to forge a legendary sword for a majestic knight. After arriving in Frosttown, his focus shifted to developing incredibly powerful dust crystal bombs and improving military equipment. Today, the workshop's production efficiency is soaring, producing so many standard plate armor plates and weapons that they can be exported in large quantities, and life is getting better and better. But I always felt something was missing. It lacked that ultimate thrill of breaking conventions and creating something unprecedented. Now, Beecher and his military fantasies are like a spark thrown into a powder keg that's been stifling the desire for innovation. Let's do it! We have to! He made the decision on the spot, grabbed Beecher, and summoned several absolutely reliable, top-notch core engineers. They plunged into the heavily guarded Special Research and Development Workshop. The goal was clear: concentrate all resources and develop a proof-of-concept steam-powered ballista in the shortest possible time. No holding back, let's incorporate all the boldest ideas. The only core requirement was that its power be unparalleled. They wanted to give Benjamin, who was always busy with political and alliance affairs, a real, hardcore surprise. One late night, Benjamin finally finished reviewing the last trade agreement concerning the Southern Territory and rubbed his tired eyes. He picked up the slightly cooled herbal tea on the table, intending to drink it and then rest. The continuous high-intensity mental work, even with the support of his nin blade, left him feeling mentally exhausted. Just as he raised the cup to his lips, boom dash! A deep, muffled roar, seemingly shaking the very ground beneath their feet, came without warning from the direction of the industrial park. The sound was not like thunder, but more like a mixture of the collapse and explosion of some massive structure. Clang! Benjamin's hand trembled, and the teacup fell directly onto the thick carpet, the dark tea stains spreading rapidly. He stood up abruptly, his heart skipping a beat, his first thought flashing through his mind like lightning. Enemy attack? Artillery bombardment? They've already started bombing Frosttown? Chapter 254. It will explode sooner or later. Chapter 254. Sooner or later it will be bombed. The good news is that the enemy did not bombard Frosttown, and the territory is safe and sound. The bad news was that the loud noise that nearly scared Benjamin's heart out was caused by his own brother. The subsequent investigation's official statement was quite respectable. Due to the severe cold in recent days, the roof of factory building number 3 was covered with excessive ice, which compressed the steam pipes, causing stress fatigue at the joints, resulting in steam leakage and minor structural collapse. The situation has been properly handled, and several employees suffered minor burns, none of whom are in life-threatening condition. This explanation calmed the frightened people and maintained stability. But the truth is, you guys are messing around. You're being ridiculous. Are you out of your minds? In the deserted workshop, Benjamin, his face ashen, practically roared at the row of dejected workers before him. Leading the group was Gene Blackwood, his head bandaged and his face bearing unhealed red welts. Many others in the line were wrapped in bandages, some with their arms in slings. Benjamin's rage was palpable. Is designing weapons like this, blindfolded and recklessly based on gut feeling? Where are the protective measures? Where is the pressure test data? Did you drink the safety procedures and emergency plans with alcohol? The 4 big characters for safety production that I personally wrote and hung on the walls of every workshop, are they all just for show? He criticized them almost by name, his words so fierce and his vocabulary so rich that these rough men almost buried their heads in their chests, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Benjamin was especially merciless towards the eldest brother, Gene. And you, Gene Blackwood, you're the minister, the leader, not a mad sheep leading the flock off a cliff. Where's your sense of responsibility? Where's your judgment? Has it all been suffocated by the steam? He was scolded until his face turned red, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. It wasn't that he wasn't wrong, but he was more filled with lingering fear, a chilling, bone-deep fear. The scene from that night was still vivid in his mind. In the closed testing workshop, they were putting the core boiler of the highly anticipated steam crossbow prototype under extreme pressure. Everyone was immersed in the frenzy of creating this weapon of mass destruction, ignoring subtle abnormal noises and slight vibrations in the instruments. Beecher hesitated and suggested whether to stop and check, but the excited Rang and the other veteran workers waved their hands in rejection. Just a little bit more. Give it a push. Then, disaster struck. No one could see clearly which well broke first, or which valve malfunctioned. All they remembered was a sharp, piercing metallic screech, after which the heavy boiler lid, their source of power, shot into the sky like a discus hurled by a giant, easily tearing apart the reinforced wooden roof and leaving a gaping hole before disappearing into the night. Immediately following was a torrent of uncontrolled, scalding, high-pressure steam, instantly filling the entire space. A blinding white light filled the air. He could see nothing but the excruciating pain that felt like it was scalding his flesh and the heart-wrenching screams of his companions. He was completely stunned, his mind blank. He didn't even feel the steam licking his arms and cheeks, his skin blistering and peeling instantly. He stood there dumbfounded, as if he would be swallowed up completely at any moment. It was Beecher, the young man who was closest to him, and had also been burned but still retained a sliver of consciousness, who rushed over with all his might, shoved him aside, and dragged him to a relatively safe corner. If Benjamin hadn't dispatched an investigation team so quickly after hearing the loud noise, and if Chesvia's Nin blade hadn't possessed an almost unreasonable healing effect on such large-scale thermal damage, every single one of these dozen or so of Frosttown's top craftsmen and technical backbone would have died that night in the workshop, or succumbed to the pain of subsequent infection and high fever. Extensive burns over the entire body are, in this era lacking anti-infection measures and skin grafting technology, tantamount to a suspended death sentence. This accident is enough to cause a severe technological disruption to the nascent industrial system of Frosttown. Benjamin, on the other hand, may lose a blood relative in this world. How could he not be angry? Chesvia stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the door, coldly observing the scene. Her face was expressionless. She neither sympathized nor joined in the blaming. In her view, these guys deserved it. Ignoring basic safety regulations and blindly pursuing power was tantamount to courting death. She was only responsible for saving people, not for saving fools. Hearing his brother's increasingly harsh rebukes, he was filled with shame and wanted to disappear. He took a sudden step forward, straightened his bandaged chest, and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Benjamin, this accident is entirely my fault. I acted rashly, I gave poor orders, I ignored the procedures. I accept all punishments. Dismissal, fines, I'll accept them all. It has nothing to do with the other brothers, they all listen to me." Benjamin looked at him coldly and retorted, "Responsibility? You think you can just take it? Can you even bear it? Is your life worth the technological development of Frosttown over the next 10 years? Is it worth the lives of these dozen or so people?" He took a deep breath, his voice lowering. "I also bear responsibility for this accident. I was too lenient with you, and I trusted you too much, thinking that after all you've been through, you would know how to handle things properly. It was this blind trust that led you to keep things from me and caused this almost unmanageable disaster." These words hurt him more than any direct rebuke. He would rather his brother continue to berate him for being incompetent and stupid than hear his brother take the blame upon himself. His eyes instantly reddened, and the voice of this blacksmith, who had worked for many years, choked with emotion. "No, it's not your fault. Benjamin, it's all our fault. We were all out of our minds. I promise, this mistake will absolutely, positively never happen again. All the responsibility is on me. You can punish me however you want. Seeing his older brother's expression, Benjamin knew that the time was almost right. He announced the penalties. All personnel involved in the unauthorized test would have 3 months' salary deducted, and upon recovery, would be required to attend mandatory safety production and trauma first aid training led by Chesia and pass the assessment. Jean Blackwood's position as Minister of Industry was temporarily suspended, demoted to Deputy Minister, and the ministerial post was temporarily filled by a renowned old craftsman from Hearthheart, known for his meticulousness, until Jean could reprove his management skills and risk awareness. The punishment wasn't lenient, but it left room for maneuver. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least no one was kicked out of the workshop or imprisoned. After the battered and bruised craftsmen filed out with their heads hanging low, only Benjamin, Jean, and Beecher, who had been deliberately left behind, remained in the conference room. This young man was also badly injured, but his eyes, besides lingering fear, still held a trace of his dedication to the unfinished project. Benjamin's anger slowly subsided. He walked to the window, turned his back to the two of them, and remained silent for a moment. Then he turned around, looked calmly at Jean and Beecher, and extended his hand. Now, hand over all the blueprints for that steam ballista you came up with, as well as that half-destroyed prototype, and let me take a look. Chapter 255 Holy War Army. Chapter 255. The Frosttown supply convoy, led by Sergeants Jeffrey and Pietro, had grown into a considerable force by the time it arrived in Hearthheart, Ironforge. In Silverbrook, they had loaded mountains of provisions, medicine, and winter supplies. Now, they needed to carry out their most important expansion in this city renowned for its forging and military industry. This one, and this one too, load them all onto the truck and send them to the front lines. Lady Ella of Hearthheart personally took the stage to direct the operation. She pointed to the boxes of goods that had been prepared in advance, well-sealed, finely crafted swords, bundles of armor-piercing arrows, crossbow parts that smelled of grease, and even several boxes of explosives marked ironclad new dust crystals that needed to be carefully moved. She not only generously provided supplies, but also gave crucial advice on route adjustments. Don't take the original shortcut for now. I've sent a team to clear out a group of dead-born from the direction of the capital. Although they're not large, they're stuck in a mountain pass and we're currently fighting them. If you want to get to Stone Cliff territory faster, take the longer trade route to the west. It will take half a day longer, but it's safer. To Geoffrey and Pietro's even greater surprise, Ella waved her hand, and squads of well-equipped iron-born soldiers, already assembled, marched out from the nearby camp, a total of 500 men. These men will travel with you. My ultimate goal is not to cower behind the walls of Stone Cliff territory and get beaten. We've been raising an army for 1,000 days, but we're going to use it for one. They're aiming to take back the capital. Geoffrey stared in astonishment at the 500 resolute-looking, gleaming armored regular soldiers. Along the way, Silverstream territory had provided a massive amount of supplies but hadn't sent any troops, while other smaller territories had at most provided a few dozen militiamen as symbolic escorts. Ironforge territory, however, had deployed a genuine force of 500 soldiers, more than 3 times their current escort strength. The level of support was truly astonishing. Oh right, Ella said, as if suddenly remembering something, pointing to a large open space on the other side of the castle. There's another group of people whose destination is the same as yours, the front line of Stone Cliff territory. If you don't mind, you can travel together and look out for each other. Geoffrey was somewhat surprised. At this point, besides supply teams like theirs, who else would willingly head to the battlefield? Caravans? Adventurers? Or? When he followed Ella to the edge of the training field and saw the scene inside, he was speechless for a moment. There, a dark mass of an indescribable army was gathered. The number of people definitely exceeded 4,000, possibly close to 5,000. They were not arranged in neat rows like a regular army, but rather loosely gathered in groups of varying sizes. The clothing was a motley collection, and the weapons were bizarre. In addition to believers wearing robes of different sects, there were also a large number of armed civilians without obvious sectarian markings, wandering knights, and even men who looked like farmers but were holding pitchforks. It was a mixed bag, yet it possessed a unique aura of piety and fervor. These people, Ella said, arms crossed, with a hint of admiration in her voice, claimed to be responding to a call to fight a holy war. They came here sporadically from all over the kingdom and rested for a few days. There were quite a few tough guys among them, and their temperaments suited my taste, so I let them stay and eat and drink their fill, and even gave them some decent men to replenish their ranks. While Pietro was still marveling at the complex and peculiar appearance of this holy army, the more experienced Geoffrey had already adjusted his mindset, patted his companion on the shoulder, signaling him to follow, and then took the initiative to walk towards the front of the huge group. This group clearly lacked a unified military command structure and had no universally recognized supreme leader. Geoffrey's gaze swept across the area and quickly locked onto one person, a man standing alone at the front side of the group, arms crossed. He casually wore a worn-out robe from the Lingyuan church, but even just standing there, he resembled a rock embedded in the earth, composed and reserved, yet exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. Particularly striking were his long hair, which peeked out from under the hood, a rare, deep-sea blue. Geoffrey took a deep breath, flashed a hearty smile, and stepped forward. "Hey, brother! Excuse me. We're from the west, and we'll be traveling with you to Stone Cliff territory later." Hearing the voice, the blue-haired man turned his head slightly. In the shadows beneath his hood, his gaze swept over Geoffrey and Pietro, and behind them, the uniform, well-maintained equipment of the Frosttown soldiers. "Are you from Frosttown?" The man's voice cut clearly through the noisy background. Geoffrey's eyes lit up. "Hey! Bro, you know us?" "I've heard of it," the man replied succinctly. Geoffrey, unfazed, continued the conversation, trying to build rapport. "My name is Geoffrey, and this quiet guy next to me is Pietro. What's your name, brother? We'll have to look out for each other on the journey." The blue-haired man finally lowered his arms from his chest. This simple gesture made Geoffrey feel as if the man had instantly transformed from a static statue into a cheetah poised to pounce. The man raised his hand, pulled down his hood, letting more of his long blue hair cascade over his shoulders, revealing his sharply defined face. "Gallant," he said, adding, "from the Church of Lingyuan." He stopped looking at Geoffrey and turned his gaze to the large, now restless, group. His tone was calm but undeniable. "Ready?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, at the other end of the open space, a man with a muscular build like a bear and a huge beast's horn around his neck puffed out his cheeks and blew a deep, resonant horn. "Wah!" The long, mournful bugle call sounded like the final command to assemble. In an instant, the previously loosely gathered holy warriors of over 4,000 began to move slowly forward, as if propelled by an invisible hand. Their steps were not perfectly synchronized, yet they possessed a powerful, overwhelming momentum. Geoffrey and Pietro exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This was not an army that could be easily commanded, but there was no doubt that its strength could not be underestimated. "Go!" Geoffrey waved decisively, signaling the Frosttown caravan and the 500 soldiers of Ironforge to quickly adjust their formation and follow the flank and rear of this torrent of faith mixed with the smell of gunpowder. The wheels rumbled again, heavy footsteps pounded the frozen earth, and a peculiar coalition of supply convoys, regular troops, and jihadists, embarked once more on their journey towards Stonecliff territory, a land of snow and war in the north. The blue-haired Galen walked at the forefront of the Holy War Army. His figure did not stand out in the torrent of thousands of people, but inexplicably, people felt that his presence was the invisible edge of this chaotic army. Chapter 256 The Death of Calvin. Chapter 256 The Death of Calvin. Calvin was a born warrior. This is not flattery. He seemed born to deliver a fatal blow in desperate situations, born to stand at the forefront of the battle, to command the battlefield with an iron will, to turn the impossible into possible, and to turn defeat into victory. Lose? How could this word, which carries the softness of a child's play, possibly be associated with him? He personally went to this blood-soaked front line to crush those blasphemers who desecrated life, forcing them back to their filthy lair. It was to defend every inch of Stone Cliff territory, every living being behind him, and even more so, to prove it again. He proved to those who questioned him that he, Calvin, was still the sharpest and most unbreakable sword. So, what the hell is going on here? My vision was blurred by a thick, cold liquid. I couldn't tell if it was blood, snow, or mud. Each breath felt like swallowing burning embers, my lungs throbbing and convulsing wildly in my chest. My ears were filled with my own heavy, bellows-like breathing and the pounding of my heart. The rest of the world was a buzzing noise. But the instinct for battle had long surpassed his senses. Relying on the intuition honed through countless life-or-death experiences, Calvin twisted his body, channeled his remaining strength into the sword in his hand, and slashed horizontally. Snap! The sword's edge delivered a tangible sensation of severing bone and armor, and a dark figure lunging at him was instantly cut in two. However, almost at the same moment, bang! An irresistible force slammed into the very center of his breastplate. The sensation wasn't like being struck by a weapon, but more like being head-on rammed by a charging beast at full speed. The heavy breastplate, forged from fine steel and lined with cushioning, groaned under the strain, instantly caved in, creating a gap. Calvin was sent flying backward, arcing through the air before crashing heavily into a partially collapsed rammed earth wall dozens of meters away. A corner of the earthen wall collapsed. Calvin rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters, carving a long furrow in the snow and mud before finally coming to a stop. The violent impact of coughing and vomiting made his vision go black, and it felt as if his internal organs had shifted. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and choked on another mouthful of blood. But he was still alive. The breastplate saved his life, even though he may have broken a few ribs and every breath was excruciatingly painful. "I can't stop." He gritted his teeth, and with trembling hands, ripped off his badly deformed helmet, which was filled with blood and vomit, and tossed it aside. The cold air, mixed with the stench of blood, burnt flesh, and rotting corpses, rushed into his nostrils, which ironically cleared his muddled mind for a moment. His senses, sight, hearing, and smell, temporarily deprived by the excruciating pain and shock, returned frantically at this moment, brutally cramming the brutal panorama of the battlefield into his consciousness. The howling wind, the clanging of metal, the dying screams, the inhuman roars of monsters, and "Call out dash!" A sharp whistling sound tore through the air, heading straight for him. Calvin didn't even have time to look. Driven entirely by instinct, he rolled awkwardly to the side. Tap! A heavy infantry spear was deeply embedded in the frozen ground behind where he had just slumped, the shaft still vibrating violently and humming. The spear thrower was 100 meters away. Calvin lifted his blood-covered eyes and looked in the direction from which the attack had come. In the wind and snow, another troop of cavalry was slowly approaching him. There were only about 20 riders. The leader rode a warhorse of the Deadborn, its body wreathed in ghastly white flames. The rider on horseback was tall and covered in the kingdom's standard plate armor, but with bizarre, ever-growing growths. Although the armor was twisted and deformed, and although 2 points of black and white flame shone through the helmet's visor, Calvin recognized the unique patterns and design of the armor. It was the armor of a legion commander in the kingdom's knights. It was a symbol of honor personally bestowed upon that legion commander by the old king when he was alive. Even you have fallen to this level? Calvin wouldn't utter such meaningless lamentations, nor did he have the energy for them. Anger? Perhaps, but more so, it was pure fighting spirit. The enemy moved. 20 Deathborn knights, along with their burning warhorses, began to accelerate, launching a silent charge. "Come on!" Calvin roared, gripping the sword hilt tightly with both hands again, ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest and abdomen, and unleashed the full power of his mind blade. The heavens are collapsing! A terrifying gravitational field suddenly descended from him, like an invisible giant hand slamming down on the charging knights. The leading horses buckled in the ground, crashing to their knees and tumbling to their sides, throwing their riders off. The charging formation instantly descended into chaos. But that can't stop everything. Despite his wounded body, Calvin launched a countercharge against the tide. Outnumbered? That concept simply didn't exist in his mind. He only knew one thing: kill them all. Tear all these dangerous monsters before him to shreds. With the aid of heaven's collapse, the already incredibly heavy knight's sword gained terrifying kinetic energy. The first strike cleaved a Deathborn knight, armor and all, in two at the waist. The second strike, a diagonal slash, completely separated another knight from shoulder to ribs. The third strike parried an incoming spear, then swung upwards, slicing off the helmet and half the head of a third enemy. Black and white flames erupted from the mangled body. Without pausing for a moment, he sidestepped a lance aimed straight for his heart by millimeters, then clamped his left arm tightly around the lance. Using the momentum, he yanked the rider off the horse, and then, with the force of heaven's collapse, he stomped down hard. The exquisite knight's helmet, along with the head inside, exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, splattering filth everywhere. A calm thought flashed through his mind: he needed to completely destroy the head. He remembered the monsters that had been cut down, their limbs haphazardly pieced back together, and then rising again. He remembered the images of his soldiers who had perished because of it. He did not pause because of his memories. The rhythm of his killing was as precise as gears. However, human strength has its limits. Well! A sharp pain shot through his right shoulder blade. Calvin looked down and saw the tip of a lance, stained with his own blood, protruding from his shoulder armor. He was shot. He was simultaneously surrounded by several elite knights. Next I would be lifted up, tossed into the air, and then trampled to death by horses' hooves. Calvin could even clearly predict his own death. This was a tactic of the kingdom's cavalry that he was all too familiar with. He had used it against enemies before he even possessed the griffin. I never expected to experience it firsthand. He could feel the spear tip rubbing against his bones, and he could feel his body being lifted upwards by that terrifying force, his feet beginning to leave the ground. Oh! The instant his feet left the ground, a fierce glint flashed in Calvin's eyes as he used heavenly lean on himself, not to increase the severity, but to reduce it to the extreme. He seemed to instantly transform into a weightless feather. The force that had once propelled him several meters into the air was now greatly diminished. He struggled to adjust his posture in midair, calculating his landing point, preparing to roll and dissipate the force upon impact. And then he can still wield his sword. He can still fight. However, the expected impact did not occur. A pair of strong arms caught his falling body in midair, cushioning most of the impact. Calvin's cloudy vision focused, and he saw a familiar face that inexplicably infuriated him. It was the mortuary Bishop Camus, whose name sounded like a woman's. Calvin wanted to scold him for meddling and tell him to let go of himself, but the blood loss and excruciating pain choked the words in his throat. Immediately afterwards, he saw more figures dressed in various colored robes, wielding crude weapons, passing him and Camus, rushing towards the newly regrouped death-born knights like moths to a flame. "That's suicide!" Calvin struggled to shout, but his voice was barely a whisper. Those monsters were once the kingdom's most elite knights. Now they possessed near-immortal bodies. These monks and believers, most of whom had not received formal military training, would only be slaughtered if they charged in. Camus ignored his struggles, his arms like iron clamps, dragging him quickly toward the cover behind him. Before being dragged into the shadows behind some ruins, Calvin struggled to lift his head and saw the scene he had expected, yet which still chilled him to the bone. The 20-odd cultivators who charged forward fell like stalks of wheat under the precise, ruthless, and efficient coordinated attack of the death-born knights. Swords cleaved bones, spears pierced bodies, and iron hooves crushed skulls. The whole process was breathtakingly fast, ending in almost a blink of an eye. Calvin stopped struggling. He lay limp on the cold snow, letting Camus drag him along. His consciousness began to fade amidst the pain and blood loss. As he looked up, he saw several enormous black shadows tearing through the clouds and hurtling southward in the gray sky. They were corrupted dragons, twisted behemoths. It was their sudden appearance and attack that had severely damaged his griffin knights and seized air superiority. Where are they going? A thought stubbornly arose. Ironforge? Or Frosttown? No, there are still people who need me. My soldiers are still fighting. The defensive line cannot collapse. I cannot fall here. Thoughts are like a candle flickering in the wind, burning desperately. But his body, the very body that bore Calvin's pride and rage, had reached its physiological limits after a series of bloody battles and severe injuries and blood loss. Chapter 257 The Last Cup of Tea. Chapter 257 The Last Cup of Tea, Frosttown, Lord's Office. Calvin? Benjamin abruptly stopped writing with his quill pen, his heart clenching as if gripped by an invisible hand. What's wrong? Your brows are suddenly furrowed so tightly they could trap a fly. Chesvia, who was trying to lift 6 empty ceramic cups with one hand at a time, glanced at him and asked casually. She seemed to be doing some kind of peculiar finger dexterity training, or perhaps simply being bored. I suddenly have a very bad feeling. It's like... Benjamin pressed his fingers to his temples where a slight throbbing pain came from. It's like some terrible fluctuation is coming from the Stone Cliff territory. Oh? Chesvia raised an eyebrow, showing no concern but rather interest. This means your psychic radar's detection range is getting wider and its sensitivity is getting higher. That's a good thing. Without waiting for Benjamin's reply, she flicked her wrist, tossing the 6 ceramic cups high into the air. Ready, my lord. Let's test your multi-threaded processing capabilities. 6 cups tumbled in the air, about to shatter into pieces. But the next second, as if they had crashed into an invisible gel, their descent suddenly slowed, and they floated in midair, varying in height, as if being steadily supported by 6 unseen, steady hands. The rim of the cup was slightly adjusted to remain level. This is Benjamin's increasingly refined ability to manipulate objects with his mind. Ever since that time in the capital when he narrowly controlled a short sword to cut the ropes binding Sokka from a distance, he has been consciously training this derivative application of his telekinetic blade. Now, the number of objects he can control simultaneously, the precision with which he can do so, and the duration of his control have all improved significantly. The kettle beside him floated up on its own, its spout precisely aimed at each of the suspended cups, and the clear water flowed steadily into them without the slightest sway or splash. Even more astonishingly, with a slight thought from Benjamin, the water levels in the 6 cups rose slightly, extending into delicate, crystalline, water bridges that connected the cups in midair, forming a brief and wondrous network of liquid. Tsk tisk, Chesvia said, arms crossed. At this rate of water-controlling bridge construction, it might not be long before you're able to cosplay the legendary sword flying. Then we won't even need railcars for business trips. How environmentally friendly! Benjamin was about to reply. Bang! The office door was flung open, and Walter strode in, his face more grim than ever before. This sudden interruption instantly disrupted Benjamin's highly focused mental control. The delicate liquid network in midair collapsed with a whoosh, and the 6 cups lost their support, falling onto the thick carpeted floor with a clatter, the water stains spreading rapidly. Benjamin glanced at the wet blanket, then at Walter, who was breathing heavily, and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong, rushing around like that?" "My lord! Urgent military intelligence." Walter didn't even have time to salute before speaking rapidly. "We just received urgent distress calls from lords in multiple regions. Small groups of undead have been spotted in their territories, attacking outlying villages. They infiltrated from the direction of the capital? They got around so quickly?" "Not entirely," Walter gasped. "These territories, and some places further south, observed almost simultaneously a large number of unidentifiable giant flying creatures sweeping across their airspace at extremely high speeds. The direction was clear, and the routes were consistent." Benjamin jumped to his feet, the chair beneath him screeching as he spoke. "Their route." Walter met his gaze and nodded heavily. "Based on the convergence of the trajectories described by each territory, their ultimate destination is highly likely to include our Frosttown. Naturally. The back mountains of Frosttown hold the organs of the goddess of magic. For those corrupted monsters and those summoned flying behemoths, this place is definitely an important stop on their recycling list." Benjamin's mind raced. "And some well-meaning people must have also advised you that in order to protect Frosttown, you shouldn't disperse your forces to rescue those allies who were just passing by, right? Concentrating all your strength and holding your home is the best strategy." Walter paused for a moment, neither denying it nor denying it. Clearly, such advice had already been conveyed through some channel, whether from fearful allies or those with ulterior motives. Benjamin sneered. "I don't need you to remind me, Walter. I'm not stupid enough to do something so self-destructive. If we stand by and watch others die, only caring about our own survival, then the United Commune will instantly become a mere shell of its former self. But why should we take matters into our own hands?" He paused, a hint of ruthlessness in his voice. "We are not without reliable allies. This battle cannot be fought by ourselves alone." Benjamin clearly articulated a series of commands. "Walter, get to it immediately. First, utilizing the terrain and existing fortifications in the back mountains, immediately establish multi-layered defensive lines against both air and ground enemies. The enemy's primary target is the ruins in the back mountains, but according to intelligence from other territories, they are highly likely to attack towns along their route. If possible, push the defensive lines outwards as much as possible to avoid fighting within the towns. Second, summon Suleiman immediately. He and I will personally travel to Blackrock territory, Silverstream territory, and other relatively safe rear territories of our allies to persuade them to send troops. The routes of the Deadborn and flying monsters are not without precedent. While their attacks on towns along their paths are a disaster, they also buy us time. We can organize a mobile force to ambush them along their routes, or rush to the aid of our attacked allies. The Iron Forge territory of Ella is well equipped and has the strength to protect its surrounding areas while ensuring its own survival. We only need to take care of the affairs around us. Third, have Diana immediately assemble his mountain guerrilla force and join the Blackrock territory reinforcements. Blackrock territory owes us a huge favor recently, so they probably won't refuse my request. Let Diana take our best equipment and special supplies, both to demonstrate Frosttown's sincerity in fighting the enemy together and to test our new weapons in actual combat." He finished in one breath. "If you understood everything. Let's act immediately." Walter's face showed no more hesitation. Walter turned and strode out of the office, his footsteps quickly fading into the distance. The office fell silent again, leaving only the water stains spreading on the carpet and the lingering tension in the air. Chesvia picked up a clean cup again, slowly poured herself some water, took a sip, and looked at Benjamin, who was frowning and staring at the map. "It seems," she said softly, "that our leisurely water-controlling practice is over." Chapter 258 Execution. Chapter 258 Execution. Joining Celia's hero team was a precious and wonderful experience for Finn. That was a time when ideals were as bright as the rising sun. The people in the group came from all corners of the world, with vastly different backgrounds, a noble princess, a proud knight, a wealthy merchant, and a soul like Benjamin who had struggled out of the dust. Everyone had different perspectives, different ideas, and they often argued until they were red in the face. But one thing bound them together, a perhaps naive, yet incredibly sincere vision, that the world could be a better place, even if only a little. For the serfs exploited by lords, for the villages trembling under the claws of beasts, for the visible and invisible injustices of the world. With their swords and the fire in their hearts, they clumsily and persistently tried to illuminate a little of the darkness. Calvin and Ella were born nobles, their very being imbued with the arrogance that came with their lineage, a condescending disdain for commoners. But Finn saw something more precious in them, a pride that didn't diminish their virtue, a willingness to bully the strong but not the weak. Their attitude toward a person never depends primarily on the person's surname or title, but on what that person has done, whether they are brave or cowardly, upright or despicable. Finn remembered this phrase. Arrogant to superiors but not tolerant of inferiors, bullying the strong but not oppressing the weak. It was actually something Benjamin jokingly said during a casual conversation, hoping Calvin and Ella would become like that. Benjamin himself is an enigma. Born into a serf family whose status was comparable to that of livestock, he possessed a clear speech, impeccable manners, and a worldly wisdom that even many nobles envied. Finn still believes that Celia's decision to recruit this young handyman against all odds was one of the wisest she ever made. More than once, it was this carpet layer who, with his meticulous thinking, pulled the team out of recklessness and predicament. Finn once taught that bright-eyed but illiterate boy to read and write, watching those unfamiliar symbols gradually become docile under his pen. And from Benjamin, he also learned things far beyond words, about human nature, about power struggles, about how to find the least bad path for one's ideals in the cracks of reality. So, there is Celia, the one who could recognize Benjamin's extraordinary talent at a glance. There is Celia, the one who could break down barriers and unite diverse individuals into a cohesive whole. There is Celia, the one who would feel sorrow and secretly shed tears for the crying children in the disaster-stricken village. Is this really the same person as the one in front of me? Reality is like the coldest water, extinguishing all warm memories. The situation in the south was already in chaos. The rebels, or as the official term would be, the rebels, under Finn's coordination and leadership, had successively liberated 8 noble territories that had oppressed their people the most, and their momentum was initially formidable. Then they clashed head-on with the 5,000 garrison troops that Grand Duke Upton of the South had assigned to Celia. That was a catastrophic disaster. The gap between regular armies and rebel armies in terms of organization, equipment, and training was fatal. Even more fatal was the will of the commander. Princess Celia, leading the army, displayed an iron fist against the Kingdom Rebellion. She led her elite garrison deep into enemy territory, capturing several strongholds and heading straight for the heart of the resistance, Green River Lands, Finn's long-established base. There, the war stagnated in a quagmire. Using their familiarity with the complex swamps and woodlands of the river region, the rebels successfully forced the main force of the garrison, which had been riding high, to retreat from the heart of the river region. However, the garrison also firmly guarded the exit, trapping the rebels in this wetland that they knew best, yet which had become their prison. Finn's guerrillas' elusive raids caused the garrison to suffer greatly, making them hesitant to venture further. The battle seems to have reached a temporary stalemate. But Celia had no patience to linger here. The terrifying upheavals in the capital, the bloody battle at Stone Cliff territory, and the kingdom's crumbling state, every piece of news lashed at her like a whip. She was there to resolve the real crisis threatening the kingdom's survival. How could she let a bunch of rebels drag her to her death in this southern swamp? So she stopped waiting. She drew her sword, an extension of her will as a chosen one of the gods, subjugation. The name, Nienren, originates from the teachings of the goddess of law, revered by the royal family for generations. Its power, like its name, represents absolute power based on law and judgment. Those who oppose her will have their will and body pierced by the invisible blade of law, enduring intense pain and mental suppression akin to being stabbed in the heart, their morale collapsing, and their weaknesses exposed. Those who befriend her will receive the blessing of the law, feel encouraged by the presence of justice, and become more and more courageous in battle, with unstoppable momentum, as if possessed by divine power. At this moment, in Celia's eyes, the rebels who were entrenched in the Green Riverlands, defying the kingdom's order, and hindering her from reaching the real battlefield were undoubtedly sinners. She raised the sword high, the blade gleaming with a cold, silvery white light, like the burning verses of law in the air. Her authoritative voice pierced the damp mist, echoing across the riverbank. Holding sway here, defying the laws of the kingdom, inciting rebellion, and poisoning the local criminals. According to the law he should be executed. The last two words exploded like a thunderclap. An invisible force field suddenly expanded from her center. Countless rebel fighters hidden in the swamp simultaneously felt their hearts being gripped tightly by a cold, iron hand. Excruciating pain, accompanied by indescribable panic, instantly swept through their bodies. Their movements became distorted, their courage vanished, and many even collapsed to their knees in agony. Conversely, all the garrison soldiers felt a surge of intense energy coursing through their bodies, sweeping away their fatigue and igniting their fighting spirit. They roared and charged even more fiercely at the chaotic enemy. For Finn, what he was seeing was more terrifying than any nightmare. He watched as the woman he once respected, even loved, the one who symbolized light and hope, Cecilia, now wielded a sword, slaughtering his soldiers, his friends, and the brothers who had sworn with him to change the South, as if harvesting wheat. Silver armor gleamed in the dark woods, and wherever it passed, only the fallen figures of resistance fighters were left in its wake. Finn! Run! A piercing scream jolted him awake from his numb, excruciating pain. It was his most trusted lieutenant, Theolon, the man who always believed that Finn will definitely lead everyone out of this. Theolon was charging towards him desperately, but his own back was completely exposed. Before he could finish speaking, pfft! A sword gleaming with a cold, silvery light pierced through Theolon's chest from behind with precision and ruthlessness, its tip emerging from his chest, dripping with hot blood. Theron's body stiffened abruptly, the anxiety and cries in his eyes freezing, slowly turning into a blank, grayish-white. He collapsed forward, his gaze finally landing on Finn's direction, his lips moving, but no sound came out. The swordsman slowly withdrew the blade from Theolon's body. Blood dripped down the gleaming silver blade, spreading a small, glaring dark red stain on the muddy ground at her feet. It's Celia. She didn't even glance at the fallen Theolon, her cold gaze sweeping over him as if he were an obstacle. Celia! Finn let out a roar that was inhuman, a mixture of extreme pain and rage. He ignored the piercing pain brought on by the execution domain, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at the silver-armored figure that once represented all that was good, but had now become a nightmare. Celia, meanwhile, flicked the blood off her sword, as if it were merely a trivial cleaning task. Her gaze met Finn's bloodshot eyes in midair. There was no familiar warmth, no past understanding, only indifference. Chapter 259 I Don't Want This. Chapter 259 I Don't Want This. I messed up, I messed up, I messed up. What to do, what to do, what to do? Celia Windsor, who was just an inviolable princess like a goddess of law on the battlefield, now resembled a frightened young beast curled up in its den. She sat alone on a makeshift cot, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, her body trembling slightly uncontrollably. Her magnificent silver armor had long since been removed and carelessly tossed aside, stained with mud and dark red blood. She wore only a thin shirt, yet felt no cold, for the terror within her burned through every nerve. She heard it. That roar, full of intent, pierced through the clamor of the battlefield. She saw it. Those eyes, which used to always hold trust, warmth, or playful smiles, now looked at her with nothing but hatred, consumed by pain and rage. She couldn't catch him. Finn knew this swamp like the lines on his palm. In the most chaotic moment of the extermination force field, he disappeared like a drop of water merging into the ocean, vanishing into the intricate waterways and deep forests. He wouldn't let it go so easily. Celia had no doubt. Finn, that seemingly carefree and unrestrained man who was actually extremely loyal and devoted, felt a genuine and deep-seated hatred for himself at this moment. What to do? Celia suddenly covered her face with her hands, her fingertips icy cold. A huge wave of panic overwhelmed her, stripping her of all the composure and dignity she possessed as a princess, turning her back into a bewildered, panicked little girl who had done something terribly wrong. She was deceiving herself. In fact, before the army marched into Green River Land, intelligence clearly showed that the soul and spiritual leader of the resistance was none other than her former comrades. But she kept telling herself that it was a misunderstanding. Finn was definitely innocent. He had simply been blinded by those truly ambitious people. As long as she saw him, as long as she explained things properly, told him about the crisis in the capital, and told him about her ambitions and her unavoidable circumstances, he would understand. He would stand firmly by her side, just as he had countless times before, becoming her most reliable advisor. But she messed it up. She completely and utterly messed it up. The victory came too easily. The garrison, empowered by her annihilation, advanced with unstoppable momentum. She was caught up in the urgency of quickly resolving the trouble and then rushing to the real battlefield, and was blinded by the soldiers' cheers. She killed many of Finn's soldiers. Those who wore tattered leather armor, carried pitchforks and rusty swords, yet whose eyes shone with a burning light she couldn't understand, fell by her sword and under the iron hooves of the army she brought. What if I shouldn't have killed them in the first place? A bizarre thought popped into my head. I just wanted to get through here. Wouldn't it have been simpler to knock them unconscious and disarm them? Yes, that's what I should have done from the start. Why didn't I think of that? Her mind was in complete turmoil, a chaotic mix of conflicting thoughts, futile regret, and impossible fantasies swirling and entangled within her. Every time she recalled Finn's final look, her heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and her panic intensified. Benjamin was right, Benjamin. The name, like a drowning person grasping at a piece of driftwood, instantly illuminated her chaotic mind. Benjamin must have a way. He was so intelligent, so adept at handling complex interpersonal relationships, and he had a good relationship with Finn when they were in the group. If he was willing to speak up, to mediate and explain between them, this terrible misunderstanding between her and Finn could definitely be resolved. That must be it. Celia, as if grasping at a straw, lunged at the table, her hands trembling as she pulled out a sheet of paper, picked up a quill pen, dipped it in ink, and began to write hastily. Benjamin, my dear friend, I need your help. Things have gotten very bad. A terrible misunderstanding has arisen between me and Finn in the Southern Reach, and I... The pen tip flew across the rough paper, conveying her panic, her helplessness, her belief in the misunderstanding, and her urgent plea for him to mediate. However, halfway through writing, the pen suddenly stopped. The ink spread out as a small dot on the paper. A new fear gripped her. How could Benjamin see me like this? Cecilia panicked, making a mess of things, acting like a pathetic little girl. She wanted to always be the trustworthy, worthy, and radiant Celia in Benjamin's eyes, a leader who could guide the team forward, a princess with the kingdom in her heart, not the loser before her, trapped in self-doubt and panic. A deeper fear is quietly spreading. If Benjamin knew the whole story, what he would think if he knew the cause of her conflict with Finn and what the consequences were. Which side will he take? The thought sent chills down her spine. Will they side with Finn? No. No. I don't want this. Just as she was being tormented by this constant fear, frozen in place with her pen in hand, caught in a dilemma, the tent flap was lifted. A garrison officer entered, saluted, and reported, Your Highness, as per your orders, during the cleanup of the battlefield, we have taken custody of the captured wounded rebels and the rebel families gathered in nearby villages. What should be done with them? His voice interrupted Celia's chaotic thoughts. Dispose of them? Celia suddenly looked up, her face pale, her voice sharp from her previous emotions. Who said we were going to dispose of them? Don't hurt them. Do you hear me? Her reaction was so intense that it startled the sergeant, who quickly bowed his head and said yes, not daring to ask any more questions. Celia waved him away, her mind in a state of agitation, but she couldn't sit still. She took a few deep breaths, forced herself to calm down, straightened her clothes, and stepped out of the tent. At the edge of the camp, a makeshift wooden fence had been erected to enclose an area. Inside, hundreds of people were crammed together. Most were the elderly, women, and children, raggedly dressed, emaciated, their eyes filled with fear, numbness, and deep hostility. They were the families of the rebels, the native inhabitants of the Green Shade Riverlands. According to the kingdom's harsh laws, especially those concerning rebellion, these people could be considered accomplices, and their fate was often extremely tragic. What should be done? Celia's steps faltered. Reason told her that in order to deter potential rebels, to eradicate the root of the problem completely, and to demonstrate the majesty of the royal family and the ruthlessness of the law, she should be severely punished, even executed. But another voice screamed, Too brutal! Most of them are innocent. They should at least be given a chance. Yes, if Benjamin were here, he would be frowning and urging me to do this. He would say that killing them would only create more hatred and serve no other purpose. She tried to bolster her wavering resolve with the imagined advice of Benjamin, her steps heavy as she walked past the detainees. Her gaze swept over the faces, some numb, some filled with hatred, and the guilt and pressure weighed heavily on her. Just as she passed the little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, being held tightly in his mother's arms, the child suddenly broke free from his mother's embrace, his tiny fingers snapping up and pointing directly at Celia, who was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked completely out of place in her surroundings. The child's eyes were wide open, filled with only the purest and most direct sadness and anger. He shouted with all his might, his voice shrill. It was you! You did it! You killed my father! I saw it! For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The boy's mother let out a terrified sob, lunged forward, covered her child's mouth, and held him tightly in her arms. She kowtowed repeatedly to Celia, begging incoherently, "Your Highness, spare him! The child is ignorant! He's talking nonsense! Please, spare him!" All eyes, whether on the prisoners or the guards, instantly focused on Celia. That childish yet incredibly clear accusation, that mother's terrified and humble posture. It sounded like a soft clang. In Celia's mind, the string that had been stretched to its limit snapped completely. Chapter 260 Nobody Needs Your Effort. Chapter 260 Nobody Needs Your Effort. The celebration of victory lasted only one night. In the early hours of the next day, while most soldiers were still fast asleep, hungover or exhausted, a raging fire broke out without warning in the area where provisions and supplies were stored at the rear of the camp. The fire spread extremely rapidly. Dry hay and stacked grain sacks seemed to have been doused with oil, and the flames raged wildly in the night wind, instantly engulfing a large area. By the time the panicked soldiers organized to fight the fire, it was already out of control, with thick smoke billowing and turning half the sky red. Perhaps the complacency following the great victory led to a breach in the defenses, or perhaps the person who ignited the fire was far more familiar with the layout of the military camp than they imagined. As the gray light of dawn illuminated the scorched earth, the quartermaster nearly wept. The provisions that had once sustained the 5,000-strong army for at least half a month were now almost entirely gone. Charred wheat grains mingled with the ashes, emitting a despairing stench. The preliminary investigation quickly yielded results: multiple sources of fire, clear signs of arson, and the discovery of unburnt, grease-soaked strips of cloth. The conclusion was almost self-evident: it was the work of the hidden remnants of the resistance. This was the most ruthless and effective retaliation. A single fire had strangled this victorious army. The remaining food supplies were barely enough to support the safe and orderly withdrawal of the troops from the river area, let alone continue deeper into the swamp to wipe out the remaining enemy forces. Requisition from the nearby villages. An officer suggested the most traditional solution. We are the Grand Duke of the Southern Border's direct garrison, ordered to quell the rebellion. We have the right to requisition necessary military provisions from our people. This is the kingdom's custom. There is nothing wrong with the kingdom's laws. This army does indeed possess such authority, especially in rebellious territories. However, the execution process encountered unexpected resistance. The teams sent to collect grain from nearby villages returned almost disheveled. They brought back very little grain, but instead, they were filled with anger and confusion. Your Highness, those unruly people are utterly lawless. The junior officer in charge of requisitioning grain reported indignantly. They hid the grain so well, in cellars, in hidden walls, even next to latrines. They said they didn't even have enough to eat themselves, and would rather feed pigs than give it to an army that kills people. When we mentioned your name, Your Highness Celia, they actually spat on us. Another officer added. They looked at us like enemies, no, like we were the plague. Old people, women, and children dared to stand in the doorway with hoes and sickles. We couldn't just massacre a bunch of old people, women, and children, could we? But if we didn't act, we wouldn't get any food. The supervisor, who had been standing silently beside Celia, a confidant of Grand Duke Upton of the South, stepped forward. His voice was steady yet carried a sense of pressure. Your Highness, the situation is clear. These ignorant people of the Riverland have long been in league with the rebels, regarding the rebels as their own people and the kingdom's army as their enemies. Ordinary methods of levying taxes are ineffective. He bowed slightly, making a suggestive gesture, but his sharp gaze fell upon the distracted Celia. At this moment, perhaps we need to leverage your reputation among the people. The name of kindness and bravery you cultivated during your travels in the kingdom still circulates in these remote places. If you could personally step forward, explain the advantages and disadvantages to the villagers, and promise future compensation, they might change their attitude and be willing to cooperate. After all, you were once Cecilia, the hero who helped many commoners. His words sounded reasonable, throwing both the problem and the hope at Celia. However, Celia, seated in the main seat, seemed to ignore the advice. She remained in her shirt, her hair slightly disheveled, her eyes vacant as she stared at the map before her, her focus unfocused. Her face was frighteningly pale. She resembled a delicate statue devoid of its soul, completely unresponsive to the surrounding discussions, anxieties, and even accusatory glances. Seeing the princess in such a state, the head maid, who had been standing anxiously behind her, had no choice but to step forward and respond on her behalf. What the supervising officer says makes sense. The head maid tried her best to keep her voice steady, even though her own palms were sweating. "Your Highness has been working hard for days and needs to rest. Please give us some time." After the supervising officer and other officers temporarily withdrew, leaving with their doubts, only the mistress and servant remained in the tent. The head maid turned around, looking at the still distraught Celia, her eyes filled with helplessness. She knew why Her Highness was like this. The battle, the child's accusations, and the look in Finn's eyes when he left, all these things had easily broken Her Highness. She knelt down and gently took Celia's cold hand in hers. "Your Highness, please forgive my presumption. But things have come to this point. We have already embarked on this path, and there is no turning back. We must go all the way. The misunderstanding between you and Lord Finn may be cleared up someday. But right now, our most urgent task is to preserve this army and then leave here for your true battlefield." She saw Celia's eyelashes seem to flutter slightly, but her focus remained unfocused. The head maid gritted her teeth, knowing she needed a stronger stimulus to awaken him. She moved closer, her voice pleading yet tinged with a hint of force. "Your Highness, please think of the royal territory. Think of Lord Calvin, who is still fighting a bitter battle in Stonecliff territory. Think of Lady Ella in Ironforge territory. And also Lord Benjamin in Frost Town. They are all fighting on their respective battlefields, and they all need your help and support. You didn't come to the Southern Territory to kill. You took over this army with the ambition to quell the disturbances in the capital and save the kingdom. Are you going to abandon everything here because of a temporary setback and personal emotions? Are you going to watch this army collapse due to lack of supplies, watch the monsters ravage the capital, and watch your trusted comrades fight alone? Please cheer up." The words, "companion, capital," and "need," were like pebbles thrown into stagnant water, finally creating a ripple. Celia's empty eyes flickered slightly, her focus slowly and laboriously sharpening. She turned her head slowly to look at the head maid's anxious face, her lips moving, her voice dry and hoarse. "People still need me." "Yes, Your Highness. They need you. The kingdom needs you." The head maid nodded vigorously, almost in tears. I must pull myself together," Celia murmured to herself, as if trying to convince herself. She tried to straighten her back and take a deep breath. Although her face was still pale, a faint spark of light finally rekindled in her eyes. She cannot fall here. For those who are still waiting for her, who need her. However, just as she had barely mustered a bit of strength to get up and face the mess outside, an extremely subtle whisper, seemingly emanating from the darkest corner of her heart, or as if whispering in her ear, cold and fleeting, entered her consciousness without warning. "Nobody needs you." The voice was so soft it was almost a hallucination, yet it carried a chilling denial. Celia's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and the little bit of determination she had just mustered seemed to be blown away by an invisible cold wind. Chapter 261 Taking Precautions. Chapter 261 Preemptive Measures Against Blackrock Territory. Benjamin and Gus sat facing each other across a wooden table, on which lay an open map of the kingdom. "Guys," Benjamin leaned forward slightly, his finger tracing several marked nodes on the map, his gaze fixed on the other side. "We need you." His tone was direct, without excessive formalities. Dealing with someone like Gus, going around in circles will only backfire. Gus leaned back in his high-backed chair, his large hands casually resting on the armrests. "I don't like owing favors." This didn't sound like a direct answer, but Benjamin could hear the subtext. "Since you've brought it up, and I do owe you, then there's room for discussion." Sure enough, Gus immediately added, "I find your mutually beneficial rhetoric appealing. Just tell me directly, how many people do you need, where do you want to attack, and how long will it take? The swords of Blackrock territory are not drawn for nothing." Benjamin felt reassured, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "Your presence truly makes you an indispensable part of our commune alliance." This wasn't mere flattery. In Blackrock territory, an ally with such strong execution capabilities and a crucial position was vital for dealing with the current chaos. "No need to flatter me." Gus waved his hand dismissively, bluntly exposing the truth. "If you really think I'm indispensable, then stop hiding it and share more of your good stuff with Blackrock territory. Like those seeds that grow exceptionally fast and are exceptionally frost-resistant. And those new toys that can blow themselves up into the sky." Benjamin couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share. I can guarantee that in the future, the cooperation between Frosttown and Blackrock territory in terms of technology and resources will be even more inseparable than that with Irwin of Silverstream territory." "Inseparable?" Gus's eyes lit up, then he burst into laughter, as if he had thought of something amusing. If that old fox Irwin heard this, he'd be secretly shedding tears. So, let's be careful not to let him hear us. Benjamin laughed, and the atmosphere between the two immediately relaxed a lot, the previous tension from the business-like atmosphere dissipating considerably. After the laughter subsided, the conversation quickly returned to business. Benjamin zoomed in on the map and began his explanation. Currently, the territories that are being attacked or threatened by the Deadborn are mainly these few places. They lack sufficient field troops and need mobile support. And over here, he pointed to several other markers. We haven't found any enemy traces yet, so we can ignore them for now. We must use our limited resources where they matter most. Gus squinted, silently memorizing the location as Benjamin's finger moved, nodding occasionally. Most importantly, Benjamin's tone turned serious as he traced the dotted line extending from the capital. According to intelligence gathered from various sources, the main force of the Deadborn will eventually pass through our area. Rather than waiting for them to besiege us and being forced to take the initiative, we should launch a preemptive strike, choosing advantageous terrain to ambush and intercept them along their route, minimizing their numbers and disrupting their rhythm. That suits me perfectly. Sitting in the castle waiting to get beaten up doesn't fit my mindset. Anyway, you and your men are responsible for figuring out which route they are most likely to take and when they will arrive. I will send troops to intercept them. You can set a plan for how our two sides will cooperate. The communication with guys was remarkably efficient. There was no passing the buck or scheming, no bureaucratic pretense among nobles. The objectives were clear, and the thinking was direct. Soon, the basic framework for troop deployment, communication methods, and supply arrangements was finalized. Meanwhile, at a small table on the other side of the reception room, Sullivan and Lady Alina's discussion about the Interterritorial Joint Defense and Mutual Assistance Agreement, and its detailed clauses regarding resource allocation and cost sharing were nearing their end. Although Alina's face was still somewhat pale, her eyes were clear, and her words were articulate and organized. She held her own against the shrewd administrator Sullivan, securing benefits for Blackrock territory on some key clauses. Gus glanced in that direction, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, then turned back and lowered his voice to tell Benjamin something else. Al-Qai and his friend, the Grand Duke of the West, are probably too busy to send troops to the royal territory to stop the Deathborn. Benjamin frowned. This should be a good opportunity for him to establish his prestige and win over the hearts of the people in the royal territory. Is he just going to stand by and watch the nobles of the royal territory be ravaged by monsters while he sits back and does nothing? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't afford to, and I might not even dare to. Guy snorted. In the west they've started fighting with the elves and dwarves. The exact reason for the fight is a bit confusing, but it's definitely bloody and on a large scale. Al-Qai is probably overwhelmed right now. How can he care about the life or death of the royal territory? He has to protect his bridgehead in the west first. The timing of this attack is really bad. I was hoping that His Highness the Crown Prince would at least show some sense of righteousness in the face of the common threat to the kingdom. A profound sense of righteousness? Guest scoffed. What's that thing worth compared to real swords and territorial interests? Seriously, Blackwood, even someone like me feels uneasy about all this recent series of events in the kingdom. If I were Al-Qai, or if I had the ability, I would disregard everything else and concentrate all available forces to conquer the capital, and wipe out that damned source of chaos. Then we can talk about the throne, territory, elves, and dwarves. What's the point of this fighting everywhere, everyone fighting their own battles? Benjamin pondered for a moment and said, I've heard that quite a few churches, such as Spirit Garden, Earth Mother, and Furnace, have gathered a group of volunteers to form a holy war army, and they are heading towards the capital. Perhaps they can. It's not that I look down on those religious people. Gus interrupted directly, his tone disdainful. Their courage is commendable, but a rabble is a rabble. Their equipment, training, and command are all far inferior. Do you think you can fight a proper siege against peasants? He shook his head. Unless the real charlatans of the Pale Church get involved, they won't accomplish anything significant. At most, they'll just make a splash. Mentioning the Pale Church, Benjamin's expression turned serious. Then, what about the Pale Church? As the state religion, they possess the strongest armed forces and influence. With such a horrifying upheaval in the capital, why are they holding back? At least, I haven't seen any signs of them gathering in large numbers and heading straight for the capital. What are they waiting for? Who knows what those guys with nothing but oracles and commandments on their heads are thinking? Gus shrugged, indicating his incomprehension. They're always so secretive. But I do know one thing, something I've figured out myself over the years. He leaned forward, stared at Benjamin, and said word by word. Those who speak more eloquently than bards can never be trusted, especially when you really need them. Chapter 262 The Incompetent Church. Chapter 262 The Incompetent Church. Holy Spring Territory. The Pale Church's largest and most central directly controlled territory within the royal territory. The people living here are undoubtedly seen by outsiders as the lucky ones blessed by God. The towering spire of the Pale Cathedral is the most prominent landmark of faith on the horizon, and the air seems to be filled with an aura of piety. Compared to the chaos, panic, and war-torn outside, this place is a veritable sanctuary. Those who worship the Pale Goddess are granted her supreme protection. This is not merely a doctrine, but seems to be a tangible reality. Even the terror spread by the horrifying, Reborn, who wreak havoc on the kingdom comes to an abrupt halt here. More than one wave of twisted flying monsters has swept over Holy Spring territory, attacking villages in the north and burning orchards in the south, but they have left this land favored by the goddess untouched, not even daring to swoop down and probe. This was no accident. In the hearts of believers, there was only one explanation that could bring them peace and pride. Even the most blasphemous and abhorrent beings dared not offend the majesty of the Pale Goddess, nor defile this sacred land. Therefore, during this turbulent time, the number of pilgrims coming to the Pale Cathedral to pray for protection reached an unprecedented peak. Solemn hymns echoed under the dome, flickering candlelight illuminated faces seeking peace, and the air was filled with a sense of relief as if they had survived a catastrophe, along with an even greater fervor. However, on such a day that should have been filled only with holiness and tranquility. Boom! A loud, deafening roar, far from being a sacred sound, violently shattered the solemn atmosphere inside the church. Near the entrance, a hole suddenly blasted open in the thick stone side wall, sending debris flying and dust billowing everywhere. Several figures dressed in pale church guard uniforms screamed as they were thrown in through the breach, rolling to the ground like tattered sacks, groaning in pain. All prayers fell silent. Hundreds of horrified gazes were fixed on the smoke-filled breach. A figure strode in, against the blinding light streaming in from outside, stepping over gravel and dust. It was Iolia. The young bishop of the Church of the Spirit Garden, however, was completely devoid of his usual enthusiasm. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and his simple robes were covered in dust and stains that were hard to tell if they were mud or blood, with several places even torn. But the flame burning in his eyes was more intense and furious than any candlelight. His gaze, like a tangible spear, pierced through the lingering smoke and dust, fixing on the figure at the very front of the church, presiding over today's grand prayer ceremony, Sister Livia, the Pale Church's representative in Holy Spring territory and the de facto administrator of the area. Why not go and support other territories? Iolia's voice wasn't particularly loud, but its extreme anger clearly shook every inch of the church, penetrating the ears of every stunned believer. Why are you just watching? His questions grew increasingly harsh with each one. Iolia's patience had long since reached its limit. When the Church of Lingyuan took the lead in calling for holy war, in conjunction with other marginalized denominations, Iolia, one of the youngest bishops of the Church of Lingyuan, was filled with fervor. He believed this was the moment to transcend sectarian divisions and put true righteousness into practice. He traveled throughout the Holy Spring territory, appealing to believers and civilians who still possessed courage and goodwill, regardless of whether they worshiped the Pale Goddess or others, asking only one question. We are all people living on this land. Are we going to stand by and watch our homes be destroyed by monsters? However, in the eyes of the Pale Faith, his actions were nothing short of blatant provocation and incitement. In the Holy Spring territory, at the heart of the Pale Faith, to advocate alliances with other churches? To recruit men for a military operation, not approved by the Pale Church? This was a serious violation of the local rules. Iolia was arrested on charges of inciting riots and desecrating the Holy Land, and imprisoned in the church jail of Springfield. Even in prison, Iolia did not give up hope. He repeatedly requested to see Livia, the Lord of Holy Spring territory, and one of the Pale Church's leaders in the area. Livia had been a member of the hero squad and a comrade in arms who fought alongside Benjamin. He believed that someone with such experience would understand his anxiety, grasp the urgency of the threat to the capital, and would help him, or at least listen to his thoughts. But his request went unanswered. Livia did not come. Day after day, there were only cold stone walls and silent guards. Iolia didn't care about the imprisonment itself. What he couldn't bear was being trapped in this seemingly peaceful Holy Land, unable to do anything while countless unknown warriors were marching towards the capital. He waited in the darkness, filled with anticipation for Livia. Until that day, as labor punishment, he was taken to work in the fields on the edge of Holy Spring territory. Then, he saw with his own eyes, in the distant, gray sky, those twisted, flying monsters burning with eerie flames, swept across like a flock of crows foretelling disaster. Soon, news came that neighboring territories not directly protected by the Pale Church had been attacked and suffered heavy losses. But the Holy Spring Territory, this isolated island of faith, remained unmoved. It sent not a single soldier in aid, opened its borders to refugees, or even issued any formal statement. It was as if the tragedy that occurred beyond that invisible boundary had nothing to do with this land. At that very moment, the string that had been taut in Iolia's heart for so long snapped. The pent-up confusion, disappointment, anger, and sympathy for the innocent people suffering completely overwhelmed his reason and patience. He stopped waiting. With unwavering will and the skills of a chosen one, he broke out of the prison. He raced towards the Pale Cathedral, the heart of faith and power in Holy Spring Territory. Pale believers and church guards who tried to stop him were mercilessly knocked to the ground. His movements were no longer restrained. They were driven by a resolute determination to break through all obstacles and demand an answer. This led to the scene where the stone wall shattered, guards flew through the air, and he questioned Livia in full view of everyone. He stood in the center of the church, enduring gazes of fear, anger, and confusion from all directions. His chest heaved violently, but his eyes remained fixed on Livia, waiting for an answer. Chapter 263 That's all. Chapter 263 That's all. Iolia, like an enraged lion, rampaged through the sacred temple. The anger and confusion that had been building up inside him now manifested as direct destructive power. The guards of the Pale Cathedral, those guardians who would normally intimidate ordinary troublemakers, were as fragile as straw before him. His nin blade ability wasn't flashy. In fact, it could be described as simple and unadorned. He highly compressed and condensed the surging nin blade power, then unleashed it as an invisible yet incredibly powerful shockwave through a punching motion. There were no dazzling sound and light effects, no complex control trajectories, only the purest, most brute force that overcame skill. It is precisely this simplicity that, amplified by rage, becomes all the more terrifying. 10 apostles formed a small squad, attempting to restrict his movements with a shield wall and halberds. Iolia didn't even pause. Facing the thrusting halberd tip, he neither dodged nor evaded, but simply lowered his waist and stood at attention, his right fist clenched tightly, and a transparent ripple, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly exploded from his fist. Boom! The 10-person formation was as if it had been hit head-on by an invisible battering ram. The men and their shields were thrown backward at the same time, crashing into the pillars, benches and walls. They collapsed without even uttering a few groans, powerless to stop it. For a time, it seemed no one could stop him on his path. Was it truly impossible for this mad young man to be halted in this sacred place of pale faith? Just as Iolia's gaze locked onto Livia, who was standing motionless in front of him, and he was about to step forward, a figure blocked his way. It's Percival. The Pale Church Knight, who was also assigned to Sister Livia's personal guard, stood there silently, long sword in hand and iris shield in hand. Unlike the other guards, subtle, crackling pale white electric currents flowed around him. Percival is the chosen one of the gods, possessing exceptional abilities. His placement by the Pale Church alongside Livia is itself proof of his strength and loyalty. His psychic blade represents the wrath of the Pale Goddess, wielding a raging power of electricity beyond the reach of mortals. Whether imbuing weapons with enhanced lethality or unleashing area of effect attacks, its power is astonishing. However, even the leaping electric snakes summoned by Percival were unable to suppress Iolia in his enraged state for the time being. Iolia's shockwaves were simple and brutal, but they effectively neutralized or deflected most of the electric shocks. The two exchanged several quick blows amidst the shattered stones, slabs, and flying sparks, and were temporarily deadlocked. But this stalemate also exhausted Iolia's last bit of momentum, and gave the other guards a chance to regroup. Taking advantage of the moment when he was distracted by Percival, Iolia roared and, risking a bolt of lightning, channeled all his power into his right fist, unleashing his fastest strike at the still silent Livia from a distance. However, the shockwave, powerful enough to split rocks and shatter stone, seemed to have struck an invisible, indestructible crystal wall less than a meter in front of Livia. After a dull thud, it dissipated silently, without even stirring a single hair on Livia's head. Just as Iolia was momentarily stunned by his missed attack, more elite Pale Church guards, better equipped and having arrived on the scene, surged in from all directions, tackled him to the ground, and used chains and restraint techniques to firmly hold him down. Iolia was pinned down by several men to the cold marble floor, his cheek pressed against the stone. He struggled fiercely, roaring and questioning, his voice distorted by the pressure, yet still clear. "Answer me! What are you all thinking? Pale Church, don't you claim to be the protectors of the kingdom? Now the kingdom is burning, and you're just standing by and watching? Why? Tell me why." His shouts echoed in the empty church, filled with stubbornness. Percival sheathed his sword and shield, the electric sparks around him gradually subsiding. He paused slightly as he passed the subdued Iolia. He leaned down slightly and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "There's no particular reason." His voice was calm and emotionless. "She chose the church over the kingdom and Sister Livia. That's all." Having said that, he didn't linger, but strode towards the area deep inside the church shrouded in candlelight, leaving Iolia, who was being held captive on the ground, to ponder the answer alone. Silverstream, Lord Elwyn's residence. The atmosphere in Silverbrook remained one of commerce and prosperity, at least on the surface. Lord Owen Hawthorne received Benjamin, who had traveled a long way, with great enthusiasm in his drawing room. After carefully listening to Benjamin's plan regarding the spread of the dead-born threat and the support for attacked allies, Owen hardly hesitated, his much rounder face beaming with approval. "Great idea! Blackwood, I fully support it." He staked his entire fortune and political capital on Benjamin and the Commune, ready to fully support Benjamin as long as his actions aligned with their common interests, and the plan sounded feasible. Moreover, wealthy regions like Silver Creek territory were likely also on the list of threats posed by the dead-born. Not only that, Elwyn rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "I can provide even more manpower, wagons, and supplies. Make sure to push the defensive line to other territories to fight. It's best to take them out before they even get close to Silverstream territory. Just name your price." The more in-depth the conversation went, the more satisfied Owen became with the young man, Benjamin. Young, energetic, and full of ideas, with the ability to bring those ideas to fruition, but what Owen admired most was that ambition hidden beneath a veneer of caution. A few days ago, when Frostdown delivered the first batch of seeds for improved cold-resistant crops, and tender shoots actually sprouted in the fields of Silverstream, Owen's last shred of doubt vanished completely. This meant that even if this eerie winter never ended, Silverstream could maintain a stable food supply and preserve the foundation of its territory through its deep ties with Frostdown. Benjamin Blackwood, who can consistently produce these unheard of, yet effective technologies, resources, and ideas, already possesses a certain undeniable potential in Owen's view. Investing in him is investing in a future full of possibilities. The specific troop deployments, the supply list, and the details of coordination with other lords. Owen clapped his hands, summoning a servant. "Let my daughter Lena discuss these matters with you in detail. She handles these specific matters more efficiently than this old man." He smiled and explained to Benjamin, while standing up. "As for me, I need to stretch my old bones and communicate with my old friends and clients in the Chamber of Commerce to get more convenience for our next actions." Today, Silver Creek Territory's position in the kingdom's commercial circle has quietly changed. It may not be the largest or oldest chamber of commerce, nor does it completely monopolize the sale of communes products. But it has become a subtle indicator of trends. When Silverstream begins to purchase large quantities of a particular resource, when Lord Elwyn frequently meets with merchants from certain regions, and when Silverstream caravans begin to adjust their usual routes, these subtle movements are all detected and interpreted by astute merchants throughout the kingdom, who then adjust their own strategies accordingly. The choices made by Silver Creek often foreshadow whether a certain area is about to become a hotspot, or whether a certain commodity will experience significant fluctuations. Unbeknownst to them, Elwyn and his Silver Creek territory had become a unique entity in the economic fabric of the chaotic kingdom, capable of stirring up undercurrents and guiding the direction. And he is betting that influence on the young baron before him. Chapter 264 Stop, Aya. Chapter 264 Let's Stop, Aya. Deep in the Green Shade River Valley Camp. This is the last hideout of the remnants of Finn's guerrilla force, a damp valley cleverly concealed by dense vines and natural rock walls. They were remnants of a defeated army, having narrowly escaped a devastating blow. Like frightened birds, they eked out a living in the depths of this once familiar swamp. Everyone knew that being found and utterly wiped out was perhaps only a matter of time. Finn sat alone in a hastily constructed log cabin made of logs and tarpaulin. Light peeked through the cracks, barely illuminating an object clutched tightly in his hand, a painting. The paper was rough, the edges worn and frayed, but the simple lines captured the essence of the figures. Calvin, brimming with confidence, Ella, Benjamin, standing anonymously in the corner making a peace sign, and Celia, surrounded by the others in the center. This was a drawing he made himself for his team members during a break from their journey. He used no expensive paints, only the varying shades of charcoal. To him, this drawing was far more valuable than any gold or silver treasure. It was his most cherished memory. However, at this moment, this memory is like a red-hot branding iron. The words, "nobility and royalty," were spat out through his clenched teeth, each slurred by the dull thud of his fist slamming onto the rough wooden table. These people have never been trustworthy from the start. No matter how eloquent or grand their words, their ultimate goal is always to maintain their own status and rule. They treat people like us, the people who live on this land, as playthings to be manipulated and discarded at will. He had understood this principle long ago. But why? Why did it take until that sword pierced Thielen's chest, until all that remained in his former companion's eyes was cold judgment, for him to awaken to this truth with such profound pain? The door to the cabin was gently pushed open, and a slightly brighter ray of light cut through the darkness. A guerrilla member slipped in, a hint of relief on his face after completing his mission. "Boss, last night's operation went very smoothly," he reported in a low voice. "We figured out where they stored their grain and fodder, and the layout is basically the same as before. The fire was started, and it burned thoroughly." Many members of the guerrilla force were veterans who had broken away from armies throughout the southern border, and many had served in the garrison. They were intimately familiar with the layout of military camps, the patterns of sentry posts, and the storage habits of supplies. This is why their precise night raid and arson were so successful, hitting the mark on the vitals. Finn looked up, his eyes still bloodshot. "What was their reaction?" The subordinate truthfully reported. "Early this morning, they began forcibly requisitioning grain from the villages that could still be found nearby." He noticed Finn's face darken even further, and added crucial information. "Because the villagers resisted so fiercely, even to the point of conflict, Princess Celia personally intervened. She seemed to say something, and the villagers' resistance subsided somewhat, but—" "Enough." Finn raised his hand to interrupt. He didn't need the details. He could picture the scene, the former hero, now draped in the majesty of a princess, using methods she herself probably loathed, to persuade terrified and enraged villagers, all to snatch the last bit of rations from their mouths. This felt a more absurd and tragic than direct confrontation. He took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions. "How are the others packing? We must leave immediately. It's no longer safe here. They'll find us sooner or later. Throw away everything you can't take, leave no trace." "Everyone is ready and awaiting your command," the subordinate replied immediately. Finn nodded, taking one last look at the charcoal drawing on the table. The smile in the drawing remained, yet it seemed as if separated by a layer of ice that could never be touched again. He stood up, carefully rolled up the painting, and tucked it into his leather pouch. This wasn't out of nostalgia, but out of remembrance. To remember why that beauty had shattered, to remember the taste of betrayal, and to remember the path he was about to walk. "I will not let them have their way at every step I take from now on." Suppression. This was Celia's deepest feeling at that moment, as if a thick, wet cloth had wrapped around her mouth and nose, making each breath painfully difficult. Her personal intervention did indeed work. When the princess appeared before those hostile villages, and when she stated in as calm a tone as possible that the army needs food to maintain order, and the ultimate goal is to resolve the threat to the capital, the villagers' open resistance and curses subsided. They silently handed over some of the hidden food, their eyes fixed intently on her. That gaze was more unbearable than the bites of the most venomous mosquitoes in the swamp. There was no adoration, no gratitude, not even anger. Every glance was like an invisible blade, gently scraping across her cheek, leaving burning, unhealable marks. The collected grain, after being tallied and used sparingly, could probably sustain this army of 5,000 for 3 or 4 days. That was enough, at least enough for her to deliver her final blow. She told herself that the elimination of the remaining resistance forces had to be done as quickly as possible. Even if Finn stood in her way again, she could not hesitate, and she could not show the slightest bit of soft-heartedness. To gain something, you must give something in return. She had no other choice but to grit her teeth and continue down the path she had chosen. After another arduous march, and after dealing with numerous cunning and vicious traps along the way, the garrison, having suffered non-combat casualties, finally arrived at the rebels' last and most crucial hidden camp. However, when they cautiously surrounded and broke in, they found the place empty. The campfire had long since died down, leaving only cold ashes. The makeshift shack was empty, with only a few insignificant items left behind during the hasty evacuation. The entire camp was so clean it was as if it had known they would come all along, and had timed its departure perfectly, disappearing calmly before they even arrived. "They got away again!" an officer cursed in frustration. Celia stood in the center of the empty camp, a wave of intense frustration and helplessness washing over her. Finn and his guerrillas, though few in number, were determined to hide deep within the riverine swamps they had cultivated for years and knew like the back of their hand. For her geographically disadvantaged garrison, Locating and annihilating them in a short time was virtually impossible. It would become a long and agonizing game of hide-and-seek, exhausting her last reserves of time and supplies. A thought, like a faint spark igniting in the darkness, popped into her weary and chaotic mind. Perhaps it's time to stop. Grand Duke Upton's demand was to quell the rebellion. Now order has been restored in the 8 rebellious territories, the main force of the rebel army has been defeated, and their leader Finn is a terrified, defeated dog. From the perspective of the mission, she has accomplished her task. As for the remaining, hidden guerrillas, let them be. They're like leeches in a swamp, annoying perhaps, but no longer a real threat to the overall situation. Continuing to waste time with them here will only delay her true objective, the capital. Once the thought arises, it spreads rapidly, bringing a sense of relief that is almost liberating. She took a deep breath of the swamp's damp air, turned, and announced to the officers awaiting orders. Pass down the order. The entire army shall rest here for half a day. Afterward, we will break camp and return to base. The main force of the rebellion has been defeated, and the remaining rebels here are no longer a concern. Chapter 265 The Iron-Blooded Princess Who Suppresses the Rebellion. Chapter 265 The iron-blooded Princess Celia, who quelled the rebellion, entered the largest wooden hut, clearly used by the guerrillas for meetings, while inspecting the empty camp. The simple long table inside was impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the surrounding mess and signs of evacuation. Even more striking was a row of rough wooden plaques neatly arranged in the center of the table, like some silent ritual, or perhaps a deliberate message, left for those who came after. They just sat there, as if quietly waiting for someone. Celia hesitated before reaching out and picking up the wooden plaque closest to her. It was inscribed on it with crooked yet forceful, charcoal strokes. Cole died at the hands of Princess Celia Windsor's justice. He was once a farmer who took up a pitchfork to resist heavy taxes. May he never have to suffer hunger again in the afterlife. Celia's hand trembled almost imperceptibly. She quickly picked up another piece, and then another. Theoran died at the hands of Princess Celia Windsor's justice. He was Finn's right-hand man. May his soul no longer be tormented by injustice. Rabbi, who died at the hands of Celia Windsor's justice, was just a mother trying to protect her farmland and children before being trampled under the iron heels of the garrison. May her children remember the warmth of their mother's embrace. Each wooden plaque represents a name, a brief biography, a cause of death, directly related to her, Celia Windsor, and a humble blessing. Celia's knuckles turned slightly white as she gripped the wooden plaque. She didn't understand. Why had Finn left these behind? Was it to make her see these names, to instill guilt, and thus shake her resolve, even to make her retreat? Naive! A cold voice echoed in her heart. If you hadn't betrayed the kingdom, hadn't taken up arms against the order, if you had simply fulfilled your duties as citizens, how could you be dead? It was your choices that led to all this. She slammed the wooden sign back onto the table with a soft snap. It's all right, she told herself. If I waver, I'll only be playing into their hands. I mustn't waver. I'm right. I must complete my mission. However, fate seems to always like to deliver the cruelest mockery just when people have made up their minds. Misfortune often strikes when people are least vigilant. Shortly after Celia issued the order to rest for half a day and prepare to return to the camp, a large-scale riot suddenly broke out in the camp. Hundreds of garrison soldiers developed severe poisoning symptoms almost simultaneously. Their faces turned bluish, their lips turned purplish-black, and they vomited and had diarrhea violently. Abdominal cramps caused them to curl up on the ground, groaning in pain, and they quickly became too weak to stand. The army medic, after a hasty examination, looked extremely alarmed. It's poison! The water's poisoned! He pointed tremblingly to the seemingly crystal-clear well in the center of the camp. It works very quickly! The poisons and formulas in the southern swamps are incredibly diverse, with new variants appearing every so often. I can't possibly identify what specific poison they've used, nor do I know the corresponding antidote. His advice was very weak. You can only drink as much clean water as possible to try to dilute the poison, and then leave it to fate. But where is the clean water? Soon, the team tasked with finding a new water source brought devastating news. A 10-man team that had gone to a nearby known stream to fetch water had not returned on time. When Celia arrived at the forest stream with her personal guards, the sight she witnessed nearly froze her blood. The bodies of 10 soldiers were suspended by rough ropes from tree branches beside the stream, swaying gently in the breeze. Their armor had been stripped off, revealing large, clear, and glaring characters written in some dark red paint on their bare chests or backs. This is just the beginning. Celia stood there, watching the soldiers who had been alive not long ago now become hanging warnings, watching the marks left on the creek that were clearly left intentionally, pointing to the depths of the swamp. A shiver, a mixture of anger, chill, and a deeper sense of powerlessness, shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Finn, is this your answer? This is not a retreat. This is a declaration. The smoke of war in the Southern Territory has not yet completely dissipated, but another kind of smoke, the smoke of language, is spreading even faster throughout the kingdom, quietly passing through taverns, markets, servants' quarters and manors, and even the studies of some minor nobles. There are many versions of the rumors, and the details are so vivid that it's as if you saw it with your own eyes. Some people swore that distant relatives of the neighbors witnessed Princess Celia's army massacring the entire village, including children, as accomplices to the rebels, because the villagers had hidden grain during a recapture of a village. The image of the once benevolent and valiant warriors had completely collapsed. More insightful analysts whispered amongst themselves. Her Highness was no longer one of the 7 knights. She had become the sharpest, most obedient blade in the hands of Grand Duke Upton of the South. Upton used her royal name to purge dissent and suppress discontent, while the princess used the Grand Duke's military might to accumulate military merits, adding weight to her future bid for the throne. This blade would ultimately only fall upon the necks of the common people. But the most widely circulated and also the most poignant story is about the 7 knights. That legendary trio, once a symbol of justice, courage, and friendship, seems to have been utterly shattered as the princess's sword became stained with the blood of her compatriots. Did you know? The radiant Cecilia is dead. The patrons lowered their voices, exchanging secrets, as if they had witnessed them firsthand. The current Cecilia Windsor is just a cold-blooded noblewoman. She and the other 6 knights parted ways long ago. It's more than just parting ways. I heard that in Riverland she and her former companions turned against each other with swords drawn because of differing ideals. Cecilia, no, Princess Celia, personally killed Finn's most trusted friend. The oath of the 7 knights has long been trampled under her own feet. The 7 knights? They've long since fallen apart. Calvin is on the front lines of Stonecliff, Ella is in Ironforge, and Benjamin is in Frosttown. Who cares about this princess who wields a butcher's knife in the south? The legend has ended. These rumors are detailed, vivid, and emotionally charged, growing wildly amidst fear, discontent, and disappointment at the shattering of a former legend. At this very moment, Grand Duke Upton of the southern border officially issued a decree of commendation. It lavishly proclaimed Princess Celia's remarkable achievements. Taking on a mission in a time of crisis, decisive and resolute, swiftly quelling the southern border rebellion with thunderous force, and effectively upholding the unity of the kingdom and the dignity of the law. She was portrayed as a model royal figure, iron-blooded, decisive, and loyal to the kingdom's order. Following this, many nobles throughout the south, especially those whose territories were close to the rebellion zone or who already had close ties with Upton, echoed her sentiments, publicly praising the princess's achievements and courage, and condemning the rebels' ignorance and harm. When rumors begin to intertwine with official pronouncements and the applause of vested interests, they cease to be mere rumors. They began to become a semi-publicly accepted narrative, a label that redefined the name Celia in the southern reach and beyond. The title, "The Iron-Blooded Princess Who Suppressed the Rebellion," began to replace "The Glorious Cecilia," and become her new image in the minds of many. Chapter 266 I Really, Really Want To. Chapter 266 I Really Want To. The rumors about the 7 knights, about Celia, and about Finn, like a gust of wind, inevitably blew into Frosttown and reached Benjamin's ears. But at that time, he had no time to listen carefully. He stood atop the newly built watchtower in Frosttown, his bangs tousled by the howling wind, his gaze fixed on the ominous, churning clouds on the horizon. Those weren't clouds. They were wings, monsters with tattered membranes tearing the sky apart with irrational speed. The aerial units of the Deadborn. They moved faster than anyone had worsted to predict. They weren't without order. Some, like greedy vultures, swooped down on any village with smoke rising from its chimneys, bringing with them desperate slaughter and cries of agony. But others, the larger and more focused individuals, seemed oblivious to the tragedy below, resolutely marching in one direction. The crossbow bolts fired from the town's air pockets whistled through the air, and the explosions of dust crystals bloomed into fleeting, charred flowers against the gray sky. However, the firepower couldn't suppress the attack. Arrows pierced rotting flesh, explosions tore through wing membranes, and occasionally an unfortunate monster tumbled and fell, but most, like swarms of locusts breaking through a sparse rain, breached the defenses and continued forward. Luck, perhaps only one word can describe it. These dead beings, with their clearest objectives, showed a kind of indifference towards Frost Town. They swept across the sky above the town and swooped down in unison towards the mountains behind it, towards the back mountain where the 7th Resurrection facility was located. There, Walter had already turned Benjamin's prediction into reality. He led a group of elite veterans and craftsmen to build a defensive system, taking advantage of the rugged terrain and the structure of the ruins themselves. But when the giant dragon tore through the clouds and appeared in everyone's sight, even the most solid fortifications seemed to shrink in their hearts. A primal fear of apex predators instantly terrified the soldiers who were facing such a sight for the first time. Some trembled, some had their legs go weak, and the weapons in their hands seemed to weigh a ton. However, confronting the incomprehensible fear is precisely the hymn to human courage. "Hold your ground! Heed my command!" Walter's roar drowned out the uneasy commotion. He stood at the highest command position, his arm as steady as iron, his eyes fixed on the trajectory of the behemoth as it swooped down. The dragon chose a relatively flat area in front of the ruin's entrance as its landing point. Its enormous shadow rapidly expanded, and the accompanying stench was almost suffocating. Just as its sharp claws were about to touch the ground. "Put!" Walter swung his arm down hard. In an instant, the already calibrated heavy ballistae roared, their armor-piercing bolts, filled with dust crystals, transforming into streaks of light. Most striking, however, were the 2 steam-powered ballistae that had just been urgently transported from the workshop. They roared as they unleashed metal projectiles at terrifying speeds. The deafening roar of the concentrated fire almost drowned out everything else. Flames, smoke, shattered scales, and splattered blood instantly engulfed the area where the dragon had landed. Under such a dense and well-prepared barrage, its massive body emitted a teeth-grinding cracking sound. One of its forelimbs twisted and broke off in the explosion, half of its wing was torn open by a bullet from a steam-powered ballista, and its heavy body lost its balance, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. The cheers of victory nearly burst from the soldiers' throats. It was not a myth, not an invincible force. The iron and steam of Frosttown could break the wings of a dragon. But this initial surge of excitement was quickly suppressed. The monsters in the sky weren't just one dragon, nor were they foolishly swarming forward. The battle turned into a brutal war of attrition. The undead were repelled by the rain of arrows, but new ones quickly arrived to replace them. What was being consumed was not only the arrows, dust crystals, and the soldiers' stamina, but also their taut nerves and their courage, which had been rising steadily but was inevitably about to slip away. The intervals between each wave of attacks were so brief they were suffocating. No one knew what the next wave would be or from which direction. At this moment, Benjamin moved between the defensive lines, his voice hoarse from shouting. Every time an attack was repelled, even if only 2 or 3 were driven back, he would seize the opportunity to jump to a high place and affirm everyone's efforts with concise, powerful, and confident words, pointing out that the enemy was not invincible and emphasizing what they were protecting. "Look at your hands! Look at your companions! It was your strength that brought that beast down. The walls of Frosttown may not be high, but the spines of the people of Frosttown are harder than mountains." Another, more practical layer of protection comes from the medical stations built inside the fortifications. Here, Chesvia displayed medical skills that defied logic and bordered on the miraculous. The seriously wounded were quickly brought in, and the severed limbs, deep lacerations exposing bone, and internal organ damage were visibly healed at a speed achievable by her incredible hands and the power of her mental blade. There was even a young soldier whose arm had been severed by the monster's claws. In a very short time, Chesvia precisely reattached the severed arm. Although he was temporarily unable to exert any force, the hope of being completely restored was more inspiring than any other encouragement. "I never imagined," Chesvia whispered to Evelyn, who was assisting and protecting her, as she wiped the blood from her hands with a clean cloth during a brief moment of respite, "that I would witness and be involved in the war. This is not within my scope of duty." Evelyn turned her head upon hearing this. "I never thought I would obtain a nin blade," she said in a somewhat complicated tone. "You know, I've never had any particular respect for those high and mighty goddesses." Her mental blade arrived without warning, just moments before the defensive battle began. There were no unusual celestial phenomena, no painful struggles. Suddenly, she understood a latent possibility within herself, the ability to temporarily split her self-awareness in 2 and control 2 independent bodies. The timing was terrible. She didn't even have time to carefully explore the specific boundaries of this ability, nor did she have a chance to demonstrate it to others, before the monster's shriek pierced the sky. So, one Evelyn stayed with Benjamin as his bodyguard on the move, while the other followed Chesvia as her assistant. "The damage is not shared," Evelyn suddenly said in a low voice, her brows furrowing slightly. Chesvia stopped what she was doing and looked at her in confusion. What are you talking about? As for me on the barren side, Evelyn seemed to sense something. My arm was crushed by the collapsed ballista support, and I'm afraid the bone is broken. Chesvia immediately put down the gauze. Instead of chatting with me here, I think I should go over and reattach your hand right away. She quickly scanned the medical station. There were no new seriously wounded patients for the time being. Also, regarding the latest news from Stone Cliff territory about Calvin, shouldn't we also consider how to tell Benjamin? Or should I find an opportunity to tell him first? Evelyn shook her head. Chesvia glanced at her and didn't insist. She gestured for Evelyn to lead the way, preparing to head towards the defensive line area where Benjamin was located. They traversed a passage reinforced with sandbags and logs, moving closer to the outer command and ballista positions, where the atmosphere was even more tense. Walter, covered in dust and with several fresh scratches on his armor, was loudly directing soldiers to adjust the angle of a damaged ballista. He turned his head and suddenly saw Chesvia walking out of a relatively safe area. His eyes widened instantly, and he waved his arms vigorously, his mouth clearly shouting, "Go back! Danger! Go back!" Just then, a deafening roar came from afar, whether from a dust crystal explosion or a ruptured steam pipe, completely drowning out his shouts. Chesvia raised her voice, pointed at Evelyn beside her, and shouted to Walter, "Evelyn's arm is broken! Over there! I'll go and set it for her." Walter gave her a, "Are you kidding me?" look, his finger almost poking Evelyn, who was perfectly unharmed next to Chesvia. "Nonsense! I see her arm is perfectly fine." "Another Evelyn!" Chesvia had to keep shouting, while gesturing with a splitting hand gesture. "Mine blade! Do you understand?" "Two!" Walter opened his mouth, his waving arm frozen in midair, a mixture of realization and envy flashing across his face. He finally shut his mouth, simply pointing forcefully in the direction of the emergency exit they had come from, signaling them to hurry up, before turning back to face his defensive line and the threat from the sky. He really wanted to get the Nim blade. For this reason, he had persisted for a long time, praying to the goddess of the spirit world with utmost sincerity every day, so devout that he almost fooled himself, truly becoming a believer. But the goddess, or perhaps this world, did not seem to respond to his desires. He could only continue to grip his sword tightly, standing with his mortal body at the forefront of the fight against inhuman terror. Chapter 267 Benjamin's vision went black. Chapter 267 Benjamin's vision went black. "Aphrodite! Help me lift this damn ballista!" Benjamin's roar was exceptionally clear in the brief silence following the explosion. A heavy steam ballista had overturned in the impact, its twisted metal supports and broken timbers pinning Evelyn beneath it. Thorns burst from the ground, entwining around the scorching metal parts, emitting a teeth-grinding sound. Aphrodite stood not far away, his brow furrowed, his hands raised in a gesture of intent. The incredibly resilient thorns, like extensions of his limbs, slowly lifted the heavy wreckage of the ballista. Benjamin immediately lunged forward, grabbed Evelyn's uninjured arm, and forcefully dragged her out of the rubble. Gravel and wood chips slid off her body, and her left arm was twisted unnaturally, clearly broken completely. "Don't worry," Evelyn gasped, but her voice was surprisingly calm. "Chesvia is on her way. Her other self is bringing her here." "Are you serious now?" Benjamin's gaze swept warily across the outside of the fortifications. Suddenly, a dozen or so humanoid shadows emerged from the cover of the forest and rushed towards his position. "Where did these things come from?" Benjamin cursed under his breath. They couldn't have hitched a ride on the backs of those strange birds. There was no time to think it through. With a thought, he summoned four specially crafted, slender longswords that moved instantly, as if controlled by an invisible hand, transforming into four streaks of silver light that shot out. These swords were specially forged, balancing toughness and sharpness, and were designed specifically to complement his mental control. The longsword drew a precise arc in the air, and with a few soft swishes, the three humanoid undead at the forefront staggered and fell. Their wrists and ankles were neatly severed, their limbs separated from their torsos, yet they still futilely scratched at the ground, trying to crawl forward. More thorns surged forth from the ground around Aphrodite, no longer scattered vines, but rapidly intertwining and piling up to form a moving wall nearly 2 people high, covered in sharp spikes, firmly sealing the breach in the defensive line caused by the collapsing ballistae. The thorn wall was not static. It writhed and lashed like a swarm of living snakes, and any undead who attempted to climb or break through it would be pierced, entangled, and flung away by countless spikes. Aphrodite's mental blade, the rejection thorn, proved incredibly valuable in this type of positional defense. The thorns grew and changed shape at his will, forming both a solid barrier and a deadly trap, virtually eliminating the possibility of infantry units breaking through from the front. Just then, Chesvia came running through the passage with another Evelyn. She immediately saw Evelyn's twisted arm lying on the ground, knelt down, and began to treat it without saying a word. "Bear with it," she whispered, her hands moving steadily and quickly. With a soft clicking sound and Evelyn's suppressed groan, translucent threads entered under the skin, repairing the broken bones. While healing, Chesvia looked up at Benjamin and asked, "When will this end? This kind of attack can't last much longer, can it?" Benjamin didn't answer immediately. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed his mind blade to its limit. Invisible ripples spread rapidly from him like ripples on water, crossing the noisy battlefield, sweeping across the streets and houses of Frosttown, and even extending towards the distant wilderness and mountains. Within his perceptual field of vision, the world transformed into an abstract landscape composed of countless points of light and fluctuations, some bright, some dim, some strong, some weak. The number of flying units in the sky was decreasing. A few scattered ones hovered outside the town, seemingly having lost their clear commands or objectives. Further away, no new, large-scale, icy fluctuations were approaching. A few seconds later, he withdrew most of his senses, leaving only a surveillance radar that continuously covered Frosttown and the surrounding mountains. This required a sustained expenditure of energy, but it was essential at the moment. "Take care of the rest outside," he ordered Aphrodite and the soldiers who had regrouped around him. "Have everyone take a break, take turns eating, and check your equipment. At least for now, no more enemies have been spotted approaching." He turned to Chesvia and pointed to his temple. "Hold on for me, I need to keep the radar on all the time. It's taking a lot of mental energy." Chesvia had finished treating Evelyn's arm. She stood up, walked over to Benjamin, and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. A cool, gentle warmth flowed in, like a smooth stream being introduced into a dry riverbed. Okay, I got it." Chesvia's tone sounded a little impatient, but her hands moved steadily and continuously. "Just think of me as a human soothing agent. But don't expect me to keep going like this forever, I get tired too." Benjamin's attention remained largely focused on the sensory network that covered the entire town, keeping a watchful eye on any disturbance. The clamor of battle has temporarily subsided, and the defensive line has entered a period of intense rest and recuperation. News from the south, like an inescapable cold wind, eventually pierced through the smoke of battle and reached Benjamin's ears. Evelyn, who was in charge of intelligence gathering and screening, actually knew about the unsettling rumors coming from the south even earlier than Benjamin. Details about Princess Celia leading the garrison in suppressing a rebellion in the south, about her falling out with her former comrade Finn, about the battle in Greenwood Riverlands, about the burned supplies and villages being requisitioned. All these, corroborated through various channels, pieced together a picture that weighed heavily on Evelyn's heart. She chose to conceal the truth for the time being. It wasn't out of dereliction of duty, but rather because Frosttown was facing an imminent air attack, and Benjamin had to focus entirely on the immediate life-or-death crisis. She judged that the uncertainties of the conflicts far to the south should not distract the Lord from his crucial attention at this time. Her judgment was correct. Only now, with the defenses temporarily stabilized and Benjamin's tense nerves slightly relaxed, did Evelyn quietly report everything to him in a corner near the medical station. She presented the known information as objectively as possible, adding that, after cross-referencing and verification through limited channels, the core content of these rumors, that Celia and Finn had clashed and the South had fallen into civil war, was largely accurate. Benjamin listened in silence. At first, his face was expressionless, his gaze fixed on a spot on the ground, as if digesting every word. However, as Evelyn's description became more detailed, his hands, hanging at his sides, slowly and imperceptibly clenched. His brain, already somewhat fatigued from long hours of intense combat command and maintaining wide-area perception, was now contorted with a multitude of thoughts. Celia and Finn. These two names hold a special place in his heart. They are not only companions who shared hardships and joys with him in the hero's party, but also people he subconsciously trusts and approves of. They are the contemporary epitome of the legend of the 7 Glorious Knights, an important link connecting his humble past with his vast future, and the source of his hidden hope when assessing the kingdom's future. What are they doing? At a time when death are rampant in the capital, the West is at war with foreign tribes, the entire kingdom is in turmoil, and every wise person should join hands to overcome the difficulties. They are fighting a civil war in the South. Did Celia know what she was doing? Didn't she understand that the unbreakable bond between the 7 Knights of Light was not just a beautiful story told by bards, but the cornerstone of her prestige among the people, the most dazzling halo that distinguished her from those pleasure-seeking members of the royal family, and the very reason why she could unite people's hearts? And now, she's turned her weapon against Finn? Against the very man who once shared the same campfire with her? Benjamin felt his blood pressure rising, his blood surging uncontrollably, and even a faint tinnitus in his ears. Calm down, calm down. You don't know the whole story. The South is far away, and information transmission is bound to be distorted and incomplete. Finn isn't a reckless or foolish person, and Celia wouldn't betray past friendships. There might be reasons between them that you don't know. Perhaps the situation isn't beyond repair yet, perhaps there's still room for maneuver. Anger and disappointment won't solve anything now, they'll only cloud your judgment. Chesvia, who had been keeping an eye on him out of the corner of her eye, noticed the change in his expression, raised an eyebrow, and whispered to Evelyn beside her. See? I told you he had a strong heart. He could definitely handle this kind of news. The two Evelyns, one with her arm just reattached and the other a guard beside her, nodded simultaneously, their movements almost identical. You're right, Chesvia, they said in unison, their voices overlapping. Benjamin seemed not to hear their whispers. He looked up at Evelyn, who was in charge of intelligence, his voice regaining its usual composure. Continue to monitor the intelligence channels and obtain as much detailed and accurate information as possible, especially regarding the direct movements and statements of both Celia and Finn. Also, he paused for a moment, as if carefully choosing his words. Before he could ask, Evelyn continued her report, but the content was even more somber. There's one more thing. The latest battle report from the front lines of Stone Cliff has been sent back through clandestine channels. The defenses have fallen. Lord Calvin led the charge in battle, but was surrounded at the last moment, and is currently missing, his fate unknown. In an instant Benjamin felt everything go black. Chapter 268 Extreme Change. Chapter 268 The offensive of the Extreme Transformation Deathbringers against Frosttown has finally come to a halt. When the last raven-like undead was blasted apart by a heavy crossbow bolt, and when the soldiers finished off the humanoid undead trapped by Aphrodite's thorns on the mountain path, and when the chilling flapping of wings ceased in the gray sky, cheers erupted both inside and outside the defensive line. We won! We held on! The soldiers embraced each other, genuine smiles appearing on their weary faces. They had repelled the legendary dragon and withstood the onslaught from the sky to the ground. This was a true victory for the Frost Guard. However, inside the fortifications that served as the command post, the atmosphere was the complete opposite of the jubilation outside. Benjamin's face was covered in dust, and he looked extremely unwell. Standing before him were all his core confidants, except for Diana, who was tasked with providing support. There was no celebratory meeting after the victory, only emergency consultations after receiving a series of bad news. Celia and Finn clashed in the south. Calvin's whereabouts are unknown, and his fate is uncertain. Any one of these messages, taken individually, would have been enough to weigh heavily on Benjamin's mind and keep him awake at night. But when they all came at once, especially when they coincided with the end of a defensive battle and when he was exhausted both physically and mentally, the impact was no less than that of a dust bomb dropped into his mental world. A jumble of chaotic thoughts churned uncontrollably in Benjamin's mind. While Calvin was fighting a bloody battle to resist the horde of the Deadborn, and was even lost to contact, what were you doing, Celia and Finn? Benjamin felt it was pointless to argue about who was right or who had the upper hand in their struggle. The whole thing was flawed from the start. No matter how deep the conflict or how heavy the old grudges, at a time when the kingdom was on the verge of collapse, any internal strife was unforgivably short-sighted. We should all, and must, endure it until the common enemy is defeated and the crisis of survival is over. Then we can settle any scores behind closed doors. And Calvin. Benjamin's jaw clenched involuntarily. You always pride yourself on being the kingdom's foremost knight. Now that something like this has happened, your fate unknown, and we've lost all contact with you, how am I supposed to search for you from 1,000 miles away? How am I supposed to help you in this chaotic situation? A deeper worry followed. What was the situation at the front lines of Stone Cliff territory? Had only a portion of the defenses fallen? Or had the entire Stone Cliff territory fallen? If the latter, it would mean the kingdom's gates were wide open, allowing the tide of the Deadborn to advance unimpeded and wreak havoc on the kingdom's heartland, exposing the entire royal territory to direct threat. Evelyn's intelligence plunged Walter and Suleiman into a long silence. The command post was quiet and subdued, with only faint cheers coming from outside as background noise. Finally Benjamin broke the silence. In any case, arguing about right and wrong, or regretting the unexpected, cannot change the status quo. We need to speed up, we must speed up, to make more adequate preparations for the disasters that have already happened and those that have yet to happen. Walter looked up, his worry still lingering. I trust our soldiers, Baron. Today's battle has proven they can fight any visible enemy. But soldiers need goals, they need a clear direction. The situation is chaotic, the information is conflicting, they too will be confused and uneasy. Then give them goals, give them direction, Benjamin said decisively. I will soon give a public speech to the entire town's military and civilians. We must make everyone, from soldiers to farmers, clearly understand what we are facing, why we are building and preparing for war so urgently, what we are ultimately protecting, and what we may be fighting against. Sullivan seemed to be brewing something. He looked at Benjamin, his gaze almost piercingly intense. Sir, I have a suggestion. Perhaps we shouldn't just be passive defenders and preventative measures. All eyes were on him. Sullivan continued, his speech quickening and his thoughts becoming clear. Why do we wait for disaster to strike again and again, only to be exhausted from dealing with it? Why do we cling to this corner of Frost Town, thinking only of how to protect ourselves? Look at the royal domain now, whether nobles or commoners, everyone is filled with anxiety and confusion. The dukes are all preoccupied with their own agendas, and the heirs to the throne are busy with their private struggles. At a time like this, who gives them hope? Is it those high and mighty old nobles? Sullivan shook his head. No, sir. It's U.S. It's Frost Town, Silver Stream Territory, Blackrock Territory, and all the United Communes that have joined. It's us who gave them a glimmer of hope with cold-resistant seeds, efficient honeycomb briquettes, and practical methods to survive. He spread his hands slightly, as if depicting a scene. Humans are like a flock of flying pigeons. Pigeons in the air do not fly aimlessly. They only follow the lead pigeon and move in the same direction. Now, in the royal territory, and even throughout the entire kingdom, countless people are like a flock of pigeons that have lost their lead pigeon, confused and colliding with each other. The size of the territory and the number of troops may not be the decisive factors in the current situation. Sullivan's voice became more forceful. Those people living in fear and uncertainty, what they need most is not a savior high above them, but a clear, firm leader who tells them what to do to save themselves. A leader who can point the way and unite their strength. His gaze met Benjamin's eyes without flinching. What we need to change is not just Frost Town. Our gaze should be turned to the entire turbulent royal territory, and even this kingdom that is on the verge of collapse. Inside the command post, even the sound of breathing seemed to have disappeared. The capital city, once the center of glory and power, has now become, in everyone's mind, a symbol of disaster and terror. Its fall and transformation hang like a huge dark cloud over the hearts of everyone who knows the truth. Everyone is waiting, sir. While the dukes of the four borders remained silent and chose to protect themselves, and while the three heirs to the throne were preoccupied with other matters, the people of this land, whether nobles with a conscience or commoners who only wanted to survive, were all subconsciously waiting for someone who could truly stand up and lead them out of their predicament. Silence. An almost suffocating silence. Even Sullivan, who proposed the idea, fell silent after speaking. He lowered his gaze slightly, seemingly reassessing the weight of his words and considering the enormous risks involved. Walter frowned, his lips pressed into a straight line, clearly digesting this proposal that went far beyond the realm of conventional military matters. Benjamin stood motionless, the veins on the back of his hand, which was supporting him on the table, were visibly prominent. Pros and cons? This goes far beyond a simple weighing of pros and cons. It's about the path, about beliefs, about what role a tiny individual and his community choose to play in the face of an apocalyptic scenario. Just as the heavy silence seemed to solidify into a tangible form, a voice broke it. It's Chesvia. She leaned quietly against the wall, her face still showing the weariness of treating the wounded, but her eyes were unusually clear at that moment. I support Sullivan's idea. Extreme change is better than sitting stagnant in a pool of water destined to rot and waiting to sink. Chapter 269 Super Expansion Form. Chapter 269 Super Expansion Form. Evelyn looked at Chesvia, who seemed to have become a different person, with some astonishment. In her recollection, the other party had mostly remained silent during previous political or strategic meetings. She would provide data and offer technical advice, but when it came to grand narratives, such as political trends and military strategies, she was more like an observer. At this moment, however, she became so direct, sharp, and even aggressive. Is there anything strange about that? Chesvia seemed to notice Evelyn's gaze. Or are you wondering why these words would come out of my mouth? Without waiting for a reply, she continued talking to herself. I must admit that I don't understand the intricacies of politics or the strategies of troop deployment in war. Those are too complicated. But friends, let's put those complexities aside for now and use the simplest logic to recall what has happened in the past few days. Her tone rose slightly. We've been attacked right on our doorstep. No matter how many victories they had achieved before, no matter how well Frosttown was fortified, not long ago, those twisted and terrifying monsters from the capital city truly broke through the sky and hurled the flames of war into their backyard. Let me be frank, they will definitely come again. When will it be next time? A week later? A month later? How many will come? Will there be twice as many as today? 10 times more? Or will they come with new tricks that we can't even understand? Can we still solve this so easily as we did today? No one answered her question. So stop getting caught up in all those roundabout concerns. Chesvia's voice carried a hint of impatience as she held up 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 very direct directions so that you people with your complicated minds won't keep going in circles and unable to make a decision. Benjamin looked at her, his face showing no displeasure, but rather a slowly emerging complex expression. That's very blunt. But you're right, Chesvia. We can't be preventative now. The enemy has a knife to our throats. The path before us is actually very clear. Either we completely retreat into our shells and pray that they're hard enough to withstand the next endless beatings, or be the avenger who smashes all the invading enemies and fights back. Chesvia nodded to Benjamin, seemingly satisfied with his understanding. The first general direction, she said, holding up her first finger, is to take down the capital. Upon hearing this, even Walter couldn't help but catch his breath. The number of the unborn is not infinite, Chesvia stated, concluding. They need to transform, and they need time. No matter how many residents the capital has, there is a limit. Right now, in order to attack Stone Cliff territory, to attack us, and for the possible recovery operations elsewhere, the Deathborn in the capital are not only out in full force, but their internal defenses are also in a state of incompleteness, or even emptiness. This is our only possible window of opportunity. Once they have digested their gains and completed their other objectives, we will have no more chances. Second general direction. She held up her second finger. Take over the other 8 resurrection facilities besides Frosttown before the Deadborn. Her tone became more urgent, even urgent. The things inside those facilities are crucial. We must get them, no matter the cost. At this moment, Chesvia's expression revealed a frenzy and rage that was inconsistent with her usual demeanor. Benjamin stared at her. Chesvia in this state was unfamiliar, but he had a deep intuition. This was her, the more essential Chesvia after shedding her self-imposed constraints, not someone controlled or replaced by anything external. As long as anything remains in those facilities, whether it's documents containing forbidden knowledge of the Wizard Empire or the instruments they use to analyze and study deities, I assure you. Chesvia's gaze was fixed intently on Benjamin. They will bring about earth-shattering, completely different changes to you, to Frosttown, and to all of us. They will be the most solid and incredible weapon to achieve any ambition and to fight any formidable enemy. Benjamin couldn't read all the emotions in her eyes, but he understood the core of it, a fantasy about seizing the opportunity and climbing to the pinnacle of power at all costs. He suddenly laughed. Not a relaxed laugh, but a laugh of sudden enlightenment, sharp and piercing. I understand your thoughts, he said slowly, looking at Chesvia. Really? Seeing this, Chesvia's agitation subsided slightly, and she returned a sharp smile. If you've made up your mind, don't hesitate. Don't worry about anything. She added, food problem? There's no need to worry at all. If necessary, the growth-inducing nutrient solutions and chemicals in Facility 7 can be used without regard to cost. The crops they produce, even if flawed, will be enough to feed thousands of people. Walter, standing nearby, couldn't help but chime in timidly. Didn't you say before that those chemically treated crops might have unknown side effects? What about long-term consumption? Side effects? Chesvia interrupted him. What are a few possible, yet uncertain, side effects compared to starving to death? Besides, her eyes were unusually firm. I said I could solve it, and I will definitely find a way to solve it. Whether it's through screening, improvement, or other technical means. Now is not the time to pursue perfection. Sullivan nodded slowly from the side. Minister Walter, for someone who is so hungry that they have to eat tree bark and grass roots, any price that can fill their stomach is acceptable. Survival is always the first priority. Benjamin nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on a vague point in the air, as if conversing with his past self, or perhaps declaring to the future. In the past, I was well aware of my shallow foundation, so I walked on thin ice with every step, and I was cautious in my words and deeds, for fear that if I made a wrong step or misjudged the situation, it would bring irreparable consequences and let down the people who followed me. But now, the situation no longer allows me to play it safe. I will make a change, a complete change. Even if this decision brings me infamy, even if it leads to a grave mistake, I will not hesitate. He turned to Suleiman and Walter. Frosttown, effective immediately, enters a state of total war. Expand the army. Accept anyone willing to take up arms and follow our path, regardless of where they come from or what their past identity was. Communicate our decision and current situation to all allies through all channels of the United Commune. We do not need to consider the opinions of any power, nor do we need to heed any unrealistic accusations. We will only do what must be done and walk the path that must be walked. The decision had been made, and the air was filled with a sense of urgency, as if everything was on fire. All the long-standing concerns that had bound their actions seemed to have been completely severed at this moment. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a cautious knocking sound came from outside the command post. Immediately afterwards, a servant who had been waiting at a distance dared to hurry in. He clearly sensed the unusual atmosphere inside, and his voice was extremely low. "My lord, the Lord of Ironforge has just arrived in town and is waiting outside." Chapter 270 Ella's Little Train. Chapter 270 Ella's Little Train. Ella Pascal had always harbored a wish. She longed to bring Benjamin a surprise. Of course, if the impact of this surprise could be described as frightening, then so be it. Deep down, she always wanted to cultivate an even more towering, reliable, and even astonishing image in that man's mind. To this end, she swiftly and decisively accomplished two major tasks. The first thing is the warm return of the Pascal family. Without prior notice, Ella led a team of elite guards directly into the Pascal family's hereditary territory. She didn't go to the drawing room, nor did she follow any of the formalities of aristocratic etiquette. Instead, she went straight into the central council chamber of the family castle. Her mother, Countess Daphne Pascal, was listening to the tax collector's report. "Mother, it's been a long time." With lightning speed, Ella's rapier, seemingly formed from solidified ice crystals, lightly touched Countess Daphne's neck. The icy touch penetrated her skin, instantly freezing the worldly wise noblewoman in place. A deathly silence fell over the council chamber. The parchment scroll in the tax collector's hand fell to the ground, and several guards who had been standing by instinctively gripped their sword hilts, but dared not make any further move, because Clement stood at the door, his seemingly dim old eyes sweeping over everyone, and the invisible pressure made everyone feel breathless. "I'm back," Ella continued. "Now show your daughter your stance. Relinquish military power in Pascal's territory and actual control of the family's prestige, or—" She tilted her head slightly, raising the tip of her ice crystal rapier by a mere fraction of an inch, a graceful movement that carried an undeniable threat. "From this position, I will step down with dignity." Ella even gave a bright smile. "I don't mind being the dual lord of both Ironforge and Pascal's territory at the same time, although it might be a little troublesome to manage." Daphne Pascal was completely stunned. She had imagined many scenarios for her daughter's return, perhaps to ask for the family's support, perhaps to discuss cooperation, or even to come back resentfully questioning the family's neutrality in the struggle for the throne. But what's going on here? How did a long-awaited reunion between mother and daughter turn into a power struggle with swords drawn? Why am I suddenly on the verge of death? What puzzled her even more was that the Pascal family's longtime guards in the hall were merely watching warily, without a single one actually stepping forward to stop them. Their gazes shifted between Ella, Clement, and Daphne, but ultimately most of them settled on the ground or elsewhere, choosing silence. Just then, Butler Clement cleared his throat and coughed twice at just the right moment, breaking the suffocating silence. He bowed slightly and said in a slow but undeniable tone, "Madam, please understand. The young lady is, well, eager to start her own business and has lofty ambitions. In these turbulent times, the Pascal family also needs more steadfast and powerful guidance. I think you will understand." Daphne's heart sank. Clement's words, seemingly persuasive, actually made his stance crystal clear. He even used the phrase, "eager to start a business." A terrible thought flashed uncontrollably through her mind. If she didn't forgive, now, would she only be able to lie in a cold family tomb later, forgiving all of this? She knew her daughter. Ella was decisive, sometimes even reckless, but deep down Daphne didn't believe Ella would actually kill her mother for power. But what if? What if her hand trembled even slightly, for some reason, or for some other reason? That crystal-clear rapier looked incredibly sharp. The decision was made in an instant. Daphne slowly raised her hand and gently pushed away the sword tip at her neck. Ella smoothly withdrew her weapon. We can discuss anything. Ella nodded, sheathing her sword with a clean and swift motion. A wise choice, mother. You will have a peaceful old age, I promise. She didn't say anything more tender, turning to issue a series of clear instructions to the family officials and guards in the hall who were still caught off guard, regarding the transfer of power, defense integration, and resource allocation, as if she had already become the master of this place. Mother, you will see that the Pascal family will reach unprecedented heights in my hands. If the first thing was to accumulate power, then the second thing stemmed from a chance flash of inspiration from Ella. When she saw with her own eyes the human-powered railcar that Benjamin had given her, running on its tracks, a bold idea struck her like lightning. The steam engine in the workshop also has rollers or gears at the end of its drive shaft, right? Since the power of steam can lift and drop a heavy iron hammer, why can't this power be used directly to drive the wheels of a railcar? Put a steam engine on the railcar! Ella was thrilled with her idea. She felt like a genius. This way, the railcar would no longer be limited by the strength and speed of livestock. It would have tireless power far exceeding that of any horse. She immediately summoned the most senior masters of the Iron Casting Guild and issued clear instructions. However, reality soon poured cold water on her enthusiasm. After several attempts and discussions, the sample, presented by the masters, greatly disappointed Ella. It was an extremely cumbersome iron box, almost a huge boiler covered in sheet metal with a transmission mechanism, ugly and enormous, and according to the master craftsman's hesitant explanation. Given the size and weight of the existing steam engine, the idea of securely mounting it onto a railcar and ensuring its smooth operation is simply a pipe dream. The metal shell in front of us is more of a rough model for verifying mechanical principles. It's questionable whether it can even move a few steps on flat ground under its own power, let alone get onto the rails. At least in principle, the direction is feasible, sir, the leading master craftsman said cautiously, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ella stared at the metal lump, barely managing to resist the urge to berate these supposedly top-notch guys and kick them out. I don't care what methods you use. Improve the design. Reduce the size. Increase efficiency. Work day and night to research it. There is only one goal, to build a steam car that can run on tracks. She slammed her hand on the table. Money is not a problem. Materials are not a problem. Manpower is even less of a problem. I want to see results, the sooner the better. Driven by the Lord's obsessive force and supported by virtually unlimited resources, the artisans of Ironforge unleashed astonishing potential. The blueprints were revised, optimized, and scrapped again and again. Ella herself also devoted tremendous energy, even staying up for several consecutive nights to personally process the precision-critical parts, forging a robust outer shell with tight, seamless construction, using her precisely controlled psychic blade abilities. Finally, a colossal creature was born in the secret workshop of the Ironclad. It's less a vehicle and more a mobile steel fortress. The core component alone, housing the steam engine, which has been modified multiple times and whose size and weight have been compressed to the limits of current technology, along with its boiler, coal bunker, and water tank, is the length of 4 standard passenger railcars. This does not include the additional cargo compartments planned for transporting soldiers, supplies, or weapons in subsequent projects. This steel monster was entirely welded from thick steel plates, its lines rugged and strong. It had a sturdy ram-like horn at the front, and observation and firing ports on both sides. When the boiler was ignited and the steam pressure rose, its massive drive wheels began to slowly turn, causing the entire workshop to tremble, and thick columns of dark gray smoke billowed from its massive chimneys. Ella looked at her masterpiece, her eyes gleaming with pride and eagerness. She wanted to continue perfecting it, at least to make it look more decent, and run more stably, and then find a suitable time to drive it to Frost Town and give Benjamin a real, shocking, surprise. However, plans can't keep up with changes. When she witnessed the eerie flying undead streaking across the sky above Ironforge, and then received urgent news of an attack on Frosttown through the commune's internal channels, all thoughts of waiting and embellishment were thrown to the back of her mind. So, shortly after defeating the Deathborn in Frosttown, the people who were resting witnessed a scene they would never forget. On the railroad connecting Silver Creek Territory and Frosttown, originally used for transporting goods, an unprecedented steel behemoth was slowly approaching from afar, spewing thick black smoke and emitting a deafening roar that seemed to tear the air apart, heading towards the post station outside Frosttown. Its size is so enormous that one doubts whether the flimsy track can support its weight. Ella stood beside the driver's seat, letting the wind tousle her long hair. A surprise is coming, Benjamin. Chapter 271 The source of disaster is drawn from all directions. Chapter 271 The trouble comes from all directions. Ella's sudden arrival was indeed a great surprise to Benjamin, especially when he saw the huge machine behind her slowly coming to a stop along the railway tracks, panting like a steel behemoth. This surprise reached its peak. A steam train? Benjamin stared at the steel contraption billowing black smoke, feeling a wave of dizziness even with his knowledge as a transmigrator. He understood the principles, of course, but seeing this rough, primitive yet undeniably powerful behemoth moving on its tracks was a completely different experience. What? It's already over? Ella practically leaped off the platform at the front of her mobile fortress, striding quickly to Benjamin. Her first words were filled with a hurried urgency and a hint of resentment at arriving too late. She had clearly come to support the battle, only to find that the fighting had already ceased. But then she caught the intense interest in the steel monster in Benjamin's eyes, and that resentment was instantly replaced by a familiar smugness. She straightened her back, put her hands on her hips, raised her chin slightly, and tried to strike a pose of great authority. Well, handyman, are you shocked by Lady Ella's secret weapon? Never seen one before, have you? Indeed. Benjamin nodded without hesitation, his sincerity catching Ella somewhat off guard. Very impressive. He was genuinely shocked. Not by the concept of a train, but by the fact that Ella had managed to transform that concept into a living, breathing object in such a short time. He examined the machine closely. The rough, heavy riveted steel plates, the exposed, complex pipes and transmission links, the enormous boiler and cylinders, every detail revealed the ruggedness and power of primitive industry. Benjamin had also considered building a steam train, but the idea remained only on paper. The Frostdown version of the steam engine was still in its basic application stage, its size and power far from sufficient to drive heavy rail vehicles. More importantly, the construction of the rail network connecting the various territories was only just beginning and far from complete. Perhaps Ella really is a genius. As Benjamin watched her become even more animated and talkative because of his approval, describing how she tamed those stubborn craftsmen and how she stayed up all night processing key parts, this thought couldn't help but pop into his head. He temporarily suppressed his countless urges to discuss the technology. Now was not the time to discuss the technical details of steam trains. Ella, Benjamin interrupted her boastful introduction. I am truly grateful for your support, both your presence and this amazing work. Thank you so much. His tone was unusually sincere, and his gaze was fixed directly on Ella, without any formalities or perfunctory remarks. This sudden, heartfelt gratitude made Ella, who was used to his teasing, feel a little uncomfortable. Her ears burned slightly, and her previous smugness subsided considerably. She even waved her hands somewhat awkwardly. No need to thank me, isn't that how allies should act? She muttered, looking away. But this gratitude was Benjamin's genuine feeling. Especially after just receiving a string of terrible news, Ella's somewhat impulsive yet incredibly direct support seemed all the more precious. This companion, who was always considered somewhat rash and like a child, who needed to be taken care of in the old hero's party, had now become one of his most steadfast and trustworthy allies. This contrast brought about complex emotions that filled him with mixed feelings. And Calvin? Benjamin's face darkened. He looked at Ella with a deep gaze, his voice low. Ella, do you know about Calvin's matter? Ella's expression turned serious, and she nodded. Ironforge territory and Stonecliff territory are adjacent, so news naturally travels faster. After receiving news that Calvin had gone missing and the defense line was in danger, I dispatched Ironforge territory and some of the Pascal family guards that I just took over to Stonecliff territory as quickly as possible to provide support. At the very least, we need to help stabilize the defense line, otherwise the territories behind, including mine, will suffer. Seeing that the worry in Benjamin's eyes hadn't dissipated, she patted her chest hard and tried to comfort him with a more reassuring tone. Don't worry. Sometimes being missing is the best news. It means no body has been found, no death has been confirmed. Calvin is tough as nails, maybe he's hiding in some cave recovering from his injuries. Or maybe someone rescued him. Benjamin knew Ella was trying to comfort him, but he was also grateful for her kindness and the support she had provided. Thank you, Ella. He thanked her again, and then decided to tell her another piece of unsettling news. He briefly recounted Evelyn's intelligence report to Ella about the civil war in the south and the conflict between Celia and Finn. What are those two doing? Ella's reaction was almost exactly what Benjamin had expected. She instantly exploded, jumping up and down in anger, the hilt of her crystal rapier creaking under her grip. Is this the time for infighting? The capital is a mess, the kingdom is teeming with monsters, and they're fighting amongst themselves in the south? Have they lost their minds? Right? Benjamin chimed in, a look of agreement on his face. I think so too. It's like handing a knife to the enemy. Is it that serious? Then, should we go and stop them? We can't let them keep fighting. She looked at Benjamin, her eyes filled with urgency. Benjamin was amused by her words and gave an almost helpless smile. Ella, this is not a small matter like when we were on a team adventure and encounter teammates having conflicts, which we could resolve by rushing over to mediate. His smile quickly vanished. I don't want to see either side get hurt, much less see them become enemies. But we must face reality. Finn, I know him. He's not someone who would be blinded by mere emotions and raise an army against the kingdom's forces. He must have his reasons for doing so, and he must have weighed the pros and cons and decided that even with severe consequences, it was worth it to take this step. Ella was stunned after hearing this, and asked hesitantly, You mean, did Celia really do something wrong to push Finn to this point? Benjamin immediately shook his head. I didn't say that. We're not in the Southern Reach and don't know the whole story. Celia has her position and pressures, and Finn has his beliefs and demands. Judging who is right and who is wrong now is not only meaningless, but may also lead to preconceived biases. Right or wrong is no longer important now. Since it has already happened, the rifts and impacts it has caused cannot be erased. What we can do is not to go back in time to prevent it from happening, but to think about how to contain the losses and negative impacts of this event to the minimum. Ella blinked and asked, So what do you want to do? First, we should try to persuade them if possible. Through the channels we can still establish, we should convey our concerns to both sides, hoping they can prioritize the greater good and at least temporarily set aside their disputes to jointly address the greater threats facing the kingdom. Although the hope is slim. Second, ensure that the trouble in the south does not spread to the royal territory and does not affect the defenses and alliances we are working hard to build. The royal territory is already chaotic enough and cannot afford another internal upheaval. Not only that, we may also need to find a way to redirect the pressure and troubles accumulating within the royal territory to places that should bear them more. Chapter 272, A Community of Shared Destiny. Chapter 272, A Community of Shared Future. We are a community. This short and powerful declaration quickly spread throughout the ravaged lands of the kingdom. This was not an empty slogan. When the shadow of the dead loomed over the borders, and when blizzards and famine devoured the faint hope, aid from the neighbors crossed the walls of the noble lands for the first time in such a clear and powerful way. A well-equipped, brightly colored army, their armor branded with the insignia of Frosthold, Ironhold, and Blackrawhold, and bearing a simple coat of arms symbolizing the united commune, had not come to conquer, but to exterminate. They hunted down the scattered, infiltrated deadborn. Following closely behind the army, and sometimes even ahead of it, were convoys. They were loaded with cold-resistant seeds that had undergone special cold-resistant treatment, and could grow quickly in barren land, neatly bundled honeycomb briquettes, and essential emergency medicines and rough but warm blankets. Not to mention the commoners struggling on the brink of death, even many minor nobles were shocked by this unprecedented move, and subsequently fell into deep confusion and weighing of options. The royal territories of Frosttown, Ironforge, Silverstream, and Blackrock, gradually uniting into a single force, what exactly did they hope to gain by investing such enormous manpower and resources? Land? Loyalty? Or something even more elusive? Soon, the answer became clear with the distribution of more leaflets bearing simple text by traveling caravans and troubadours within the commune. Putting aside differences and uniting against external threats is the only way out. The old order has collapsed, and only we ourselves can save us. The fire of the united commune is willing to burn for all survivors. The publicity efforts continue unabated. People's hearts began to stir. For those commoners who watched their loved ones freeze and starve to death in the cold wind, this was more than just aid. It was a lifeline extended by mortals themselves after the kingdom's gods had been silent for a long time. For those minor lords whose territories were eroded by calamity, whose own strength was limited, and who were marginalized within the old aristocratic network, this was an even more crucial signal. They might not fully understand Benjamin Blackwood's ultimate scheme, but they could see the power dynamics and the trend. Rather than waiting in isolation to be devoured by the deadborn, they would rather curry favor with this rising group. Thus, letters with clear intentions were sent to Frosttown via trade routes that were not yet completely destroyed. These were not direct declarations of allegiance, but rather, promises to remain on the side of Benjamin and his allies in the face of the impending storm that could engulf the entire royal domain. Some lords even expressed their willingness to facilitate the flow of goods and information. For those lords and commoners facing dire straits, what did Benjamin Blackwood truly aspire to be? A savior? A tyrant? Or another king attempting to establish a new order? Faced with the hope of survival, these questions could be temporarily set aside. Let him go, as long as he can bring food and an army, became the unspoken thought of many. Quietly, changes unprecedented in centuries were taking place within the royal domain. For the first time, the doors between territories were opened not because of war or royal decree, but because of shared survival needs and a powerful call to action. Large numbers of refugees, unable to survive in their homelands, began slowly moving towards places like Silverbrook and Frostholt, which were rumored to still have order and food rations. Owen of Silverbrook demonstrated remarkable organizational skills, expanding temporary camps, coordinating the distribution of supplies, and selecting skilled individuals to incorporate into the production system. Meanwhile, a joint extermination operation led by Frosttown and Blackrock territory, with active participation from Ironforge territory, steadily advanced in the northern and western parts of the royal territory, gradually suppressing and eliminating the corrupted monsters that had infiltrated from the direction of Stonecliff territory. The initiative in the war seemed to have subtly shifted in certain areas. Just when everything seemed to be going well and the concept of community was beginning to take effect, a special joint force arrived in the eastern part of the royal territory, in a place called Luohui territory. This was one of the areas within the commune most severely affected by attacks from the Deadborn. Coincidentally, this was also Benjamin's birthplace, the land where his parents and many relatives had once toiled as serfs. Based on Chesvia's bold deductions combining historical documents and the patterns of the Deadborn's activities, it is highly likely that Falling Light territory and its surrounding area harbor another of the 9 resurrection facilities of the Witch Empire. Its exact location is difficult to pinpoint, but there is a simple method. Wherever the Deadborn gather in the largest numbers, that is most likely the target's location. Leading this combined force was Diana. He was accompanied by a mixed force of over 1,000 men, comprised of elite Frosttown warriors, Blackrock territory fighters, and heavy infantry supported by Ironforge, including a considerable number of well-equipped regular knights. This was a significant display of the community's military power, and also a special homecoming to Benjamin's homeland. Lord Kinnard of Falling Light territory was a pale-faced young man with sunken eyes. When he received Dio in the hall of his nearly ruined castle, his expression showed no wariness of a nobleman facing an armed envoy, but only a relieved sense of liberation. Without any pleasantries, he quickly recounted how the Deadborn suddenly emerged from the mountains and forests, how easily they destroyed the surrounding villages, how the territory's guards suffered heavy losses in the initial battles, how the survivors huddled together in the castle and several large towns to eke out a living, and how he himself racked his brains but felt utterly powerless, watching the territory gradually die in hunger, cold, and fear. The Fallen Brook is now a dead name only. Lord Kinnard's voice carried a calm after despair. The only thing I can still do for my people is perhaps to find them a place that will take them in. I have heard that Baron Blackwood is from here. I implore you, for the sake of this hometown sentiment, that your excellency take in these homeless people. Diana looked at the young lord, who was a few years younger than himself, and felt a sense of, Gone 3 Kai 3, a complex emotion encompassing both admiration and reflection. Following the instructions he had received before setting out, he firmly replied, Lord Kinnard, please rest assured. Baron Frosthound will never abandon anyone in the community. The Baron has ordered that you immediately organize all civilians who wish to leave to proceed to Frosttown in an orderly manner. Silverbrook territory and other friendly locations along the way will be notified and provided with necessary food, lodging, and guidance. Because this is the Baron's order. At this moment, Kinnard might not fully grasp the weight and power of the Baron's order within the newly emerging community network of the royal domain. But he would soon experience it firsthand on this long migration. Those once closed checkpoints would open for them, scarce supplies would be replenished as needed, and small armed groups would even provide escorts along the way. All of this, simply because of that order from Frostdown. After arranging the relocation of the people, Diana's gaze fell upon the castle window. The pressure weighed heavily on his shoulders. He was not only tasked with clearing out the abnormally large gathering of the undead and paving the way for the migration, but also with the clandestine mission of verifying Chesia's theories and searching for possible resurrection facilities. This battle is of profound significance, and cannot be lost. He turned around and nodded to the officers and knights who were waiting for orders. Ready to depart. We will be heading to the battlefield soon. Chapter 273 The Emperor's Throne returns to its rightful ownership. Chapter 273 The throne of the Emperor belongs to this Stone Cliff territory. The battle situation has fallen into a bloody quagmire, and is on the verge of complete collapse. The onslaught of the dead was like an endless black tide, one wave rising after another. Individuals might be slain by elite warriors, but when they advanced in numbers of thousands, ignoring casualties and trampling over the remains of their comrades. Any tactic seemed utterly futile. Even the griffin riders who soared through the sky fell one after another when faced with the flying monsters that blotted out the sun, their blood staining the sky above the rocky cliffs. The gap in numbers forms a despairing barrier. It wasn't until that armed force calling itself the Holy War Army took over from the heavily wounded regular army of the Stone Cliff territory and became the mainstay in blocking the black tide that the front line was barely able to stabilize. "This is not a battle I can participate in at all." Jeffrey, who was in charge of leading the supply convoy through the war zone to deliver supplies to the front lines, was pale-faced and huddled behind a makeshift shelter, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The scene before him surpassed all his previous understanding. This was no longer a struggle between people, but the collision of something far more terrifying. The dead-born is undoubtedly a monster, a twisted form, empty eye sockets, radiating madness. In Jeffrey's eyes, the Holy War Army that opposed them also seemed to have taken on an inhuman quality. They were a mixed bag of equipment, came from different sects and regions, and many were even civilians who had just taken up arms, but their eyes burned with the same almost fanatical flame. Facing an enemy many times their size, they roared all sorts of prayers and battle cries, fighting to the death. Severed limbs, bleeding, and the fall of their comrades, nothing could make them retreat even a single step. They seemed not to be made of flesh and blood, but rather forged from an iron will and a kind of collective fervor of sacrifice. In this terrifying atmosphere, Jeffrey was horrified to discover that he, too, seemed to be assimilated. When the jihadist soldiers around him shielded him from a fatal attack, when he roared as he pierced the death-born hound lunging at a wounded soldier with his spear, a surge of fear, anger, and honor washed over him. He, too, became a brick in this wall of flesh and blood, fighting for those distant, unseen, others, behind him. He had never imagined that his ordinary life would lead him to feel a sense of pride in participating in such a brutal and surreal battle. But the feeling was so real, accompanying every heartbeat, pumping his hot blood. "Jeffrey!" His friend Pietro's shout pulled him out of his near-dazed immersion. "The fighting in this area is temporarily over. Your spear is broken, get a new one!" He pointed to the wooden shaft in Jeffrey's hand that had snapped during the final thrust. Jeffrey snapped out of his daze, releasing his grip, the broken spear's shaft falling to the ground. He was about to say something when Pietro lowered his voice, leaning closer with barely suppressed excitement. "News from Frost Town. It's a secret order personally given to us by the Baron." These words instantly brought Jeffrey to his senses. He quickly followed Pietro, who was carrying a heavy letter, to Galen, who was having an emergency consultation with the commander of the Ironborn Territory Support Force. The blue-haired warrior was one of the most important commanders of the Jihad army on the front lines. They arrived just in time for a crucial moment in the meeting, and the atmosphere inside the makeshift tent was heavy. Galen noticed Jeffrey and Pietro at the door. Instead of being annoyed by the interruption, he waved them over and said, "Come in. There are no secrets to hide from your own people here." Jeffrey took a deep breath and somewhat nervously entered the circle of truly important figures. He could feel the scrutinizing gaze of the heavily armored, stern-faced commander of the Iron Forge, as well as the stares of the other jihadist leaders in the tent. He composed himself, opened the envelope, and read aloud the core contents of the letter as clearly as possible. "The Alliance members of Frost Town, Iron Forge, Silverstream, and Blackrock have reached a consensus at the highest strategic level. Given the current situation, the garrison of Stonecliff should no longer cling to its traditional role as the gateway to the north, passively bearing all the pressure. From today onward, all resistance forces in Stonecliff, including the Holy War Army and allied forces, should begin to implement a planned and systematic flexible defense. If necessary, they may proactively abandon some less defensible secondary locations to lengthen the enemy's supply and attack lines, trading space for time, and seeking opportunities to weaken, divide, and annihilate the enemy in mobile warfare." The tent was silent except for the crackling of charcoal burning in the brazier next to the map. After Jeffrey finished reading, he looked at Galen with some unease. To voluntarily abandon the position? To prolong the battle line? This seemed to conflict with the Jihad army's long-held principle of defending to the death. Galen slowly began to speak. "I think this is a good idea." At that moment, from the shadows in the corner of the tent, a person who had been silent all along, wearing a cloak with the emblem of the hidden church, spoke. "The Northern Army has completed its assembly at the border, and it is quite large. But they are just quietly stationed there, standing idly by as Stonecliff territory pleads for help and the situation deteriorates." The commander of Ironforge snorted and slammed his fist on the table. "They want to wait until we and the Deathborn are both severely injured before cleaning up the mess. Galen. Therefore, we must change our strategy. We need to let the flames of war spread appropriately. Those who stand by and watch the fire from the sidelines will eventually get burned themselves. The new strategic intent was quickly understood, refined, and communicated. After a long period of passive defense and heavy losses, Stone Cliff territory began to try to change its rhythm. Soon, the stalemate on the front lines changed dramatically. In some areas, the resistance forces no longer fought tooth and nail for every inch of ground, but instead retreated in an organized manner, yielding some open or difficult-to-defend areas. The army of the dead-born instinctively poured into these gaps, but their advance was no longer concentrated, and their formation began to lengthen and disperse. Meanwhile, the Holy War Army and the remnants of the Stone Cliff territory, having been replenished with fresh troops from the Iron Forge and Pascal territories and given clearer tactical guidance, began to conduct frequent flanking raids with small elite units. For the first time, the battle lines were no longer simply slowly pressing in on the human side. In some localized areas, the black tide was stubbornly pushed back, even torn open. A new, more resilient mode of warfare began to sprout with difficulty amidst the blood and fire of Stone Cliff territory. I didn't expect you to come to see me in person. Golden Valley, the top floor of Lauren's private business headquarters. The decoration here is luxurious yet not vulgar, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the prosperous manor and the valley. Lauren handed a glass of crystal-clear, top-quality wine to the figure standing by the window, his tone complex, tinged with barely concealed surprise. We are companions, so we must be polite. The man by the window turned around, took the glass, and wore an enigmatic smile. It was Benjamin Blackwood. He looked travel-worn, but his eyes were bright, as if the journey south had not made him feel much tired. Companions? Loren gently swirled the wine in his glass, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips, a smile tinged with nostalgia and a hint of melancholy. The 7 Knights are now a thing of the past. Everyone has taken different paths, pursued different goals, and even joined different factions. Even in the folk songs, the protagonist is no longer the 7 Knights who traveled the continent and fought for justice, but has become the Baron of Frosttown on the border who was ordained by heaven and led his people to fight against the calamity. Benjamin took a sip of his drink, savoring its rich and spicy flavor, and nodded in satisfaction. It seems Owen's propaganda has been very effective, and the effect of guiding public opinion is even better than I expected. He added with a hint of sarcasm. It's just that next time, perhaps you should discuss the wording of the title Born by Heaven with me first. It sounds a bit too heavy, and I'm not used to it. Chapter 274 Don't Be So Blunt. Chapter 274 Don't Be So Blunt. Too fast. Lauren's gaze fell unfocused on the prosperous valley scene outside the window. Everything has changed too quickly. Whether it's the rapidly deteriorating situation of the entire kingdom or the relationship between us. He turned his head and looked at Benjamin again, his eyes filled with complex emotions. I thought I was one of those open-minded and adaptable people. I've seen the ups and downs of the business world and witnessed countless power struggles among nobles. But faced with you and everything that has happened in these past few years, I am still surprised and even at a loss. His gaze meticulously observed his former companion. The image of the quick-witted, agile young handyman who got along well with everyone in the group, and the Baron of Frosttown who was now stirring up trouble in the royal domain, overlapped and separated in his mind. Not much time had passed, but the heights the other had reached and the power he wielded had far surpassed that of him, the Lord of Golden Urn Valley who had built his reputation on a commercial network. A strange, indescribable feeling crept into Lauren's heart. It wasn't pure hostility. It was more like a jealousy he himself didn't want to delve into. Yes, jealousy. Jealous that the other party could rise from obscurity in such a short time, seize that fleeting opportunity, and even shape the course of events. Lauren took a deep breath and downed the drink in one gulp, as if trying to use the hot liquid to calm his turbulent emotions and to bolster his courage for what he was about to say. He set down the glass, the crisp clinking sound particularly clear in the quiet room. Let's talk this out, Benjamin. He looked the other man straight in the eye, his tone becoming serious and direct, devoid of any tact or probing. All that you've done, integrating the commune, promoting the community, providing aid at any cost. What is the purpose of all this? What are your ultimate goals? Upon hearing this, Benjamin wore that innocent smile that Loren knew so well. For what? To help our neighbors, to provide supplies, to stabilize morale. Of course, it's so that the royal domain and even the kingdom can weather this terrible disaster and restore order and peace. Isn't that what we should all do? Benjamin. Lauren's voice deepened, and he leaned forward slightly. There are only the two of us here. Outside the window is my territory, behind the door are your trusted guards. There are no bards, no populace to appease, and no eyes and ears of other powers. Tell me the real reason. Your truth, that will determine whether I, Loren, truly enter and how I enter. To Loren's surprise, upon hearing this, Benjamin not only didn't continue to feign or evade the issue, but suddenly burst into laughter. There was no sarcasm in his laughter, but rather a hint of pleasure. Loren frowned, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Benjamin stopped laughing, shook his head, and looked at Lawrence with a hint of helplessness and bluntness, like that of an old friend. Lawrence, your problem is that you always habitually measure and deconstruct everything from a business perspective. Political games, military operations, and the will of the people are all, in your eyes, investments that can be assessed for risk, calculated for return, and then decided whether to enter the market. But that's not the case. Not everything is like buying and selling goods, giving you the option to calmly choose whether to enter or wait and see. Especially during this period. Benjamin's gaze seemed to see through Loren's inner turmoil. Do you think you have any other choice but to stand on my side, or rather, on the side of the community? When my envoys travel through the royal territory with supplies and troops, when the idea of the community spreads in every market and village, when all the forces of the royal territory are more or less involved, can Golden Valley really remain unscathed? He leaned forward slightly, his voice low but clear. From the moment I stepped into Golden Earl and sat here drinking with you, in the eyes of all the onlookers closely watching the royal domain's movements, whether it's the Grand Duke of the North, the Grand Duke of the West, or the two sides in the southern conflict, you, Loren, and Golden Earl, whom you represent, have already entered the game. The only difference is whether you entered as an active ally or as a potential obstacle forced into the fray, wavering and uncertain. Loren's breath hitched slightly. He understood the logic in Benjamin's words. He just hadn't expected the other man to be so blunt, so unforgiving. This was no longer persuasion or an invitation, but rather a situation analysis bordering on an ultimatum. His expression shifted, surprise, anger, deliberation, and helplessness flashing across his well-maintained face. He instinctively wanted to retort, to emphasize Golden Harvest Valley's tradition of neutrality, and the independence of its business network, but the words caught in his throat. He knew that Benjamin was largely right. In this time of broken order, immense wealth without corresponding military protection is like a child carrying gold in a bustling marketplace. Benjamin didn't put any more pressure on him. He simply picked up his glass again and slowly savored the Golden Valley's prized wine, as if giving Lawrence enough time to process it all and make the decision that he had no other choice to make. After a long silence, Loren suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question, breaking the stillness. What exactly is Suleiman responsible for with you now? Benjamin seemed unsurprised by the question. He put down his glass, counted on his fingers, and calmly replied as if reciting a familiar list. Minister of Finance. Chief Administrator, concurrently Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oh, if you want to hear more, I could list more temporary, specific duties, such as wartime logistics coordination, one of the heads of the takeover and integration of new territories, and so on. He's a rare talent, and very adaptable. Loren suddenly let out a long sigh. He looked at Benjamin, his tone softening considerably, even carrying a hint of pleading. Benjamin, for the sake of our past as companions, of sharing the same campfire, I hope you can be a little nicer to me. At least, don't be as blunt as you were just now. Of course. Benjamin's ever-friendly smile returned. We're old friends, Loren. You see, don't I get along very well with Ella and Calvin? Is it all resolved? Outside the Chamber of Commerce building, in a secluded side corridor, Aphrodite waited quietly. Seeing Benjamin emerge, he asked in a low voice. Benjamin nodded, stretching his stiff shoulders. Golden Valley will become an important gateway and supply point for us to the Southern Territory. Loren is a smart man. He knows how to choose and will show sufficient sincerity. Aphrodite, standing beside him, reported on another matter. Within the royal domain, most of those that have officially joined or explicitly expressed their support for the commune are small and medium-sized territories. Those ancient, powerful family territories are still observing. Should we pay them a visit? Benjamin shook his head and walked steadily toward their lodgings. No need. Erwin and Suleiman have already reached an agreement with the lords around them through channels and private contacts. We just need to wait for the pressure to naturally pass through. Before long, when they find themselves subtly surrounded by friendly neighbors, and their only stable supply lines and military protection point to the commune, they will come knocking on our door. We have more important and more challenging places to go now. Where? Aphrodite asked. Holy Spring Territory. The Pale Church occupies a strategically important territory directly under the royal domain. It is rich in resources, has a steadfast faith, and possesses its own independent friars. However, the Pale Church leadership, or rather the Pale Church behind it, has remained silent and even resistant to all our initiatives and contacts. Occupying such an important position, yet refusing to cooperate, puts me in a very difficult position. Aphrodite paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, "The Pale Church's attitude towards this disaster that has swept the kingdom is indeed too quiet, even abnormal. With the capital fallen, they seem to have taken no public action, not even large-scale rescue or investigation. The dead are rampant in various places, and their churches are often kept closed. Even in the bloody Battle of Stone Cliff territory, only a few ordinary monks were seen participating. So," Benjamin continued, "we need to figure out what they're thinking, what they're planning, or what they're hiding." He then laughed and said, "Coincidentally, we both have an old friend there, don't we?" Aphrodite immediately understood what he meant and nodded. Chapter 275 The Stability of Holy Spring Territory. Chapter 275 The Stability of Holy Spring Territory. Benjamin and Aphrodite's journey to Holy Spring Territory was neither ostentatious nor deliberately disguised. They traveled south along passable roads, accompanied by a light carriage befitting their status and a small number of elite guards. Holy Spring Territory is now completely closed off to the outside world, and ordinary merchants and travelers are barred from entering. Benjamin was only allowed to enter this territory directly under the Pale Church by claiming to be the Lord of Frosttown, here for a formal visit and exchange. The atmosphere changes completely the moment you step onto the boundary marker of Holy Spring Territory. "I must say, this place is quite a nice environment to spend one's retirement in," Benjamin commented as he sat in the carriage, observing the scenery along the way through the window. Compared to the chaos outside, ravaged by war, with refugees everywhere and people filled with fear, his first impression of Holy Spring Territory was one of tranquility. The fields were meticulously tended, smoke curled from the village chimneys, and the pedestrians on the roads were calm, even possessing an almost indifferent sense of order. It was as if the shadow of death looming over the kingdom's northern and western borders, and the capital city succumbed to madness, had nothing to do with this land shrouded in faith. There were no refugees fleeing the disaster, no hastily reinforced fortifications, and even the pervasive anxiety in the air was absent. This excessive normality, in the current situation, is itself the greatest anomaly. Aphrodite had no fondness for the Pale Church's territory. He was more concerned about the situation of his other companion. "After we reach the main town, I'll go to the small chapel of the Spirit Garden Church here," he told Benjamin, "to see Iolia. He must be under a lot of pressure holding out in this place firmly controlled by the Pale Church." The carriage finally stopped in front of Holy Spring City, the largest town in Holy Spring Territory. Its prosperity even made Benjamin raise an eyebrow slightly. The streets were wide and clean, the buildings mostly constructed of light-colored stone, displaying a distinctly religious simplicity and solemnity. Shops lined the streets, and the flow of people was bustling. Its orderly and abundant scene was indeed comparable to the inner city of the royal capital in his memory during its heyday. However, behind that prosperity, there was less worldly clamor and more of a solemnity disciplined by an invisible hand. After a brief farewell to Benjamin, Aphrodite quietly disappeared like a shadow blending into the crowd, heading to the Spirit Garden Church, a place where his position was inevitably precarious. Benjamin, accompanied by his guards, followed the guide, who was already waiting there and dressed in a pale church robe, toward the towering pale cathedral in the town center. The guide was a devout and fluent monk. Throughout the journey, he tirelessly recounted to Benjamin the doctrines of the Pale Goddess, the Pale Church's historical achievements, and how faith could bring inner peace and order to the world. His words were laced with hints and solicitation, clearly viewing the arrival of this emerging leader as a rare opportunity for missionary work. Benjamin was happy to pass the time. He listened attentively with a gentle expression, nodding occasionally in agreement, but always managing to point out logical contradictions or discrepancies with known historical facts in the other's arguments, with seemingly inquiring but actually sharp questions. After several rounds, the monk began to sweat, and his explanations, which were full of quotations, started to falter. Benjamin thought to himself that compared to the intricate and almost self-consistent debatabilities of those religious systems he remembered from his previous life, the level of this man before him was really lacking. The grandeur of the Pale Cathedral far surpasses that of ordinary aristocratic castles. It doesn't pursue extreme luxury, but rather uses massive, simple, and soaring lines to create an overwhelming sense of holiness and solemnity. The pure white stone seems to shimmer in the sunlight, and the enormous arches and stained glass windows depict the various miracles of the goddess saving humanity. The church's spacious interior was now packed with worshippers. Men, women, and children, dressed in everything from simple to respectable attire, lined up quietly, taking turns to kneel before the altar, pray, and whisper their prayers. Even the young children were unusually well behaved, neither crying nor fussing. A deep, continuous hum of prayer filled the entire hall. As a distinguished guest, Benjamin was led directly through the crowd of worshippers, bypassing the queue, and headed straight for a more secluded area at the back of the church. The believers seemed accustomed to this, barely glancing away, remaining immersed in their own religious rituals. In a well-lit, simply furnished yet extraordinary quiet room, Benjamin met Livia. Years seemed to have left no trace on her. She still wore the plain white robes that signified a high-ranking nun, her face exquisitely beautiful, her long white hair neatly tied back, a few wisps softening the overly perfect lines of her features. She was surrounded by an aura of holiness, as if completely isolated from the turmoil of the world, so sacred that no one dared to desecrate her. This was almost exactly the same impression Benjamin had of her when she first joined the hero's squad. Back then, he secretly guessed that this extraordinary companion, even if not a saintess of the Pale Church, must be a core figure of extremely high status. Although the Pale Church did not have a specific rank of saintess, this did not prevent him from believing that if such a position existed, it would undoubtedly belong to Livia. "It's been a long time, Benjamin." Livia rose and gracefully poured him a cup of fragrant tea, her voice calm and pleasant. "It has been a long time indeed." Benjamin sat down in the guest seat, took the teacup, and felt the warmth of the ceramic on his fingertips. "It's not easy to even send a letter here. Sometimes I almost thought you had completely disappeared and gone into seclusion in the mountains. But when I sent someone to investigate, I found that you were doing a good job as Lord, and Holy Spring territory was as solid as a rock." Upon hearing this, Livia gently covered her mouth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Benjamin asked casually, "I heard that my second brother Percival is with you now?" Livia nodded readily. "Yes. He's one of my current captains of guard. Should I call him over now?" "No need." Benjamin shook his head. "I'll talk to him alone after we finish our business. His parents are quite worried about him. Although they know he's joined the church, they're still concerned after not hearing from him for so long." The two chatted about their time in the hero's squad, mentioning some trivial anecdotes and shared memories. As they talked, the awkwardness that had arisen due to the passage of time and changes in their status seemed to be subtly diluted. At least the atmosphere on the surface eased considerably. Having laid the groundwork enough, Benjamin put down his teacup. He raised his eyes, his gaze no longer lingering on Livia, and got down to business. "Livia," he said, his voice carrying an unavoidable tone, "I want to know the Pale Church's attitude." Chapter 276 The Pale Church's Attitude. Chapter 276 The Pale Church's Attitude. Faced with Benjamin's question, Livia was almost indifferent. "Attitude?" She repeated the word, gracefully tucking a stray strand of silver hair behind her ear, her clear eyes looking at Benjamin with just the right amount of doubt. "Why did you specifically ask that?" Benjamin was prepared for this evasion. His expression was sincere, and his tone earnest. "You know, Livia, I have always respected all beliefs. I hold the highest reverence for the pale goddess who protects humanity. But now, the kingdom faces the crisis of disintegration. I am deeply grateful for Her Highness Celia's favor in bestowing upon me the title of noble, and I only wish to contribute my modest efforts to the ultimate peace of the kingdom during these difficult times. Therefore, the stance and attitude of the Pale Church, a vital pillar of the kingdom's faith, are of paramount importance to me and to many who continue to persevere." His words were appropriate and responsible, almost impeccable. Livia listened quietly, a slight smile playing on her lips. "You're still as eloquent as ever, Benjamin." She subtly changed the subject. "I've also heard a little about what's going on with Princess Celia. Instead of investigating the church's attitude here, perhaps you should go to the Southern Territory yourself to check on her. That way, there might still be room for reconciliation between her and Finn." "You overestimate me." Benjamin immediately shook his head, his eyes still firm. "Besides, based on my understanding of Princess Celia, she values the overall safety of the kingdom more than personal matters and conflicts. She has proven this many times with her actions during our past journeys." "That's true." Livia nodded slightly, acknowledging this. Benjamin seized upon this consensus, leaned forward, and spoke with even greater sincerity. "So, as her former trusted companions, as people who also care about the future of this country, shouldn't we stand up, set aside our prejudices, and contribute to saving the kingdom in this time of crisis? The Pale Church has a powerful influence, abundant resources, and devout followers. Your participation will be a beacon illuminating the darkness." This time, Livia remained silent. The air in the quiet room seemed to freeze because of the silence. Only the faint sound of prayer chanting, filtered through the layers of walls, continued like background noise. After a long silence, she finally raised her eyes, her voice breaking the almost suffocating silence. I know what you want to ask, Benjamin. But the answer may disappoint you. The Pale Church will not send troops to attack the capital, nor will it participate in the full-scale military operation you have planned against the dead-born. Benjamin's gentle expression froze for a moment, though he quickly recovered, but the subtle change did not escape Livia's notice. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, trying to ease the tension. Perhaps you could have phrased it more tactfully. I don't want you to have unrealistic expectations, Livia replied without softening. A clear rejection is better than misunderstandings and greater disappointment caused by ambiguous delays. Okay. Benjamin took a deep breath, leaned back slightly, and placed his hands on his knees, a posture that shifted from listening to scrutiny. The last trace of feigned gentleness in his eyes completely vanished. Then tell me the reason directly, Livia. Every word he spoke seemed to carry weight. Tell me, why does the Pale Church turn a blind eye to the rampage of the dead born across the kingdom? Why do you even secretly obstruct my strategy of uniting survivors and building a community for self-preservation? Doesn't your doctrine advocate protecting the weak and dispelling evil? Now that this greatest evil is spreading, why do you choose to protect only within the high walls of Holy Spring territory? His questions were like a barrage of arrows, sharp and direct, stripping away all the veneer of politeness to get straight to the core contradiction. Livia's eyelashes trembled almost imperceptibly. You're very direct. You were the one who said to be more direct. Benjamin pressed on, his gaze fixed on her. Then tell me, Livia, what are you, the Pale Church, or rather, certain high-ranking members of the church, plotting? This land is burning, and you choose to turn your back? This doesn't fit your principles, or rather, it doesn't fit the principles of the Livia I remember, the one who would pray through the night for the plague in a strange village, and who would not hesitate to lend a helping hand to the suffering. His words carried disappointment and inquiry. Whether Livia spoke or not, he had to investigate the truth behind the Pale Church's unusual silence. Livia fell silent again, this time for an even longer period. Her gaze fell upon the now cold herbal tea in her cup, as if an unspeakable answer lay hidden beneath the calm surface. The air in the quiet room seemed to be compressed by the silence, so heavy that even breathing became unconsciously slow. Finally, she raised her head. The Pale Church is not a monolithic entity. Her voice was low, as if she were stating a secret that was not convenient to announce. We are mainly divided into two factions. I belong to the conservative faction, which is currently in power. We have received a clear order from the current leader: Holy Spring territory must become an absolutely safe holy land. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, no matter whether the kingdom is overthrown, the purity and order of Holy Spring territory must not be affected by external disasters in the slightest. This is the highest priority, the goddess's expectation for this land, and our unshakable duty. Benjamin's brow furrowed deeply. This sounds incredibly unfair to the other territories of the royal domain that are suffering. He paused, looking at Livia's beautiful yet expressionless face, his tone tinged with genuine confusion and doubt. Seriously, Livia, were you always like this? The Livia who once traveled the world with us, who couldn't stand idly by injustice and suffering, would she agree to such an order? Livia's fingertips gently brushed the smooth rim of the teacup. Sometimes people have to choose a path they don't want to take, for greater responsibilities and for a more irresistible will. She did not explain what that greater responsibility was, nor did she explain where that irresistible will came from. Benjamin nodded knowingly, ceasing his pursuit of that direction. He changed his approach. So, what about the other faction within the church? Those who disagree with the conservatives' methods? What are they doing? I guess you're not planning to tell me about that other faction, are you? Livia did not answer. But sometimes, silence itself is a form of affirmation. All right. Benjamin stood up, straightening his robes that had become slightly wrinkled from sitting for so long. It seems unlikely that we'll reach any consensus this time. Thank you for your hospitality, Livia. I think I should go see my second brother now. Without waiting for Livia's response, he nodded slightly in greeting and turned to walk towards the door of the quiet room. Pushing open the door, a tall, silent figure stood like a statue in the shadows of the long corridor outside. He wore the standard armor of a Pale Church knight appointed. Beneath the hood, one could vaguely discern a resemblance to Benjamin's features. It was none other than Benjamin's second brother, Percival Blackwood. Benjamin smiled and greeted him in a relaxed tone. Long time no see, second brother. How have you been lately? Father and mother have been thinking of you a lot. Percival did not respond to the greeting. His cold eyes stared directly at Benjamin, his voice low, tinged with melancholy and accusation. I overheard your conversation with Sister Livia. He took a small step forward, and an invisible pressure immediately followed. "Your manner of speaking to the nun is extremely disrespectful." Benjamin stopped in his tracks, his smile fading. He calmly met his brother's gaze, his tone equally flat and direct. "Eavesdropping on conversations outside the door without permission. That's real rudeness." Chapter 277 An Unfilial Brother. Chapter 277 My Unfilial Brother. "Forget it." Benjamin spoke first, raising his hand and making a downward gesture, as if trying to extinguish the invisible tension in the air. "I don't want to talk about these troubling things with my family. Why can't we talk about something else? Why do we have to make the atmosphere so tense?" Percival looked at him silently, and after a few seconds, nodded very slightly, as if accepting. But the cold, aloof aura surrounding him did not dissipate. Benjamin tried to change the subject to something safe. "Mom and Dad are very worried about you. You've been out of touch with your family for a long time." "I am now a devout believer and apologist under the Pale Goddess." Percival's reply was flat and emotionless, as if reciting dogma. "Mortal blood ties should not affect my focus and dedication to the faith." "Wait a minute." Benjamin's brows furrowed immediately, his tone clearly displeased. "What are you saying? I don't like what you're saying." Percival's gaze swept over him, as if he were looking at a lost soul who had not yet grasped the divine truth. "More than a son of my parents, or your brother, I now have only one identity, a follower of the Pale Goddess. Everything should be based on this. If your parents heard you say that, they would be heartbroken." Benjamin's voice turned somber as he stared intently at the familiar yet utterly unfamiliar face before him. "Don't you care at all about their health? Whether they're doing well or not? Or is it that you have some grievance against this family, against your parents who raised you?" Percival fell silent again. But this silence was different from the previous one. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but rather it carried a condescending indifference, as if he disdained to answer such a low-level question. The facade of composure that Benjamin had maintained since arriving in Holy Spring territory finally cracked for the first time. His eyes sharpened, and his tone became less polite. "You're something else, Percival." He pronounced his second brother's name, each syllable dripping with coldness. "Back then, Mom and Dad risked their lives to save money and food to send you to church, to support your life and expenses outside, and they still worry about you to this day. And what about you? Now that you've successed, with the identity and status given to you by the church, and have become one of God's chosen ones, you think your family from the past has become a burden? A worldly entanglement that you need to sever ties with?" "Benjamin, what are you saying?" Percival's brows finally furrowed, his voice carrying a hint of offended coldness. "I'm just curious how someone could become like this." Benjamin stepped forward, meeting his icy gaze without flinching. "After all, Percival, if that Pale Goddess had any basic sense of shame or humanity, would she be proud to have a follower like you who treats his family like this?" Before the words had even finished, Percival reacted like an enraged beast. Bang! With a muffled thud, Benjamin was slammed against the solid stone wall of the corridor by a tremendous force, his back throbbing painfully. Percival's arm was pressed across his neck. Though it didn't actually strangle him, the force was enough to make him gasp for breath. "Go on." Percival's voice was forced out through clenched teeth, low and menacing. Benjamin was pressed against the wall, but his face remained expressionless, and he didn't even try to resist. He merely turned his head slightly to avoid the pressure, and spoke in a slightly broken but unusually clear tone due to his subjugation. "What are you trying to do? Create a diplomatic incident here? To make an enemy out of thin air for your beloved church?" His words were like cold daggers. Almost simultaneously, several pale church monks and knights who had noticed the commotion rushed over. They clearly recognized Percival and also recognized Benjamin, their distinguished guest, and were immediately alarmed. "Percival brothers! Stop! Release Baron Blackwood at once!" Several people hurriedly pulled Percival, whose muscles were tense and whose eyes still blazed with anger, away from Benjamin. An older monk who appeared to be of higher status quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply to Benjamin, and sweat beaded on his forehead. "I am deeply sorry, Baron Blackwood. Percival has been under immense pressure protecting the sister recently, and his emotions have become somewhat out of control. He had absolutely no intention of offending her. Please forgive him. The church will certainly deal with this matter seriously." Benjamin straightened his wrinkled collar and robes, coughed lightly twice to catch his breath, and when he looked up again, his face was once again adorned with that impeccable, gentle, and aloof smile. "It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. I understand, devout people can be quite persistent at times. I won't take it to heart." Amidst the elder monk's repeated apologies and assurances, Benjamin, accompanied by his guards, calmly left the magnificent yet suffocating corridors of the Pale Cathedral. However, the moment he stepped out of the church's massive archway, leaving behind that overly holy atmosphere, all the feigned calm and gentleness on his face melted and shattered like ice shards under the blazing sun. Gloomy. An incredibly gloomy expression enveloped his face, more somber than the thickest winter clouds of Holy Spring territory. His jawline was taut, and his eyes churned with anger, disappointment, and disgust. His mood plummeted, worse than ever before. It was more frustrating than dealing with territorial disputes for 3 days and 3 nights straight, more oppressive than seeing mountains of deficit reports, and 100 times more unbearable than swallowing a fly whole. Just then, an image flashed uncontrollably through his mind. That night, Chesia gripped his neck with her skilled hands, her eyes burning with a fury unlike her usual fervor, and she uttered those words through gritted teeth. "Those guys from the Pale Church are a fucking bunch of idiots." At the time, he thought Chesia's words were too harsh and biased. Now, he even wanted to applaud her accurate evaluation. The guards around him keenly sensed the oppressive atmosphere emanating from their lord. They held their breath and made even quieter footsteps, not daring to make the slightest noise. Benjamin was lost in his own frustration until he subconsciously looked up. At the corner of the street ahead, Aphrodite was waiting for him, arms crossed, leaning against the wall in the shadows. When Benjamin saw the expression on Aphrodite's face, he was slightly taken aback. Ugly. A very, very ugly face. It was a gloomy anger, suppressed to the extreme, like a volcano about to erupt. His brows were furrowed, his lips were pressed together and were deathly pale, his arms were taut, and even the faint, thorny shadows in the air around him seemed to carry a restless, sharp feeling. This appearance is exactly like Benjamin's at this moment. The two looked at each other from a few steps apart. A similar, thick, and unyielding negative emotion filled the air. Benjamin broke the silence first, his distress undisguised. "I'm in a really bad mood right now." Aphrodite straightened up from the shadows and walked towards him, his voice equally low, suppressing a raging fire. "What a coincidence." He stopped in front of Benjamin, looked him straight in the eye, and added, word by word. "Me too." Chapter 278 Searching for the Missing Him. Chapter 278 Searching for the Missing Him. The surrounding environment was a small orphanage. The facilities were old, and there were only a few simple wooden toys in the small yard. The indoor furniture was sparse, but it was kept exceptionally clean. Aphrodite carried a slightly wobbly wooden chair out of the empty inner room and placed it in front of Benjamin. "This is the only church of the Spirit Garden Church in Holy Spring territory. It is mainly used as an orphanage." Benjamin didn't sit down, his gaze sweeping over the excessively deserted room and courtyard. "It looks like everyone's gone. This is how it was when I arrived." Aphrodite's voice was filled with suppressed anger. "Iolia is nowhere to be found. I've been searching the area, but no one can tell me where he went or what happened." "Isn't this an orphanage?" Benjamin frowned. "Where are the children who lived here? Where did they go?" "They were taken away by the Pale Church." Aphrodite's tone was icy. "Just a few days ago. The people who came said it was for unified protection, to prevent them from being affected by the turmoil outside. But after taking them away, no outsiders are allowed to visit them anymore, including the neighbors who used to know the children well." "You suspect that something happened to Iolia and that it's connected to the Pale Church," Benjamin stated. "It's not doubt, it's certainty." Aphrodite was absolutely certain. "The people nearby either keep silent about Iolia's disappearance, or their eyes gleam with suspicion. They clearly know something, but they've been given a strict gag order. In this Holy Spring territory, the only thing that can make the common people so afraid and silent is the Pale Church." Benjamin paused for a few seconds, processing the information. "I understand roughly." He looked up at Aphrodite. "I remember Iolia was also a chosen one, wasn't he?" Aphrodite nodded in approval. "Okay." Benjamin took a deep breath, his eyes becoming focused. "Let me look for him. As long as he's still in this city." He closed his eyes, unleashed his mental blade, and his aura instantly calmed down. An invisible ripple spread rapidly in all directions from him, like ripples caused by a pebble thrown into calm water. A moment later he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. "There are 22 divinely favored beings in the city. That's quite a number." This density, far exceeding that of ordinary towns, highlights the uniqueness of Holy Spring territory as a center of faith. He continued to sense and synchronize the information. The fluctuations of 10 divinely favored beings are concentrated inside the Pale Cathedral, which is their core. It's normal for powerful beings to gather there, but... Benjamin suddenly stopped, his brows furrowing tightly. What did you find? Aphrodite immediately pressed. There's something at the Pale Cathedral. Benjamin's tone was tinged with uncertainty and surprise. Some kind of field is interfering with, or rather blocking, my senses. I can't clearly see the specific state of those chosen ones inside the cathedral, let alone try to establish a connection. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. In the past, even when facing a powerful chosen one like Calvin, or an area like the capital city filled with eerie atmosphere, his perception was at most vague, confused, or rejected. But this feeling of being directly shielded was completely different. Aphrodite's eyes sharpened. Then let's try connecting with other chosen ones outside the church first. It's already being done. Benjamin refocused. Don't rush. His consciousness, like invisible tentacles, rapidly filtered and swept through the sensory landscape of Holy Spring City. The chosen ones of Holy Spring territory were scattered throughout the city. Some were patrolling, some were preaching, and some seemed to be handling official business, their activities regular and normal. Suddenly his senses caught a completely different spot of light. The fluctuation was more concealed and elusive, carrying the qualities of concealment and shadow, hidden deep in the back alley of an inconspicuous commoner's tavern. Interesting. Benjamin's lips curled into a smile. There's another wild chosen one in the city. Judging from his characteristics, he should belong to the hidden church. He's well hidden, but he can't escape targeted scanning. He informed Aphrodite of what he had sensed. Among these chosen ones active outside the church, there is no trace of Iolia. However, I have discovered a stronghold left here by the hidden church. Aphrodite immediately understood what this meant. The hidden church was known for its intelligence network and covert operations. Their people were infiltrated here for far more than just missionary work. Benjamin quickly analyzed the situation. We have two options now. First, as Baron of Frosttown and also an old friend of Iolia, I will formally request the Pale Church to visit the orphans they are protecting and inquire about Iolia's whereabouts. But this will definitely alert them immediately. If they are hiding something, they may cover it up or move it beforehand, and we will find nothing. It may even make Iolia's situation more dangerous. The second option, he said, looking at Aphrodite, is to visit the hidden church's stronghold directly. The hidden ones lurking in such a place will certainly have a lot of information. Not only about Iolia, but also very likely the plot behind the Pale Church's recent unusual actions. Aphrodite immediately chimed in, his tone laced with sarcasm. Besides, we don't need to worry about the Pale Church finding out about our contact with them immediately. They've always treated all faiths equally in their persecution. No need to worry about being betrayed. Well then, Benjamin suddenly changed the subject, glancing at an inconspicuous corner outside the orphanage, his voice turning cold. Before we set off, let's deal with those two peeping rats. He whispered two precise locations to the guards beside him. The guards immediately darted out like cheetahs. In a moment, two men dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, but whose movements revealed signs of training, were found with their hands tied behind their backs and thrown onto the open ground in front of Benjamin. Benjamin looked down at them. What are you trying to do, sneaking around following me like that? One of the men struggled for a moment, forcing a smile, and said in a feigned calm tone, Baron, you misunderstand. We are parish supervisors responsible for the security of this area. We saw you staying at this abandoned orphanage and were worried about your safety, so you should be worried. Benjamin nodded, interrupting his explanation, his face expressionless. This place is indeed not very safe. He stopped looking at the two men and instructed the guards. Before I return, treat these two gentlemen who are concerned about my safety well. Don't let them leave, and don't let them make any unnecessary noise. Yes, the guard replied in a deep voice, firmly controlling the two men whose expressions had suddenly changed. Benjamin straightened his sleeves and gestured to Aphrodite. Let's go. Let's see what surprises our friends from the hidden church have in store for us. Chapter 279 Wormwood Tavern. Chapter 279 Wormwood Tavern. Wormwood Tavern. This name is almost an anomaly in Holy Spring territory. As the only tavern in the city not directly run by the Pale Church or its affiliates, it naturally attracts non-devout believers, travelers, and anyone looking for a breath of fresh air outside the rigid and solemn religious atmosphere. Even with the Holy Spring territory under lockdown, the Wormwood Tavern was still bustling with business. Under the dim lights, it was packed with all sorts of customers, and the air was thick with the smells of sweat and strong alcohol. Benjamin and Aphrodite pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a cacophony of smells immediately assaulted their nostrils. Their incongruity with the dim and noisy environment instantly drew curious and wary glances. Their clothing, demeanor, and even the very manner in which they entered the place clearly didn't belong here. Maybe I should change into something less conspicuous before I come back, Benjamin said to Aphrodite, his tone not sounding very serious. Aphrodite's gaze quickly swept across the interior of the tavern, stopping at the front desk. 2 drinks, please. Benjamin nodded slightly. His psychic senses clearly told him that their target, the chosen one of the hidden churches, was deep beneath the tavern. A short walk through the crowded hall and into the kitchen would lead to the stairs to the basement. However, their purpose wasn't conflicting, and informing the owner beforehand wouldn't hurt. He walked to the bar, flicked his finger, and a gleaming gold shield spun crisply on the wooden countertop. The most expensive and strongest drink here, he said, his voice not loud, but clear enough in the relatively quiet bar area. Behind the bar was a woman in her 30s, smartly dressed with sharp eyes. She glanced at the gold shield, then quickly scanned Benjamin and Aphrodite, a professional smile spreading across her face. With deft movements, she retrieved a well-packaged bottle of liquor from a locked wooden cabinet behind her, held in a sturdy glass jar. This is strong liquor from a merchant in the north, quite potent, she said, taking 2 relatively clean glasses and pouring each of them about half full. Benjamin raised his glass, lightly clinked it with Aphrodite's, and took a small sip. The fiery sensation burned down his throat. The quality was indeed much better than those sold in bulk outside, but compared to Frosttown's current specialty, Spirit Garden Happy Water, it fell short in both taste and after effects. Benjamin put down his cup, leaned forward slightly, looked directly at the receptionist, and spoke in a calm but unambiguous voice. We want to see the leader of the hidden church. The receptionist froze in her pouring motion, her pupils contracting slightly. But she quickly masked her reaction, feigning perfect bewilderment. Sir, what are you talking about? What hidden church? We're just an ordinary tavern. Aphrodite spoke up from the side, his voice low and direct. I am a member of the Church of the Spirit Garden, and I have something to ask of you. If you do not believe me, I can recite chapters 7 through 12 of the Spirit Garden Doctrine, or the entire prayer for return to the earth. Benjamin picked up the bottle and casually refilled Aphrodite's empty glass, continuing as if in casual conversation. Behind the storage shelf on the left in the tavern's kitchen, there's a trapdoor leading to the stairs to the basement. Is that your chapel, or perhaps your meeting place? Your meeting place? The receptionist's fingers curled slightly, subtly gesturing to the person behind her. Benjamin, seemingly oblivious, poured himself another drink. Don't be too surprised. It's not hard to tell you're a member of the hidden cult. Your limbs are nimble, your posture is alert, and your center of gravity is always tilted towards the easiest way to exert force and escape. It's very similar to the habits of someone I know. And he glanced at the receptionist's fingers, which had just been unconsciously flexing and extending at her sides. I saw the hand signals you made. Were they for alert, assessment, or preparation to clear the area? He raised his glass, glanced around the unusually quiet tavern hall, and smiled. It's quiet now. I guess your people have already quietly closed the front and back doors, right? The next step should be closing the windows and drawing the blackout curtains. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, several seemingly drunk and burly men by the tavern window suddenly stood up and swiftly pulled the heavy, coarse linen curtains shut, cutting off the last bit of light from the outside world. The entire tavern was instantly plunged into dimness by only a few oil lamps, and the atmosphere instantly shifted from noisy to tense and hostile. Aphrodite frowned and said to Benjamin in a low voice, Your tone is a bit too aggressive. Perhaps I should handle the negotiations. I just don't like wasting time on pointless probing. Benjamin shrugged, finished his drink, and added casually, By the way, there were 5 people surrounding us from behind, to our left and right, and from the stairs. They were moving very quietly and carrying weapons. Aphrodite, that drink you just had shouldn't have made you too drunk to stand up, right? Before he could finish speaking, the sound of wind whistling behind him could be heard. Aphrodite moved. He didn't use the thorny blades of his mind. He merely shifted his body slightly, taking a half step to the side to avoid the first wooden stick that came crashing down, while simultaneously striking backward with his elbow like a hammer. A dull thud and a groan of pain rang out. His movements were concise, swift, and explosive. His fists, elbows, knees, and feet all became deadly weapons as he dodged and struck in the confined space. The cracking of bones breaking, the thud of bodies hitting the ground, and suppressed screams followed one after another, all within a few breaths. The 5 burly men who had tried to ambush him from behind were all lying on the ground, curled up in pain or unconscious. Meanwhile, several other figures on the side of the bar and in the corner of the tavern suddenly drew daggers and short swords. But as soon as they raised their weapons, they were horrified to find that the metal blades in their hands seemed to suddenly come alive, breaking free from their control and eerily hovering in midair. The cold blades reversed direction, firmly pressed against their own throats or chests. An invisible force restrained them, preventing them from making the slightest movement. Benjamin put down his empty glass, looked at Aphrodite, who had stopped and stood still, and raised an eyebrow. "This is the first time I've seen you so directly resort to violence." Aphrodite flicked his wrist, his face expressionless, only a hint of cathartic release lingering deep in his eyes. "The doctrine doesn't condone violence. I usually don't do this. Unless I'm in a really bad mood. And right now, I really am in a really bad mood. The kind of mood that even alcohol can't help. Maybe the alcohol content of this liquor isn't high enough." Benjamin picked up the bottle and shook it. There was still a little more than half left. "Your sense of taste and body have probably been spoiled by Chesvia's Spirit Garden happy water. That stuff is the real remedy that can make people temporarily forget their troubles." His gaze returned to the pale-faced receptionist, whose eyes still stubbornly glared at them, and to the tavern thugs controlled by telekinesis, his tone carrying an even stronger sense of oppression. "Now, can we have a proper talk, or go directly to see your manager? We're not here to cause trouble." Chapter 280 Transparent Barrier. Chapter 280 The Transparent Barrier. The people who surrounded the tavern were clearly not ordinary thugs. They moved swiftly and had calm eyes. Even after witnessing their companions being instantly knocked down, and their weapons going out of control in a bizarre way, they did not panic. Instead, they quickly adjusted their positions, forming a more threatening encirclement that blocked all possible escape routes for Benjamin and Aphrodite. Benjamin made no further move, but turned his gaze to the receptionist behind the bar. "We really are just here to pay a visit, not to cause trouble. If things escalate and attract the Pale Church's street patrols to this stronghold you've worked so hard to build, that probably wouldn't be a good thing, would it?" The receptionist stared intently at him, then glanced at her groaning companion on the ground and the others, who were bound by an invisible force and drenched in cold sweat. Her expression shifted. After a few seconds, she finally gritted her teeth and raised her hand to make a gesture. The surrounding crowd hesitated for a moment, then slowly backed away, making way for a narrow passage to the kitchen behind the bar, but their wary gazes remained undiminished. "Follow me." The receptionist turned and led the way. The two followed her through the greasy kitchen and around piles of clutter. The receptionist moved an inconspicuous old wooden shelf crammed with empty wine barrels, revealing a disguised hidden door in the wall behind it. She pushed the hidden door open, revealing rough stone steps leading downwards. As she walked down, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, her tone full of confusion. "How did you find this place? Even the Pale Church's judges, whose noses are sharper than hunting dogs, couldn't find it. And judging from your appearance, you have neither an introducer nor any tokens or codes." "It was just an accidental discovery," Benjamin said dismissively. The stone steps were short, ending at a wooden door covered in sheet metal with no key. The receptionist knocked rhythmically a few times, and the door was pulled open from the inside. Behind the door was a smaller space than I had imagined, barely enough to fit a simple altar, a few rows of rough benches, and a low table with candlesticks and sacred objects. It was indeed a small, fully equipped underground sanctuary belonging to the hidden church. A person shrouded in a dark gray cloak knelt devoutly before the altar, before a vaguely shaped goddess statue that seemed poised to disappear into the shadows at any moment, his back to the entrance. He prayed softly. Even when he heard someone enter, he did not immediately rise. Aphrodite gently placed his hand on Benjamin's arm, shook his head slightly, and said in a very low voice, "He is in deep meditation, trying to establish a connection with the goddess. Interrupting him at this time would not only be extremely rude, but could also cause unforeseen trouble." He was clearly quite aware of this. Benjamin nodded and stood quietly by the door with Aphrodite, waiting. They weren't kept waiting long. After a few minutes, the cloaked man's prayers subsided, and he slowly stood up and turned around. "Who are these two people?" he asked the receptionist directly, without immediately paying attention to the visitor. The receptionist bowed and replied, "They broke in forcefully. In order not to alert those outside, I had no choice but to bring them down." Benjamin added from the side, "You don't have to be so direct, you can be more tactful." Aphrodite stepped forward and, without any pleasantries, stated his purpose directly. "I am Aphrodite, the bishop of the Church of the Spirit Garden. I am here to search for my missing companion, Bishop Iolia of the Church of the Spirit Garden in this area. We have reason to believe that his disappearance is related to the Pale Church." The cloaked man, Brother Sassoon, lingered on Aphrodite for a moment. Within the non-Pale sect, now united as never before by the Holy Army, the name Aphrodite was not unfamiliar to him. "Your methods were too crude." Sassoon's voice remained flat, but the reprimand was clear. In such a critical time, it is easy to expose our position and incur unnecessary risks. Because the Lingyuan Church is leading the organization of the Holy War Army to fight against the dead ones, the relationship between the major churches, except for the Pale Church which has an ambiguous attitude, has indeed reached a rare, friendly period. After all, everyone is facing a common and terrible enemy. Sassoon slightly lifted his hood, revealing a weathered, scarred face of a middle-aged man. I am Sassoon, a high-ranking monk of the hidden church in this area, responsible for intelligence gathering. He succinctly introduced his identity and duties. Benjamin raised an eyebrow in surprise. I thought that the person who could be in charge here would at least be a bishop-level figure. After all, the other party was a chosen one of God. Sassoon glanced at him, his tone flat. Not all churches are as keen on establishing numerous bishoprics as the Church of the Spirit Garden. Baron Blackwood. He clearly recognized Benjamin as well. He waved to the receptionist, indicating she could leave and return upstairs. After the hidden door closed again, Sassoon walked to the simple low table and gestured for the two to sit down. He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. First, there's Bishop Iolia of the Spirit Garden, Sassoon began. He has incurred the strong displeasure of the Pale Church's leadership by publicly rallying the Holy War Army and spreading rhetoric against the dead ones within his diocese. Several days ago, he was arrested by the Pale Church's Knights of Protection on charges of disrupting territorial order and spreading panic, and is being imprisoned in the dungeon of Holy Spring City. Aphrodite's gaze suddenly turned icy. Sassoon continued. But Bishop Iolia was not one to sit idly by. About 3 days later, he managed to escape from the dungeon and did something very daring. He barged directly into the Pale Cathedral, intending to meet with the higher-ups for questioning. According to our scattered eyewitness accounts, he seemed to have had a fierce conflict with the church's guards and high-ranking clergy. After that, he disappeared again. Currently, I haven't found his new hiding place, nor can I detect any trace of him, Sassoon admitted frankly. But I am certain that he is still in Holy Spring City, but he has been carefully hidden or imprisoned by the Pale Church in some way. I have tried to search using our methods, but to no avail. The other side is very well guarded. Benjamin pondered for a moment and said, If even you can't find him, and he couldn't have just disappeared into thin air, then the most likely possibility is that he has fallen back into the hands of the Pale Church and is being imprisoned in the most heavily guarded place, the Pale Cathedral, which is also the best place to prevent insiders from spying on him. Sassoon nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with the assessment. Then, there's the Pale Church's recent unusual behavior in Holy Spring territory. Sassoon changed the subject. You've probably noticed that the activities of the Deadborn seem to have deliberately avoided the borders of Holy Spring territory. This is interpreted by ordinary believers and the public as a miracle of protection from the Pale Goddess, which has greatly consolidated the authority of the Pale Church. But based on our long-term observations from our outposts and several risky close-range reconnaissance missions, Sassoon's voice carried certainty. That is not the case. The Deadborn do not want to enter Holy Spring territory, but rather cannot. They are stopped by an invisible barrier that encircles the entire core area of Holy Spring territory. Any Deadborn attempting to cross it will, upon reaching a certain boundary, crash into an invisible wall. Aphrodite looked incredulous. Extending the effect of the psychic blade to cover the entire core area of the territory? This is unheard of. Even legendary heroes are not recorded as having achieved such a wide area influence. Is this really possible? Benjamin didn't immediately question it, his brow furrowed deeply. Sassoon's description instantly reminded him of a person and an ability he had witnessed firsthand. The invisible, transparent barrier, judging from the description, Benjamin said with a hint of doubt. Doesn't it look a lot like Livia's Nin blade? He remembered that when he was in the hero squad, Livia had used a similar ability to create a small, invisible barrier to block attacks. Benjamin immediately shook his head, denying his own association. The Livia he knew could never have had her psychic blades strong enough to cover such a vast area, let alone maintain them for an extended period. The power required was simply on a completely different level. Chapter 281 Do you even believe what you're saying? Chapter 281 Do you even believe what you're saying? After listening to Benjamin's analysis, Sassoon looked at him sharply from under his hood. So, Baron Blackwood, now that you know all this, what do you plan to do? Will you pretend nothing happened, or do you plan to rescue Iolia from the Pale Church? Aphrodite also watched Benjamin silently, awaiting his decision. Benjamin didn't answer immediately. He clasped his hands together and pondered for a moment. Then he looked up. I'm wondering if there's a way to both thwart the Pale Church's self-serving approach and get Iolia out of there. As for whether this will anger the Pale Church, frankly, that's not important. Their attitude right now can hardly be considered friendly. He looked at Aphrodite and emphasized. However, whatever we do next, remember, it has nothing to do with the official position of Frosttown or the United Commune. At least not in name. This is just my personal action, out of concern for my former comrades and a bit of disapproval of certain practices. Understand? Aphrodite nodded expressionlessly. What specific plans do you have? Aphrodite asked. Benjamin turned his gaze back to Sassoon. I'd like to confirm whether there are any eyes placed by your hidden church inside the Pale Cathedral? People responsible for daily maintenance, cleaning, or low-level clerical work? Sassoon paused for a few seconds, seemingly weighing his options. Yes. We have several individuals with long-established and absolutely reliable identities who hold inconspicuous positions within the cathedral. This is one of our most important assets in Holy Spring City. Very good. Benjamin leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. Then I hope they can assist in bringing Bishop Aphrodite into the Pale Cathedral in disguise. Of course, he'll need a suitable disguise. He was referring to the robes of the Pale Cathedral. And I, Benjamin pointed to himself, will formally meet with Sister Livia again under the guise of visiting an old friend. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find out Iolia's exact whereabouts through personal connections, or even take him away directly through some misunderstanding or personal request. If that doesn't work, or if things don't go well. He glanced at Aphrodite, said nothing more, but the meaning was clear. They would have to consider using more forceful methods. After listening, Sassoon remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Arranging for someone to infiltrate in disguise is possible. They can provide cover and route guidance to avoid routine checks. However, the hidden church can only offer so much help. Once the operation begins, our people must prioritize their own concealment and safety. They cannot provide overt assistance. Any risk of exposure would be devastating to our entire operation here. That's enough. Benjamin replied immediately, his tone solemn. I will not forget the help the hidden church has provided at this moment. Frosttown and I will remember this favor. He stood up, nodded slightly to Sassoon, then helped up Aphrodite, who was still somewhat dazed, and sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your intelligence and assistance. May the shadows protect the devout. The next day, in front of the massive arch of the Pale Cathedral, Aphrodite, dressed in a slightly oversized, pale ecclesiastical robe with his hood pulled low, obscuring most of his face, mingled stiffly among a small group of worshippers led by insiders, and exempt from queuing and detailed checks as he entered the magnificent building that filled him with a deep-seated aversion. The clothes made him extremely uncomfortable. Every inch of fabric felt like an invisible sting to his skin. In his own words, he felt defiled, and even his breath carried an air of hypocrisy. Benjamin's teasing reminder came through the Nimblade link. Take it easy, Your Excellency. You're a devout, pale believer now, so don't be so pretentious. Don't walk like you're stepping on nails. Aphrodite snorted inwardly, trying to adjust his pace and posture as he followed the old monk in charge of maintaining the lights and part of the church. Meanwhile, in the reception hall on the other side of the church, Benjamin met with Livia again. He appeared calm, as if it were just another ordinary visit between old friends, but invisible psychic waves continued to emanate cautiously from him, like the finest radar, scanning and sensing the energy flow and unusual fluctuations within the church. There was indeed some kind of interference inside the Pale Cathedral, making his perception of his mind blades blurry and intermittent, as if the signal was poor. However, at close range, he could barely maintain a stable connection with Aphrodite and conduct a rough, wide-range scan. Livia had changed into a more formal outfit today, and sat in the dappled sunlight filtering through the stained glass windows, looking almost otherworldly. She looked at Benjamin and spoke first. I thought you would leave Holy Spring territory yesterday. Benjamin smiled and sat down in the guest seat, his posture relaxed. It's not easy to see friends who went on adventures together in the past. If I just meet them briefly and leave in a hurry without saying a few words, wouldn't I seem too cold and heartless? Livia's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she suddenly said, The people who followed you yesterday, and those who tried to approach you after you left the orphanage, were not arranged by me. In fact, I have already warned the judge in charge of the city's security not to pay too much attention to your whereabouts. Benjamin nodded indifferently. If you say no, then I believe you. Anyway, they didn't follow it to the end, so it doesn't matter. Seeing his unyielding attitude and seemingly indifferent attitude towards everything, Livia sighed almost imperceptibly and changed the subject. You went to the fake orphanage that Lingyuan Church is operating in the west of the city yesterday, right? Benjamin readily admitted. Yes, I went to take a look. After all, the church that currently resides in Frosttown and provides venues for activities is mainly the Spirit Garden Church. After cooperating for a long time, it's always good to keep track of our allies' situations in other places. He then proceeded to praise them, saying, I must say, their doctrines are relatively lenient, focusing more on comforting the living and burying the dead. The rituals are simple, and they interfere very little in the lives of their people, which is very beneficial to the people. He emphasized the last two words slightly, implying something. Livia sensed the veiled barb in his words, but her expression remained unchanged. She simply responded in a statement of fact. I know you are dissatisfied with the Pale Church and the current actions of Holy Spring territory. But please believe me, this is not out of indifference or selfishness, but a strategy chosen out of necessity to protect the safety of the vast majority of believers. Strategy? Benjamin repeated the word, almost bursting out laughing. He looked directly into Livia's clear yet unfathomable eyes. Livia, listen to yourself. Do you even believe what you're saying? He leaned slightly forward, his words clear and distinct, carrying an undisguised skepticism. The Pale Church is the largest church in the kingdom, with millions of believers throughout every town and village. According to its doctrine, the goddess protects all devout believers, regardless of their social status. Then I ask you, what about those ordinary believers outside the Holy Spring territory who also pray fervently, pay tithes, and regard the Pale Goddess as their only salvation? Don't they also have lives? Don't they need the Pale Goddess's protection? Or is it that? His tone suddenly turned cold. In your eyes, are believers divided into different classes, just like noble titles? Only those who stay within the sacred walls of Holy Spring territory are considered superior believers worthy of protection, while those outside the walls, being devoured by the dead and struggling in hunger and cold, deserve to be abandoned and become sacrifices? Chapter 282, a terrifying speculation. Chapter 282, a terrifying speculation. Faced with Benjamin's question, Livia remained calm. She answered in a tone as if stating a doctrine. There must be choices in everything. The radiance of the goddess is vast, but it must shine upon the most devout and courageous hearts. This is the inevitable choice in difficult times. As for who is considered pious and who is considered courageous, you can set the standards, can't you? Benjamin's tone was devoid of emotion, yet it was more grating than direct sarcasm. Livia's brows finally furrowed slightly. I can tell you have a lot of dissatisfaction with what we've done. But please believe me, it's a reluctant decision made after careful consideration. No. Benjamin shook his head, a slight smile even appearing on his face. You've misunderstood, Livia. I have no complaints. After all, without expectations, where does disappointment come from? You know me, I've always kept things very clear. What belongs to the church belongs to the church, and what belongs to the people belongs to the people. His words only widened the distance between them. Livia looked at him. So now you. I'm just expressing some personal grievances here as a friend. Benjamin interrupted her, his tone becoming slightly more sincere. He paused, and just as Livia seemed about to subconsciously put herself in the role of that friend, he clearly added, Of course, I'm not referring to you. In that instant, something seemed to dim rapidly in Livia's eyes, so quickly that it was almost an illusion of light and shadow. Her fingers, resting on her knees, curled almost imperceptibly before relaxing again. But Benjamin didn't stop there. He continued, The bishop of the Church of the Spirit Garden, Iolia, was my friend. But now he's missing, his fate unknown. And all signs point to the place he was last seen being closely connected to your Pale Church. Iolia. Livia repeated the name. He has been detained by the church in accordance with the law for violently damaging the cathedral sanctuary and injuring my believers and guards. This outcome is the consequence of his impulsive actions. Benjamin nodded in agreement. He is indeed an impulsive person. Especially when he is extremely disappointed in someone or a belief, anger and loss of control are unavoidable. His gaze, almost tangible, was fixed firmly on Livia's eyes. Iolia has always been a staunch admirer of the Seven Knights of Light, and firmly believes in the pure justice that the former hero team represented. So it's not surprising that he found it hard to accept when he learned that the person he once admired had chosen this path, and that he took extreme measures. His words weren't harsh, but they were like fine needles, precisely piercing the softest, most untouched corners of Livia's heart. Every word made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable and stifled, as if something was blocking her chest, making her want to refute, yet not knowing where to begin, and even faintly sensing a wavering she didn't want to admit. She had rarely had such an experience. Faith gave her strength and peace, dogma provided her with guidelines, and her status and power had accustomed her to giving orders and receiving obedience. This verbal exchange based on personal feelings felt foreign and overwhelming to her. Benjamin understood this too. In a sense, Livia was the kind of person who wouldn't talk back. Not out of cowardice, but because her thought process and logic were different from most people's. What he was doing now was, to some extent, using past relationships, something she might still care about, to exert an invisible pressure on her. He did not stop applying pressure. "He is my friend," Benjamin said, his tone becoming more serious. "So if he has made a mistake, then I, as his friend who failed to admonish him in time, also bear some responsibility. I am willing to compensate the cathedral for all the losses it has suffered because of him, whether it is the cost of repairing the building or compensation for the medical expenses and compensation for those he injured." He changed the subject. "Furthermore, based on my understanding of Iolia's character, even in his most enraged and out-of-control moments, he would never kill someone or deliberately cause irreparable harm. Am I right, Livia?" He looked at her quietly, his gaze filled with an undeniable curiosity. Benjamin wasn't actually very familiar with Iolia. The two had only briefly interacted during the dream of the spirit garden. However, he trusted Sassoon's intelligence. Although Iolia appeared to be out of control and causing chaos, he acted with great restraint, taking no lives. Livia's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed it back. A fleeting glint appeared in her eyes. "You mean?" She finally spoke, her voice lower than before. "According to the kingdom's common laws," Benjamin continued, speaking steadily and clearly, "as a nobleman with a title, I have the right to bail out or take away detainees involved in non-fatal injury cases, provided that I assume corresponding liability for compensation and ensure that similar conflicts do not occur again. This is a right enshrined in the law. So, I think I can complete the formalities now and take him away." Just then, Benjamin keenly noticed that for the first time, a clear and unmistakable hint of panic flashed in Livia's usually calm and composed eyes. "What's wrong?" Benjamin tilted his head slightly, feigning ignorance. "Is there something wrong with what I said? Or does the Pale Church think it can be above the kingdom's fundamental laws? Please, this was written by you and the first king." Livia shut her mouth, avoiding his gaze. This subtle gesture spoke more than any words. Benjamin's uneasy premonition quickly amplified. He leaned forward slightly, his tone becoming more serious. "Take me to him, Livia. Now, immediately. Surely the Pale Doctrine doesn't forbid friends from visiting each other, does it?" Under his relentless pressure, Livia appeared increasingly flustered. Her hands clasped on her knees clenched tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white, and her usually straight back seemed to stiffen for a moment. The more she displayed this unusual hesitation and panic, the stronger Benjamin's ominous premonition became. The atmosphere was so frozen it was suffocating. Finally, Benjamin stopped beating around the bush. He looked directly into Livia's evasive eyes, his voice deepening as he asked, word by word. "Livia, are you hiding something from me?" His tone became serious, even tinged with urgency. "Tell me, what exactly did you do to Iolia?" Chapter 283 Stealth, Bishop. Chapter 283, Stealth. The tense atmosphere between Bishop Benjamin and Livia was abruptly broken by Percival's sudden intrusion. The second brother stood like a cold, iron wall between the two, his eyes sharp as knives piercing Benjamin. "Shut up, Benjamin. Know your place. Who are you talking to?" His voice was filled with suppressed anger, indicating that he had clearly overheard part of the conversation. Benjamin simply turned his gaze to him calmly. "I am communicating with Ms. Livia, the acting governor of Holy Spring Territory and a high-ranking nun of the Pale Church, in my capacity as Baron of Frostdown. Or, to put it more personally, as a former companion and friend. What else do you think it is?" His gaze swept over Percival's guardian knight armor, his tone carrying a deliberate contrast. "Our current status, at least in this room, is perfectly matched, completely equal. Unlike you." Percival's fist clenched suddenly. Livia raised her hand, making a gesture to stop him. Her face was somewhat pale, and she glanced at Benjamin with a complicated look in her eyes. However, she did not refute Percival's intervention. Instead, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, or perhaps she was caught in a deeper dilemma. Ultimately, without much resistance, Benjamin was invited out of the meditation room by Percival. Seeing Livia's clearly troubled state, Benjamin chose not to confront her directly. He took the opportunity to say that since he was there, he would like to visit and admire the magnificent Pale Cathedral. Percival initially wanted to refuse, but perhaps due to Livia's silent acquiescence, or perhaps because he didn't want to escalate the situation further, he coldly assigned a low-level cultivator to accompany him before turning and returning to his meditation room. Benjamin actually began his tour. He strolled among the church's magnificent columns, looked up at the stained glass windows, and paused before the ancient icons, seemingly captivated by the building's solemnity. However, most of his mind was already immersed in the invisible blade of thought scanning him. The interference within the pale cathedral persisted, making his perception blurry and labored, as if viewed through a thick layer of frosted glass. But Benjamin didn't give up. Instead, he thought in reverse. Since there was interference, the core area with the strongest interference was likely where the secret lay, and also where Iolia was most likely imprisoned. He focused his mental energy, like the most precise probe, no longer pursuing breadth, but concentrating it on, piercing, the areas where perception was most sluggish and difficult to penetrate. This process was extremely difficult, like struggling forward in sticky mud, consuming a great deal of mental energy. Fine beads of sweat quietly seeped from his forehead, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, at some point, he felt as if the needle tip had touched something, and then a small part of the map, in his mind, which was shrouded in thick fog, suddenly became clear. Found it, he murmured to himself. Even during the stalemate in his conversation with Livia, he had already informed Aphrodite, who was waiting on standby, of the approximate location of this initially discovered, lower area, through the telepathic link. Now that negotiations have broken down, the rescue must take another approach. He continued his tour, discreetly, while simultaneously sending precise instructions to Aphrodite via the link. Turn left, avoid the 3 deacons talking ahead. There are guards behind the pillar to your right. Go around them. Okay, see that mural depicting goddess battling the abyss demons? There's an inconspicuous corridor to its right. The guards change shifts every 25 seconds, so pay attention to the rhythm. Following instructions, Aphrodite moved like a shadow through the church's intricate inner corridors and side halls. As he stealthily moved, he thought to himself, "This mind blade ability is so convenient." "I think so too," Benjamin's consciousness responded, but then immediately warned. "However, Aphrodite, the area you are about to enter is the place with the strongest shielding and interference in my perception. Once you go deeper, our connection will likely become extremely unstable, or even completely severed. At that point, I will no longer be able to provide you with real-time routes and warnings. Are you sure you want to take this risk? It's not too late to turn back now." Aphrodite's steps were unwavering, his mind conveying a firm and concise answer. "Of course. The Church of the Spirit Garden will not abandon any comrade in danger. And Baron, don't you want to know what the Pale Church is hiding beneath this sacred cathedral?" Benjamin paused for a moment, then replied, "Okay, I respect your decision and beliefs." He looked at the devout believers and clergy coming and going, and mentally gave them a final word of advice. "Remember, safety first. As long as people are alive and there's enough time, I have countless ways to get Iolia out. There's no need to put yourself in danger all at once." "I understand," Aphrodite replied succinctly and forcefully. Stealth was indeed a new and challenging business for Aphrodite, who was used to confronting enemies head-on with thorny walls and influencing opponents with doctrine. If Benjamin was confident he had countless ways to rescue Iolia from all sorts of predicaments, then Aphrodite felt he probably also had countless ways to be discovered by these seemingly ordinary but actually highly vigilant church patrolmen. If it weren't for Benjamin's human-shaped panoramic radar and real-time navigation supporting it from behind, he had lost count of how many times he had followed instructions to avoid the clergy who were about to turn the corner, or to silently hide along the wall, waiting for a group of nuns chanting prayers to pass by. Each time, it was so close that his palms were sweaty. But now, he has encountered his biggest problem. Before me lay a downward stone staircase, the entrance hidden behind a confessional. Here, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the main temple, the light was dim. At the entrance to the stone steps, 2 guards stood on the left and right. They were no ordinary knights of the Holy See. Both were clad in specially made, dark gray full suits of armor, the surface of which was engraved with intricate pale holy symbols and sealing runes. Even their faces were covered by full-face helmets that only revealed slits in their eyes. They stood motionless, like 2 lifeless steel statues. Their silent presence sealed off the only entrance to the underground. Aphrodite hid behind the shadow of a thick stone pillar not far away, his mind racing. Forcing our way in? That would be too loud and would immediately alert the entire church, causing the rescue operation to fail. A diversionary tactic? This location is remote, making it difficult to create enough noise to lure both people away without arousing suspicion. Waiting for his shift to be relieved? The time was uncertain, and Benjamin's connection could be interrupted at any time if he got close to the source of interference. He carefully observed his surroundings. The stone walls were smooth and impossible to climb, the ceiling soared high and covered with reliefs. The stone door was heavy. It would surely make a sound when opened. The 2 guards were cleverly positioned, their lines of sight overlapping, leaving virtually no blind spots. Sneak in? Without alerting the two clearly elite guards, quietly open the door, enter, and then close it again. Aphrodite pondered for a full minute before arriving at a conclusion that left him somewhat helpless. Given his current abilities and the conditions at hand, he couldn't think of a feasible way to infiltrate without alerting the guards. He was confident in his abilities, but he lacked experience in such extreme stealth, especially against guards who were clearly well trained. Time ticked by, and the connection with Benjamin's mind blade became intermittent, with increasing noise, indicating that the connection was about to be in jeopardy as they ventured deeper into the interference zone. Aphrodite took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and sent a distress signal to Benjamin through the increasingly unstable link. "Baron, save him! Give me an idea!" Chapter 284 Stealth? Simple. Chapter 284 Stealth? Faced with Aphrodite's urgent plea for help, Benjamin's reaction on the other end of the telepathic link was tinged with mockery. "My lord, couldn't you just use your legendary, flawless stealth skills to sneak in unnoticed?" Aphrodite nearly rolled his eyes in the shadows. "Stop joking. Stealth? I don't know how to do that. Come up with a working idea already." Let me think. Benjamin's voice echoed in Aphrodite's mind, tinged with self-mockery. "As a baron, it feels like I have to do everything myself, from the most trivial to the most dangerous things. It's not hard to attract the attention of those two tin cans, but it's hard to open that heavy-looking door and slip in right under their noses without being discovered." His consciousness, guided by Aphrodite's perspective, carefully observed the area. The environment was dark, with the only light source coming from 4 copper oil lamps embedded in the stone wall, burning with holy oils that had a unique scent. The flames were steady, providing limited illumination. A risky idea quickly formed in Benjamin's mind. This method relied on precise telekinesis and a bit of luck. It was risky, but it seemed the most feasible option at the moment. He conveyed this rough plan to Aphrodite. "That's roughly it. The risks lie in controlling the fire, the guard's reaction speed, and timing in the darkness. What do you think?" Aphrodite said almost without hesitation. "I have no objection. If we fail, so what if they find out?" His mind revealed a reckless determination. "I'll just fight my way out." "Perfect, I don't have a good impression of these two tin cans blocking my way." Benjamin chuckled. "You're pretty tough. Fine, let's do it this way. Get ready, I'll count to 3. 1. Aphrodite tensed his muscles, his gaze fixed on the stone gate and the two guards, adjusting his breathing to enter his optimal burst state. 2. Benjamin's telekinesis, like the most skillful invisible hand, quietly extended towards the 2 nearest oil lamps. 3. Swish. Snap. The bases of the 2 oil lamps seemed to be suddenly pulled by an invisible force, and the burning lamps fell to the ground. The oil-rich flames instantly splashed out, spreading a blinding light across the stone surface with a whoosh, mainly flowing towards the gap below the stone door. This sudden fire clearly exceeded the scope of normal alert. The 2 guards, who were as still as statues, immediately moved. Their reaction was extremely fast and well-trained. The one on the left immediately stepped forward and tried to pat and cover the flames on the ground with the edge of his heavy cloak. The man on the right stepped forward without hesitation to the stone door. His primary responsibility was to ensure the safety of the area behind it. He forcefully pushed open the heavy stone door and peered inside to check if the fire had spread further.